brand new Chevrolet truck he's coming out with. By new, I mean the sheet metal. The engine located all the way to the rear of this vehicle, Richard, but one thing is unique about it. I want you to watch this run that we videoed earlier this afternoon in this qualifying shot. Watch the front end of the truck. The first jump, no obstacles. Now watch the front end all the way to the rear, and it still comes down on the front like a kamikaze airplane. He just nosed it in, tearing the suspension completely out.
So bad news, he had the fastest time, but he broke down in qualifying. That is called a kill box. All the drivers have it. It's a safety device which will automatically shut down the engine.
Dennis, exactly what took place out there tonight?
Well, I don't know, Army. I think when I lost my front drive shaft, I come down on a nosedive, and the truck hit super hard, and I busted a hydraulic ram, the ladder bar, got back in my sheet metal, and done a couple other little damages underneath of it. But I don't know. The ramps are pretty steep, too, but I don't know. Just a new truck. We got things to iron out on it. I'm not used to it. I got to learn how to drive it. I got a super powerful motor, and I've got to get used to.
How come you fellers are bouncing so much on the jump cars?
I would say because the tires are on the cars, and the suspension of the cars are working as the suspension of the truck works, too, and it kind of hicks you up off the cars. And if the cars were sitting flat down on the ground, they wouldn't bounce as bad. But they're kind of mushy because of the tires being on it.
When Dane hits that second jump, the way the truck normally runs is he'll get more air and go further than anybody's over the first jump. Keep an eye. Whoa! What we say? Dane put that long, tall Texan one more round up.
And now you see why we call him the Flying Texan. Steve Dane will be the first to tell you that he's tough, he's mean, and he's ready to win. There he goes, moving on into the competition. Well, it is Ford against Ford. There you see Night Stalker, the green light out. Pretty even at the start.
Brass pulls him in mid-range. The second jump is going to be where you're going to win or lose it tonight, Richard. That second jump is the telltale.
Well, Steve Combs and the Night Stalker had a little bit of problems off the starting line. He backed down. The winner, Andy Brass, in his debut in competition as Bigfoot's new driver.
Remember, the Chevrolet in the left lane is powered by Dodge. The one in the right lane, the Master Disaster, which has to be one of the prettiest trucks on the tour this year, is all Chevrolet. Speaking of all Chevrolet, it looks like he's gone to the next round. Look at Richard. They're still having a rough time landing on that second set of cars.
So Doug Spanier and the Master of Disaster was the best of the beast in this side-by-side race, and he will move on into the semifinals.
The problem these trucks are having with the cars are jumping over, they're bouncing awfully weird. We've been talking about that all night long. Speaking of another problem pops up, you notice the bottom of USA 1, the engine is awfully fat. Richard, I think they're running too much fuel through that Chevrolet engine. It's not going to clean itself out. You notice the black smoke coming out. Litzow may not be aware of it. He sets on the line. He's in trouble, Richard.
And here he comes, the winner moves to the championship round.
He's got to get it on the end. He's out. What a run in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Rod Litzow scared us all. We thought he might break down at the start of this race. He comes back strong. He knocks off the Master of Disaster. He moves to the championship round. Army's got the winner trackside.
Rod, this is it. Hometown boy, national champion. Do you feel any pressure? You're going for the championship on this one.
Yeah, I want to do it for all the fans out here. I hope I can pull it off for them.
I'll tell you, they talk about vibrations. This building is pumped up. When you go to that starting line, if you could win it, it would make a dream come true for a lot of your home state people. Good luck to you in that final.
Thank you. I'm going to do my best.
Andy Brass and Bigfoot against Awesome Kong and Steve Dane.
Who's going to the final? Brass working for the Ford camp out of the left lane. The Flying Texan out of the right lane, side by side. They take off. Richard, the closest race of the night. I can't tell who won.
It's Andy Brass and Bigfoot. He's got the eye of the tiger working for him. As you know, last year, USA 1 knocked off Bigfoot for the national title. They bring in Andy Brass from the West Coast to regain some of that lost honor, and he is doing it tonight. Bigfoot, the winner.
It doesn't get any better than this, Richard. The old classic Chevrolet versus Ford. Well, the best Chevrolet's going against the best Ford to see who the best monster truck is going to be tonight. Litzow would love to put a win under his belt. He's under pressure. Meanwhile, Brass sits patiently in that left lane of the Ford. He can really mess up his kid's homecoming. Let's see what's going to happen. And they're off and going. It's a good, clean start. The Chevrolet jumped out, but no. The Ford caught him on the other end.
Rod Litzow got a little bit swirly after coming over to the first set of jump cars that may have cost him the championship. The winner in his debut as a Bigfoot driver is Andy Brass. He is the king in St. Paul. Here's Army.
You gave up the warm California sun to come back to cold country, but you're going to the bank tomorrow morning. I know it's got to tickle you and Bob Chandler to death.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good. This is the first major win I had. We had some good stiff competition. All the big guys was here tonight, and it was, like I say, some good running, and it's some good practice for me.
Well, George, I tell you, you followed the Renegade Tour with us last year with Rich Hoosier. You guys won a lot of races. You've teamed up with this young man. Do you think you can put that winning combination back together again?
Well, we did it tonight. We're going to try and do it the rest of this weekend. Good driver, and I think he'll pull it out.
All right, thanks, Army. So the story in St. Paul, Minnesota is, has the comeback begun for Bigfoot? And it is the word all drivers hate to hear, breakdown.
You know, qualifying this afternoon was so tough. As we look at the replay from earlier day's activity, the gravedigger, Dennis Anderson, could not get it to go in gear. They stayed up all night long trying to get the transmission ironed out on the brand new setup. It just wasn't to be. The Renegade official was right there, giving him all the time he could take, but Anderson indicates he's not going to make it, gives him the shutoff signal, Richard.
And you know, already this year, this is our second contest of the year on the Renegade circuit, and Dennis Anderson of that new gravedigger has yet to make it to a show.
Yeah, but believe me, all these guys are watching. They know when he gets it dialed in, he's going to be there. Then Barely Tame came out. Keep an eye on the right front wheel. Again, this footage coming from earlier qualifying. The right front spindle breaks right there on impact. That eliminated him from the competition.
Of course, Barely Tame, driven by Mike Brash out of Albany, Minnesota, one of the hometown guys.
Carrying a red, white, and blue, made a real good qualifying shot in the first half. But I want you to notice the left front wheel. You notice it turns sideways. A tough break, what they call the steering knuckle, broke on the left front. He will not be in competition this evening, Richard. Still looking for that evasive first win in '89. This Dodge truck runs a small engine, 440 cubic inch wedge engine. Meanwhile, the Chevrolet runs a big block engine, sitting in that left lane. Starting line's going to be so crucial as the Dodge gets the jump, Richard. The Chevrolet having all kind of problems. Dodge looks like he'll take a win.
An easy win for Jeff Zimmerman, the madman, the Dodge. And an interesting thing, Army, this is only Jeff's second race in his entire career.
Tell you what, the young man may have a future here. We're going to have a replay of that run to give you some idea of some of the problems they've been having. We're trying to figure out what's causing these vehicles to break. Notice the cars they're going over. There's a lot of sponge in them, a lot of bounce, and that is what's throwing these vehicles off. The madman himself crossed the finish line and immediately hooked real hard to the left.
All right, so we're ready to go. This is round one, side-by-side racing. Look for Steve Dane to sky high. He normally does. Right about now.
Texas Air Force lands in St. Paul, Minnesota. Look at all the air he gets, Richard.
Another landing with another win for Steve Dane, an awesome Kong.
Looking at these trucks, some of the graphic artwork on these trucks, beautiful. Chevrolet on the left lane, Ford in the right lane. Let's see what's going to happen. Spanier says he can run with the best of them. He's got to prove it right now, Richard.
Pretty even at the start, but coming off now. Boy, it stays tight. I cannot tell the winner's Doug Spanier. Doug Spanier and the Chevrolet nips him at the line. Steve Combs and Night Stalker with a good run. Don't be surprised to see him come back as a fast loser, but your winner in this matchup, the Chevrolet of Doug Spanier, been in monster truck racing now about 3 years. He's going to take on the newest kid on the circuit. Only his second race, Army. Jeff Zimmerman, madman, the Dodge, out of Pennsylvania.
Zimmerman, the new kid, trying to knock this Chevrolet off. We told you earlier the Chevrolet's making a name for himself. That's why right there.
Dave Wysorek skying at the end, gets the win. He'll move into the semifinals, but look who he's going to face. It is going to be Bigfoot and Andy Brass, but he's going to be happy just getting there. Here we go again, Chevrolet, Chevrolet.
I'm looking for a war. No love lost here. Texas working a right lane. Let's see if he can hold off. If he's going to do it, he's going to do it right at the end. Richard, he does. Whoa, what a run by the Texan.
Probably our best race of the night, but Steve Dane holds off Doug Spanier. An awesome Kong takes on Bigfoot in the finals. You can see on the replay what a tight one this was.
Richard, he's right back to where he was earlier. He's actually flying over the cars. The crush cars don't bother him because he flies over them.
And he is a happy son of a gun. Don't forget, Steve Dane has a habit of letting other drivers think he's having problems when he's not having any problem at all. He uses psychology in this sport, Army.
The transmission does seem to be going away a little bit. We'll be able to tell. I got a feeling this is a Texas-style shootout. They're going to lay all cards on the table. Four's out. Now, they've got to come out. Look at that.
What a race! Steve Dane and Awesome Kong way behind at the beginning of the race. He came on strong at the end. It looked like a dead heat to me at the finish line. TNT official is checking the replay now. We just get word it is Steve Dane. Awesome Kong has knocked off Bigfoot here in St. Paul. Steve, the winner in Kong.
The crowd just received words of the win, but is lane choice that important in this sport as it is in any other form of motorsports? First you, Andy.
Yeah, I think lane choice is. On a course like we're running here, the straight courses, I'm not real sure that lane choice is a big advantage, but in our turning courses and everything, it does make a big advantage. Now, Steve's running a truck where he sits mid-seat in it where he can see out of both sides pretty easy, and I don't think it's as critical for him as it is some of the other drivers.
How do you feel about lane choice?
He's exactly right, and he's a little sharper than I thought he was. That's sitting in the middle here. I don't have a lane choice per se as to where I can see because I have really good visible, I can see everything that's going on. But it ended up being that left lane happened to be, I think the incline on the ramps weren't quite as bad or something where I was getting shot around. And my transmission, I'm sure I burned one up because I wasn't getting nothing out of the hole at last pass. And this last one, I didn't have nothing, and I decided to let her smoke. And I put it in the meadow, and it came alive. But I'm sure I got a smoke tranny I got to change.
Well, I want to congratulate both you young men. We'll be looking forward to following you on the Renegade Tour. Best of luck to both of you.
Thanks, Arm.
The thrill seat in the sport has got to be the one that sets up with Awesome Kong. You call him with the Texas Air Force. I think he's the captain of the Texas Air Force. You're going to see why. Master Disaster Lee's with him. Now keep an eye on Awesome. Bam!
There he goes, a flying Texan. Steve Dane, Awesome Kong gets another win under his belt. And I'll tell you what, Army, I don't know what the key is that he uses, but it seems like he always gets a slow start at the starting gate, and then he powers coming across a second set of junk cars.
If you watch him at half track, he came off the first set of cars behind him, goes into the second set way out in front, and look at all the air this young man gets. He attacks them, Richard. That's all you can say.
Steve Dane, the 28-year-old out of Killeen, Texas.
No, the Plymouth truck, you just don't find that many of them. Meanwhile, Mike, we're going to talk about him for a minute. Barely tame. I think you need to keep an eye on this kid. He's an up-and-comer in this sport. He'll be working the left lane for all the Ford fans. The kill boxes are in. Alan Goss gives him a go-ahead with the green light. Look at the run left lane Ford dominating this round, Richard.
Easy win for Mike Gresh and Barely Tame, a former snowmobile racer. He moves indoors to the sport of monster truck racing, his first full year on the circuit.
Well, the Dodge will be working the right lane, Richard. That gives the Chrysler fans something to cheer about. But coming off that left lane will be the Indianapolis-based Chevrolet. Gentlemen, we've got some problems. A slow start in the left lane. And we've got smoke starting to come out. Looks like some kind of a problem with the Dodge-powered vehicle, but he'll take the win anyway.
He has got a lot of smoke coming out. Jeff Zimmerman, madman, the Dodge gets the win, but he also gets some big-time mechanical problems. Any idea, Army?
Well, Richard, we're going to run down and check it out. I don't believe it was engine problem. It looks more like steam, indicating some type of a water problem with the particular engine.
All right, Jeff Zimmerman, madman, gets a win. We're going to go trackside to find out what's wrong with that Dodge here in just a moment as Army's working his way over to the truck now.
The run looked extremely good, but what exactly happened? All of a sudden, all kind of smoke and steam came out.
Part of the blower belt left go and busted both my radiator hoses.
You going to be able to get back in competition?
We're trying.
Good luck to you. We'll let you get back to work.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move along. It is the USA 1 Chevrolet Rod Litzow taking on Terra Duster and Mark Wheeler. It's a 79 Plymouth against an 88 Chevrolet, and we're about ready to rock the halls of St. Paul.
Plymouth will be working the right side, Chevrolet on the left side. Remember, a lot of pressure on this Chevrolet. Oh, what a lead. Look at that, Richard. Comes out. Oh, a little bit of a pop. You notice a little bit of a flame comes out of it, but the Chevrolet's going to advance.
Roddy Litzow gets another win with USA 1. He'll move along. Meanwhile, Mark Wheeler, Terra Duster, a nice run, but not good enough this afternoon in St. Paul.
On the right side, Awesome Kong, the narrow body truck. Dane sits in there. He's all smiling. On the left side, Weissoric, Chevrolet's a pair. Notice the unique driving stance of the nightlife. Chevrolet's a pair. Richard, let's see what's going to happen. Back to you.
And Dave Weissoric just has an early lead, but here comes the flying Texan. Steve Dane with another win and another opportunity for him to start slow and move fast.
You know, in the past, Richard, this guy's kind of played possum. He said he was hurt and he wasn't. Tonight, I believe he definitely has a problem. We're going down trackside to check it, but I believe the transmission is hurt on this vehicle.
And I'll tell you, if you ever get a chance, go by his house. He collects model trains as a hobby, but right now he's collecting another win in St. Paul, Army.
Speaking of trains, he came down through there like a fast-moving freight. The big blue Ford moves on eliminations. Andy Brass is looking good in St. Paul, Richard.
Well, obviously, there's no doubt about it. Andy has found the right right combination here in St. Paul. What do you think it is?
Combination of Bigfoot. It's an established team. The truck makes horsepower. The kid is not afraid to drive that truck. He's proven that. He's out to win this championship.
Will be taking on your defending Renegades national champion, Roddy Litzow in USA 1.
Richard, if the Texas truck's going to win, he's got to get him on the finish line. He will not be able to leave the starting line with him. The white Chevy, closest to the camera. He's going to get a shot like a rocket. He's got to go hard, but the Texas truck's got to catch him on the other end. He's not going to do it. Hometown boys going to the final for the first time this year.
Steve Dane could not do it this time. It looks like the transmission got worse, Army.
Definitely went away on him, Richard. A tough break for the kid out of the Lone Star State.
Well, that 572 cubic inch Chevrolet engine of Rod Litzow, owned by Everett Jasmer, is going where they wanted to go into the championship round, and we're going to go trackside. Army's got the winner.
Right now, Rod Litzow climbs out of the USA 1. Son, you're going to the finals in your own hometown. That's got to put a few butterflies in your stomach.
Yeah, but it feels great.
I'll tell you, you deserve to be there. We got a question about the cars you're going to be going over in that final. Number one, are you going to keep working that left lane?
Yeah, I'm going to stay with it all night. I've been getting lucky, and tonight I feel I'm going to stay right there.
Okay, the cars in that lane are really pounded down, except in the middle. There's kind of a V there, there's a high point. Will that affect your driving style at all?
Not really. It's basically the first set of cars where the problem comes in. It's not too bad on this side. The second set and this last round is going to be mostly clearing them. So I ain't worried about that little hole in there.
We wish you all the luck in the world. Good luck in that final, bud.
Thanks.
And it's interesting, the owner of the Barely Tame truck is Doug Spanier, who is the driver and owner of Master of Disaster, which we've already seen run very well here in St. Paul. So keep your eye on Barely Tame, but it looks like all Bigfoot.
Well, Andy Brass left like a rocket. Oh, he's going to the final. It's going to be a dream final, Richard. Chevrolet versus Ford, USA 1 versus Bigfoot.
But did you see Mike Crash and Barely Tame? Boy, what a finish he put on. He came on strong and barely lost this race.
We're in the Chevrolet's hometown. The people are on their feet. The track announcers got them pumped up. The final is on its way, Richard.
Who you going to go with?
I got to pick the Chevrolet. There's just vibrations in this building to saying Chevrolet's going to win. And look at the lead.
I almost said I'm going to go with Ford. I'm glad I didn't now. Rod Litzow has done it for the hometown folks.
What a shot. Man, these people are pumped up in St. Paul, and we're tickled to death for them.
He's going to be facing David Morris out of Springfield, Tennessee, just a hop, skip, and a jump outside Nashville. It's called the Equalizer. It's a Chevrolet.
Well, Morris has a very unique vehicle. He's new. That's unique in itself. He's teamed up with Gary Cook, a longtime truck and tractor puller. They've bounced over into the monster truck division and bounced in a big way. The red truck, the Equalizer, has a unique chassis. It also has a unique engine location. The engine behind the driver and low. And look at this. The new driver comes right out looking super, super strong. Chandler Lloyd not getting the run he wants with that GMC.
So David Morris, his first year on the Renegades TNT circuit, gets a win in Tallahassee. Let's go trackside. Army's got the winner here.
Hey, Morris, out of Tennessee, you got to be tickled to death with that run, son.
Yes, sir, I am. I was proud of that run right there. It's just my second run with TNT, and I really did like that run.
I noticed there's a lot of water coming out of the truck. Do you have any idea what that is?
I think my pressure valve on my expansion tank, the cap on it is getting bad, and I'm going to have to replace my cap tomorrow if I can find one.
Well, Bob Bream is the brother of John Bream, who runs the Mad Dog vehicle. However, Wysoric, watch him in the dark truck, comes out, has a unique driving style. He likes to stick his head out the window.
And he likes to get wins. He just got another one.
Whatever happens, it's working for this kid.
Dave Wysoric, Nightlife, gets the win over the Bob Breen Wild Hair Machine. Dave is going to move on in the competition as we're going to move down. Army's got him now.
Looks like you kind of like this short track.
That's a pretty good track for me. I like the hill and the cars and the distance in between them, so I think I'll do pretty good out here.
Quite a few of the drivers were watching you qualify, and they said you were the smoothest on this track because you're going up and coming off that first hill just as smooth as can be and then nailing it wide open. It seems to be working.
We've run quite a few of those, so we got everything pretty much figured out, so we're just hoping to do the best.
Could this be the night for your first win on a Renegade Tour?
Could be. Let's hope.
Let's hope. Well, we're going back to you, Richard, to see what happens.
A driver out of Nokomis, Illinois. It's called the Barbarian, Jim Miller, and Jim is learning with each and every race he's in.
Well, Jim's been around the sport for a while. He knows he has a tough one to go against. Same problem. You notice Gravedigger comes out making horsepower, and then something went away on it.
Gravedigger gets the win, but he also has problems right there, Army.
Boy, that is a tough break. All year long, everybody's been watching him. Not to be the case tonight.
So once again, Dennis Anderson with disappointment. This time in Tallahassee, Army is working his way over to him right now. Dennis isn't happy.
Well, Dennis, it's been a long time coming. Your first win of '89, but we noticed something violently went wrong with the run.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I know I've got a powerful motor in it. This is a short, choppy course, but I've just got to peep underneath and see what the problem is. I think it might be in a transmission or transfer case.
The big engine. You still glad you went that way?
Not really. I wish I would have started with my small motor now.
We'll let you get back with the crew. We'll see you later on the tour.
All right, thank you.
Now, he mentioned 140.5-inch wheelbase. What that tells us, that's one of the longest monster trucks on the tour, and I think that helps to make it a little bit more stable. Meanwhile, right off to his left will be a Dodge for all the Dodge people to get involved with. Look, whole shot goes to the Dodge. Clydesdale trying to cover behind Richard. Not going to do it.
Gary Wiggins, Mopar Magic. Maybe he had David Copperfield under the hood working with him, but right now he's got a little smoke under the hood. Out of Williamston, North Carolina, gets the win. Gary is going to move on in the competition, take it back to the pit area now. Any idea what the smoke may be as he gets the win over Bennett Park and Clydesdale?
He might be having some problem with the steering on it. The steering's very touchy on these vehicles. A lot of times they'll overflow.
We are in quarterfinal action. This will be our first race. Steve, the Flying Texan Dane, and Awesome Kong. And he is going to face Chandler Lloyd overtime. We told you Chandler is coming back, second fastest loser in the first round, so he gets another shot here.
Lloyd with the GMC with love. Hey, looky here. Lloyd nails the...
Maybe an upset.
Oh, right.
He did it.
The flying, that's the Kamikaze Kid lands again in Tallahassee, Florida. Look how close. We're right down here in the end, Richard. He's on top of us.
This might be an opportunity to talk about that kill switch. They may have used it as Steve is getting out of Awesome Kong. In each vehicle is a device called a kill switch that is used by track officials to shut them down if they have to as we go to Army now.
Steve, it looks like you're picking up where you left off. The short track doesn't seem to bother you a bit tonight.
Well, that's not exactly right. We wrecked a transmission and a torque converter, all specially made stuff by us, and I got my torque converter that we're not too sure about. It's a 5,500 RPM, which means essentially I got to be turning that kind of RPM to get going. And what's it doing is it's cooking my transmission. It'll be nothing less than a miracle if I can make the rest of the passes and come home with a win tonight. It's so hot now I probably cook dinner and breakfast.
Okay, what you're saying is the problem is on the starting line. You get the RPMs of the engine up, you just cannot transfer that power to the wheels.
Yeah, what the problem is there's a hill right out the line. I got to climb that hill at a high RPM just to get over it, and then I'm getting in it. And by that time, my transmission getting so hot, she's slipping. So I'm gonna run it till she blows or something. I'm gonna here to win.
We'll let you get back to the pits and get it cooled off. Good luck.
Thank you.
From Grand Island, Nebraska, facing David Morris, the Equalizer Chevrolet. He's out of Springfield, Tennessee.
Both drivers set patiently on the line. Al Goss has lined them up. They're looking for the green light. Equalizer, new truck, mid-engine location. And look, Richard, look how good that chassis works. Definitely an upset. Whoa, we might have some problems.
Good driving there by Dave Wysork as he came across on the replay. You'll see how close. First of all, though, David Morris with a great shot to take the upset win. But now watch Dave Wysork. He tries to stop it. He turns violently around to the right, and bam! He almost gets a piece of that equalizer.
Both of them want to wind up in the finals. They set patiently on the starting line. Again, they wait for the green light of the starter. They're off. Good race, Richard. I don't know who won it. I cannot tell. Okay, Gary Wiggins comes out the winner.
From your angle down there, I know it's tough to see, but up here topside, it was evident that Mopar Magic had the magical mystery tour solved here. Well, Breen is back because he was the fastest loser in round number one, but he's going to have to do some to take a win here against you, and he's not going to.
No, not going to do it. Litzow, the motor's right on.
Rod Litzow with another win in the USA 1. Finally got that machine cooking.
Richard, keep an eye on Morris. This kid is working his way up in the sport. I think that truck will be one of the toughest trucks on the tour. The engine location, the springs and everything, watch for the kid. However, he's got to get past Dane. He's not going to let Dane pull the wool over his eyes. Believe me, Morris is going to do everything he can to win. It's going to start right on the starting line. Morris has got to leave, and he does. Richard, look at the jump.
Got him a shot, and here comes Dane. Dane has done it again. Forget all of that blues crying that he has been doing. He has got him a win and is going to move into the championship round. Army, I know they are right down there at you. It was an awesome shot by Awesome Kong. Steve Dane has got a real fan following as we go trackside.
Well, Richard, all evening long, Steve Dane's been telling us that the Awesome Kong is not running that well. it doesn't seem to be, it's making horsepower. It's not getting it to the ground, but you're still winning. That was a tremendous run. It seems like when the torque converter tightens up, it does come alive.
Oh, definitely. It's that first hill I'm worried about transmission. It's so hot now, it's up around 300 degrees, and they ain't made to operate that temperature. I'm just living on the edge now and hoping it stays together.
What do you do to cool it down before the final run?
Change the oil. It's the best thing we can do right now is change the oil on it. If I had some ice, I'd run that over it, but right now we're looking at a real hot transmission, and I'm just going to go till she blows. If she goes, then that's why I'll lose.
Rod Litzow, USA 1 Chevrolet against Steve, the Flying Texan Dane. Awesome Kong, the Chevrolet. I am going to call, I don't know if it's an upset or not. I'm going to go with USA 1. I think he's had a smooth run.
Steve Dane has been smiling too much for me. I'm going to go with that kid from Texas. Litzow's been here before. He told you what he's got to do. He's got to leave on this kid. If he doesn't get in front of the Texan, he knows the Texan's going to come flying past him.
But see, Litzow gets that early jump. That's why I'm taking him for the win.
Richard, I don't know. I'm still going to work with Awesome Kong. The finish line is where it's all about. Let's see what's... Oh, what a run!
Oh, no. Awesome Kong has done it. I look like a fool. You look like a prophet. Steve Dane looks like a champion. There he is, and the crowd is loving it. Awesome Kong with a big win, and he does it by flying through the air.
What a run by this kid out of Texas. These people, they get so involved in these monster truck races. Look at Dane. He's working the crowd to perfection. He's pumped up because he's #1 in Tallahassee.
Well, Rod Litzow did what I thought he was going to do. He got that early jump, but Awesome Kong and Steve Dane powered through at the end. Mid-air took the win and the championship in Tallahassee.
Richard, I tell you what, I hate to have been playing cards with this guy tonight. He was holding a trump card. You had everybody worried out there. You kept crying the blues about the torque converter, but you left the starting line like a rocket that time. That torque converter hooked up perfect.
Yeah, it's capable of doing that. I couldn't do it every run and have something left at the end of the night. So I was kind of milking it over the first few races there, just enough to win whoever I was racing. That bye run helped me out today. I didn't have to work it so hard. And I'm sure it's about as close as you can get to burning up a transmission or a torque converter, because I don't usually get them this hot and get away with it.
Who's going to be the truck to beat in 1989?
Any question about it, it's right here, Awesome Kong.
A kid out of Springfield, Tennessee, who's teamed up with Gary Cook, one of the most successful pullers in the pulling sport. They built a truck. Cook chose this young man to be his driver, and you're going to see why. The kid is an up-and-comer, Richard. Watch him in the red Chevrolet, mid-mounted engine. Look, everything works perfect.
David Morris with a win in the Equalizer Chevrolet. The 22-year-old is on his very first year on this Renegade TNT Monster Truck circuit, and he gets a big win here in Tallahassee. He is going to be jumping up and down for joy. The crowd enjoyed that race. There you see David. He's a happy volunteer.
Richard, David Morris is trying to make a name for himself. You seem to be getting, every time you drive that truck, you're getting smoother. Is it because you're getting used to the truck or what?
Yes, sir. Every time I make a run in it, it helps me get more comfortable with the truck. I'm running tonight with a busted airbag on the front of my truck, and it's causing me a little trouble on my landing and things like that, but I think maybe I can make out with it okay.
We'll let you get back. We'll see you in the next round. Good luck to you.
Thanks, Arthur.
Miller will be representing the Ford camp in the orange Ford. He's drawn a tough young man right here. Awesome Kong, what can you say about Steve Dane? I don't know what to tell you about this guy, other than he'll get you every time if you let him. Oh, a little bit of blue smoke, Richard. That could be some problems.
No, don't believe it. How many times on the circuit have we heard Steve Dane say, I've got problems, and he comes away with a win? She is watching and videotaping this race. Clydesdale, the brand new Chevrolet up against Gravediggers, 1950 Chevrolet body.
Well, Anderson comes out like a shot, Richard. Whoa, he gets a little bit out of shape at the finish line. Clydesdale clears him, however.
Could that be problems for the Gravedigger machine? We're going to have to wait and find out as he turned violently to the right. But Dennis Anderson did get the win.
All year long, everybody's been wondering when Dennis Anderson's going to get it dialed in. It looks like you've arrived, but Dennis, what caused the truck to turn so violently at the end?
I don't know. I think I came down on one wheel. My steering is over-responsive, really, and just a touch of the wheel will, jerk the wheel around, and I was in the brakes at the same time because this is a kind of a short and hairy track to be running a powerful truck like that, I need to get the feel of it in a long course outdoors somewhere, I feel like.
It's been a long, dry year for you. This is your first win. How do you feel right now? Are you believing in monster truck racing again? I know you're down this afternoon.
Yeah, I think we're going to work it all out. We'll be there.
Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Lloyd wants to beat that white truck. He's going to give it his best shot. They leave the starting line. Richard side by side. Chevrolet out a little bit.
Easy win.
Oh, some kind of problem with the front end.
I was about to say an easy win for Rod Litzow in the USA 1, but an easy win maybe because Chandler Lloyd has got some big-time problems, Army.
Well, I tell you, Richard, I believe the transmission, that's exactly what it is. You can see the automatic fluid coming out. A tough break for Lloyd in the overtime GMC. Yeah, I believe he's actually having problems. I think the transmission's hurting him, and he knows this kid's coming after him. It's just like an old-time gunfight. The young kid is coming after the leader. It's going to happen right now.
Boy, it's tough when you're 28 years old like Steve Dane, and he's considered an old gunfighter. Here they go, and look out!
Oh.
We have got a dead heat. I do not... Army, could you tell trackside?
From our viewpoint, right at the end of the track, I have no idea who took that win.
All right, there you see our TNT officials. They are looking at the videotape replay of this race. And, guys, if you could back it up, let us see the finish here. Right there. That looks like Awesome Kong, Army.
Just by a little. I'll tell you, that's one of the best races we've had on the tour this year, Richard.
Officially, the winner, Steve, the Flying Texan Dane, and Awesome Kong. And, whoa, what a race.
Well, Steve Dane, right now, you're on top of this sport, but this kid out of Tennessee is coming after you.
Well, he did the right thing. He's got a real lightweight machine, weighs well under 10,000 pounds. I'm well over that. He doesn't need to develop the horsepower, and he seems to stay pretty close to the ground. I don't know, I haven't been watching him too close. And by having a poor qualifying, I got the crummy lane, and I thought it wasn't that bad, but it's considerably worse after taking a few laps on it.
Well, I tell you what, you are to be congratulated, young man. Like we said earlier, you're coming along quick in this sport. I believe we got a win in the future real quick for you. Do you feel that confident in the truck? It looks great.
Yeah, I do. Like I said, I'm hurting for horsepower right now, but I do have another motor that I'm going to put in, and just a matter of time of getting it in. And I think with a little bit more horsepower, I can come off the line a lot faster and do better in the whole race.
Well, Richard, I got back to another TNT. Tennessee going after Texas. Texas took the win tonight. Before the year's over, let's get out of the volunteer state. I believe he's going to be there. Well, I tell you, they have been thrashing all year long getting that truck dialed in. It's going to come around. It's just a question of when. You know, at this point in time in the sport, everybody comes in the building to watch the Gravedigger. All the other drivers, they're in here watching. They know this might be the time. Look at the run. Oh, what a landing. Oh, he really hit hard, Richard.
I am glad I wasn't a passenger on that side. The door comes flying out, but Dennis Anderson, the big news, gets his second win of 1989, and he did it in a high-flying fashion kind of way.
He really aired out the front end, looks super strong, landed awfully hard on the front end. However, Anderson sitting in there with a grin from ear to ear.
Awesome Kong and Steve Dane against USA 1 and Rowdy Rod Litzow.
No love lost at all here between these two guys. One out of Texas, one out of Minnesota. Both of them believing in their hearts they are the best Chevrolet truck in the country. Al Goss lines them up. The people on the stands, they're standing up, Richard. They know what they're going to see side by side. I can't tell, Richard. They were running straight at us.
It looks like USA 1 and Rowdy Rod Litzow gets the upset win, and I'm going to call it an upset win because Steve Dane has been running so strong this year.
They're up and at him. Believe me, the kid trying to work his way to the first final. Let's see what he can do. He's in a far lane going against the old pro, and we've got problems on the starting line as Morris will go into his first Renegade final.
David Morris with the win, but Army, what happened to Gravedigger?
Drivetrain problems once again, Richard.
All right, so Dennis Anderson's bad luck continues.
None other than the awesome USA #1 Chevrolet.
And, of course, that's the defending Renegades TNT national champion. So it's the equalizer, David Morris, the rookie, against USA 1, Rod Litzow, and the veteran. The crowd is on their feet. This is for all the marbles here in Tallahassee. And it looks like we've got us an even start.
What a shot. Look at the USA 1 out of Minnesota. Airs out the big Mountain Motor Chevrolet to go back in in the winner's circle, Richard.
The 28-year-old out of Spring Lake Park, Minnesota, with an exciting win. Look at him. He is happy to get this win in Tallahassee.
Bennett Clark at the wheel. Now both men sitting right on that starting line, looking down at the cars and bumps ahead of them. Both of them off the line nice and even. Clark gets a little bit of advantage on the far side, and now the Carolina Crusher, Gary Porter at the wheel, gets to the turn. They're coming to the turn even.
And this is the trickiest part of the course, but both men execute brilliantly. The Carolina Crusher in the near lane, the yellow truck, has the advantage as they come down to the finish line, and he bounces to victory. Gary Porter moves on to the round of 4.
Bigfoot sitting over on the far side. Gravedigger, the panel truck on the near side, they get a good start, and Gravedigger takes quite a jump as he comes over the first bump. Now drifts across off the edge of the course. The Gravedigger with some serious problems as Bigfoot makes the turn at the far end. Gravedigger rolls to a stop. So Andy Brass, driver of the Bigfoot, as he has a few problems of his own, almost tips her over. Nevertheless, he comes through and wins this elimination round. So Andy Brass and Bigfoot will go on to the next round of elimination, as there's Dennis Anderson. He climbs out of the machine, sitting still and stopped at the far end of the course.
He built the Awesome Kong truck, but this is the first time he's driven it or any other monster truck. He only made acceleration tests prior to this weekend. Today, the first time he's actually gone out and crushed cars and turned right. Look at the advantage. The rookie driver hard on the pedal. Now here's the test of his ability in that narrow dump truck. Oh, beautifully done using the 4-wheel steering. He has absolutely no compunctions about driving this thing.
And he drives it wildly, though the last couple of bounces got him behind a little. Now he applies the power, and the Awesome Kong is the winner, and the crowd absolutely loves it. Ford and Chevrolet. Ford, the Bigfoot on the far side. Nightlife 2 pours the power here on the near side. The Chevrolet comes from behind on the first stretch as the Chevy in Nightlife 2 moves ahead.
Bigfoot had the advantage, but suddenly sees it evaporate. The Chevrolet comes over the hump first. It's Chevrolet by a car length. Still by a car length. Dave Wazorek doing an incredible job. Bigfoot comes back, but too late. The Chevy fans here at the Astrodome, they're about to tear the roof off, Paul.
Closest competition of the day as Bigfoot tries to challenge Nightlife 2, but look at him. Dave Wazorek is absolutely enthralled with that victory.
Oh, yeah, if you don't make a rule, these guys will take advantage of every opportunity to build unique vehicles, but that's what it's all about. And they're off on a very unique course. A couple of jumps here and then on to the crushed cars. The most interesting part of the course, Paul, is the hairpin they're coming up to.
Well, Mark Brandt, closest to the screen here in Awesome Kong, gets there first, though he was almost off the edge of the course on the first straightaway. He gets around that corner in fine shape now, and Awesome Kong, Mark Brandt, scores the win, no problem at all. It has to give Andy Brass a psychological advantage over the Carolina Crusher in the near lane. Gary Porter's got to be thinking about all the research, all of the technology that goes into that machine. Green light, both machines come off the line. The Bigfoot in the far lane picks up a slight advantage on the first straight. Carolina Crusher cocks off to the side just a little bit, tries to get around the corner using all of the brakes and the 4-wheel steer. But now, Bigfoot with a very definite advantage.
Apparently, the Crusher had some driveline problems as he tried to execute that turn. And look at Bigfoot. What a showy leap to finish off this victory and move to the semifinal round. Andy Brass and Bigfoot, always a very reliable truck.
There's Dave Wazorek leaning out of the cab, checking his position, raises his hand, tells the TNT officials he's ready to go racing. The crowd anticipating a tremendous fight here, too, in the semifinal round.
Wazorek has been better off the mark than has been Brandt. Maybe that's just experience or being very cool. Together they leave. A great start.
Pretty good lead for both of them. Awesome Kong gets a little bit in the air coming off the first bump. Now kicks out some smoke but comes to the corner even. Nightlife 2 first up and over the hump as Awesome Kong gets a little sideways coming off the bump.
Nightlife 2 scrubbed up a lot of speed making that tight turn, and it proves to be his demise. And the crowd in the Astrodome loves the wild style of the newcomer, Mark Brandt.
Clydesdale on the near side. The far side is Bigfoot.
Certainly Bigfoot has the big reputation, but it was Bennett Clark who left first just by a second or so, but already the power of the foot has erased that lead.
Bigfoot gets to the corner first, starts in the turn, the four-wheel steer working to Bigfoot's advantage. Bennett Clark trying to catch up now, gets a bit off the course, misses the last line of cars. Bigfoot comes home with a victory and goes into the final round. So Andy Brass just cruising his way through the script for this Monster Truck final. They couldn't have done any better. Awesome Kong, the Chevrolet, close. Bigfoot on the far side. The green light winks on. Bigfoot jumps to an early advantage, but Awesome Kong catches up on the first straight. They come to the corner together, side by side as they come to the first bump. And there is Bigfoot coming off a little bit ahead. Now, powering once again. Awesome Kong really flies. They touch wheels. They touch. They're still going for the line. And we don't have any idea who won it. Boy, is that close.
Nobody in the Astrodome, including the drivers involved, know who won it. Well, as TNT is reviewing their finish line camera in order to declare a winner, let's take a look at one of the finest, the finest monster truck final we have ever had a chance to enjoy. And each driver had a different strategy for the U-turn. With the longer wheelbase, Brandt took Awesome Kong wide.
And that lined him up straight so that he could take the final jumps. Now, let's look at Mark Brandt and the Awesome Kong here way, way up in the air. The officials are still reviewing videotape, trying to decide who won this race. Mark Brandt almost nosed her in and then bounced off the side of Bigfoot. Now, let's take a look. Different angle, same situation. Awesome Kong bounces high into the air, gets against Bigfoot. Now here comes the official announcement, and it's Awesome Kong. Mark Brandt, the rookie, wins it. An incredible victory over the longtime champion Bigfoot and Andy Brass. Hey, he's one happy man. Look at him do his little victory boogie here. Mark Brandt, the winner.
This place is bedlam, Paul. Mark Brandt, as you might imagine, doing a little Rocky imitation. And who could blame him? Unbelievable contest. Listen to him. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Thank you, Lord. Oh, I never done so much praying in my life. Oh.
You were a tick behind after the turn.
Yeah, Awesome Kong has just got the power. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Awesome Kong. I was along for the ride, and darn, I forgot my blindfold. Oh, man, that one scared me.
I tell you, it scared everybody in the Astrodome. Contact was almost made.
Yeah? I have nothing more to say other than that Awesome Kong is the nation's #1 monster truck. And it is solely that truck. That is one gorgeous truck.
I have one more thing to say. Great job.
Thank you.
Chevrolet side by side. Both of them, they call them 89 Chevrolets. Bennett Clark's is a stretch wheelbase. He'll be on the far side of the camera. But look at Porter with a real fast motor. A lot of fuel through the motor, but it still works for him.
It is a win by Gary Porter, Carolina Crusher, as he has knocked off Bennett Clark and Clydesdale. Looky here, we've got us a Dodge.
Richard, I tell you what, anybody that grew up in the 60s and follows motorsports, the name Chi-Town Hustler strikes fear in your heart. We're glad to have him on the tour, but tonight, the USA 1 puts him on the trailer early.
Yes, sirree, the Dodge falls to the Chevrolet Chi-Town Hustlers.
Green's brother was in here a moment ago. Bigfoot's out of Missouri. I guess you can call the Show Me State the Monster Truck State.
And they're off and running, and it looks like maybe an upset.
Oh, Richard, super. I couldn't call it. It looks like it might be the Stopper.
They are calling Stopper and Marvin Smith the winner. I thought for a second that Mad Dog and John Breen had him.
However, John Breen will not be intimidated. He's going to make him go for it. Again, the question I'm going to ask you, we talked about it at the opening of the show. Is this the night that Gravedigger turns his luck around? And it's looking awfully good. Looky here.
He walked it down the track. Dennis Anderson, the winner in Gravedigger. Whoa, boy, he has got to be happy with that run. This is the first time in a long time that he has made it to the semifinals.
We might be looking at a classic case of somebody that's in the process of turning his luck around. Dennis, you're going to the semis. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has. We've had problems with the new truck, keeping transmissions in it. We've geared down. We've about got it ironed out. We're trying a different gear. It seems to be working, and I think we're going to hang in there.
Dennis, how come your truck has a tendency to go nose over like that? Everybody else is getting their front end. You're exactly opposite of everybody else. Where they're going up, you're going down, and vice versa. Why is that?
It's because when I'm powering into the cars, I'm doing a wheelie. I'll carry the front wheels all the way to the cars, and the cars trip the rear wheels and kick the back end up in the air.
That doesn't feel kind of scary?
Yeah, it is. It's real scary. That's why I wish we had more running distance in between the first dirt hill and the cars. Then maybe my front end would plane off and get down on the ground, and I could do an even jump.
Okay, well, we'll be keeping an eye on you in the semifinals. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Well, both of them being Chevrolet, but keep in mind, Porter does have a supercharged engine. Bream is running basically a stock 454 cubic inch single 4-barrel engine, so the horsepower advantage would go to the yellow truck. However, Bream's not afraid of it. He said if he's going to get past me, he's going to have to fight to do it. And look at Bream, he leads with him, Richard. Horsepower took over, yeah.
It was close. Bob Brain almost pulled off the upset. Not to be, though. Gary Porter, Carolina Crusher, gets the win.
To put that Chevrolet in the #1 spot. Clark, again, he will not be intimidated. He says, you're #1. That's right now. Let's see what's going to happen. Here they go. Oh, Richard Leak, look at that lead.
He got him a whole shot, and it carried on down the track. Ron Litzow is going to move to the semifinals. Bennett Clark is going to say adios to the people in Mississippi for the night. Marvin Smith, the Stomper Chevrolet. Remember now, the winner moves on to the semifinals. The loser moves out on the beach.
Well, we told the people they were going to see a war before the night's over. This is what it's all about. This is going to be a skirmish to see who's going to advance. Chevrolet versus Ford, and Bigfoot once again. Andy Brass dominates. Whoa! Marvin Smith really skied the Chevrolet, but Brass will move on.
Starvin, Marvin Smith just put on a show. Guys, if we could, let's get a replay of that as Starvin, Marvin came off the line, and right there, Army, what happened?
Well, the front end settled right when he was starting over the cars. That kicked the front end up, and then it started bouncing all type of gyrations. Some good heads-up driving by the Chevrolet driver.
All right, so Stomper, the loser. The winner was Bigfoot. Andy Brass once again gets the win.
Andy, you're moving up to another round, but we noticed you do have Dennis Anderson in the next round. Does that bother you at all?
Yeah, Dennis is going to be tough competition. He's been running real low times all night tonight. He's #1 qualifier, so he's going to be kind of tough to run against.
Okay, now, if he goes to the left lane, and that's where he's been running all night long, that's not going to bother you. That'll keep you in the right lane where you like to run. You kind of built a nest over there you're pretty comfortable with, so it could be a real tight race.
Yeah, it could be. You know, like I say, Dennis will probably take the left lane because that's the one he favors. And I kind of figured that that's what he'd be doing, so I've been staying in the right lane and trying to get used to it.
Andy, can you beat Dennis Anderson tonight?
Well, we're going to try.
Dennis, of course, is out of Chesapeake, Virginia. His wife, Julie, travels the circuit with us, along with his little boy, Adam. And you know, Adam is a real big fan of monster trucks. He loves the Gravedigger, but he also loves Bigfoot.
You know, I can't think of a little boy in America that doesn't love monster trucks, Richard.
So here we go. Semifinal. The winner, remember, is going to the championship. Will it be the Ford Bigfoot with Andy Brass or the awesome Gravedigger and Dennis Anderson? Army, what do you think?
Richard, there's a lot of respect out there right now. Andy Brass, I'll guarantee you, knows Anderson can nail him to the wall on a good run. On the other side, Anderson knows that Brass has the potential to win this thing, too. This could be the best run of the night. The winner here could wind up winning this whole thing.
You never told me who you thought would win. As we get ready for the green, there we go.
Okay, Richard, I'll take the Gravedigger.
You named a winner, Army.
Haven't lost all year long. That was a good run. Some good driving out of that left lane.
Dennis Anderson and Gravedigger has done it. He has got to be tickled. This is the first time in 1989 that he has moved to the championship round, and he did it right there, Army.
Boy, driving the same way. The front end settles. The back end on this truck kicks out.
So Dennis Anderson has finally done it. He's moving to the championship as he has just knocked off Bigfoot and Andy Brass. Let's go to Army.
Dennis Anderson, it's been a long time coming, son, but it looks like you're going into the finals here.
Yeah, we're going to do it tonight.
When you came in the building, were you aware that something was really sparking on the back of the truck? It looked like an electrical spark. Were you aware of any problems like that?
No, I wasn't.
You might want to check when you go back outside. When you gassed or right when you came in the building, a little bit of white sparks came out. Well, the question at hand, can you beat the next guy out to be the winner?
If I can keep it in my lane and throttle down, I've got him all the way.
Is there anything you want to say to the folks about the Gravedigger?
Yeah, just remember, the Gravedigger's going to get you one day.
And I think I read her lips, Army, and she said, go Chevy.
Go Chevy. It's going to be an all-Chevy final. We're down to 3. One Chevrolet's going in the final. It's a 1950. Now we've got two 89s going after each other. Who's it going to be?
Litzow, the winner in USA 1, but get this time, Army. Litzow won at 5.13 seconds to 5.16 seconds for Gary Porter. What a close race. I'm going to call a win by the Gravedigger. He has been wanting this for a long time as we are stage, set, ready to rock and roll. That is Al Goss, the starter. He has given them the signal. Get ready. Here we go. The green light is out. Oh, no.
Problems on the start line. USA 1 will advance for the win. And the Gremlins caught up with the Gravedigger in Mississippi. A tough break for Anderson, Richard.
Dennis Anderson, the lights came out, and he sat there. The engine died. I don't know what the problem is, but Rod Litzow has won this championship.
Do you have any idea what happened to Anderson on that starting line?
I think, you know, in the last run like this, we pushed it all the way. He might have came off the hole hard and blew his tranny on that, what I've heard. He might have blew the tranny out of the hole, and I seen him out of the corner of my eye. He just didn't go, so I knew I had an easy win.
How's it feel to be back in the winner's circle?
I love it.
You know, you guys, when you won that championship, you went through kind of a dry spell. You had some problems with you flipping the truck, but everybody stayed together, and you're going back on top.
Yeah, that's what we're trying. It's all teamwork in there. Everybody worked together, and everything works.
So we had kind of a good news, bad news night in Biloxi, Mississippi for Dennis Anderson. Good news, he makes it to the finals. Bad news, he breaks down again. So it ought to be a heck of a race, and let's get it started, Army, with the Bad Breen Boy, Wild Hair against Gravedigger and Dennis Anderson.
Bob Breen drew the baddest of the bad tonight. Dennis Anderson seems to be on a roll. Look at the air. Anderson just makes it look smooth.
Dennis Anderson and Gravedigger is back in a big way. You know, a black cloud has been hanging over his head. He continues to break down, but what an awesome display of power here in the replay.
Richard, you talk about a black cloud. He just flew through that crowd. You see the altitude he had on that run.
All right, this will be John Breen, the Mad Dog Chevrolet Blazer, up against the Bigfoot Ford of Andy Brass, waiting for the green light. There it is.
Both of them leave real good. Breen a little bit out of shape, takes an attack. Bigfoot goes on. John Breen was going after him, Richard.
Army, I've noticed in both of our quarterfinal races thus far, these trucks are getting a lot of air between the bottom of them and the track.
Gearing these engines and tuning these engines so very important. We're going to watch Porter to see if maybe he might be a little bit wrong on his...
Oh, great race.
He looks good. No, he's all right.
We have got a dead heat, Army. A great
race.
It was
close. I have no idea from my angle who won that shot.
Guys, we're going to have to see a replay of this one. It was a dead heat at the finish line. Let's see if we can stop the cameras right here to try to determine a winner. Coming across. There it is right there. Gary Porter, Carolina Crusher wins it on a replay, a photo finish, a nice win for Porter.
True Value Hardware Chevrolet. Rod Litzow, I believe one of the premier drivers in the sport. Working a left lane to perfection, comes over the jump, a lot of air, smooth can be, and just bounces right off the end with that 13,000-pound monster truck.
Awesome power for Rod Litzow, USA 1. He wins it, moves into the semifinals.
Horsepower, no problem. The problem is braking. Meanwhile, sitting next to him, one of the most reliable trucks on the tour, Andy Brass and Bob Chandler's Bigfoot.
Now, we're on a very short track, Army. Gravedigger, obviously the most powerful of the two. Is that an advantage or disadvantage?
I think it would be an advantage. The driving technique is going to be different. Notice Gravedigger wants to get out. Okay, there you go.
Look out! Gravedigger wins it! Gravedigger wins it! Dennis Anderson has pulled off the upset over Bigfoot.
Anderson looked like an interior lineman. He got that nose down, and he went after it, and he took the win.
We've got to look at that again. Watch Gravedigger. He walks it over the cars, and then he almost puts it on his nose.
You know, Dennis Anderson must have a little bit of kamikaze in him, Richard. To drive like that is awesome. And you've got to remember, he has to drive different than everybody in the sport because of the horsepower and the engine location.
Well, getting lined up. The winner now, remember, will take on Gravedigger for the championship. Here we go.
Oh, left lane, hole shot by the USA 1. And once again, you notice when he bounces over the finish line, it just seems to settle with him. That's some good driving.
An easy win for Rod Litzow, USA 1, the Chevrolet. That makes for an interesting championship. It'll be USA 1 and Rod Litzow against Gravedigger and Dennis Anderson.
Then to his right is going to be a man that's been there many times. But believe me, Dennis Anderson will not be intimidated, and USA 1 knows it. Look at the attack. He comes out on. What a run. Anderson takes his first win, Richard.
Dennis Anderson has done it. His first win of 1989 at Army. As we look at a replay, he did it with sheer horsepower.
What he does, he attacks the first ramp, comes over, gets the front wheels up, and actually noses over the finish line. I told you, he's got to drive 180 degrees from everybody else, and it works. Well, the Gravedigger came out first, had a good qualifying shot. Could this be the turnaround point? We knew Anderson was having problems last year due to tremendous amount of breakage in the transmission as a result of too much horsepower. Anderson comes out, attacks the track, but the old black crowd still followed him. The transmission went away. One of the crowd favorites on the tour, not able to hold it together, Scott.
This was obviously one of the more entertaining matchups here. Rod Litzow in USA 1 going up against the Jersey Outlaw, Army.
The Jersey Outlaw being driven by a rookie driver who's doing a great job. Keep the name Mike Wine in mind. He's going to make a name for himself in this sport. Just like the old days of the gunfighter, the new kid comes out on the right of the screen going against the veteran, the national champion, USA 1. And what a race as the kid puts him away.
The Jersey Outlaw comes away getting that win there.
It was a beautiful run as Andy Brass showed his dominance north of the border, chasing the national championship.
All right, here they come. Bigfoot and playing for keeps side by side. And look at the foot in Andy Brass.
Just leaps out on him. The kid is smooth. Andy Brass, definitely a premier driver in this sport.
That put Bigfoot in the final against the winner of the next matchup. Dave Wachorek in Nightlife would be coming out in his truck out of Grand Island, Nebraska against Bennett Clark in Clydesdale, Powder Springs, Georgia to see who goes up against Andy Brass and Bigfoot. They matched up once again. Really an exciting matchup and a good contrast.
Well, two different theories here. Wachorek closer to the camera runs a short wheelbase. You know the driver style. We've talked about it. He drives with his head out the window. The other side of the coin, Clydesdale with the longest truck on the tour. Which is going to be the best? It's going to be the short wheelbase Nightlife going against Bigfoot for that final.
Well, Dave Wachorek with a good run right there, as you mentioned, Army. And
Wachorek knew that Brass had a lot of heat in his transmission, was trying to make him get a little bit hot. He pulls into the lanes last, raises his hand. Al Goss, the starter, waits patiently on the starting line. We look for a green flag, and this is what happened.
Bigfoot coming out, and there you see Nightlife, a great race. Bigfoot blows a tire, but it didn't stop him from getting the win at Toronto.
Beautiful driving job by Andy Brass. Believe me, the left front tire went away upon impact at the end of the track. Super competition. Well, Litzow is going to be our first qualifier, and qualifying so important it will determine the pairings in the rest of the afternoon's competition.
Whoa! Look out! He is almost on the side, Army. What saved him?
The right rear tire blew out on the truck. If not, he was going over a super. Boy, that is scary, Richard. That is scary.
Maybe scary, but it's very exciting for these fans. They are on their feet. Listen to them screaming. There you see the blown tire on that USA 1 Chevrolet. Rod Litzow with breakdowns here in qualifying. Army is working his way over to Rod right now.
Right out of the box, Canadian fans are treated to a thrill. You just gave that rascal one wild ride.
Yeah, it was. I think what happened is I launched the truck a little too hard. The truck came out really nice. The truck's running good. We just got it back together. But when I came down, my front tires, I think, hit the edge of the ramp, giving the truck a throw, kicking the back end up too high on me. So in that cause, all I had to do is I tried pulling out, and she came down, but twisted it up on me a little bit.
By twisted up, you mean you bent the frame?
I'm not sure yet. I got to look at that. I knew I blew a tire. I got to look over the truck, see what's wrong with it. If nothing's wrong, I air it up and get back out here.
Are you going to be able to compete tonight, do you think?
I hope so.
We'll let you get back with the crew. The ironic thing here, ladies and gentlemen, this young man has flipped this monster truck 3 times this year. Kind of gun shy. He was trying to put it back together. Not going to happen in Canada. You know, Bob and Marilyn Chandler's put the Bigfoot organization together a few years ago. They've had some phenomenal drivers, and Andy Brass keeps the legacy alive. He is a top gun in this sport, and you're going to see why right here. Trying to get the quick qualifying time. Attacks the truck. Oh! There's some kind of problem with that left lane. USA 1 had a problem, so did Brass. They're bouncing to the left for some reason.
What do you think it might be there, Arnie?
I don't know. It's either the suspension of the truck or the cars are landing on, Richard.
All right, we're going to have to keep an eye on that as we see a replay here of Bigfoot's qualifying run. Maybe you can see something as he really skied high.
Yeah, he aired it out. But, okay, what they did, they landed to the left side. The car they're landing on is just collapsing on them.
Watch him as he takes off, the most powerful engine in the sport of monster truck racing.
A completely different driving tactic because all the horsepower and everything is to the back of the truck. He just kind of gets it up and does a wheelie all the way across. His ideal run is just never let the front wheel sit down, Richard.
Army 5.13 seconds, but I think I heard a problem on that gravedigger. See if you can see it on the replay. I definitely heard a noise change as he came across a set of junk cars here.
Okay, pulls the wheels up. Now, right now is exactly the way he wants to be. The front end up. It settles a little bit. Dials in the horsepower. We're keeping an eye out for some blue smoke. We've had a problem all year long with this truck making too much horsepower. He actually breaks equipment. The red light shining on the gravedigger. There's the blue smoke. Something did let go, Richard Leak.
Possibly in the transmission. We know Dennis has had problems with the transmission before. But here we go with our first side-by-side duel. It's going to be Bigfoot, Andy Brass taking on the Jersey Outlaw, and Mike Wine.
Mike Wine draws one of the toughest trucks in the country for his first competition. Bigfoot will advance.
Easily.
Yeah, very easily. Wine doing some heads-up driving. We're standing at the end of the track, Richard. It's awfully tight down here.
The old meaning the veteran, Jesse Berge playing for keeps. Chevrolet against the new, the rookie, Danny Tassoni. Star Monster, it's a Chevy also.
Now, Danny Tassoni with the Star Monster is an unknown commodity. He doesn't run the circle with us that much, but he does run good. He's going to be around for one more round of eliminations, Richard.
He not only runs good, he runs good enough to move on in this competition in Toronto. Danny Tassoni, the rookie out of Syracuse, New York, with the upset win. Dave Wysorek, Nightlife 2 Chevrolet against Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher Chevy.
Richard, this reminds me of two bullies standing toe-to-toe. Both powered by Chevrolet. Both of them are all pros. The question is, who's going to win it? Yellow. Carolina Crusher will be back.
Gary Porter out of Wadesboro, North Carolina, gets the easy, well, it wasn't really an easy win, though, was it, Arnie?
I'll tell you, Wysorek, you got to watch this kid all the time. That was a toss-up round.
A Chevy 468 cubic inch engine going up against Bigfoot the Ford with 540 cubic inches of power.
The big question, can Bigfoot win 2 in a row in Toronto, Canada? Porter's going to try to put him away. Side by side, a perfect start for both of them. Bigfoot hits the jump first. Richard, who took the win? Oh, we've got a problem on the very end.
It was Bigfoot the winner, but as they came across the finish line, Gary Porter veered to the right, and his right front tire smacked into the rear end of Bigfoot. But the winner, Andy Brass and Bigfoot for the second straight week in Toronto.
Well, all the Chevrolet people, you can be proud of this young man. He came out of the state of Carolina, and you laid down one fine shot. Nothing to be ashamed of, Gary.
Thank you. I was satisfied with the run. Bigfoot's a very good truck, and Andy a very good driver, and I thought it done pretty good.
If you had anything to do different, would you do anything different?
I think I would have lined up, headed for the cars a little different.
By heading for the cars, I don't understand. Explain that to me.
I don't think I was lined up exactly straight there at the line, and I should have been angled to the left a little more.
Well, I tell you what, all these Canadian fans love the Chevrolet product. They were really pulling for you this evening. I'm sure they're going to be watching it the rest of the year. Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the tour.
Thank you.
Andy, come in here a second, young man. Well, for many years, Bigfoot was #1. They lost that title last year, but they're working their way back, and this is the man that's doing it for them, Andy Brass. We keep talking about him coming after you, close races and everything, but you're kind of like a gunfighter, son, aren't you? You just stay cool, calm, collective, and you do what you have to do, and that's win it one race at a time.
Yeah, like I say, one of the things is being consistent. We're trying to be just, I'm trying to lay down all my runs about the same amount of time each run, and like I said, just trying to just be cool about it and do your thing, that's about all you can do.
Well, I want to congratulate you, and I want to congratulate Bob Chandler. Bob Chandler, the man that started the Bigfoot craze, has always had a tremendous knack of picking good drivers, and believe me, this kid's good.
As we look back at a replay of this championship race, it was very, very even at the start, Army.
Well, both of them went over the first jump together, but Bigfoot actually got to the cars first, and then when he came across, like you say, Porter came to his right, and that showed some super driving. I want you to watch. Bigfoot launches first. Now, Porter's a little bit out of shape. He said he would line up different. I can see why now at the replay.
And there he comes across the finish line. Now, what would make him veer right there is the contact. What would make him veer there to the right?
When he landed, the suspension absorbed and it just kind of sprung him to the right, kind of like jumping on a trampoline to somebody standing on the side. Instead of going straight up, you go left or right. But Andy Brass, that kid's a good driver. He stayed calm, cool, and drove it right up to the gate. We're definitely dealing with professional drivers. Then we bounce. Now, you got to remember, Bigfoot, we've been here on 2 occasions. Bigfoot is 2 for 2. Who can bump him off?
This was his 3rd shot in Toronto as we brought it to you here on Tough Tracks. In the semifinals, putting Clydesdale away quite convincingly.
What lane did he do it out of, Scott? That's what's interesting. I don't think you can pry that guy away from the right side of the track. He's built a nest over there. Bigfoot.
Jersey Outlaw was able to advance over Carolina Crusher because Carolina Crusher jumped the start. In the final, I don't think it really matters who came out against Bigfoot. In Toronto, it was all the foot, Army.
Foot, like we say, he just built a nest. The fans got to see some super races. Andy Brass showed definitely he is going to be a force to contend with.
Look at this new look of Andy Brass. Bigfoot from St. Louis, Missouri. He has decided if he's going after the national championship in 1989, he wants to look rough and rugged. And he's debuted this new look tonight, but it's the same old Bigfoot.
Well, you know, we were talking the other day about what people call Bigfoot. The drivers who run against him call it the devil with the blue dress on. And Andy Brass doing a drive, and you're going to see why in just a moment. A little bit rough qualifying shot. He gets some good air. Qualifying time looks real good, Richard.
All right, he's trying to beat 7.03, and he did it easily. 6.13 for Andy Brass and Bigfoot. It's Rod Litzow, USA 1, carrying the Chevrolet banner.
Keep an eye on him. Everybody's watching. Takes a good shot. Bam! Looking super strong. He's going to make a great qualifying run with that True Value Hardware Chevrolet, Richard.
He makes a super qualifying run. He is our top qualifier. From Marvin Smith in the championship. And let's get ready. Side by side, it's Bigfoot, Andy Brass, and Jesse Berge playing for keeps and no contest.
Andy Brass. Oh, some heads-up driving. Believe me, you know, this is no carnival. This is competition. And Andy Brass was driving it right out the other end of the building if he had to take that win.
Let's see a replay of this. Andy Brass had the lead right from the beginning, but what made him sky coming up here at the end, Army?
Okay, watch him right now when he sets down and bounces to the right. Now he's got to keep the foot in the throttle. Your natural instinct would be to say to hit the brake to stop. No, you've got to throttle up on these things to get them squared away.
Taking on the only Dodge in the competition, Mopar Magic and Gary Wiggins.
Green light comes on. John Moore is due. Everybody knows his car's going to come up, and look at this. This could be the night. John Moore seems to have found the trick combination out of that right lane for the Ford.
John Moore, and no problem, got the win, but boy.
Litzow, the kid, the rookie, the national champion. Watch him. He's going to try to air out that big white Chevrolet on the right side. If anybody can get a lot of air, it's going to be Litzow. Whoa! Maybe no more.
Sounded like stereo there, Army. Litzow gets the win in USA 1. He moves into the semifinals with that beautiful 1988 Chevrolet Silverado. Here's Army.
Can you win this thing in New York City?
I'm going to give it my best. I think I can.
That's not good enough. Are you going to win, yes or no?
Yes, I will.
The Stomper Chevrolet, a lot of kids around the country had their little Stomper monster truck toys they got under the Christmas tree this year. He is taking on another dandy of a Chevy driver, John Breen of Mad Dog.
John Breen came out like a rocket in the left lane, but look at Smith come back on him. Marvin Smith got to have a big grin on his face during this interview. I'm heading that way, Richard.
I thought he had lost it. I thought John Breen had the upset. I thought wrong. Your winner is the Stomper.
Okay, Marvin, what happened on the run? They looked violent out there.
Well, what happened was, I think when I came off the first set of cars, my front drive shaft pulled out of socket, and I was running on the rear wheels, and I hit the cars, and it got squirrely on me. I had to gas and pull it out.
Okay, I want you to look over your right shoulder. Look at the damage you did right there where the left front wheel dug in. That had to be a scary feeling.
It was. I didn't know where it's going to go. All you can do is hang on and do your best to drive it out. That's all we get paid for.
Well, we'll let you and the crew get back. See you in the next round of elimination.
Thank you very much.
And here we go. It's Ford against Ford. Bigfoot, Andy Brass taking on John Moore, and no problem. It ought to be an easy race for Bigfoot the way he's been running.
Well, Richard, not going to be the case. John Moore pulls both triggers and puts Bigfoot away.
Upset of the season.
What a run. And the people are loving every minute of it, Richard. What a run.
I am stunned right now with that win by John Moore.
Well, it's got to be considered one of the major upsets of the year. John Moore, congratulations. You got these people standing and cheering.
Thank you very much. I sure do appreciate it. I really didn't believe I was in it, but I don't know. We must have took a bad turn or something.
He took kind of a strange bounce, but you were ahead of him when he was in trouble. I mean, you jumped and went out on him, John.
Well, all I was doing was looking ahead to see what we were doing. I tried to do the best I could.
The truck feel good for the night? Can you win this thing?
I don't know. I really don't know. I'm going to try. We're going to give it a shot.
Now, I'm going to ask you again, yes or no? Are you going to win this event tonight?
We're going to go for it. Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get them.
Let's go back side by side. It is Carolina Crusher Gary Porter against Bennett Clark and Clydesdale. Georgia against North Carolina.
Whoa! Foul start. Bennett Clark Well,
That's a no-no.
you can't blame him. I tell you what happened. He was beaten by this truck in the previous round. What he thought he could do was if he left, Al Goss may turn the light at the same time he left. Not the case. Porter waits patiently on the starting line. We'll see Porter again. We will not see Clydesdale.
It is Stomper against USA 1.
Well, Richard, a moment ago, Ford against Ford, no problem, pulled the upset. Now Marvin Smith's trying to do the same thing, and he's not going to do it. Litzow is here to play hardball. Whoa, some good... Richard, we're standing at the end of the track, and these guys are scaring us to death tonight.
Litzow, Rowdy Rod is moving into the championship round with that resounding win over Stomper.
Well, it's definitely turned into a street fight in New York City, but son, you're going to the finals of this thing.
Yeah, I don't know. The track has got a little hole in there, and it comes out doing a wheel stand like that, but I think we're getting some fast times. I think I have it.
Okay, where's the hole located?
Well, when I come out of the first set of cars, I come out of a bounce, and my front end doesn't hit the ramp. My back tires hit the ramp, causing me to do this dive a little, then it'll come into a wheel stand.
Rod Litzow with a wild and woolly win. He is moving to the championship round, the championship race. USA 1. Rod Litzow against Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher.
Richard, at this point in time, only the strong survive. A Chevrolet's going to win. Which Chevrolet? We're going to find out in about 2 more seconds. I can't tell from my viewpoint at the end of the track. We could not tell who the winner was.
Topside, the word comes. USA 1 has done it. He is back in the winner's circle. The defending national champion has won it in Long Island, New York.
Rod Litzow, USA 1, takes a very, very close race. Rod, it looked like the engine went away on you on the final run. What happened?
Yeah, in that first bounce, the blower blew off in the middle of the cars, and I don't even understand why it ran to pull me across the finish line. It got one more kick out of it, just enough to push it through.
Well, Gary Porter, you made a lot of people in New York awfully proud of you this evening. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. You are definitely on your way.
Thank you. Well, I got a little crooked there on the left side of the cars and went off of them, and Rod's a good driver.
Chevrolet's looking awfully good tonight in New York State, weren't they?
Yes, this is just the start of 89, too.
Congratulations, fellas. A job well done for both of you.
Chevrolet, number 1.
Against your competition in that first round of elimination, Brass comes out, makes a good run. He attacks the track. Look at this. And he's only qualifying. It ought to be a quick time.
A very quick time as we get word, 5.26 seconds. Is there any question about Andy wanting to put it all together tonight?
This is the big one. This is what it's all about. Marvin Smith, he also looking for his first win of 1989, lines up. Al Goss squares him on the starting line. We're looking for Green, trying to qualify. Who's going to have quick time? We're going to find out as the session starts to wrap up. And problems for the Stomper, but he dials back in.
Almost sounded like he missed a gear or
Yeah,
something.
I have no idea what happened there, Richard.
His qualifying time, 7.26, so that's a full 2 seconds slower than the established lead time set by Bigfoot. Built and owned by Everett Jasper out of Spring Lake Park, Minnesota, it flies the True Value flags.
Flies the American flags on the back, on the side, red, white, and blue Chevrolet Litzow. Puts it back together for a good run. Oh, a good Richard there, really attacking that final set of cars.
5.46 for Rod Litzow. That is now going to move him into the number 2 spot as top qualifier. Bigfoot, of course, holding down number 1 thus far. It is the Grave Digger, Dennis Anderson. Get ready for a real show.
The red lights are on. The Grave Digger's in town. A unique driving style. Look at that. Awesome. It's like a jet, Richard.
Whoa, look out, Army. Whoa, you are right down there at the end of the track. I know. He was headed right for you. Look at that time. 5.59 for the Grave Digger.
What a run. I tell you, it's like looking down the double barrel of a shotgun down here, Richard. These guys are really laying it out, trying to qualify. Now, you notice when he comes out, look at all the smoke come out from the vehicle. Anderson literally attacks the cars. Just goes with reckless abandonment. Look at that. No regard for the wall at the end of the track. He's running about 45 miles an hour straight at the wall, and he shuts her down. This might be the time he does it. Leaves the starting line real good. Boy, Richard, it's amazing how smooth these fellas are.
Get this, Army. 5 5.03. Carolina Crusher is our top qualifier. He has knocked off Bigfoot into the #1 spot. Gary Porter has come through with Carolina Crusher against the Mad Dog, John Breen of Chevrolet.
More in the Ford out of Tennessee. He'll be working a far lane. Meanwhile, the Mad Dog Chevrolet, John Breen, feeling like this could be the night for him, and I see why. Breen has found a whole lot of horsepower he's been looking for all year long. Breen's going to be coming back with that Mad Dog Chevrolet, Richard.
Our next pair coming out is Carolina Crusher, the yellow Chevrolet of Gary Porter, and he is taking on the pretty and pink Clydesdale of Bennett Clark, also in his Chevy.
Porter qualified like a rocket. He takes off right where he left off. He'll be back. Look at that. Boy, Richard, they're running us down into the corner down here. We're standing at the end of the track, and they're coming through there mile an hour and quick.
Your winner, Carolina Crusher and Gary Porter.
Look who comes out. You know, everywhere we go, this vehicle has to be the crowd favorite. Matter of fact, two of the favorites going side by side. The Gravedigger and Taurus Rex. Look at Anderson with the Gravedigger. Richard Leake, he just attacks that track, doesn't he?
Not one of his more exciting runs, but good enough to win it. Dennis Anderson out of Chesapeake, Virginia gets the win, and Gravedigger.
But he's driving so hard on the end of the track, it is amazing. He's driving all the way past the finish line. And believe me, this wall down here is getting awfully close to the front of that Chevrolet. It's a good run.
Even race. Oh, what a race. The winner finally declared is going to be no problem an upset. A big upset as John Moore has done it the second week in a row. Last week he knocked off Bigfoot. Today it's Carolina Crusher.
Tough break, quick qualify. You still got a good smile on your face. You know you're coming around. That was a great race.
I'm coming around when I lined up down there. Something happened to my rear steering, and I didn't know if I broke a rear steering cylinder or what it was, so I sort of let off of it a little bit.
John, congratulations. This could be your weekend, son.
I don't know. It's looking pretty good.
That was awfully close out there.
Yeah, I really thought he had it. I wasn't sure.
Well, Richard, this is the type of competition you're going to see at any TNT Motorsports monster truck race. The best monster trucks going head-to-head. Who's going to represent the Chevrolet camp in the next round? I don't know. They leave side by side. Mad Dog is putting on one run. Richard!
He did it! Mad Dog has pulled off another upset. Oh, what a race. The winner, John Breen and Mad Dog. Upsets continue here in the Nassau Coliseum, Long Island, New York. John Breen, oh boy, is he happy as he just knocked off the defending TNT Motorsports National Champion. He is going to move into the semifinals.
Dennis, in qualifying, you lost the front drive shaft. You've been through one round of elimination with two-wheel drive only. How's that going to affect the future of this afternoon's competition?
Well, I'm not going to be able to run as strong as I really want to because not having a front drive shaft, we know we've seen trucks flip without the front drive shaft, not having, you know, the front wheels turning, so I'm going to have to run a little bit easier than I really want to.
Well, there you see the broken piece Dennis talks about. That is his drive shaft, which means Dennis Anderson only has rear-wheel drive as he is facing Gary Wiggins and Mopar Magic. A dangerous situation.
Very dangerous, Richard. I'll tell you. He's going to make it. That was just some heads-up driving right there. Luck, I think, played an important part of that run, Richard Lee.
Dennis Anderson faces danger and says, yeah, I'll take you on. The Gravedigger has done it again with no front drive shaft. Dennis Anderson is going to move into the semifinals. Clydesdale cannot make it out of the pits.
Clydesdale will not make the call. Richard, this is going to give Bigfoot his second bye run of the day. However, when you go to the bank on Monday morning, they don't care how many bye runs you had. They just want to know if you won, and that's what Brass is trying to do. Put that big blue Ford back in the winner's circle.
So Bigfoot has made it to the semifinals. Well, let's let the fight begin, as they say. It is John Moore, the Ford, no problem. Mad Dog Chevrolet and John Breen, and it's Breen with the lead.
John Breen is going like a man possessed. He's going to go for his first win, Richard. He's going into the final with a Missouri-based Mad Dog.
John Breen has done it, moving into his first championship race of 1989 in the Chevrolet.
Final round, Bigfoot or Gravedigger. Do you have a preference as to who you're going to go against?
I would say Bigfoot's going to win it. The Gravedigger don't have a front drive shaft, so I believe I can hook him. If I get out of the hole good, he can't catch me.
John Breen does sound like a man possessed tonight, but who is he going to face? Either Andy Brass and Bigfoot the Ford or the handicapped Gravedigger machine of Dennis Anderson.
Don't count Anderson out. Brass knows that. You watch it. I'll guarantee you that blue Ford's going to go just as hard as he can. Brass leads the right lane. The final is set Bigfoot.
All right, so Andy Brass is the winner in Bigfoot, and he is going to move on into the championship round. That is George Smith, the crew chief of the Bigfoot operation, saying, hey, way to go, Andy. He is a man on a mission tonight. My choice is Mad Dog as we get ready to rock and roll in New York.
Boy, this building is pumped. Everybody's on their feet. This is it. This is what it's all about. Breen comes out. Brad goes after. Brad takes the win.
Mad Dog had him at the start. He got a little loose going over the junk cars. The winner is going to be Andy Brass and Bigfoot, the Bad Breen brothers. It is John Breen, Mad Dog. He is driving a Chevrolet Blazer, kind of a modified Blazer, but it is in fact a Chevy Blazer.
Left the start line like a rocket. Richard Leak, we might have quick time. I don't know, but it was an awfully good run.
You know, last week when we interviewed him, oh, look at there.
Yeah.
5.19. He takes over as our top qualifier.
I think the engine has been 90% of his problem. He's making so much horsepower. 2,000 horsepower, you're trying to yank around about 13,000 pounds. That's got to come back to haunt you. But wherever he goes, the crowd, look at that.
Look out!
That's why the crowd loves him. Oh.
Boy, am I glad I wasn't a passenger in the Gravedigger.
Well, I tell you, we're standing down here at the end of the track. We need to get a sponsorship by a tennis shoe company if he's going to keep running, because this guy was putting everybody up into the bleachers.
Army, correct me, I may be wrong, but I thought it looked like he did not have front-wheel drive on that vehicle coming down.
Well, Richard, what it is, he has to drive so different from anyone else because the engine is located all the way to the rear. He's got to get the front end up. He's almost like walking a dog. He's got to put it on the back wheels to make it work. He attacks the track like no other driver in the sport, but the landing, he comes down hard, blowing out the right rear tire. However, I believe he and the crew will be able to get it fixed for the first round.
So we're going to kick it off with Bigfoot taking on John Moore, and no problem. That is Andy Brass and Bigfoot, Ford against Ford.
Andy Brass comes out. He qualified 0.4 of a second quicker than Moore, and it showed right there. Brass marches on. Could this be the start of another winning march for Bigfoot? We don't know. Who's coming out now? We know one Ford's going to advance called Bigfoot. Stomper comes out. Who's he going to be going up against, Richard?
Well, that is Marvin Smith and Stomper, and he is going to be facing one of the Bad Breen brothers. This is Bob Breen and the Wild Hair Chevrolet. On paper, it ought to be an easy win for Stomper.
Yeah, but Richard, you don't win races on paper. However, he will advance. Smith, he's smart. He's driving the track awfully smart. He's not really attacking it. I think he's looking down the road at the next round of eliminations.
A nice smooth run and a nice good win for Starvin' Marvin Smith. It is Gary Porter, Carolina Crusher. He's out of North Carolina taking on Jesse Berge and the Chevy playing for keeps out of Michigan.
Both drivers lead side by side to Carolina. Oh, look, you're talking smooth. That was a beautiful, that was a picture-perfect run, Richard.
And a picture-perfect win for Gary Porter. You know, Army, I think he could be one of the top 5 drivers in the country right now.
Oh, I definitely agree with that. And each week he's getting used to the new truck. Each week he's closing in, closing in, closing in.
Dennis Anderson, Gravedigger, taking on the hometown guy, Gary DeMauro. Taurosaurus Rex ought to be a heck of a war.
They leave the lineup. Richard, it looks like Anderson's in two-wheel drive only. The rear wheels were the only ones spinning with horsepower during that shot.
But who cares if you're a fan? What a show Dennis Anderson out of Chesapeake, Virginia, and Gravedigger just put on.
Andy Brass knows that. I look for Brass to make a good leave and to stay steady. Anderson is almost trying to fake him into a win. Let's see what's going to happen.
But remember, Gravedigger has 1,800 horsepower of engine going for him, so look for a win. Maybe no.
Bigfoot did exactly what he had to do. Andy Brass was not intimidated one bit. He will move on to the next round of eliminations. However, major problems developing in that left lane with the Gravedigger.
Dennis Anderson has broken down again, and there you see the problem. It is the rear drive shaft that has broken, and Army, the black cloud continues to hang over the Gravedigger.
And it's really strange. It's eerie, Richard, as we sit and watch the red light sitting patiently right in the middle of this arena with 20,000 people, and there it sits, not able to move. Richard, you might not be able to say that in a minute. John Breen is almost destined tonight. It's amazing the confidence he has. He's got quick qualifying time. He's comfortable in the lane. This could be big for him. Breen comes out. He's going for, look at this. John Breen puts away Bigfoot. He'll be going into the final for the first time this year. He is pumped up.
John Breen with his first ever win He does it in a big way. Bigfoot got a jump on him at the starting line, but the awesome power of the Chevrolet comes through for the win. It is John Breen, the winner.
And you're going to the finals. These people in New York are behind you 100%. A beautiful run.
Well, I'm not going to let him down, I hope, anyway. It's the first time I've beat a Bigfoot truck.
Well, congratulations to you. In this sport, everybody wants to beat him. That is your first defeat of a Bigfoot vehicle?
Yeah, I've come real close time after time. That's the first time I put one down.
Maybe you're turning your luck around here.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Porter has moved him over to the right lane. He's going to be running a different course. Porter going after an upset. Let's see what's going to happen. It is awfully close.
Very close at the finish line. I am looking down at the TNT official right now, waiting for the word. It is Rod Litzow. USA 1 has done it. He has beaten Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher. USA 1 moves to the championship.
Well, I want to congratulate both of these young men on a super run, but Rod, we received word at this random replay, you are going to the final.
I knew it was close. I knew it was going to be a tight race, but I'm pushing as hard as I can right now. I was glad to win.
John Bream seems to have found the handle on that Mad Dog. He wants you awfully bad tonight. Can you hang on and win it?
Yeah, I know. It looks like we're going to be going for blood on the next one.
He believes in himself. He knows he can win it. However, Litzow goes back to the other lane. Bream comes out on him. This is it. Richard, a major upset. First win of the tour for Mad Dog.
John Breen has done it. First off, he knocks off Bigfoot for the first time in his career, and now he gets his first ever championship, this one in New York.
Going to the bank on Monday morning. That's got to make you feel good.
Yeah, they'll probably be waiting on me.
John Breen, a happy guy as Mad Dog gets his first ever win over Bigfoot, then whips the defending champion, USA 1 for the second week in a row.
Well, we told you about John Breen and his brother having a research and development program. It's paid off, Richard.
Then we went to our final program coming your way on Tough Tracks from Long Island's Nassau Coliseum. The semifinal round has Carolina Crusher against Bigfoot. You talk about another of the matchups that people want to see when they come through the door. Here's one of them, the Crusher and Bigfoot.
One thing that was interesting, in the previous race, Bigfoot was pushed over into the left lane. That was not the case. Andy Brass had to do some heads-up driving as he was running a camera crew into the track. A little bit of a fire breaks out on the truck as a result of a broken brake line.
They get it put out quickly, though. No problem there as Bigfoot with the problem in the brake line. Carolina Crusher beat him, though, and we're going to get a look at it one more time. The Crusher with a great run. Gary Porter out of Wadesboro, North Carolina, comes out, and you can see he got a great start.
Both drivers doing an extremely good job of driving, because you got to remember they're running straight at the wall down at the end of the track. You can notice the film crew down here with us. Everybody jumping for high ground. But Bigfoot did have a problem. The problem being all these other monster trucks are catching him.
And they're really going after him.
He is going to be a contender for the national championship this year. Meanwhile, Marvin Smith, they call him Starvin' Marvin, working at left side of the track. He wants to show that he's going to be a player for the championship. But John Bream, believe me, was on a roll in New York City.
Boy, he flat whip stomper in that one as Mad Dog moved into the finals. So it's Mad Dog and Carolina Crusher, a sensational matchup coming up. John Breen, who had been great throughout the weekend in Long Island.
Could we have a first-time winner, or could John Bream come back and win 2 in a row on Long Island? We're going to find out right now. Scott Douglas.
Line them up on the right-hand side of your screen, or the left-hand side of the track as the trucks work it. Carolina Crusher out of Wadesboro, North Carolina, and Gary Porter. And then John Breen, as we've talked about, Mad Dog coming off the biggest win of his career in the previous week's show. Mad Dog gets a good start, but look at Carolina Crusher. Just puts him away. Problems for Mad Dog, and Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher gets that big first win of 1989, and he does it in front of the big crowd in the Big Apple, Nassau Coliseum, Long Island, New York. Was just getting ready for this, the start of the point season, and we did it in Chicago. Stomper on his qualifying run really had a wild one.
Well, Marvin Smith showing what a premier driver he is. Had you and I been in that vehicle, we'd have been in trouble. And the reason being, as we see the replay here, we'd have had a tendency to back out of the throttle. And notice what he does. The left front wheel is screaming.
The pursuit for a second straight national championship continues for Rod Litzow in USA 1. Now he's up against Nightlight.
Everybody keeps an eye on a USA 1 truck. Litzow, he's the king of the sport. Comes out, attacks the track. He's an attacker. A big bounce. Oh, he's up. He's in trouble, Scott.
It's awful slick over there. And he went into the concrete arm.
He went into the concrete about 3 or 4 feet from us. The front end of the truck is buried in the concrete wall. Well, the wall's gone. Boy, this is a war inside this building in Chi-Town.
Well, you can see the officials trying to get around there and look and
see if Rod's okay and the truck's okay. Wow, what a finish to that one between USA 1. Rod got the win over Dave Wachorek in Nightlife, but you can see there he pops out. Army's going to get down there and get to Rod Litzow as the crowd roars its approval of the USA 1 truck.
Rod Litzow just took one of the wildest rides we've seen all year long. Everything looked good until you got over onto the concrete part of the surface. What happened?
Well, once I hit to the concrete there, when you lock the tires up with this little bit of dust you have on the concrete, it's just like ice. It just went into like a slide, like you're riding on ice, and there's no way of stopping me.
Well, you're okay. Will the truck be able to come back and compete in the next round?
I don't know. We'll have to take it out and see what kind of damage I did. It's hard to tell right now.
The walls came tumbling down for USA 1 in that race, but Rod Litzow was not done yet. He comes back in the semifinals the same night and gets into even more trouble.
Everybody's going to keep an eye on the USA 1 Litzow. Problems a moment. Oh, look at here. He's coming on. A strong. Scott, we're in trouble down on this end.
They can't get it stopped, and again, he's in the wall. As you can see, USA 1 for the second time tonight has hit the wall, but this time, I think he really racked it a lot harder than he got it the first time. Army trying to get over there as the USA 1 and Rod Litzow, all the officials, and the other drivers are wanting to get over and get a look and see if Rod Litzow is okay. You can see some of the drivers right now. There's John Moore climbing up to get a look. See if they can get some help to get Rod out of the USA 1 truck. He got into the concrete the first time he ran, or the second run of the night, but this time he really got into it hard, as you can see here at the end of the Chicago Amphitheater. There's Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher pilot, climbing up on the other side. As you can see, the concern on everybody's face over Rod Litzow, the defending national champ, got in serious trouble at the end of this run, could not get stopped. As we talked about earlier, it's a little slick at the end of the track here at the Chicago Amphitheater, and he got carried right into the wall once again. Now they do have the door open on the other side, and we'll see if they can get Rod out. Apparently, if you will, the passenger side door. There you can get a good look at the windshield and how smashed it is. So a serious accident for Rod Litzow at the end of the run, and right now it's just a matter of concern. Everybody worried and hoping that Rod Litzow is okay as the safety. And there he is. Rod Litzow is coming out of the truck, and that'll bring a roar from this crowd at the Chicago Amphitheater. What a wild run. The defending national champ waves to the crowd. He looks shaken as the officials and the other drivers all getting kind of pushing him on, say, you okay? And everybody saying, wow, what a ride. Army Armstrong is down there, and hopefully we'll be able to get a word as Army's going to make his way over to the defending national champ who's had some wild rides, but that one's going to go down as one of the wildest he has ever been in. Let's see if Army can talk to Rod Litzow right now.
Right now, Rod Litzow is working with the EMT crew here in Chicago. Rod, real quick, we understand they're going to take you in to check you out to make sure you're okay. How do you feel you are?
I feel like I'm okay, but just to make sure everything's okay.
I'll tell you what, we appreciate the medical crew and what they've done. I'm sorry for the bad luck. It's a heck of a way to start a year. So Rod Litzow, USA 1, not the ending you wanted tonight. Rod, we'll let you get in the ambulance. Thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
Shaken, but we're glad he's okay. Rod Litzow in USA 1. He won that race, but won't be able to return. So that's going to put Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher into the finals. The defending champion getting off on the wrong foot as 1989 got underway. But getting off on the right foot was Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger. Here's how he called the finals that day. Back at the Chicago Amphitheater, Army Armstrong, this is what they came to see, the championship round, and it is Gravedigger and Carolina Crusher.
Chevrolet side by side to see who will win that all-important first race for the National Point Championship in 1989. Two friends until right now they're enemies. Both want to take a win. Both powered by Chevrolet. Who's it going to be? Dennis Anderson back in winning form with the Gravedigger.
What a start for Dennis Anderson from Chesapeake, Virginia. The Gravedigger Chevrolet has marched into Chicago and come away with the points lead for 1989. He gets that first big race victory. And here comes the one they all come to see, Army. Gravedigger, Dennis Anderson out of Chesapeake, Virginia.
You know, Scott, it's really amazing when he comes in the building with those red lights, those beady red lights, the crowd just kind of takes a deep breath because they know something's going to happen. In this case, Dennis Anderson, the Gravedigger, won last week's show, currently your national points leader, would love to get quick qualifying time, and look at this. He literally attacks the track, wheels up. What a shot, Scott.
And it was a great shot. No air under him, but yet he got superb speed. We'll check the time, but they've got one they got to try and beat. 4.29.
Truck, it's amazing, the physical aspects of the truck. It's narrow. It's kind of awesome, literally, to look at. Now, Mark Brand's a new driver on his tour. Jeff Dane has put, he's got some problems. Transfer case completely let go. You notice he locks the rear wheels up, slides to a wall with a, look at that. He broke and still went 4.5, 4.52. And he had major problems on that run, Scott.
Isn't that incredible? He just really came awfully hard off the starting line.
Yeah, he left the starting line. You know, he's a rookie driver. He's new. I believe that could have caused the breakage. He got a lot of air when he was up in the air. He was on the throttle when it landed. Something had to give. Replay comes up and shows us exactly that. When he landed, problems right there for the youngster out of Texas. That is about a $2,000 pop. I don't believe we're going to see him in action this afternoon, Scott.
Well, you really hit it. You can really tell on that replay. The first shot onto the cars.
Now, John Moore had gained a reputation for kind of backpedaling and taking it easy. I think those days are gone. You watch him. He's coming after the Chevrolet. Look at the Ford go. It is a close race. Chevrolet looks like he's going to take a win, but believe me, Moore flat pushed him. He may be back in that quick loser bracket, Scott. Keep an eye on Bream. We told you the story about him. He's waited for years to have some horsepower. That is the case. Bream is sitting with it like a Cheshire cat. He's got a grin from ear to ear because for the first time in his monster truck career, he is a contender. And look at that. He completely dominates the mountain man in that left lane.
Boy, is he running tough. We'll keep our eye on Bob Breen and the Wild Hair as he goes up against David Morris from Springfield, Tennessee.
This is going to be an even race, I believe. Last week, you saw Smith have to come back from a near flip. Wow, you talk about a race. Look at this kid from Tennessee. Whoa, what a run. The equalizer definitely got his act together.
It looks like David Morris out of Springfield, Tennessee is beginning to serve just a little bit of notice. Hey, guys, I know Gravedigger, I know Carolina Crusher, I know even Wild Hair. They're getting the noise, but let's keep our eye on the equalizer because obviously David Morris has come loaded for the big guns today in Chicago.
It's going to be a Donnybrook. Any of these trucks can go into the final. One thing that I'm noticing, we're sitting on the end of the track watching, I believe there's definitely a difference. You watch the right side and the left side. The trucks that are coming off the right side of this track are not getting onto the car smooth. They're taking some really weird bounces. They're really getting a lot of air. Meanwhile, on the far side track, it seems to be smoother. See what I mean?
Boy, he's been smooth everywhere, though.
Gravedigger, nose down, went through. The Master Disaster, so much air, it had to kill him. He had to backpedal. So Anderson marches on another round.
Now we're going to get to watch Clydesdale going up against Equalizer right here.
We're going to find out right now if that long wheelbase works. Now, the Equalizer, he's about in between as far as the wheelbases go between the two trucks we saw, and whatever he's doing is working. That kid out of Tennessee keeps bumping up into the next round of elimination, Scott.
You know, there's some great matchups. I really think this is the one the folks in Chicago really came to see, and they get it in the semifinal.
This is going to be a war, and I tell you why. Qualifying was so important because Gravedigger had that quick time, and he goes back to the lane he's comfortable with. He'll be working the left side of the track. He pushes the Carolina Crusher over into the right lane. This is the first time the Crusher's had to run out of this lane. It has not been acting good. Let's see what's going to happen. The bounce is not right for the Crusher. Gravedigger will advance.
Kind of looks like a replay of last week's final, but it's a different race, same winner. Gravedigger with that detuned engine is able to do it again. Now, Army, we get to see Equalizer try and knock off Bob Breen, who's been outstanding in Wild Hair.
Remember, the Equalizer is the only truck that's won out of this right lane all afternoon long. This is a close race. Oh, I have no idea who won that. From our viewpoint, it was a toss-up.
Too close to call, and we'll just have to wait until they read it. The electronic eye will tell us who won between the green truck, Bob Breen, and Wild Hair did get the win over Equalizer. What a great race, and let's go ahead and take a look at it one more time. We'll come to the, if you will, end zone camera as they come right into your living room, and you'll see on this last surge, it indeed is the Wild Hair and Bob Breen getting the victory. So we got the final set up, and what a matchup it's going to be.
Bob, we understand this is not going to be the way you won in a final. You're all pumped up. Your brother comes over and said you have a problem with the front left suspension. What is it?
Yeah, I've got one of my U-boats pulled the threads out of it, and I've got a traction bar that busted the bolts off in it, and one end of it's just hanging on there.
Okay, now Dennis Anderson doesn't know about this. Are you going to go up there and play mind games with him and not let him know and try to make him make a mistake?
That's right. That's part of it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
What's that Kenny Rogers say? You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to run. Well, that's the game Bob's going to play right here. I'm going to tell you, Gravedigger's flat going to get after it, Army.
You know, you just referred to a musical tune. I'm going to refer to one myself. I think the Gravedigger's going to go through here like the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe, because he's sitting in his nest. He loves that left side. It's worked all night long for him. Bream, he told us he's not going to be a player for this thing. He's going to try to psych him out. I don't believe you're going to psych out the Gravedigger today in Chicago. This kid is destined for that second win of the year.
The sensationally popular Gravedigger, and Dennis Anderson from Chesapeake, Virginia, goes up against Wild Hare, ready to go at it with Bob Breen from Jefferson City, Missouri, and they are off.
I'll tell you, Hare went after him a little bit. He didn't let Anderson have a free ride, but Anderson's going to go to the bank on Monday morning with first place money.
For the second week in a row, Dennis Anderson and Gravedigger have come away winners, and what a great start this is on the TNT Challenge for 1989. Let's go to Army.
Well, Dennis Anderson, you lived up to what you said you were going to do. You made it 2 in a row, so you're going to definitely jump on top of this national points chase. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, we knew that our points were started, and I wanted to go ahead and get the points, you know, undercover here, so I wanted to line up with Bobby, and I did, and I put him away, and that's what I was here to do.
Well, we're going to let you get back to your wife and crew. Congratulations on the second win in a row. You're the man they're all going to have to come after. Once again, congratulations.
All right, thanks a lot.
We're going to bounce over here to Bobby. Bob, you were all excited before the run. The truck's running better than it ever has before, but something happened on that last run. Can you tell us what it was?
Well, I had trouble yesterday when I broke that front suspension, and I had it welded today. We got done just like 15 minutes after the show started, welding it. We really didn't have time to get a good weld on it, and when it broke that traction bar again, it made these bolts up here give way.
But you found what you were looking for, haven't you? I mean, it's there. It's just a question of if you hadn't have broken, you'd have been right in there with him.
Yeah, I think I could get him a good run for his money. If I'm going to get beat, I just need to get beat by one of the best, and he is.
Next week, can you get him?
Yeah, I'll have it done by then, ready.
Came out, and I want you to watch the truck when he makes his run. Watch the rear suspension. He had a good run going. He came over the first hill, but the front end went up on him, and when it did, it kicked on him real bad. It landed, and the right rear wheel assembly completely came off.
And you can hear the crowd in the background from that videotape. They absolutely went crazy when that happened. They loved it.
Well, they enjoyed it. You watch the landing now. He touches down once. It looks pretty clean. But when it comes down the next time, the nose in front and then the back settles, that was it. Broke the spindle right off of it. So Clark is going to be out of the competition, and that'll hurt him as we go on this national points chase. He will not receive any points this week.
Well, you know the story behind Bennett Clark, a former national champion rodeo bull rider. Well, another superstar monster is also on the sideline tonight, Army. Awesome Kong, with owner Jeff Dane aboard, came out to qualify, but he was sent back to the pit area by TNT officials.
Okay, Mike Speller, the TNT official, you can see him standing in front of the truck. He made the truck come out, lock all 4 wheels up, then hit the throttle, and what was happening, the front brakes would work or the rear brakes would work, but all 4 of them would never work at the same time.
Dennis, the Menace Anderson, has certainly been a menace to all the other guys thus far.
Well, they kind of picked on him in 1988. That was 1988. 1989, we've only had 2 events. He's won 2. He's going for 3 in a row. He's found the combination. Everybody knows it, but you're not going to be able to count John Moore out. He's going to give him a race. Moore ran a good race. The Gravedigger just ran an exceptional race.
Dennis, the Menace Anderson, Gravedigger wins another one in Chi-Town as we go down trackside with Army.
Okay, Dennis, you qualified out of the right lane, but you took lane choice and went to the left lane. Why'd you do that?
Well, the right lane kind of crossed me up a little bit, and I felt like the left lane is a better lane. I've won, 2 nights in the left lane, so I just want to stay in the left lane all I can.
Gary Porter's coming after you like a fast-moving freight. Can you hold him off tonight, or can you make it 3 in a row?
I don't know. I'm going to try to make it 3 in a row. We've been battling it all weekend. He's really got it out for me, but I've got it for him, too.
All last year, this truck was a guinea pig. The one closest to the camera, they used it as research and development. They found out what they wanted to find out. Now they've taken the horsepower and put it in this truck, and it seems to be working for Bream. However, like you say, Marvin Smith sitting off to his left is going to be a tough hombre to get by in this. Oh, Smith, we've got a problem. Yeah.
But the Stalker comes back and takes the win. Marvin Smith takes the win, but wait a minute.
Richard, I don't think they're going to let it stand. Wild Hare is going to be declared the winner by virtue of a false start. You notice we go back to the replay.
I don't know about this call, Army.
Well, Alan Goss, right on the starting line, the Renegade track official. What happened when they put the truck in gear, the torque converter locked up and pushed it maybe 2 or 3 inches, but that is forward motion. That's considered leaving the starting line. Morris is the kid that everybody's going to be watching out for this year. This truck is completely different as far as the theory behind it. It has coilover springs. The engine is located behind the driver and low for a real low center of gravity. A lot of people think that David Morris is going to be the man to beat this year. That's a strong possibility. Look how smooth he is off of that right side of the track, Richard. That's the first win we've had off of that right side.
So Dangerous David Morris and the Equalizer Chevrolet gets another win under the belt. Dave will now move into the quarterfinal round of competition, and he's going to move over to Army.
Well, David, you're going to the next round of eliminations, and notice that the builder of the truck is already headed back to the pit area with it. Did you have any kind of problems on that run?
Yeah, I don't know if carburetors are loading up on it or what. Still having a little problem with keeping my engine running, so I have to get him to take it out for me. Shut it off, I might not be able to get it started.
That is Gary Porter, the driver of Carolina Crusher. I think he's found him a replacement hood for his car, Army.
Yeah, a part-time auto repairman there. What he's doing, he's getting that hood out of the way. That's a safety move. I like it.
2 Chevrolets, Army.
Porter sitting in the far lane. Quick qualifying time gave him lane choice. That could be awfully important, but Weissoric has really pushed him to the limits. The Crusher's going to advance, but believe me, Weissoric made him work for that, Richard.
So Gary Porter out of Wadesboro, North Carolina, takes that powerful Chevrolet into the semifinals.
The awesome red lights of the Gravedigger working the left side of the track. Spanier with the Master Disaster, really out of shape, stands it up.
A good run by Doug Spanier, but not good enough as Gravedigger will advance. And he is going to be facing Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher in the semifinals. And Gary Porter, a classic matchup. These 2 guys are after each other.
This could be one of the best matchups of the year. One of my questions have already been answered. Look who's in that left lane. Porter, the qualifying time helped him. But look, Porter goes out. He's going to advance. Richard, that's got to be considered an upset. 2-time winner Gravedigger will not advance in the competition this evening.
A major upset as Carolina Crusher and Gary Porter move to the championship.
Gary Porter done something everybody wants to do, son. You did exactly what you said you were going to do. You put the Gravedigger away.
I put him away. Me and him, we've been battling it out for a long time, and he'll win one weekend and I'll win one weekend, but I'm going to take the points overall this year.
You qualified quick. You pushed him someplace he didn't want to go. Did you do that on purpose?
I tried to. The right lane I thought was the bad lane, so I put him over there.
I'm going to pick the kid out of Tennessee. The chassis is just working too good. He's the only truck working on the right side. Now, that's not taking anything away from Bream. He's running awfully good himself, but this kid out of the volunteer state is really making inroads in this sport, and he's going to be there, Richard. He'll be in the final, so the final is set, and it's going to be all Chevrolet.
And you called it right. Dangerous David Morris, the rookie driver, moves to the final round.
David, a rookie going to the finals. How do you feel about it?
Good.
You're working out of the right lane. Everybody says it's a bad lane. Nobody wants anything to do with it. You keep winning in it. I know he's going to push you over there. Does that bother you at all?
Oh, it makes me happy. I like this side.
Can you win this event tonight? You're looking awfully good.
It just depends on my timing coming over the dirt pile, getting good control once I've got over it, getting back in it.
Well, Richard, both of them are happy campers. They're both in the lane they want to be in, but one of them will be the winner. He's going to advance and really jump up in his national point chase. The question, like you say, the kid or the veteran, and the kid takes the win back to the volunteer stage.
Call him the Top Gun. He has got the right stuff. David Morris with his first win of 1989. This will move him up further in the national point standings as he is chasing Dennis Anderson and Gravedigger.
Richard, it's amazing. This kid out of Tennessee has opened a lot of eyes. 1989 is going to be a great year for monster truck racing. Now, the Gravedigger has found the combination. Richard, it has to be one of the most popular trucks that runs on this circuit with us.
Dennis the Menace Anderson and Gravedigger against Doug Spanier and Master of Disaster.
Wow.
Another easy win for the Gravedigger Army.
You know, it's kind of interesting. Doug Spanier made an awfully good run. Anderson was just so smooth, so quick. Neither of these trucks is supercharged, Richard, and it's kind of unique this day and time in this sport to be competitive with a non-supercharged engine. This is going to be a toss-up. Yeah, hold that one over that first.
Oh, I thought we had us a major upset.
Yeah, I tell you, this Chicago track has really put some thrill to us.
The Mad Dog and John Breen gets a win. And you know, Marvin is a former drag racer, so he's accustomed to this side-by-side competition.
You know, it's also interesting, he's also a former underwater Jeep racer. We'll explain that later.
Let's get ready now as they are off and running.
Richard, what a run. Smith's coming out like a rocket. We said he would. Richard, we've got some problems. Smith's going in the wall.
He has hit the wall. Marvin Smith has hit the wall. Army is down at the end of the track. He is running over. First of all, let's make sure Starvin Marvin Smith is okay. I see the door opening on the Monster Truck Chevrolet. The door opening. Marvin is out of the truck, but look at that wall. Unbelievable. Marvin Smith got the win, and then something happened to the truck. I don't know if his throttle hung up on him, if he lost his brakes, but he went through the wall, and he is down there with Army right now.
Real quick, Marvin, you're with the EMTs here. Are you okay?
I'm fine, I think.
Do you have any idea what happened?
For some reason, I lost my brakes at the last minute. I don't know what happened.
We're glad you're okay. Sorry to see it happen, son.
Thank you very much.
Well, the good news is Marvin Smith obviously shaken up but okay as the medical personnel is going to walk him back to the ambulance. There you see the extensive damage. Army, I know you were right down there. Could you tell exactly what happened?
No, I tell you, it looked like an awfully good run. He let the starting line good. He was in the lead. He wasn't out of shape, but at this point, right about now, he knew he was in trouble. You notice the wheels are not slowing down at all, like the brakes are not operating at all on that truck, and he came right into us.
And that is a double brick wall there at the end of the track, and you see the impact as he hit the wall. It knocked him backwards, but thank goodness Marvin Smith is okay, but it looks like the Stomper is out of competition.
He's going up against a man that has more horsepower than he's ever had before, that being the wild hair of Bream. Bream is what everybody's calling a good lane. Morris is the only kid that can win out of the right lane. Let's see what's going to happen, and Morris nails him right on the starting line. Richard, we're in trouble again. We got another one heading to the big end.
David Morris heads for the wall. I don't know if he hit anything. He went out of control after getting the win over Wild Hair. I don't know if he has hit anything or not. He is out of the truck now. Army is down there with him. Let's find out exactly what happened with the equalizer.
David, you had a few exciting seconds there, but you did an awfully good job. You stayed cool. You did great.
Well, I tried to use my head. I knew the throttle hung on it. It hung wide open. And only thing I could do, I slammed it in park, hit the kill switch on it at the same time, and it finally did stop. So I hope it didn't do any damage.
Well, it doesn't look like it did any damage, but I tell you what, that's a perfect example of good common sense. That's exactly what he used. He say calm, cool, and collective. This kid's going to be back another day.
Well, if you're a monster truck driver, period, you don't have any fears. You see the wall from earlier competition. The Stomper went through that end of the wall, and he is out of the... Wait a minute, Army. I see the Stomper coming through the tunnel. He can't be running, is he?
Yeah, what they're doing... Now, you got to remember, this is a points race, so if he comes out and makes one more run, he's going to pick up some points, and the Chevrolet people are on their feet.
Starvin Marvin Smith went through the wall earlier in competition. He has got the front end bent out enough where he can race to get those valuable Renegade TNT points. Oh, the crowd just loves the fact that Marvin Smith, competitive edge, comes through smoking it all to face Jeff Dane and Awesome Kong. I don't believe it sitting up topside, Army.
Boy, it's amazing. It's kind of like the Phoenix. He's coming back. Believe me, the point. He knows he's got some problems, but one more round now could really pay off when we get to the end of the year. If he can get some more points, boy, this is amazing. You can feel the electricity in the crowd. Awesome Kong says there almost nobody's even noticing him right now, and Jeff Dane is doing a super job. They're just amazed. The Stomper comes back. Dane's going to advance. And Smith,
pieces are flying off the Stomper machine, Army. I think we ought to give him bonus points just for coming out to race.
Well, I tell you what, he and Dick Tracy got something in common. They both got a lot of nerve. We're going to see how good a monster truck driver this kid is right now. He almost went through the wall. Let's see what he's made of. Definitely the right stuff. It didn't bother him a bit. He attacked. That's an awfully close race, Richard. I can't tell.
Well, it was dangerous. David Morris and the equalizer getting the win over Doug Spanier. So David comes back with nerves of steel.
Well, I say the best thing you can do when you fall off a horse is get right back on it and ride it. And that's exactly what you did. How did it feel to you, Dave?
Feels pretty good. I tried not to let that little incident bother me a while ago. I was ready for it this time just in case it did happen. But what happened a while ago was when I took that real hard landing, my foot buried on the throttle so hard that it bent the linkage, and where it goes through the floorboard, it would not come back up through the floorboard after it bent. And it was hung about half wide open. But I got it killed before it did any damage.
Well, we're back in our quarterfinal matchup here. Gary Porter, Carolina Crusher against Dave Wysork, and Nightlife ought to be a dandy of a race.
Yeah, both drivers line up. Both of them rely on a Chevrolet for horsepower. Wysork working at the left side, trying to make it work, but look at the Crusher coming out, Richard. Oh, one was down, one was up. I have no idea who won that race, Richard.
That makes two of us. We're going to have to get a replay here. Porter and Wysork pretty even there.
Yeah, but you notice Porter was up, and Wysork caught him. He stayed on the ground. I have no idea who won.
Dave Wysork, and the Nightlife gets him by a tire thread right there at the finish line.
Speaking of two theories, one of them likes to stay down and low, close to the vehicle to go on there. The other one likes the sky. What's going to happen? Look at the difference in the truck. The Gravedigger marches on.
Dennis Anderson moves to the championship again, but a good run by the Flying Texan, Jeff Dane, and Awesome Kong. It was not to be today.
The kid out of Tennessee looks awfully smooth in that right lane. Wysork, he's no slouch. He's going to push him to the limit. Coming out of the left lane. Both drivers clear the start, but look at this kid out of Tennessee. Boy, this kid is impressive.
David Morris, our last time out, won the championship. He's going to try to make it two in a row. There you see him acknowledging the great crowd here in Chicago.
Richard, everybody on that starting line right now is a winner in 89. Those are your number 1 and 2 trucks in the point standings. Let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be quick. They both leave side by side. Anderson pulls out a little bit. Morris trying to come back. Anderson takes... Wow, he's dominated in Chicago.
Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger has just won the 3rd time in 4 events of 1989, this time over the equalizer.
Dennis 3 wins, national points leader. Boy, what a difference a year makes.
Yeah, it does. You know, we finally got everything ironed out. We got a good combination going for us now. All we have to do is just keep our combination all through the season.
What do you think about this Morris kid? He reminds me of a fighter pilot. He stays cool, and he's going to be around for a long time, and I think he's going to be a thorn in your side before the year's over, Dennis.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely tough. And these guys, they've done their homework. They've come out with a different style monster truck that seems to be working super well for them. And they started out with a smaller motor, and they keep getting the motor a little bit bigger, but he's going to be tough.
All right, thanks, Army.
A lot of horsepower in both these vehicles, so the drivers are so critical because one little mistake, you're going to go on a trailer in this one. This is the final session in Chicago. Everybody wants to be a winner. Whoa, Moore has some problems. Master Disaster is going to advance. John Moore, I believe, had a transmission go away right on the starting line, Richard Lee.
It looked that way. John Moore in the Ford Bronco is going to be knocked out of the competition in Chicago with obvious mechanical breakdown there. From the looks of things, they're looking at the transmission up underneath it. As you saw, when the green light came on, John released the clutch, went to go, and it went nowhere. Running about the same size engine. One is a Dodge, though, and one is a Chevrolet.
Bob Breen with the rear engine Chevrolet on the far side has more horsepower than he's ever had before, and he knows how to use it. He's flat going to mess up that Dodge boy's birthday today.
So it's Bob Breen and the Wild Harry getting to blow out the candles on Mopar Magic and Gary Wiggins.
He comes over, wants nothing to do with that left lane. He goes to the right lane, so this truck is working where nobody else's truck will. This is kind of interesting, the amount of work these fellas put into these trucks and how they handle. And this kid out of Tennessee is not intimidated by that right lane at all. He just bangs into this next round of elimination.
That, you know, I enjoy the sport, you know, traveling, meeting the people, and just seeing the country.
Well, now let's see if Gary Porter can get a win. He's up against Bob Breen and Wild Hair.
Porter working the left side, comes out like a shot, bounces, but goes to the next round. Bob Breen did some heads-up driving, Richard. He got a little bit out of shape in that right lane.
If he had not turned to the right, he may have ended up in the wall. Gary acknowledging the thousands of fans here in the amphitheater. This ought to be a war right here.
It's going to be an old-time street fight where we're going to be looking at Jeff Dane, one of the old pros on the circuit. He wants to put this young kid away. The kid, the Gravedigger, is not going to have anything to do with it. Dane's in trouble, and the Gravedigger still goes after it.
Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger gets a tainted win, tainted in the fact that Awesome Kong has broken down. Army, being trackside where you are, could you see any obvious problems?
Yeah, what happened? The transmission went away. The torque converter, all types of liquid is coming out. So Awesome Kong, the dream race is not going to take place. now.
So Dennis Anderson will take a win any way he can get it this time. It comes because of breakage on Awesome Kong.
I didn't know anything until the race was over, but Awesome had a tough break, and I wish he could have made it because I love to beat him fair and square.
What happened to your truck when you came across the finish line? It was actually kiting sideways on it, kind of like a sprint car. You're kind of in a drift. What causes that?
I don't know. I think maybe I might have landed down on one wheel before I did the other, and I started getting in the brakes just a little bit, and it'll start slowing that wheel down, and it'll ring the truck around because we've had a lot of people getting this wall, and I've got a little bit of fear in the wall.
It's going to be an even shot, Richard. The kid in the right lane is working extremely well. He's where he wants to be. Carolina Crusher's where he wants to be. It's up to the drivers now. Both powered by Chevrolet. They get a good lead.
Whoa! What a close race, but David Morrison, the equalizer, comes flying through the air at the finish line to grab the win by maybe a tire.
Boy, literally, you were right when you said flying. He flew to that victory.
As a matter of fact, Gary Porter had him at the starting line, then Morris powers through for the win, and that is going to set up a heck of a championship race. And they're also number 1 and number 2 in the national point standing, so very important for the points race. We wait for the green light to come out in Chicago.
Last indoor event, who's it going to be? Tennessee or Virginia? The kid out of Tennessee leads good. Gravedigger comes back. Richard the Gravedigger, 4 out of 5 in Chi-Town.
So Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger avenges his only points loss of the year with a big win over David Morrison equalizer.
Well, both drivers, we're waiting down here on the track. Let me get over here with you fellas. That was one super event. Gravedigger took the win. Dennis Anderson, he goes out to the crowd cheer. Dennis, you are on a roll, son, and like we said earlier, what a difference a year makes. This time, 6 months ago, a year ago, everybody was picking on you, and now, man, they're staying away from you like the plague.
Yeah, you got it right. The guys back there in the pit are dreading me now, and I like that.
You're on top. You know everybody's going to be coming after you. How you going to win it?
It's going to be tough, but as long as we can keep running consistent, you know, we start running outdoor tracks. It's a little different than inside, but we've got a good combination going for us now. All we have to do is just, you know, gear up for different courses, and we'll get it. You'll get them.
All right, thanks, Army.
Anderson notoriously wants to attack the second group of cars. The first group you got to go over, but when you come off the first group, you've got to be straight. And when he goes towards the second, he flat will pull the trigger. Now, he's got a lot of problems going for him. He's trying to get lined up. Bam! Anderson had the back pedal. That will not be the run he's looking for. Plus, I believe he broke something. Oh, what a tough break. I believe Anderson lost another transmission.
10.06 is the time in qualifying for Dennis Anderson, but he's going to be out for the rest of the night with a broken transmission. So another bad break for Dennis Anderson and Gravedigger. He had some breakage problems early before the point season started. Looked great in Chicago over the last few weeks.
Well, he also is not too far from home, but qualifying is not one of his favorite things in Raleigh, North Carolina, Scott.
Well, it was a year ago, as you so aptly point out. He broke his wrist qualifying. Let's hope he doesn't have any problems today.
Looks good so far. Now, what the drivers are having to do, and he does the same thing, they have to back out of the throttle after the first set of cars, and then they attack the second set of cars. But I tell you what, we've got some problems. Mopar Magic definitely having problems. You know, he locked up the wheel. The engine RPM stays up. Now, the track official, the track official is going to have to shut the engine off. The driver has no control over it. There's an electric malfunction, and the safety crew from about 50 feet away electronically killed the engine. Part of the safety features on the TNT circuit. He picked a tough Texan to go against in this round. Awesome Kong comes out. Look at the horsepower. Immediately goes to the Chevrolet on the inside, but he's got all kind of problems. Chandleroy's coming back on him. We might be seeing a major upset. We just did. Awesome Kong goes on the trailer, Scott.
Overtime, and Chandler Lloyd from Hilton Head, South Carolina, gives us our first real surprise in the matchups with a victory over Awesome Kong. There he is, the Carolina Crusher on the left-hand side of the screen.
Gary Porter will be working the far side of the track in a yellow truck, but I'm going to keep my eye on a red truck, and I tell you why, they really stepped up on horsepower. Look at that. He comes out like a drag car. Spanier literally attacking the track. Sparks coming out. He's out of shape. Spanier having the back on the throttle. Meanwhile, Porter goes on through, and Spanier is still having problems getting across the finish line.
Boy, a nice smooth run for Gary Porter. Doug Spanier, new engine, all that horsepower, but he looked like he really had a lot of trouble keeping it under control. And in this event, it was the consistency, the nice smooth line for Gary Porter that gives him the win, moves him into the qualifying round.
And this is a rerun of what we had a moment ago now. Let's remember what happened. The truck, yellow truck, Carolina Crusher was awfully smooth. The red truck, Master Disaster, was kind of erratic. Makes a lot of horsepower. Looks like a replay. Bounces toward Willie. Now we're in trouble again on the left side of the track. The Carolina Crusher moves into the next round.
Boy, a lot of power, but the Master of Disaster hasn't been able to harness it yet, and Carolina Crusher moves on. We're going to get another look at it with the Master of Disaster coming into your living room on the right-hand side, and then on the left it's Carolina Crusher. And once again, it's Carolina Crusher's nice, smooth run making the difference.
That's what makes Gary Porter so tough. He is a smooth driver. Horsepower doesn't mean anything if you can't get it to work for you. That's a perfect example of it right there. We have an opportunity. I want you to watch the equalizer truck and watch how it lands. This truck, I call it lollygaggling. It has such gyrations, but it still goes straight. Now Moore comes out on him. The kid's got to come back hard. Look at this. Oh, some great driving by the rookie out of Tennessee. We might have a problem here. Both vehicles are ground for disqualification since they both missed the ramp. However, since they both missed it, the winner will come back. That means the equalizer's going to the final.
Yeah, watch. This will be a great angle, Army, right here. You'll see they both actually missed the last ramp of cars. If only one of them would have done it, there would have been a disqualification. Since they both missed, here it comes right here, Army. They will both be allowed to survive, and equalizer goes to the championship.
Equalizer goes to the championship, but also Moore had some other problems. I noticed sparks coming out from underneath the Ford, so it wasn't an easy run. Believe me, when these guys line up, you're going to see a war. But just pure determination, you got to pull for this kid with the equalizer truck.
Boy, it's like the six-gun fight in the Old West. Here comes the new kid on the block, Gary Porter, the well-known quantity, one of the best around. But the equalizer is going to take a shot at him right here for all the marbles in Raleigh.
Boy, what a start. They lead side by side. Both drivers coming out. They're still equal. Now the equalizer starts to move it out a little bit. Oh, what a run. It cost him. Look, he lost an engine right on the end of the track as he pulls down for the interview. The kid from Tennessee will take the win.
A great race in our championship matchup. Gary Porter, Carolina Crusher, got the early lead, but then the equalizer came on so strong over that last set of cars and comes up with a very impressive victory to gain a lot of points on national point leader Greg Digger, who you'll remember broke in qualifying. It's the second win of the year for a truck designed by a tractor pulling guy, Gary Morris and the Monster Truck Equalizer. Here's Army with the winner.
Dave Morris, congratulations, your second win in 1989.
Thanks, Army.
It looked tough out there.
It was. I've been holding off just as much as I can. I hadn't really called on the truck all night, and that time I really pushed it hard, really as hard as it would go.
We'll let you get back with the truck again. Congratulations on your second win in 89.
Thanks.
A sensational, action-packed hour right here on Tough Track.
I'm kind of interested to see how these tracks are going to go. You notice the angle of the trucks that they set on the starting line. The Raleigh track has a little bit more of an angle to the high side, and Marvin Smith picks that high side. That kind of surprised me, but it's working for him. Look at the Chevrolet, Scott. He is really starting to lick it out, but now the Ford's starting to come back on him. Chevrolet's going to go to the next round. That was a good race.
Good race, and we might watch for Mike Wine. He may have a chance to come back, as some of the fast losers have a shot to come back.
And a lot of times he'll advance into the next round through a fast loser bracket. Meanwhile, setting off to Moore's left, closer to our camera angle, is the Chevrolet, the Master Disaster. Now, this young man's been having problems with horsepower. Really, he's making almost too much horsepower. He leaves the starting line almost like a drag vehicle. Moore stays with him. Now the Chevrolet starts to go out, but you notice Moore's pushing him all the way. Moore had a little bit of problem right at the finish line. Does some heads-up driving. Master Disaster takes the win. Keep your eye out for Moore. I think he's going to be coming back. It was a quick losing time for him. Well, it's going to be a Chevrolet going against GMC. Now, John Breen qualified quicker today than he has all year long. He qualified number 2. Now, you notice he is just pedaling off the starting line, getting the truck to roll. Now he'll go after him. Breen on the inside, pulls the trigger on the Mad Dog, and goes into the winner's column. That was a completely different style of driving, Scott. You notice how he just kind of eased off the starting line, had the truck going straight, and then pulled on the horsepower.
The Stomper Chevrolet and the Carolina Crusher Chevrolet.
Well, the Stomper's going to be working the inside of the track. Quick qualifier, and Hometown Boy goes the outside, and look at the Carolina Crusher lead. Gary Porter is just going for broke. What a run. Oh, something just broke on the truck. What a... Oh, Scott, you're not going to believe it's a transfer case. I have never seen that happen before. He had to be driving that truck so hard it physically tore it out of the truck. You're talking some change right there, Scott Douglas.
I guess you're going to have to buy dinner tonight, Army, for Gary Porter, because that's a bad break for the Carolina Crusher. As you can see it right there, the transfer case lane in the middle of the track. It was a super run, so unfortunate. Here comes Gary Porter, and again, as we mentioned earlier, kind of a hometown run for him, very close to home out of Wadesboro, North Carolina, and just a terrible break for him. He's running over. Army's going to go across and catch him, and let's get the word from Gary Porter, the driver of Carolina Crusher, with a bad break on that run.
Gary, a tough break, an awfully strong run, but something violently let go in the truck. What was it?
Well, my transfer case split half in two. I felt a little vibration the run before, and I checked everything. I tightened the bolts up in it, and it come apart. It's about a $2,000 mistake there. You know, it's a costly weekend for me.
There you see the transfer case being carried out. It's obvious that you can stick a fork in Carolina Crusher. He's done for this weekend. Also, though, Army Armstrong, we're now told Stomper is done for this event. They're calling him on a DQ, saying he moved before the start.
You know, now, disqualification is something you definitely don't want in this sport. We're watching a replay. Watch for the green light to come on. That was awfully close call, an awfully expensive call against Stomper. There's no way they're going to let him back for being disqualified. Mr. Consistency, John Moore, will be representing the Ford camp on the inside track, and this kid out of Tennessee with the awesome Chevrolet going the outside. The range has stopped. The truck's getting a little bit better, and this kid is loaded for bear. Look at this. What a run. Oh, he's got some problems. He's got his hands full coming right at us. Whoa, I'm glad he was driving that truck and not I.
Pull him off the coffee table, gang. He almost came really right into your living room. Problems for the equalizer as he barely got her stopped. Army Armstrong's going to go over and see if he can get a word with the kid out of Springfield, Tennessee, David Morris, after another equalizer victory.
David, looks like you're going to advance to the next round, but we heard some awfully strange sounds right at the finish line.
Yeah, that's right. You heard a front drive shaft flopping.
So you're going to be able to get back in the next round?
I think maybe it just pulled the yokes apart. I hope that's all that happened, but I see a little oil, so I don't know.
Our next quarterfinal, our final quarterfinal, we'll actually have the Master of Disaster, the truck you see right there, Doug Spanier out of Albany, Minnesota, facing off with John Breen and the Mad Dog from Jefferson City, Missouri. Army, they're off.
Two completely different styles of race in the Master Disaster than tack truck. Breen trying to be patient. Whoa, we've got problems. The Master Disaster across the center line, disqualified.
But Breen hasn't won it either, Army. He missed the cars, and the rules say you've got to touch the car.
Yeah, Scott, the rules say that the front tires have to make contact with what you're jumping over. Now, Breen doesn't know that. His crew is trying to tell him back up and go over the cars. Master Disaster, he's completely out of the program. You cross the center line in this sport, you are out. But Breen can still get back in it, and they are feverishly trying to get him to back up and to go over the vehicle. The crowd's getting into it. I have never seen a monster truck race like this. We may be watching history, Scott. It could be the longest monster truck race in the sport.
It is without question the strangest. Definitely, Master of Disaster is flat disqualified. So the fact that he finished the course doesn't mean anything. He crossed the center line. That is a firm rule. What happened with John Breen and Mad Dog, again, is as he went by, he got out of shape, missed the cars. However, since his opponent is disqualified, he can come back, touch the cars. He's going to win this race.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, Breen's just going to take his time and drive over. It's to his advantage. He's going to advance to the next round in what very well could be the longest in time monster truck race in the sport. All the horsepower in the world's on the inside with a Gravedigger, but we've got a driver sitting on the outside who's using his head. He knows this may not be a horsepower track. Horsepower could actually work against it. John Breen, one of the old pros, been around a long time, and John Breen comes out side by side with the Gravedigger, pulls him at mid-track. Anderson trying to come back. Breen may have any upset of the year. He does, Scott.
By inches. What a race, but it is. John Breen and Mad Dog barely outdistancing Dennis Anderson and Gravedigger to move into the championship. And that is a massive upset. Your national point leader, Gravedigger, goes down to defeat. He didn't break, but the Mad Dog able to have the better handle on this slippery, sloppy track. John Breen is in the championship. An old pro by the name of Gary Cook tried to get his equalizer ready. They had the maximum amount of time, couldn't get her fixed, and that allowed, no problem, as you mentioned, Army, to come back and take on Jersey Outlaw in this semifinal of trucks that haven't won yet today, but because they're holding together and because they're staying within the rules and not getting disqualified, they both have a chance to go to the championship.
Well, these Fords line up side by side on a brand new track. You notice the sun's out, it's starting to dry out real quick. A whole brand new ball game, and John Moore's working the inside, but the Jersey Outlaws coming after him. Wine trying to pull
Bronco, no problem. And John Moore from Lafayette, Tennessee, did not win in his first couple of rounds, but ran hard and kept coming back, and now he'll be in the championship trying to win in Greensboro.
John Moore advances. Looks like the sun's shining on him literally, as Raleigh, North Carolina is going to be treated to one of the classic Chevrolet versus Ford battles. You and John Breen in the final. The track condition right now, much different than before?
It seems to have changed 100% in the last 10 minutes.
Just because the sun's coming out?
Just because the sun came out. I was able to hold it this time all day. I just haven't even been able to keep it straight. And this time it seemed to stay pretty much straight.
Okay, you do not have a win in 89. Can this be your first win, or is Breen going to be able to handle you?
Now, if I can stick to the ground, I'll get them.
They haven't won every race they've been in, but they've raced hard all day long, and that's why they're in the final. They are survivors. Both drivers very experienced in this type of racing. And from the interview I did earlier today, believe me, I would not want to be sitting in this truck right now. That is an awesome feeling, setting up with all that horsepower. John's going after John. Who's it going to be? Chevrolet working close to the camera, jumps out. The Ford's trying to come back on him. Not going to do it. The Mad Dog Chevrolet will go into the winner's circle in Raleigh, Scott.
Give him the TNT Monster Truck Challenge victory at Raleigh, North Carolina. The North Carolina State Fairgrounds. John Breen and the Mad Dog Chevrolet from Jefferson City, Missouri is your winner. Army Armstrong's going to talk with both of our finalists.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, kind of a unique situation. We've got a winner and a runner-up. There was no losers in this round of elimination. John Breen, want to congratulate you on that win.
Thank you, thank you.
You don't talk as much as you used to. John, what are you concentrating more on the driving or what?
Yeah, we're trying to. It was drying up out there, and the tractor's getting a lot faster. It's twice as fast now as when we started earlier today.
How about this guy here? All of a sudden, everybody was picking on him last year, and it's not that way anymore. John Moore, you're for real, aren't you?
Yeah, I want to go out and run this year, but I think we can do it.
The two KG veterans got together in the final, Army. It was a good race, and Mad Dog really had it from the outset.
Yeah, John Breen had a good start, but John Moore stayed after him. We knew we had a war on our hands, but John Breen takes the Mad Dog into the winner's circle, and more importantly, picks up some of those very, very important national points. He was 7 coming in. He'll be in the top 5 when he leaves here.
Rod Litzow driving USA 1.
Now, Rod Litzow does have a little bit of an advantage here. He's got a lot of horsepower, 572 cubic inch Chevy. Now, he's running 5 tons without planetary, so that ought to help him get the speed to run a fast run.
Oh, a little squirrely on that first jump.
Yeah, he bounced a little bit crooked coming off that first one. That might make it a little hard for him to line up for that second set. And looks like he gets little problems there, but he pulls out of it real nice.
Unbelievable. Rod Litzow, USA 1, fastest qualifier, ending things up there on 2 wheels and powering out. What a run.
Excellent driving, Stan. As you can see here on the first set of cars, he has a nice jump, but it throws him to the left just a little bit there with the rear tires. But he did line up for the second set of cars, but when he did land on here, he got his weight thrown over to the one side a little bit. As you can see, the tire got real close there to the fender well, and that's going to throw him up to the left-hand side. But with the horsepower he's got, he's able to pull out of a situation.
Let's go down trackside with Mike Goss.
Now, the last time you raced, you smacked a wall in Chicago. It didn't look like you were afraid of it this time.
No, I'm not afraid of the truck. What happened there is I came out the first set a little bit crooked, and so try making up for that, I hit the cars a little sideways, threw me into it, but at the speed I had, I was able to pull out.
Now, you actually had to hit the throttle down here at the finish line to stay on all 4 wheels, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, that's the only way the truck will pull itself out. If, like before we found, if you let up the throttle, it'll cause you to roll. If I stay hard in the throttle, it'll pull the truck straight again.
Now, can you win this thing?
That's why I'm here.
Well, Mike Speller's ready. Red light is going to turn to green. Just a second. There it is. Whoa, a problem for Leadfoot, and Pablo's got an easy run here.
It looks like he's going to have a nice run. If he can keep it all together and finish, he'll advance to the next round because I do believe Leadfoot had red lighted.
Well, Pablo Huffaker, as he's going to cross the finish line for an easy win, is just showing off. He's got the win.
Okay, we'll look at here. Leadfoot crossed the line a little early right there, and of course, Mike Speller's seen that. Let's go to Mike and see what happened.
Ron, I understand you were disqualified at the starting line. Can you tell me what happened there?
Well, we all run stall converters in our trucks, and I was bringing up the RPM to stall the motor out, and the brakes didn't hold it, so it jumped just a little bit right before the light turned green, so I stopped, and then he took off, and they told me to take off, and I guess I was disqualified.
He won't give you a break. Now, Doug Spanier, he's been doing real good this year. I've raced him before. Let's see how this goes.
And there's the green light. Doug Spanier taking off the lane he likes, but here comes Rod Litzow.
Yeah, he's having a little problem in that lane he likes, and Litzow here just takes a tremendous lead.
Whoa!
His back end came up in the air a little bit.
Whoa, USA 1, the win, nose first.
We'll see here on the replay now. When USA 1 take off against Master Disaster, they're side by side across the first set of cars. Now, as soon as they get down in between these two sets, now this is where Litzow takes advantage of his horsepower. Now, of course, with the speed he's got, he doesn't quite clear the cars. Now, watch, when his back tire just barely hits that last car, that's what throws his back end up in the air, but he stays in the power and comes right out.
Exciting win for Litzow. Let's go down trackside, Mike Goss.
Rod, you looked real smooth till the last set of cars, and it just keeps throwing you off, it looks like.
Well, what happened there is I didn't quite make the last car. My back tires caught the last car, throwing me into a nosedive, and then I just got to ride on the front wheels and pull it out. I know it gave the guys a little scare here, but I pulled it out of there.
Okay, now, how fast do you figure you're going down there?
Well, I'm topping the truck out right now. I should be getting close to 70 miles an hour out of it.
Well, let's see what happens. There's the green light as they take off. It's nose to nose, although Wild Hair's in front by a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't know if he can keep it now. He's running that stock 454 out of a junkyard. Now, let's see what happens here at the finish. It's going to be close.
Oh, and it is Randy Spanier in Barely Tame as the winner.
Okay, let's take a look here and see what happened. Now, across the first set of cars, these guys are pretty much side by side. Wild Hair does have a bit of a lead, about a half a truck length, it looks like. But, of course, coming down to the second set of cars, I think, is where Spanier really took off.
Here's Mike Goss, trackside with Bob Breen.
Bob, you pushed Barely Tame to the limit, but you're really limited on your engine, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm running a stock 454 right now. My brother and I bought the motor. It was in a car, Monte Carlo. We give $500 for the whole car. And I usually run a blown injected alcohol motor, and I blowed it up, and I had a $4 piece that I couldn't find there at home. That's all I like, getting it back together, so I had to stick this one in there. And I had to tack on to right on 6,000. That's all she'll do before it starts floating the valves. I thought I had him, and I heard him coming. I knew it was over.
Rod Litzow in USA 1 against Barely Tame. Now, looks like
Wait a minute. What do I see underneath there?
He's having a little problems getting started, Stan, and that's Pablo Huffaker over there giving him a hand. I think they're helping him get a jump start.
Well, indeed, Rod Litzow is having a problem. See if he can get it corrected.
Now, Rod Litzow's got to keep this vehicle straight in this round. He's going up against Barely Tame. Now, he is fairly new, but then again, if he goofs up and something happens with Rod's truck, Barely Tame could win.
Well, we're going to find out in a moment. Barely Tame, Randy Spanier, he's only 20 years old, up against Rod Litzow. Here we go. There's the start.
And of course, Rod takes an early lead, and he's just got to keep it. He's going to take it pretty much nice and easy. He's not clearing a whole lot of cars, and he lands and takes the win.
He sure does. Easy win, really, for Rod Litzow in USA 1.
Of course, it was easy, Stan, but he did have to keep the vehicle under control, so that's why he did not keep the throttle down the whole way through. Comes across the first set nice and easy, hits the second set, not a whole lot of air. He lands about the second car from the end and takes a win.
Puts him into the finals. Here's Mike Goss.
Rod, you had some problems getting started down there. What was it?
Well, it was a combination of my starter getting hot and those new kill boxes were running. I didn't have the switch on it, and it was just running around trying to get ready, a little antsy. I just realized and got to run it now. Hopefully the starter does get hot and it causes a little problems, but we should be ready.
Okay, a nice smooth run that time. I'd say it's probably your best one.
Yeah, I backed him off a little bit on that one because I knew I ain't quite clear in the cars with the gears I got, so I'm just going to back it off a little. I went for my fastest run of the day, and I think I'll hold it there.
Hey, let's find out who it's going to be up against Rod Litzow in the finals. And there's the green light. They're off. Good start for both. Neck and neck.
Now, Pablo has a little bit of problem there right after the first set of cars. He's doing a little bit of bounce, and that's going to slow him down.
And it's going to be Dave Wysorek in Nightlife. He's the winner.
So you can see here, Stan, right here's where Pablo has his problems. He hits that car, which gets him up in the air just a little too much, and it causes him to bounce again. Now, he's losing speed here, and that gave Wysorek a chance to get ahead and take the win right there. Your reaction time is very critical here at the start. Now, this is where Rod Litzow might have a little advantage over Wysorek. Now, Wysorek's new at this. Now, he's going up against the champ, and let's see how well he does at this starting line.
It's time now for the showdown in the border town, and there's the green light. Here we go. USA 1 is out in front over that first jump. He's way ahead of Dave Wysorek, and he's got a lot of air going across the line. And there's our winner, Rod Litzow, USA 1 championship round winner. Good run.
It was a great run, Stan. As we'll see here, Litzow comes across the first set of cars nice and smooth. He gets a little bit of air on the bounce, but look, his tires are on the ground. He can get his speed before he hits the second set of cars. Now coming across them, he doesn't clear them, but he keeps it nice and easy to go across the line.
And he powers out across the line there.
That's right, Stan. Now, everybody's going to be going after Litzau here. He seems to always have the fast qualifying time. Let's see how he's going to do on this run here. Got a lot of horsepower, 572 cubic inches. He's running 3 Predators. Now, he's running straight 5-ton axles, no planetaries. And that's one thing that gives him able to get that kind of speed up like he had right there. The fast qualifier tonight so far. Now, just showing off, he's been running a long time. I've raced him before, and he knows what it takes to win. Now, Leadfoot here, he doesn't really do real good on these races. He has a lot of problems with that truck, it seems like. But I tell you what, Stan, he's doing a great job so far. Oh, this is kind of hard to believe here. Pablo letting him beat him like that.
Oh, my.
This is an upset, Stan.
Good show. Good show by Ron Dennis.
Let me see if I can tell what happened with Pablo here. He got a little bit bouncing there off to the first set of cars. But look at Leadfoot. His front end's up in the air, but he just carries it nicely. As he hits that second set of cars, he gets a lot of air. Oh, this is a great run.
All right, let's go down to Mike Goss at trackside.
Ron, one of the best runs I've ever seen for Leadfoot.
Yeah, we're trying to get our stuff together finally. Last night was pretty rough on all of us, but tonight I tried a little different strategy. I slowed down a little bit when I hit the first set, so I didn't bounce near as bad as you've seen me doing in qualifying.
Okay, it looked like a little problems after you finished the race. Is there a problem with the truck?
No, there are no problems with it. These remote-controlled radio switches that we have for the public safety, I looked over after I shut it down right there, and the light was off on it. Maybe they killed me. They thought I was going to hit the fence, which is good.
Driven by Doug Spanier out of Albany, Minnesota, and a guy who's used that kill switch often.
That's right. Ron Litzau flipped USA 1 a couple of times. Now, they had used that kill switch to kill the fuel pumps, to keep fuel from spreading all over the track in case of a fire. Of course, we'll see right here. Looks like Spanier's having a little bit of problems going up against USA 1. Now, Rod's got a great lead right there across the finish line, but I think there was a few problems with massive disaster.
You're right. Definitely problems for Doug Spanier.
Well, let's take a look at Rod's run here first. So across the first set of cars, he hit that exit ramp just perfect. Right there, he just kicks it in to get that horsepower, turning them big tires over, and that's where he gets the speed up to clear all these cars in the second set to cross over the finish line. Now, he just barely catches that last car, and the suspension's working real good as he comes up there. Now, when he lands on the ground, he'll bring it down on all fours and cross the finish line.
Well, Rich, as Litzau went across the finish line, Doug Spanier took Master Disaster, kind of parked it across the guardrail.
Yeah, he did there, and what had happened is he lost it on the first set of cars. He got a little crooked and got crossed up, and in turn, he couldn't quite hit that second set of cars. We'll see here where it all started right there. He didn't land on the other side of cars. And you see right there, the rear steering kicked on him a little bit. Now, that's what happens when you don't get lined up for that second set of cars. He didn't have enough time, and in turn, he ended up going through the guardrail.
All right, here's Mike Goss down at trackside with a kind of shaken Doug Spanier.
Doug, you took out a good chunk of the guardrail. What happened?
I was really trying hard tonight to beat USA 1. I had my truck running good. I got a little bit crossed up in the first set of cars, and I got it straightened out. When I caught the second set, I don't know, it's just like the rear wheels turned, and it just took a left turn right over through the fence.
Kind of stood it up straight on that first set of cars. That really hurts early on in a race, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and especially starting on the left lane, the dirt ramp seems to be a little bit sharper. It's shooting everybody up in the air a little more.
Well, Rich, it seems like Master Disaster has been disqualified.
Yeah, he has, Stan, since he did go out of bounds, and he thinks it was caused from them ramps at that first set of cars, and of course that's where it started. And since he did go out of bounds, he is disqualified. That's right, Stan. Now, Ron Dennis, this is new for him going up against, especially going up against Litzau here in the semifinals. Now, he's been doing real good in that left lane, but I'll tell you what, he's going against Litzau. He might be a little bit intimidated here going against the stage. You can see right there, he's got all kinds of problems there in that lane. Now, he did real good in there earlier, and it seems like he had all kinds of problems, bouncing like crazy.
Easy win for Litzau. We got a problem here.
It looks like Leadfoot's got a little bit of a problem. Now, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it started again, because we'll see right here, he just hits that last car in the first set of cars and just threw his nose way up in the air. And, of course, with the suspension not working quite right, he has a little bit of problems keeping it down on the ground.
All right, let's go down trackside. Mike Goss has Rod Litzau.
Well, Rod, you just told me it's really running good now. I see a lot of excitement in your eyes. You really love this, don't you?
Oh, man, the truck's running great. I finally got her dialed down to this track, and it's going to be fast. I'm going faster every time.
Well, Rich, it's time for the showdown in the border town. The USA 1 up against Nightlife.
And they both got the lane they won, Stan. It's a great start off the starting line there. They both got a great hole shot. And it looks like Litzau was going to take a little bit of a lead there because White Zork had a bad bounce into the first set of cars. USA 1 takes the win.
All right, good run for Rod Litzau.
It was. It's probably his fastest run tonight, Stan, but watch right here. Here's where Weizork takes a bad bounce, and Litzau just literally just passes him like he's standing still. And, of course, when they hit that second set of cars, Litzau is just literally flying in the air, and Weizork has a few problems, and he knows he can't win it, so what can he do?
Good run and win for Rod Litzau.
Once, twice, 3 times, the Monsters have rocked and rolled in Louisville. What will they do this time? Bob Hook Chevrolet presents Renegades TNT Monster Truck Challenge. Saturday and Sunday, June 3rd and 4th at Louisville Motor Speedway. See National Champion USA 1, Gravedigger, and all your favorite monsters racing in the world's only side-by-side figure eight. Plus, championship stock car racing. Save $2 on adult advance tickets now at all Ticketron outlets. It's pure TNT!
Gravedigger, Dennis Anderson out of Chesapeake, Virginia, and Dennis will attack the course. Make no mistake about it.
No mistake at all. He'll work the inside, carrying the silver flag, indicates he's the last winner on the tour. Everybody's going after him. Now, what he's done is he's locked the rear wheel straight. He's not worried about rear steer at all. He's just going to go with the front wheels. Look at this. Oh, what a shot. He is attacking all the way through. Now, can he make the left-hand turn? A little bit of problems right there. He ran over the pylons in the middle of the track. Well, Anderson has a good run going, Scott Douglas. Look at this. Let's see how he's going to finish it up. His approach is so important to the final.
Sensational run as the passenger side door pop open, but he really flat hammered it. Came on strong. Gravedigger with a sensational run around this figure. Look at that, 39.89. It's the Carolina Crusher and Gary Porter matching up with Bennett Clark's Clydesdale. The long wheelbase Clydesdale going up against the Carolina Crusher. I'm looking forward to this matchup.
Now, the Clydesdale is working the inside. Remember his qualifying section? He started on the outside and got into the wall a little bit. He's gone to the inside. The Carolina Crusher is going to develop a whole lot of ground speed right about now. It's an awfully close race. They're working inside, outside. This could be a good one. Now, Bennett Clark says this is his kind of track. Clark and the Clydesdale hits the jump first, but he's got to go the long way around now, and the Carolina Crusher knows it. Clydesdale a little bit out of shape. Clark's got to settle down, got to use his head, got to work that groove to the high side of the track. Boy, the Crusher sees, watch Bennett Clark. Clark's coming after him, Scott. Look at this, over the finish line, all the way. You got to call at it upset.
They're standing in Louisville. I think the grandstand may come down. They're going nuts. Bennett Clark with a last-minute lunge pulls it off and has beaten Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher. Here it is again. Army, look, out of nowhere.
Gary Porter looks like he's back on the throttle. Bennett Clark wouldn't quit. Flies right past him to advance to the next round, and the people in Louisville are going crazy, Scott.
There you get the insight from Marvin Smith. Starvin' Marvin out of Arnold, Missouri. This is what they love, Army, that Ford-Chevy matchup. And here you have it with two dandies, the Stomper Chevrolet and the No Problem Ford.
Well, the classic battle's going on right now. Marvin Smith jumps out the Chevrolet on the inside of the track, but John Moore sets right on his left hip. Smith has a little bit of a problem getting lined up. Moore starting to come back on the inside of the track. The Ford people are starting to stand up. Louisville, Kentucky, the home of the Bronco. Let's see what's going to happen. Everybody from the Bluegrass is pulling for the inside truck right now. Marvin Smith's not going to let him have it. He's trying to work him on the outside. It's going to be a Donnybrook when they hit that finish line. Scott, watch your Chevrolet try to come back on the outside. Oh, you talk about close racing. A half mile, they finished about a foot apart.
Yeah, in a city that's used to having things called by a head and a neck, that was by a wheel. One wheel, and no problem. John Moore, the Ford Bronco out of Lafayette, Tennessee, got one of those kind of like Ghostbuster signs, you know, the slash sign, but it says, friends don't let friends drive Chevys.
Well, I tell you what, the Outlaw Ford, a super start on the starting line. He put a gate job, drag racing terminology, on the Barbarian. Mike Wine's looking awfully good. Now, Wine's an interesting individual. This is his first year on tour with us. The truck normally was driven by Nick Rossi, the owner and builder of the truck. Rossi has stepped down to let Mike Wine come in and do the driving, and this kid's doing a real good job for him. He jumped out in the lead. He stayed there the whole way. The Barbarian is going to have to really work if he's going to pull this Jersey Outlaw in, but I don't believe that's the case.
The Outlaw really got up high in the turn with no pylons and nobody beside him.
Oh, looky here, Scott. We've got a problem.
The Barbarian's going to get it at the end, I believe. Yes, he did. What a finish.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened to the Jersey Outlaw.
Wow. All of a sudden, the Outlaw seemed to shut down. The Barbarian came out of nowhere, and they came across the finish line together. Gravedigger is obviously the odds-on favorite in this matchup.
Well, he's also the odds-on crowd favorite. It's amazing. The people are so involved with that truck when it comes out. Everybody stands and cheers. But right now, it's head-to-head. You can see why they like him. Look at that. Immediately jumps out working the inside of the track. And the Barbarian is laying down a good run, but the Gravedigger is just dominating this particular round of elimination, Scott.
Dennis Anderson, Gravedigger, Chesapeake, Virginia, as the rain is now coming down in Louisville, but he is still hitting them hard, and the rain is going to slick this track up for these guys.
It's getting awfully slick out there, but look, the Gravedigger is still throttles up. The Barbarian's after him. You're looking at the best monster truck racing in the world. A little bit of push from the Barbarian. Boy, the people are getting their money's worth now. It's starting to really rain in Louisville, and the Gravedigger with those awesome red lights stays alive.
They could see right through the dark clouds in the rain with those red light flares. Boy, Jim Miller and the Barbarian got a wild ride up in the number 3 turn as the track got slick, almost took him to the wall. Gravedigger comes away, though, with the victory, puts Barbarian away, and so Gravedigger has made it to the Final Four, to the semifinals of the TNT Monster Truck Challenge in Louisville, and Barbarian's going to take her out. Talking about taking her out, everybody heading for shelter as the skies have opened up at Louisville Motor Speedway. And Clydesdale will be on the inside lane. Bennett Clark, the Chevrolet, against Mike Wine, the Jersey Outlaw Ford, and he loves to run against Chevys, Army.
Ford going against the Chevrolet. You got to remember the 144-inch wheelbase on the inside of the track. The Clydesdale loves this kind of track. He proved earlier rounds that he was going to definitely be a contender. However, the Ford has not given up. This rookie driver of the Ford camp out of New Jersey is going to hang tough. Clydesdale goes into the jump first, but the Ford gets the inside. Scott, what does it look like from your angle?
Into turn 3, the inside lane to Mike Wine and the Jersey Outlaw Ford. He's got the edge, but remember, Army, when they come off the chute, Bennett Clark should have the momentum.
The same scenario was up a little bit earlier, and Clark came back to win. Wine knows that he knows that Chevrolet's going to be coming after him. No, the Ford's going to go to the next round.
Wow, the Jersey Outlaw with a great run. So Bennett Clark and Clydesdale, the long wheelbase, the great momentum at the end, not enough. And the Ford fans are whooping it up at Louisville Motor Speedway as the Jersey Outlaw takes the big victory. We will find out because they have just taken the green light. On the outside, Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher. Weedsport, North Carolina. On the inside, David Morris, the equalizer from Springfield, Tennessee. The winner goes to the final.
In between each round, they've been tightening the chassis up on this equalizer. Looks to be working, but he's halfway through. That means he's got to go to the high side for the second half. The Carolina Crusher told us a moment ago what he's going to do. He's going to drill it all the way around. We have got one good monster truck racing going. The lane choice is going to be so important right now because the inside lane's the place to be. But look at the equalizer. I don't know. From my viewpoint, Scott Douglas, I cannot tell who won that race.
It was so close. We're going to look at it on the videotape as they come off the cars together. Carolina Crusher noses in front, and there you see it by a half a wheel, a hubcap, if you will. The win is the Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher. And they're going crazy at Louisville Motor Speedway because this is the final they really wanted to see. The Gravedigger with the silver flag trying to hold on to it here on Tough Track as he matches up with the Carolina Crusher. Both of them come out of the chute well.
They come out just like drag cars. Everybody's upstairs on the RPM. Right now they don't look it, but believe me, it's a close race, side by side. When they get to the next turn, it's going to be the telltale sign. Anderson hits the jump quick, a little bit out of shape. Keep an eye on the Carolina Crusher. He's going to put a move on the inside.
But Gravedigger hits the wall. You can see something broke. The digger has smacked the wall, a steering problem. He could not get around the turn, and you're going to have to stick a fork in the Gravedigger. He's done for this weekend in Louisville. It'll be Gary Porter coming across the cars one more time. He hits the finish line, and the Carolina Crusher wins it in Louisville. Army, there's fire under the Gravedigger.
What happened, Scott? A hydraulic line broke on the steering assembly, getting on the engine. That's where the fire came from. No major problem.
That's it for Gravedigger. He'll finish second. the Carolina Crusher here on Tough Tracks at the Louisville Motor Speedway, the beautiful facility that Andy Vertrees built just a year ago. Always a thrill for TNT Motorsports to be here at the nation's finest short track, is the way they built it in Louisville. And here's a guy who's going to finally remember this trip to the Derby City, Gary Porter. As we'll see every week on Tough Tracks, the winner gets the spoils, and there's his spoils, the silver flag. He'll carry it to next week on Tough Tracks.
Bob Hook Chevrolet presents the Renegades TNT Monster Truck Challenge. Saturday and Sunday, June 3rd and 4th at Louisville Motor Speedway. It's pure TNT.
But he'll finish on the short side. Meanwhile, starting on the inside, Smith with a Chevrolet, a little bit of sleep on the start line. The Ford gets a jump, Richard. They're looking awfully close as they come past our camera angle.
Now the Jersey Outlaw running a 528 cubic inch engine, the Chevrolet with a 468. So give the power edge to the Ford, and coming across the first jump, Army, it's a Ford in the lead.
Wine's looking awfully good. Now he gets a little bit out of shape. Marvin Smith, okay, he comes over the other lane. Marvin Smith.
That's going to disqualify.
No, what's going to happen is going to disqualify the Ford, but Marvin Smith on 5 occasions this year has been disqualified himself. He's going to let the Ford move, then he's going to go right ahead. There's not going to be any question about him being legal for this run. So the Chevrolet, the Stomper, and Marvin Smith will be back in the next round of elimination.
No matter what happens here, I guarantee you the Outlaw will be disqualified for getting out of his driving lane. So let's give the win officially to Marvin Smith, the Stomper Chevrolet. What happened at the end there with Mike Wine, Army?
Well, the tracker indicated to him he was disqualified, so instead of going over the junk vehicles, he just decided to go ahead and pull off and save the equipment. A tough break for Wine.
That's an 89 Ford Bronco, and he's going to be facing Bennett Clark, Clydesdale, which is an 89 Chevrolet. Army, do you have an edge for either one of these guys?
Yeah, I'm going to look at Clark just by the wheelbase of his truck. We talked earlier, it's a 144-inch long wheelbase. And no problem, it's one of the shortest trucks on the circuit. I think the short truck will have an advantage indoors, but outdoors, the long truck is going to be the way to go, I believe. Clark currently in the lead, but you got to remember, no problem gets the inside of the short course in the second half of the race. And he's coming back on him, Richard.
I noticed coming over that first set of junk cars also, Army, a lot of these guys are getting a lot of bounce as they come back on the asphalt track. Yeah, we got us a race here.
Yeah, they're really tightening up. I can't tell from...
Whoa, look out! Whoa, I thought we were going to have a crash there.
I couldn't tell who won it from my viewpoint. All I could see was they were both out of shape coming across that finish line.
Took over the lead in the Renegades national point standings.
Could be a dream come true year, a Cinderella year for the equalizer. He's on the inside, Stomper on the outside. Marvin Smith told us a moment ago that's where he wants to be, but I'm amazed at how quick they move with the equalizer truck. It comes off the starting line like a pro stocker in a drag racing circuit, and it weighs 13,000 pounds. This kid has already built up about a 50-meter lead, Richard.
What a jump, a little bit out of shape, but he gets it under control quickly. But don't give up on Marvin Smith. He's coming back.
Now, Marvin's trying to work the inside, and this kid knows it. The winner's going into the final against the Clydesdale. Who's it going to be? Tennessee or Missouri? The kid cranks the wheel, trying to get across the finish line to go in the final. That's it. The Volunteer State going against the Show Me State. For the
Whoa, look out!
Marvin Smith doing some heads-up driving. Richard, it's amazing. It's not over in these monster truck races till they throw the flag.
Oh, you saw Marvin wave to the crowd. It weighs over 12,000 pounds against the equalizer, and David Morris, his Chevrolet is only 8.5 feet high, and it weighs only 9,500 pounds.
9,500 pounds. It leaves the starting line like a 3,000-pound pro stock on a drag racing circuit. That kid is tough. Works the inside of the track. Richard, it's just amazing how quick that truck runs, and it runs quick for a long time. He just goes out and keeps going. Suspension working great. Look at that. Very little error, Richard. He stayed close to the cars. But Clark's not giving up. Boy, Bennett Clark's trying to come back. He's trying to reel him in. There's only one more turn to decide who's going to be the champion. Richard, what does it look like from your viewpoint?
I saw David Morris turn around, look over his shoulder to see where Bennett was, and he is going to get the win. David Morris, 22 years of age, his first year in monster truck racing, knocks off Bennett Clark, 32 years of age, 4 years in a monster truck, and the rookie has done it again. He has gotten another win. That means he is going to expand his lead on the Renegades TNT National Point Circuit.
Well, I'll tell you what, Scott, something he didn't tell us is that he's going to pull the trigger on that last set of cars. He believes he can get quick qualifying time. First set, a little bit out of shape. He's going to have to really go after it. Now watch for Porter to go after Scott. Shoot up. What a run. He jumped completely over the third set of cars, Scott Douglas.
Up, and away, and there's the time, 11.85, a sub-12-second run for the Carolina Crusher. Gravedigger, Dennis Anderson, certainly one of the most popular trucks around right now. Clydesdale hopes to knock him off.
Bennett Clark and the Clydesdale will not be intimidated by the Gravedigger. Clydesdale working the far lane. The Gravedigger going way in the air on the right side of the track, having all kind of handling problems. Clydesdale trying to come back on him. Across the finish line is going to be the Clydesdale as Anderson was really working, trying to stay upright.
Bennett Clark out of Powder Springs, Georgia, gets the big win. Army, is this an upset over Gravedigger?
Bennett Clark, somebody may call it an upset, but you put the Gravedigger away in this first round. What's it like out there tonight?
Well, the round's awful steep. We're getting a lot of air. I mean, it's a long course. We're, you know, it's hard to handle a truck when you're running at that speed. It's just, you can't make no mistakes. You just got to stay on it. If it goes out of control, you got to be right back on top of it as quick as you can.
Bennett Clark and Clydesdale got the win. To make no mistake about it, but to make matters worse for Gravedigger, he's also disqualified, Army.
Well, the reason for the disqualification are the rules specifically say that the front tires must hit the obstacle you're going to jump. You notice the right front tire does not hit the last set of cars, and it looked like he had a little bit of valve float. We noticed flames out of the back of the truck.
There you see the Michigan big guy going up against the Stomper and Sarvin Marvin out of Arnold, Missouri.
Chevrolet side by side. Marvin Smith gets an initial jump. Berge starts to pull back on him in the far lane. Berge pulls it over the second jump. They're going into the finals. Who's it going to be? The Mountain Man, Jesse Berge, playing for keeps in Lima, Ohio.
Well, another surprise. So early on, surprises in Lima, Ohio.
Well, quick qualifier immediately goes where, Scott? To the left lane. He qualified out of that lane and worked real good for him. He's pushing Clydesdale over in the right lane. Now, Clydesdale beat the Gravedigger a moment ago, but he was in the left lane. That left lane's looking, could be the trick this evening. Clydesdale's going to have to work the right side to perfection if it's going to pay off for him. 144-inch wheelbase on the Clydesdale. But look at the Carolina Crusher, comes out smoking. Jump, leap, but the Clydesdale's trying to come back on him. He's bouncing, little nose to tail. The Crusher, oh, he is just skying that last set of vehicles, Scott.
He really did hit him hard. You know, last week in Louisville, we saw Clydesdale come back on him, and you know, Gary was thinking about that, as Clydesdale looked like he was making up ground in the second spot. So that's what it takes to make him go and make him shift. Now we'll see how playing for keeps is going to shift in his rematch with Stomper. It looks like Marvin Smith got a good shot out of the hole there that time.
Yeah, the last time they ran, oh, look at this. The last time they ran, the blue truck got a hole shot. Smith wasn't going to let that happen, but something else went away on him. And for the second time, playing for keeps puts the Stomper away, and Marvin Smith came back at the end, but it's just too little, too late, Scott.
He just lost power coming off that first set, and he got too far behind. He came storming on at the end, but Marvin Smith eliminated by Jesse Berge and playing for keeps. It'll be another rematch, Buffalo Trimmer and Thunder Chicken. Buffalo Trimmer, I think, surprised Kid Rarig in that first round.
Well, Thunder Chicken is going to be working the left side. Look for a different run. Look for a harder run out of the left lane as the Thunder Chicken knows what it's going to take. The Trimmer looking awfully strong over the second set. Now he's in trouble. The Chicken staying straight onto the last jump. Thunder Chicken's going into the next round, but Buffalo Trimmer gave him a battle right to the end, Scott.
Thunder Chicken got the win, but hold it. He's disqualified because he didn't leave the cars properly. So that means a fast loser is going to come back in the semifinals. Thunder Chicken and Kid Rarig with a tough break, finally getting the win, but not coming off those cars.
A tough break in that three-car jump that they're going over is causing all kind of problems. That's why we're getting this disqualifications. But look who's going out now. Chevrolet versus Ford. Equalizer against no problem. Scott, what does it look like from your angle?
Coming down, the Equalizer really cuts through the air. He's got the edge going to the last set of jumps. And it is Equalizer getting the win over the no-problem Ford Bronco. David Morris does it again and gets the win. But I'll tell you, No Problem was able to hang in there. John Moore out of Lafayette, Tennessee, gave it a good run.
Morris will be working the right side for the Chevrolet camp. Moore working the left side. It's your call.
It's been a replay. We had this matchup earlier. Equalizer got an early jump and then no problem came back to make a race of it. Again, it's David Morris. Look at him go over the cars. He almost loses control. The reels are back in. Back up over the cars. David Morrison, Equalizer, Carolina Crusher, and Gary Porter. That'll be our championship match.
It's going to be a war at the final. 2 Chevrolets going. Who's going to take the flag out of here? We're going to find out in just a little bit.
Now in Pueblo on the first night of action there, Doug Spanier and Master of Disaster of Albany, Minnesota with a massive upset over Rod Litzow and defending national champion USA 1.
Well, the last time we saw Spanier, we were indoors in Chicago. He said he could not wait to get outdoors and put a bigger motor combination together, and look what happens. Cubic inches and horsepower, he goes to the winner's circle. It was close. And he'll go to the bank on Monday morning with a first place check.
Boy, just by a little bit, he knocked off USA 1, and then here in the final against Nightlife, he's able to beat the Nebraskan as well. And you talk so well about Doug Spanier, the Master of Disaster. May not be one of the first names that comes to mind yet, but he is flat leaving an impression after the event in Colorado.
Yeah, before 1989's over, everybody's going to know about the Master of Disaster, the fine people in Pueblo, Colorado. They can vouch for him right now.
On the second night in Pueblo, the final came down to USA 1 and Bob Breen in Wild Hair.
Bob Breen played kamikaze pilot on this. He just put it full boogaloo on the floor and out-muscled USA 1. The first time he had ever been able to beat the USA 1 truck, and Breen was ecstatic. We got kind of an interesting spectator here this evening. Dennis Anderson, we understand you've been up in the crowd selling T-shirts tonight. It's final time. Who do you think is going to win this thing?
I don't know. I think this is Gary's night here. I mean, he's working good on this course, and if Carolina Crusher wins, I sell more T-shirts.
Always a businessman. Final time.
Boy, that's how you take defeat and turn it into victory. The digger said, well, I'll just sell some more T-shirts if Gary gets a win here, but he's got to beat an awfully good truck and Equalizer.
It's going to be an awfully good race. And I don't want to use that cliche over and over again, but I have no idea who's going to win it. I know both trucks are exactly where they want to be. Morris wants that flag. The flag indicates the last winner. It's a psychological boost. Porter wants to hang on to it. It's a good lead, the starting line. Right lane's out a little bit. It looks like the kid out of Tennessee coming out of good. Coming off the second ramp, looks awfully good. And Scott, the flag is going to change hands in Lima, Ohio.
Impressive run for David Morris and the Equalizer out of Springfield, Tennessee. What's really impressive, we're going to see a replay in a moment, and watch after he comes off the second set of cars. Morris does get back off of it for a minute, straightens up to make sure both of those front wheels hit the cars so there aren't any disqualifications, and then he takes the win. Look how high he got.
Well, what happens is he runs a unique chassis on the truck, and the four-wheel suspension works a little bit better. It enables him to actually correct the truck quicker than the other fellas, and that's what won it for him. Just some heads-up quick driving.
Great point about the way he's able to keep his speed up while they're able to make the shift and get back in line to go over that last set of cars. Well, here it is on Tough Tracks. Each week, David has to duck, but he will get the spoils. The silver flag signifying his victory here on Tough Tracks. Army, there's an interested observer.
Yeah, David and his lovely wife have just been married about 2 or 3 months. She's standing there all smiles. You know, he's really teamed up with a good combination. Gary Cook and this kid are going to be a power before this year's over.
And when we see him again next week on Tough Tracks, they will be carrying the silver flag, significant of victory here on Tough Tracks with the TNT Monster Truck Challenge.
Business commitments will not allow Mick to stay on tour. He hired Mike to drive the truck. In his rookie year, he's doing an awfully good job. Now, they have a brand new engine in this truck. They had some problems with the engine last week. They've had some time to get it squared away, and as you can see, the Outlaw Ford is really trying to lay down a shot. Second jump, a little bit out of shape, goes across the finish line with a good qualifying time, Scott.
Probably a little bit too much air under him and a little out of shape at the end, but it only cost him a second or two. 14.62. Pretty decent run for the Jersey Outlaw Ford. So that's what he's doing right now as he gets ready to set up this qualifying attempt. Dennis Anderson trying to get a time that can nose out Equalizer and David Morris, currently the fast time. Here he goes, Army.
Scott, he's got a good one going over the second set of cars. We could have quick qualifying time right here. Look at the final jump all the way over. Anderson flexing his muscle in Lima, Ohio. That could be quick qualifying time of the afternoon. Yeah, it is. Look at that, Scott.
12.26, Army, and even that's despite the fact that he seemed to get a lot of air under him on that last jump.
Yeah, but on the last jump, it's a crapshoot. You pull the trigger, you're going to go as quick and far as you can. Air will hurt you on the first 2 jumps. Last jump is not going to affect you as much.
The popular T-shirt design being shown in Lima. Look at the air underneath of him, but as you mentioned, Army, he just let it all hang out, and it puts him on top in the qualification runs today. So that's what he's doing right now, Army. Didn't say a word about watching his opponent. He's just watching that green light and going to let it go from his lane.
No, in this sport, you cannot race your opponent. You got to race the lane. Race the track is what they call it. He's on the far side. Longest truck on the circuit. Look at that. But the Buffalo Trimmer's really giving him a war. The second set of cars. The Trimmer comes back. Now, what happened? That all-important way you come off the second set of cars is what cost the Clydesdale right there. The finish line is all the way at the end of the last set of cars, and you've got to be cognizant of that setup.
You know, last week we saw the same thing. Trucks getting out of shape coming off that second set, and it's the guy right there, like the Buffalo Trimmer and Kwasniewski. John was able to keep that truck straight. He, of course, is out of Wyoming, Michigan, and his opponent will be the Stomper Chevrolet of Marvin Smith out of Arnold, Missouri.
Well, now, Scott, last week, playing for Keith Jesse Berge, put the Stomper truck away twice. Marvin Smith out of Missouri was nothing to do with it. Look at him working that far lane. Now, Berge starts to come back on him. That second set of cars. Oh, Smith recovers. He's going to advance with a Stomper. But believe me, Berge gave him all he wanted on that shot.
Going up against the Buffalo Trimmer. And once again, that's John Kwasniewski out of Lackawanna, New York, just outside Buffalo.
Johnny K, nearest the camera, GMC, brand new truck, all aluminum frame, picking on one of the top guns in the sport. They lead side by side. They've got a good run going. Gravedigger comes over to second set. Johnny K's a little bit out of shape, heading for one of the camera angles. Now we've got both of them in trouble. What the setup is, Buffalo Trimmer's going to cross the finish line first, but he is disqualified because he ran out of bounds. Almost got into one of our camera locations. Gravedigger backs up and goes across the finish line. Now the question is, how long did it take him to do it, Scott?
Because the rule right now in the TNT Monster Truck Challenge, and it's a very controversial rule, is that the fast loser will come back in a situation where a truck is disqualified. So while Gravedigger, in essence, gets a win here, it doesn't necessarily mean he'll be back. Buffalo Trimmer crossed the finish line first, but is then disqualified. So this spot in the semifinals is going to go to the fastest loser. That's something to keep in mind because Gravedigger lost a lot of time having to back up and go over the cars again.
Moore bumped off in the first round, comes back in by virtue of a quick losing situation, carrying the colors for the Ford camp. He's got to get a hold of the Crusher this time or not. He will not be coming back if he doesn't put him away, and I don't believe it's going to happen. The second set of cars is causing all kind of problems. Both trucks having to backpedal. Moore comes back on him. Scott, I couldn't tell from my viewpoint who won the race.
By a matter of inches, Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher holds on, but you got to tip your hat to that Ford Bronco and John Moore, and no problem. What a run he made, but the Carolina Crusher is able to hold him off just by inches.
That's right below the driver, that black box area you just saw. That's where the engine is located, low center of gravity. They built the truck to stay close to the cars they're going over. You notice the first set of cars he just drives over. Second set, a little bit of air, not a whole lot. Now they got to be squared for that final shot. Look how quick the truck comes back. I tell you what, that kid out of New Jersey, Mike Wine, just had a super run right there. Equalizer looked like he's going to advance, but the old Ford really made him work for it, Scott.
Now, Army coming back, no problem, gets a third shot at Carolina Crusher. And right now, you can see the doors open on the Crusher, and there's a lot of activity around the Chevrolet.
Yeah, what's happened? We're down at trackside, and what happened? Mike Wine, the driver of the Jersey Outlaw, noticed as the Chevrolet was going to the starting line, some type of a liquid was squirting out underneath it. Now, all the drivers, you notice, Gary Cook from the Equalizers there, Wine's there from the Jersey Outlaw. All the drivers are helping him. An automatic transmission line came off. The driver of the truck himself, Gary Porter, there working on it in the yellow driver suit, was not aware of that situation. He was ready to run. Dennis Anderson, look at that. Everybody's helping him to get into the final. Meanwhile, John Moore waits patiently on the other side of the track. They've been here before. The question is, can the Chevrolet make the call? There is a time limit. If he does not get the truck started and to the line in a certain amount of time, he's going out.
5 minutes is the time he has, and I'll tell you, they're really running against it. As you can see, Anderson up inside the truck from the top end, and Porter is underneath of it. And right now, that's the suspense on everybody's mind. Will the Crusher be able to go? And they hear power. Indeed, the Carolina Crusher has got it fired, and we are going to have a race in the semifinal for the third time today. Carolina Crusher, and no problem. Let's see if John Moore has an advantage after the problems for Carolina Crusher at that starting line. You know, John Moore almost caught him last time, Army, on that last set of cars.
It's going to be exactly a replay of what we've seen before. Moore's in his same lane. If anybody knows the right lane, it's going to be this man. Like you say a moment ago in the last round, he almost caught the Carolina Crusher out of the left lane. The Crusher, he doesn't know if the truck is set and ready to go. They put all the liquids back in. Side by side, they leave. Chevrolet versus Ford. The Crusher comes out awfully good in that far lane. The winner's going to go into the final. Who's it going to be, Scott?
It's going to be Carolina Crusher, and Gary Porter holds on for the victory. This time he did not get crossed up coming off that second set of cars. Look at that. John Moore could barely get the no problem Ford Bronco stop. He hits the guardrail and the post, but he should be okay. Nonetheless, it'll be Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher heading into the championship matchup.
Well, Gary, going to the finals, but it just seems to get harder and harder each week you go along. What happened on the starting line? A lot of action out there.
It was on the starting line. I blew a transmission line. I was pulling up on the line, and if it wasn't for all the other nice drivers to help me, I would have never made the race. You know, really, we're a lot of friends back in the pits, but once we hit the line, you know, we don't have any friends. We're really competitive, and we all competition when we get to the line.
The equalizer and David Morris, and he obviously is the truck to beat. But Thunder Chicken surprised us last round, Army, when he upset Marvin Smith and Stomper.
Well, last week he had a whole lot of problems getting his engine jetted right. The man that helped him was Marvin Smith, driver of the Stomper. He's already put him on the trailer. This is the furthest he's been in eliminations all year long, but believe me, he has picked on the bad boy in this sport to pull up next to, but he's giving him a real good run. Equalizer, not really. Look at this, side by side. The final jump's going to tell it.
Wow. Sensational matchup. You got to tip your hat to Thunder Chicken. A great run for Kid Rarig, but he falls just barely short. The winner will be the equalizer as David Morris fights like the dickens to hang on to that silver flag. And these same two trucks were in the semifinals, Army. It was equalizer against Carolina Crusher to see who would go to the championship at the Citadel.
The winner's going to go to the final. Who's it going to be on a short track? Only 2 jumps. You notice the first jump. Now, both trucks trying to pull it out far lane. Equalizer goes the second jump, but look how quick. They have to stop the truck. Normally, the field is used for football. Who's going to be in the left lane for the final? USA 1.
So he goes up against equalizer, but it didn't matter to David Morris. How tough you could see why this kid's got the lead on the national point standings as equalizer in Charleston, South Carolina, beat USA 1. We saw him win last week here at Lima on Tough Tracks. You just saw highlights from him winning at the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina. Can he do it again and pad that point lead? We're about to find out. Equalizer and Carolina Crusher. A week ago, equalizer beat the Crusher.
Just a minute ago, when they went into the vehicles, the driver of the Carolina Crusher looked at me and said, I'm going after him. I'm going to get the flag back. Well, actions speak louder than words. The flag's on the equalizer. The Crusher moves into the lane. Yellow truck, far side, quick qualifying time of the night, lane choice. He's where he wants to be. The equalizer's where he wants to be. Porter is coming after this kid in the equalizer with a vengeance. He wants him in the worst way.
A great start, and it looks like, again, equalizer has himself a good shot on that right lane.
Keep an eye on Porter. He's setting up for the final. Now he goes. Porter pulls the trigger and goes into the winner's circle. Gary Porter did not care about the first 2 jumps. He just wanted to be setting straight for the final, and it paid off for him, Scott.
He left himself just stable enough off that second jump, but with plenty of momentum, and then he really nailed the throttle, let it all hang out over that final set of cars, and it was all Carolina Crusher, and I think everybody a little bit surprised at the relative ease with which Carolina Crusher seemed to get the victory over equalizer.
Yeah, but the equalizer, Morris did a beautiful job. He came off of that second jump really out of shape. The truck responded good, but Porter didn't care about the second jump. He was just looking at the far end of the track where the finish line is.
Both our weeks here in Lima, Army, I think that's the first time we've seen Morris really get out of shape on that second set, and Porter was able to come away and get the win over him.
Yeah, it was an awfully good run by both drivers, but Porter deserves the win.
Okay, your defending national champion had a lot of problems out in the pits before qualifying. He tried to make it to the line in time, but he had 5 minutes to do it and just fell short. Now, Rod, what happened to the truck out there this afternoon?
Well, we were making some adjustments on the carburetors and that, and I was making some trial runs, and in doing that, the timing chain was, you know, it must have been time for it to go. We blew a timing chain in it, and we worked as hard as we could, and we just fell short of making the race today.
And he's 36 years of age in an 87 Ford F350.
Stan, this run here might be a little bit lopsided here with Awesome Kong running against Mr. Twister. Mr. Twister is not very good at this as far as experience goes, but then again, Steve Kane isn't either as far as driving that truck. But with all that horsepower, as long as he can hold on, he can take the win, which he does.
And he took just a narrow lead, but he did win an Awesome Kong, Steve Kane.
I tell you what, though, Stan, it was a close race. As you can see here, Mr. Twister's keeping right up with him in the first set of cars. But as soon as they hit that second set, Awesome Kong was gone.
Scott Stevens, he's in King Crunch out of the Woodlands, Texas. Just a 28-year-old driving that 89 Chevy. It's a fiberglass cab.
As a matter of fact, Stan, it's a complete fiberglass body. Now, this saves him some weight so he can get a little bit more speed. Now, he's got this new truck and a lot of horsepower. Now, I'll tell you what, though, Bob Breen's got a new motor in this truck, a big block blown and injected Chevrolet. And I'll tell you what, he's doing an excellent job. A little bit of smoke coming out of King Crunch, but I don't believe there's any problem with it.
Well, Wild Hair is the winner. That's a close one.
It is, Stan, indeed. Now, watch how both these guys almost drive the same over the first set of cars. They don't hit it real hard because they both got a lot of horsepower. They want to be on the ground before they hit that second set of cars so they can get their speed up to cross the finish line. Now, look at Wild Hair, how high he is in the air, and he takes a big bounce. And let's see if Mad Dog can put him away. Now, these guys both got great experience in side-by-side monster truck racing. Let's see what happens here. Mad Dog, he's having a little bit of problems after that first set of cars, and this might give Stopper an advantage. Now, he gets a lot of air there.
Uh-oh.
Stopper's got the win.
Whoa.
Mad Dog's getting a little close over here to this side.
Oh, he came close to the guardrail and our cameraman.
Yeah, might have gave him a little bit of a scare there, but John had the vehicle under control. Let's see if we can tell what happened. It looked like right at the first set of cars. Watch his back tire. When it comes down and it hits right there at a piece of that car, that's what throws him a little sideways. Now, if he's not lined up, just like his brother said earlier, you might as well forget it, and that gave Stomper the win.
Well, I'm sure our cameraman down there was wondering about John Breen and Mad Dog if he was heading towards him, but he did manage to swerve away, just missed that guardrail, and travel on.
And one thing here, we got a long wheelbase against a short wheelbase, and let's see if there's going to be an advantage here. They both hit the cars side by side. They both taking it easy. Everybody's hitting it nice and easy over the first set, but the second set, look at that gap. Oh, that was close, but I believe it's Carolina Crusher is the winner.
It looks like it. We can tell on the ISO of Carolina Crusher.
As you see it, and it's a good close-up shot. Beautiful truck. He comes across nice and easy, and here's where these guys are kicking in their horsepower right here. They got a lot of time, like everybody's talking about them ramps, but look at Nightlife, how close he closes the gap. Now, these guys here together, this ought to be a fantastic race here. Now, Steve Kane doesn't have the experience of driving like Bob Breen does, but he's got just as much horsepower. Now, let's see what's going to happen. They're both in between the second two sets of cars with tremendous horsepower. Look at that. You see something came out from underneath Wild here. He took the wind coming from behind. Let's see if we can tell what happened. Over the first set of cars, neither one of them had a problem at all. They were just perfectly landing. Now, let's see if we can tell what happens here. We'll watch real close underneath the truck. Watching, you'll see a spark come out from the front end right there. Okay, that's where he lost the front drive shaft, but he did end up taking the win. As you can see, parts are flying out from underneath the vehicle over towards the fence.
Unbelievable win for Wild Hair as he dropped part of the drive shaft as they're picking it up. Let's go down to Mike Goss.
Bob, lots of parts came out from underneath the truck. What happened?
Well, when I come down, I think my front stabilizer shocks did give out on me, blowed it out, and it knocked the front input shaft off my transfer case. Blowed the drive shaft and all the loops out from under it.
Okay, as Wild Hair gets towed back to the pits, he is out of competition tonight with that break.
And a guy who has his work cut out for him, only 3 years of experience, Mr. Twister, driven by David Christensen.
Yes, of course, Mr. Twister with all that only 3 years of experience. He's going up against Stopper, one of the crowd favorites, and he's a veteran at this sport. He's been doing this for quite a while, and he's got a great jump on him there. He had a little problem in the first set of cars, but he nails it right there and just comes across with Mr. Twister with a little bit of a problem there. And his suspension wasn't working too good on that. He was bouncing a little too much.
Let's take a close look here on the ISO of Stomper.
Okay, let's see what happens on his run here. Right after that first set, he gets a little bit sideways here. He lets off, but he's still got plenty of time. But look at this. Mr. Twister just catches up from behind. Close run, but Stomper takes the win.
And he's teamed up against King Crunch, driven by a man who started racing motorcycles at age 10, Scott Stevens.
And one thing we're going to see here, Stan, is a different style of driving between these two guys. No problem. So you can see right there, he come out real hard, and that's what he had to do. Now, Scott Stevens, he takes it nice and easy over the first set and just takes all that horsepower to try to catch. And it looks like he might have taken the win on that. He did. King Crunch takes the win.
That was a close one, Rich.
It was real close. Let's see if we can tell exactly what happened. Now watch, you see all the dust, just no problem, just tremendous hole shot, and he's actually ahead of King Crunch here. But as soon as they get in between the cars, this is where Crunch just pours on all that horsepower, and he's got a fiberglass body, less weight, and watch, right there, he just clears the cars to take the win. Yeah, I have, and if I was going to race against either one of them, or if I was going to say who's going to win this, It's hard to say, really. They're both excellent drivers, but I think Awesome Kong has a little bit more horsepower than Carolina Crusher does right now. But Carolina Crusher, driven by Gary Porter, got a little bit more experience, so let's see what happens. It could be anybody's race here. Okay, Awesome Kong has just a little bit of a lead over Porter. Now, look like Porter got a little crossed up on that first set of cars, and Awesome Kong will take the win.
Not bad for Steve Kane. He's only been driving for a year and a half.
Excellent driving he's doing, too, Stan. Now, Carolina Crusher had a little problem right there with that first set of cars. He got a little sideways, and he had to let off the gas to get lined up for that second set. Now, Awesome Kong, before he hit that second set of cars, he was at full throttle to take the win. Now, of course, since Awesome Kong put Carolina Crusher in that other lane, that gave him the win.
All right, let's go down to Mike Goss.
Okay, Awesome Kong defeats Carolina Crusher here in Bowling Green, Ohio. First, Carolina Crusher. Gary, that wasn't the lane you wanted to run in. The first set of cars really got you crooked.
Hey, dude, that was the first time I had ran the right lane tonight, and I got crooked coming off the first set of cars, and I think I lost the race right in there. I had to backpedal it, and I didn't get lined up straight for the second set of cars and didn't hit them full speed. But Awesome Kong, you know, I have nothing to say. You know, when you run second against him, you're still doing good.
Okay, your winner is Steve Kane. Now, Steve, you guys have had a lot of problems lately with Awesome Kong. What kind of things did you have to do to get her ready to go?
Yeah, we had problems with our transfer case, and we got a new Profab transfer case built for us and some new dry shafts and things like that. It really seems to be working now.
Now, you haven't had a lot of time behind the wheel of this truck. Do you think you can, are you learning something? Are you getting better at it?
Well, I learn something every time I get into that truck. It's kind of hard to follow in the footsteps like Steve Dane when he drove that truck for so long, you know, and he done real good. But I think I can do pretty good.
Thanks very much, Mike. Now, Rich, here's a truck we haven't even seen or talked about. It's the fastest qualifier. It's a new style of monster truck that's being built. This one being driven by Jack Willman Jr. called Taurus.
That's right, Stan, and this was designed by Dave Cook. They're in Illinois there, and the way this truck is set up, it's a lot like the Mint 400 racers. Now with a 4-link suspension, there's no leaf springs on this. It's got a coil overload shock. As you can see by the way this vehicle handles, it's going to work out real good with this racing.
Absolutely, 7.42 seconds. Good run for Jack Willman as he goes over that second jump. Let's go down right now to Mike Goss.
Taurus is your fast qualifier. Now, Jack, we haven't seen much of you out here on the Renegades TNT Monster Truck Challenge. Looks like you've got a real nice racing truck. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's a brand new truck. It was just built this year, and it's especially made for this type of racing, so there's no excuses. It's up to me driving it, and I think we have the truck for the capabilities.
I understand it's very light.
Yeah, it's one of your lightest trucks out there. You know, it's in the range of 8,000 pounds, which most of them is lucky to weigh 10 or 12, so, you know, it's a pretty light truck.
And now Scott Stevens got this new truck, and he's not really sure on how it's going to run. Let's see how he does against the veteran here. They're coming across the first set. They're pretty well side by side. Looks like Mad Dog's got a little bit of a lead on him on the first set of cars. Well, Stan, I don't know. This was real close.
This one is close.
Let's see here what happens. Okay, they hit the first set of cars pretty much side by side. Now, it looks like Scott's going to be able to take the lead here, but look, Mad Dog hits the cars first and comes across, but it looks like Scott Stevens beats him in the air.
Rich, it looked like something was coming out of the back end of King Crunch. Let's see if we can take a look at it again.
Yeah, I noticed a little bit of smoke earlier, Stan. Looks like there's some fluid coming out. I'm not really sure what it is. Let's check with Mike.
It's got lots of liquid underneath the truck. What was the problem?
Well, we just, again, tonight we're having, you know, last night we were too low of a gear. We got the gears right. We're just turning the motor so hard and it's building a little crankcase pressure and blowing the head gaskets out again tonight. But it's once we get the transmission working, we'll be okay.
Let's see how good he does on this one, Stan.
And Rich, there's the green.
Okay, and they're off here across the first set of cars. Awesome Kong's got a little bit of a lead. Black Stan's keeping right up with him. It looks like, I tell you, it looks like Awesome Kong having a little bit of problems right there. Stan, I'm not sure who won that.
Boy, that is going to be close. Definitely problems for Awesome Kong.
Now let's see if we can tell what happened here, Stan, on the replay. Awesome Kong's got a little bit of a lead. Black Stan's keeping right up with him, but it looks like as soon as he hit that first part of the second set of cars where he lost all power.
And Awesome Kong taking a narrow win over Black Stallion.
Hey, Steve, what happened out there?
I don't know. I think a piston broke or something like that inside the motor. When I got ready to race over there, it was hard to turn over, so I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see when we get back to the shop.
Where'd you lose power? It looked like after the first set of cars or so.
Yeah, right there in the middle of the cars. It just started dying on me, spitting and sputtering, so it was, I don't know.
Now, this ought to be a good one, Stan. Now, the winner of this is going to go up against Taurus. Now, sure, neither one of them guys want to do that, but they're both going to want to win, and they're both going to give it everything they got and this is going to be a close race. Both of them they're excellent drivers. Carolina Crusher just all of a sudden takes a tremendous lead after that first set of cars, but I tell you what, Stan, that was real close. I'm not sure, but it looks like Carolina Crusher took the win.
We've had a couple of close races before. Here we go.
Oh, they all been real close. Now, Nightlife here, they're side by side, but it looks like Carolina Crusher, he hits that second set of cars first, and right in the air, right there, you can see he took the win. Now, this is going to be a good one. Now, the winner of this guy is going to go up against either Black Stallion or USA 1. It's going to be a tough race all the way around, and they're taking off here. Both of them with an excellent hole shot, side by side. It's going to be hard to say. Mad Dog had a little bit of a problem. He had to slow down to straighten up to get on that second set of cars. It's going to be close. I'm not sure who won this, Stan.
I can't believe it once again.
Let's see what happens here. Across the first set, looks like Mad Dog's got a little bit of a lead. Now, Mr. Twister catches up to him because Mad Dog has some problems. But we're going to have to check on the photo finish here, I think, to see who wins. It was real close.
Let's take a look at a video freeze frame. Perhaps we can find out it is Mad Dog is the winner. Let's go down with Mike Goss, who has John Breen.
John, a very close race. It looks like you lost momentum there.
Yeah, I got bounced a little bit crooked down there and had to back out just a little bit, so it kind of left me a little bit short there.
Did you get back in it hard once you were on the cars?
Yeah, after I got on the cars, I let it on out there, but, a little too late.
Well, I tell you what, this will be a good race here. Both these guys have got a lot of horsepower, but I tell you, USA 1's having a little bit of problems with it. Let's see if he's got it fixed from the last round. It still sounds like it's cutting out a little bit. Now, Mad Dog's having some problems here. He just misses his second set of cars completely, and that gives USA 1 the win, but he didn't have a very good run. It was cutting out real bad. You can hear it. It's missing. He didn't get it fixed from the last round. And John Breen could have had a chance to win, but he didn't quite make it. He just missed the cars completely.
Let's go down trackside with Mike Goss.
Well, Rod, it's going to be you against Taurus in the finals. Have you raced him before?
Yeah, I've had a couple chances in Canada. I ran him, and we were almost a tie in there, but he beat me. That's the first time I ran him. But the truck is a new design, and it's a fast truck, and we're having little problems here tonight, and we just can't get them quite figured out. We think it might be in the motor now, something in the motor, so I'm going to give it my best shot what the truck will do. We might have to just go back, put a new motor in it when I get done.
So it's going to be the post-honeycomb serial Taurus, driven by Jack Willman Jr. out of Granite City, Illinois. The young man, just 22 years old. Beautiful truck going up against USA 1 by Rod Litzow.
And one thing I might mention here, Taurus is the fastest qualifier tonight, so he has lane choice. So he's putting Rod in the lane. He hasn't run tonight. Plus, his engine's not running too well, so he's going to have his work cut out for him. And let's see what happens. Taurus has got a tremendous hole shot. Litzow did too, but Litzow having big problems after that first set of cars, and Taurus is going to take the win. I'm not sure exactly what happened, Stan, with Litzow in USA 1. Let's see if we can tell here. Over the first set of cars, he does good, but right there it just seems like he's lost power. He just coasts. Now, it seems like he's able to get it running again, but Taurus takes the win.
A great win for Jack Willman Jr. out of Granite City, Illinois in Taurus. Let's go down trackside with Mike Goss.
Thanks, Stan. Taurus, a new truck, takes the win over USA 1, the defending national champion. Now, Rod, never got your engine working right, did you?
No, and I think in this final run, last run you always push it to the limit. I think the motor went right in the middle there. I just lost all the power and kind of came to a coast, so we'll bring it back. I think the motor went out of it now.
Okay, your winner's Taurus. Now, Jack, a lot of guys are building a lot of fast trucks. Looks like you've got one of the faster ones.
Yeah, it's a new wave truck, and I think it's going to be the ticket in due time, and feels pretty good. Get to run with all these good guys, and it just feels good to be a winner.
Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
The Virginia native lines up on Virginia Clay, heading down the pit road of Richmond International Raceway. He'll be working the left side of the track. The rear engine Gravedigger comes out a little bit out of shape. Now he's got to pull the trigger on the final jump. Good run for the Gravedigger. He's going to be a player before the night's over.
Not a thought about that pit wall. It's excellent. 7.36 for Gravedigger. And, you've got to think about that pit wall. But if you do, then it's going to take a little something away from your performance. Obviously, Army Anderson looks only ahead.
Yeah, he drives to the front. He doesn't worry about left, right, or the rear, anything.
Has been outstanding this year in tough tracks and is second in the national point. He's getting ready to go after the qualifying time of 7.36, set down by Dennis Anderson. A good shot from the Carolina Crusher.
A lot of air on the final jump. That's turning into his trademark. A little bit out of shape. Shuts it down. And as you said, he's the one carrying the winter flag from last week. Porter definitely believes he can make up ground on the equalizer this weekend in Richmond.
Out of Spring Lake Park, Minnesota, a very, very shaky start to the season, but he has been coming on.
Well, he and the crew have been really trying to put the horsepower down. It looks like it's working, but on that run, if you look at the front of the truck,
The front drive shaft went completely away. That was a two-wheel drive run, a strong 659, and only using the rear wheels to put that horsepower to the ground, Scott.
David Morris, the national point leader out of Tennessee.
Scott, keep an eye on both of these drivers. I believe their subconscious is going to make them try to both flush to the inside of the track. Now, the equalizer leads real good in the left lane. A strong run. He's going to advance. He'll be going against USA 1 in that next round of eliminations. That could be an all-star setup itself. But I hope we've got a replay coming up on it because the camera angle on the end of the track is going to show you they're both trying to work the middle of the track. Nobody wants to get near the wall. Notice the replay comes up now. Equalizer out. He goes to the middle. Nightlife, he goes to the middle. And everybody's trying to stay away from that wall. Look at them. They come 1-2 right across the finish line.
Something there is a very, very narrow edge, narrow room for error, if you will, in this course.
You know, this monster truck can actually have a groove in it. It's one of the nice over. Speaking of groove, these guys are grooving head-to-head. Look at a kid out of Missouri. We see a major upset. Bob Breen put the grave digger on the trailer in the first round. What an upset, Scott.
So Bob Breen knocks off the local favorite in Virginia, grave digger. Here's Army with Bob right now.
Bob, you had a conversation with Dennis before the run. What'd you tell him?
I told him he better hammer it.
Does that wall bother you guys out there at all tonight?
Oh, it'll make you a little bit leery. You know, you kind of wonder, because when you hit the cars, when you come down, if you don't hit them square on, you don't know where you're going to come off of them at.
So the best situation is to get out in the lead quick. Is that what we can look for?
Yeah, I think you're going to look for the man that gets the lead. He's going to be the one that finishes.
Good luck to you in that next round.
Thank you.
Very long wheelbase of the Clydesdale may come into play here.
The long track, the long wheelbase, 144.5 inches, could be an advantage for the Clydesdale. However, Breen's giving him a good run. Clydesdale legs it out over the final set of cars to advance, Scott.
It is Clydesdale coming away with the victory. Bennett Clark, who's known for these kind of last-second lunges here on tough tracks. All right, Ford people, here comes that Bronco, John Moore, the no-problem Bronco, up against Ron Dennis and Leadfoot. Leadfoot's out of Flagstaff, Arizona, and the no-problem Bronco is out of Lafayette, Tennessee.
Classic battle, Ford versus Chevrolet. Moore gets a good lead in the left lane, but watch the Arizona. Chevrolet come back and take the win. Boy, Ron Dennis is looking strong. This is the first time we've had him on tour with us this year. He's here, he's for real, and he's driving a Chevrolet. I would just about buy a ticket and go sit on the other side of the fence to watch this next race. The kid out of Tennessee, your national point leader, trying to bump off number 1, the USA 1 Chevrolet, and they're off and at it.
It's the defending national champion closest to you, USA 1, and the new kid on the block, the point leader, equalizer.
Oh, he's going over, Scott.
He lost the wheel and has flipped it to equalizer, and David Morris is on his side. The camera's getting us a good shot.
We're going to get him out. He looks all right, Scott. It was close.
He has come out of the truck on his own power. You can see several running over to help him out. The EMTs are there. There's John Moore in the yellow driving suit coming over, another Tennessee driver, to see how David Morris is. And, of course, the TNT officials on hand, and the crowd is standing after a wild ride. Army's back with us. Army, look at this replay, and we'll see if we can look at the back end go up.
What happened? The truck landed good, but it took a bad bounce. The left front suspension collapsed, and he high-sided it in the worst way, crushing the right side of the truck down. The driver is okay. All the safety equipment held up, but what a ride.
What a ride indeed, David Morris. And there he is waving to the crowd. He's okay. An incredible ride for the equalizer. Here's Army with David Morris.
David, you set up a war and you fought a good battle. I can't think of anything else that you could have done to win that thing. It was awesome.
Well, I didn't know what happened. I knew I made a good landing when I landed, and I don't know, I couldn't figure out why the truck would be rolling, but I knew it was, so I hope it didn't hit Rod's anywhere.
No, Rod's okay. He was over here worried about you. The landing was good. The bounce is where the problem came in. You landed, it looked good, and then you took a real weird bounce that we've been talking about all night long, and it went over to the left front, and that's what tore the whole front suspension out from underneath the truck.
Well, I didn't know what happened. I knew something had happened major because the truck had started into a roll, and it hadn't been doing it when it takes that kind of landing, so I knew something had to broke.
We're going to they're going to put you right back to work. Gary Cook got a bunch of guys. They're going to try to get the truck fixed. We're glad you're okay. We'll see you on the tour later on.
Okay, thanks.
David Morris remarkably composed, and wow, look at the damage done to the equalizer truck. It won't be back tonight. He gets the win, but David Morris is out of the competition for this evening. So officially he wins the race, but since he can't come back, it'll be USA 1 and Rod Littow moving to the semifinals.
Well, like you say, the replay shows he won it free and clear, but one of the most concerned people on that track was Rod Littow. Now, Rod flipped the truck 4 or 5 times already this year. He was very concerned about Dave. Once he found out he was okay, he took the USA 1 and went back in the pit area. Like you said, yes, we will see USA 1 later on in competition.
What a round this has been, and this ought to be a dandy right here as Nightlife Dave White-York meets this guy right here, Steve Kane, Awesome Kong from Saline, Texas.
It's going to be Texas in the Awesome Kong going against the Nightlife out of Nebraska. Let's see what's going to happen. The Awesome Kong truck, a little bit of horsepower he's trying to find. Listen, the engine is going away on Awesome Kong. He's not going to make it. Story could come back in that next round. You could actually hear the engine was just not getting up and making horsepower, Scott.
So Awesome Kong is out, and Nightlife will move on into the next round. Army Armstrong, we've got another one, and this time the winner goes to the Final Four.
Who's it going to be? They line up side by side. The Carolina Crusher looking awfully strong. Dominates this one. However, boy, that old Clydesdale kept coming back at the end. He is notorious, Scott, for super finishes, isn't he?
The gauntlet tossed to everybody else, including these two guys who got the benefit of the doubt. Coming back as fast losers, Gravedigger and Mad Dog. This should be a good one. Here we go.
John Bream in the far lane left first, but look at the Gravedigger in front of his own home state folks. Boy, almost like he's possessed. He's not going to get put away twice tonight in front of his friends.
Oh, listen to the roar here at Richmond as the Gravedigger and Dennis Anderson will move to the Final Four. Army's going to catch up with Dennis right now.
Well, Dennis, you get back into this thing because of a technicality, but you're going just as hard as you should be here. Really, you shouldn't even be in the program, but you're advancing into the next round.
Yeah, we had a few problems from breakage, so I was brought back. I was sitting back in the pit, piddling along on my truck, had my driver's suit off. All of a sudden, they bust back in there and say, "Get your equipment on. We're ready to race." So I pulled it to the line, and I'm back in here.
How's the truck feel? Look good.
That feels good. I was a little late coming off on the line there. I wasn't paying real close attention to the lights, but now that I made this round, the next round I'll be on my cue.
You're from Virginia. We're in Virginia. Is this Virginia's night tonight?
I hope it is. Needs to be my night.
He's already got a break. We'll see if he gets any more, and I know he'll keep that driver's suit on, getting ready for the semifinals. And the slip of equalizer, where he kind of landed a little bit on the wall, even though the wall didn't cause it, I think is making it a lot more evident that they're looking at that wall.
Yeah, what they're doing, Scott, they're driving away from the wall. In the middle of the field, we got a real big problem right here. Nightlife is going to the final. Gary Porter, we get word, an electrical problem with Porter, hangs him on the first set of cars. That's going to hurt in the national points chase.
Well, you can see as he starts, look, it just goes right there.
Yeah.
I mean, you can tell it's electrical because everything just shuts down on him right there. And White-York, he wasn't looking back. Dave just goes all out and is going to give it a run, expecting to see Crusher coming after him. But Gary's dead in the water, if you will. I mean, he just got nothing.
Yeah. Well, White-York's doing the right thing. You race in front of you. He doesn't care about anybody but the lane he's running in. A good run for him, and he is going to the final. But you talk about a guy that's had his share of problems right here. He's lucky to even be sitting in that truck right now. Dennis Anderson, with the situation at hand is, Anderson sits on the starting line waiting for USA 1. USA 1 is having drivetrain problems. They got the truck started to bring it into the lanes, but the rules say you have 5 minutes in which to make the call. Anderson went to the lane. We're down to about 30 seconds. Can USA 1 make it? It looks like he's trying to get there, but the drama's starting to build in Richmond, and he is on the line, Scott.
So we're going to have a race. USA 1, the defending national champ, Rod Litzow, and the Gravedigger, Dennis Anderson, who was the early point leader on this season. Now these guys are sitting 3-4 in the point standings, so this is a very big head-to-head matchup. Not to mention the fact that the winner goes into the championship. Litzow's got the good shot.
Litzow comes up, keep an eye on the Gravedigger. Oh, I don't know. From my viewpoint, we're looking right down the throat of them. We couldn't tell. It looked like they were side by side on that final jump.
USA 1 got the win, but there's transmission fluid pouring out of it, so it looks like Gravedigger will go to the final. Here's Army.
Ron Litzow, you won the battle, but you're going to lose the war on this one. What exactly happened to the truck?
Well, I was telling you earlier, we've been busting our front drive shafts coming out that first set of cars. We're putting too much power onto the front wheels, and then when it comes down, it's like a load on it. So I snapped the U-joints, which caused this time here, doing it 3 times, busted my drive shaft in half, which slapped right into the tranny in my oil pan on it, punching a hole in there, so I lost all the fluid out of the tranny, which I can get it back together, but I don't have enough time in between rounds to do this.
Boy, you talk about drama. He just ran over here and said he's losing his way to the final. That's not exactly the case, but when you go to the final, any way you can get there, it counts, and that's exactly where you are right now. What's going through your mind? White-York sits out there believing he can win this thing.
Yeah, he can, but, you know, I jumped in that right lane, then I felt like I got a pretty good pass out of it. USA 1 didn't blow me away too bad. Now, I'm working with a little bit smaller motor this weekend than I've been working with, but I think I can knock Dave out.
It's Nightlife and Gravedigger coming up for all the marbles in Richmond on Tough Track.
Gravedigger sits awesome on the starting line. Look at those beady red lights. The Gravedigger's in town. He's in front of his own home state. Folks would love to put a win together. It could be a Cinderella final. Look at the far side. Gravedigger, almost possessed, is going to take the win, Scott.
The only victory he gets on the night is the one that he needed as he gets the win in the championship over Nightlife. The equipment holds together, and the Digger will take the silver flag right here in Richmond, Virginia, in front of the home state fans on Tough Track. Army's going to talk to your winner.
Well, Dennis Anderson, kind of like the finish, you came back from the grave on that one, literally, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. We've been sweating all night out here. I lost my way to the finals, really. We're back in the pits, piddling around on the truck, getting ready for tomorrow's event. They came and run us out of the pit, said, hey, you're back up on deck. And, you know, I stood a chance of getting to the finals, and I did it.
Weedsport gave you an awfully strong run, though, didn't he? That boy's tough.
Oh, yeah, he is. I mean, you'd never underestimate Dave. He may look lazy sometimes, but, buddy, he'll get you on the other end.
What about this national championship point chase? Now, you guys are getting ready to start on a big tour. You got a lot of cities in a row. Equipment, point chase, it's really getting dramatic in this monster truck competition, isn't it? You guys are definitely serious.
Yeah, we are. We're really serious in the whole motorsport of monster truck racing now, and it is going to be tough. You're talking about that little tour we have, and we'll be gone for like 4 weeks, and you have to carry a lot of spare parts for these things, and it's a lot of work, and there's a lot of late hours, too, pulled on them.
Speaking of spare parts, I've got a part over here for you. It's the championship flag that you'll be able to take on the New York tour with you. Congratulations, Dennis Anderson. And I want to ask this young man with you right here. Excuse me, son, who's the best monster truck in the world?
Gravedigger.
The Gravedigger.
A truck last week you talked about at length, Army. He broke last week. Let's see if he's in better shape today.
Well, Stevens had a transmission problem. He's notorious for his finish line jumps. Keep an eye on him. He has a good run going. He's going out. Look at that. All the way over. Completely cleared the second set of cars. And he sits in that big monster truck with a grin from ear to ear. That Texan is going to be tough.
Right now, watch him come into your living room over everything. He cleared them all, just barely clipped the last set of cars.
Speaking of stepping out, it's time to see if he can step out and step up in this qualifying session.
David Morrison, equalizer out of Springfield, Tennessee. And again, it's an amazing story that he's even running. And let's see how he does. A lot of vibration, a lot of bounce coming off that first set of cars. Pretty decent run, but I'm not sure, Army, he let it all hang out. He just wanted to see what he's got.
He was just trying to get a piece of the hair of the dog that bit him last week. He'll be back. That first run after an accident is very important.
Dave Weidschorek in Nightlife made it to the finals out of Grand Island, Nebraska last week. Let's see if he's still doing well in Richmond as Nightlife goes up against King Crunch.
Yeah, look at Crunch working the right side, loses an engine and stays after it, Scott. I don't know who won.
Side by side, they crossed the finish line with smoke billowing from King Crunch. He still had the momentum, and he gets the victory. King Crunch is the winner. Wow.
Boy, you talk about good side-by-side racing. They both lead. Now, watch Crunch. He has a cylinder going away on the left side of the engine, but stays after. You know, it's like jumping off a high dive. Once you go, you got to go.
From Lafayette, Tennessee, will square off with Gravedigger, the crowd favorite from right here in Virginia, Chesapeake, Virginia, Dennis Anderson.
Both drivers said they're going to do whatever it takes to put a win under the belt. A good side-by-side run into Donnybrook. Look, oh, both trucks in trouble, Scott.
Over the wall, Dennis Anderson scatters everybody, but Gravedigger got the win. He was inbounds all the way down the course. His problems came at the end, but that had to be a scary moment.
God, I'll tell you what, both of those trucks got into the wall. Anderson on the left of your screen takes a real weird bounce. He goes physically over the wall, but on the right side of your screen, watch John Moore. He gets into the retaining wall also. Boy, do not think for a minute that this is not literally a war on wheels out here. Anderson goes over to the left, and no problem bangs into the wall to the right.
Poor cameraman down at the end of the track didn't know where to go. It was breaking loose on both sides of the track. You can see both of those tires flattened on no problem as Moore hit the wall. Digger actually went over the wall and didn't seem to be damaged by it.
Dennis Anderson, to say it was wild would be an understatement. You know, they put these pit walls up to keep people out of the pit area.
Yeah, they did. The walls aren't very tall for these big monsters, and I come off the end of the cars in a real weird bounce, and I was afraid that I was going to, if I crammed on the brakes to keep from getting over the wall, I might flip the truck over. I really don't know what happened. I kind of got shook up and shook around a little bit, so I just dove for the wall.
Well, John Moore went into the wall on the other side of the track on the very same run. You were bounced over this wall. He was going into the other.
You know, what goes through your mind when you're coming over this finish line and you're that close together? You got together actually in the middle of the track and it went away from each other.
Right, well, that's what it was. I think we kind of got scared. Both of us got together. I'd rather tie up with the wall in a way than tie up with somebody else's truck because I feel like the wall is not that tall. I can get over the wall without tearing the truck up. But if I get into somebody else's truck, there's going to be some severe damage.
So you understand now why Dennis Anderson went ahead, squared himself up, and went over the wall. It'll be Leadfoot, as you saw there a moment ago, and Ron Dennis from Flagstaff, Arizona, against Bennett Clark in Flagstaff out of Georgia.
Bennett Clark out of Georgia, the ex-Bravo bull rider, gets a good hole shot, but look at this kid from Arizona coming back. No, Clark is past the finish line.
Nobody's finished this like Bennett Clark does.
He comes through there like a fast-moving freight. The last 50 feet, you got to be out on that guy or he's going to hammer you.
So let's get a look at the replay. He really didn't have to hammer it. Of course, as you mentioned, Army, he's going all out. But here's what happened to Leadfoot.
Yeah, the Arizona truck goes over the center line. He has to back out of the throttle. But remember, you race to the front of you, not to the left and the right and the rear. Bennett Clark didn't know it. He was going for broke.
Carolina Crusher and that guy, Bob Breen and Wild Hair. I'm really looking forward to this matchup. Two guys who will really put this hammer down and really could come out of here with a win today.
Yeah, I'll guarantee you, this is an interesting setup. This is the time to get excited. Bob Breen's on a roll. He's looking good. The Carolina Crusher, you know he's a strong charger. Crusher works the left side. Breen's going to have to go after him on the last jump. Breen's got to go now. Not going to do it. Breen's in trouble, Scott.
Crusher got the win, and Breen's on the wall. Look at him. He straddled it, sitting right over it, started to go over, and then just ease the truck to keep himself from flipping or from getting in big trouble. He just kind of straightened it out and straddled.
Boy, Bob Breen really came after the Crusher on the final jump. But right here, when he landed, he was thrown out of shape. Bang, bounces right over. Now, Bob Breen took a real impact there. It doesn't look like it, but that truck stopped instantly for him, and Breen's shaking up.
Boy, he is. The TNT officials over to look at him and make sure Bob's okay. They'll talk with him, and hopefully he's all right. Army making his way over now to talk to the winner of that wild race, Gary Porter of Carolina Crusher.
Well, kind of an interesting situation. We're walking down pit road here. We noticed a young man sitting on the wall. Gary Porter, what are you trying to do, make friends with this wall?
That's what I'm trying to do, because it seems like everybody's having, you know, the problems with this wall tonight. We're so close to it.
What is causing it? When you guys are bouncing and you're in the air, the truck's just going to the wall, and by the time you get to correct, you're there?
Yeah, the truck seems like everybody's getting one or two bounces, and I'm trying, when I'm in the air, in the bounce, I'm trying to steer to correct the truck when I'm in the air, so whenever it lands, it'll go away from the wall.
Is everything okay on your truck? You ready for the next round?
Everything seems to be fine. You know, last week I lost the flag, so I'm here to try to win the flag back.
Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher. He's got the victory over Bob Breen and Wild Hair. Bob with that wild ride that left him straddling the wall. There you get a look at Bob Breen. He's going to come out of that driver's suit. Obviously a bit shaken. The EMT's working their way over to take a look at him, but we're getting a word here that he's okay. Army Armstrong right now is working his way over to talk to Bob Breen about that incredible ride.
Bob, an awful wild ride. You just checked out by the EMTs. A little bit dizzy when you came out?
Yeah, my head hit the roll bar, and I got cooking in between the cars, and I couldn't get it straightened out, and I should have backed out, and I didn't do it.
You're going to be okay, though?
Yeah, I'm fine. It kind of scared me more than anything else, I think.
But he's smiling now, and you know Bob will get that truck ready, and he'll be back in action. We're going to look now at our next matchup in the quarterfinal round as Bob Breen now becomes a spectator like a lot of us. Well, here's one of the big stories of today's event here on Tough Track. Equalizer after that slip as badly as they tore the truck up. We've talked about it several times already, but he's back and rolling. With each round, it gets tougher, and now he matches up with King Crunch.
Equalizer works the left side, comes out real good, but Scott Stevens coming after him on the inside. Whoa, I think they may have gotten together.
Equalizer definitely got the win.
That was some heads-up driving by that kid out of Tennessee and the driver from Texas. I believe they actually touched, Scott.
We'll find out right here as we get the replay now with these two trucks coming side by side. They're okay at this point. Now you can see King Crunch drifting to the middle, and indeed even Morris comes a little bit to the middle, and there's contact.
Yeah, they get together definitely. Heads-up driving by both of those guys.
Boy, they were able to get her straightened out, and you know Morris had to be thinking about that slip from last week. Carolina Crusher against Equalizer, then it'll be Awesome Kong and Gravedigger.
Like taking them up, throwing them all in a big pile. There's no favorite at this point on. Equalizer working the far side of the track. Crusher trying to hold him off. Well, both of them take a bad bounce. Gary Porter is going to go to the final.
Carolina Crusher gets the win, but you got to tip your hat to David Morris, Gary Cook, and Equalizer after that slip a week ago to come back with a great run today. Still, Porter moves on. Gary Porter going to the finals, big boy, on a tough, tough night.
It is. It's very tough way to equalize. He's tough. He's running first in the points. I'm second, and I'm trying to gain on and take that first place points this year.
You're definitely going to gain on him. You just put him out in that round so you can advance or pull up quite a few more points if you win this thing tonight. Only going to take one more race to do that. The starting line set up is going to be the Gravedigger going against Awesome Kong. Do you have any preference who you want to go against in the final?
Well, neither really. But both of them is going to be running strong, and this is going to be a good race coming up.
We'll see you in the final.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome Kong, Steve Kane, Killeen, Texas, the red truck closest to you. And Gravedigger, Dennis Anderson, the home state guy, Chesapeake, Virginia. They're off. The red lights move out of the right lane. Anderson trying to go to another wheel. What's going to happen? Oh, it is just unbelievable. Look, Anderson comes around. He shuts her down.
Gets her stopped right in front of the wall, and he did win it by a nose. Look at the fans in Virginia. They love it.
They're proud of their own.
Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger gets the win. He puts that black hat on. And now Army Armstrong's going to go over and talk to the finalist, Dennis Anderson.
Dennis Anderson, I'm going to be short and sweet. Gary said he's going to thump you in the final. I asked him if he wanted to run any preference in the final. You're Awesome Kong. He said, I want to get a hold of the Gravedigger. I'm going to thump him right here in his own hometown.
Well, I can tell you what, he might thump me, but it ain't going to be no easy thump.
Anderson lines up. Al Goss pulls him up into the staging lane. The eeriness of those red lights, when that truck rolls into a final, the red lights come on, that means the Gravedigger's in town. A partial crowd, they would love to see him win it. Who does he go up against? The Carolina Crusher, and believe me, this kid would love nothing more than to beat the Gravedigger in his own home state. North Carolina versus Virginia, let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be a shot for two.
Off the line. It's a good start for both of them, side by side, to the second set of cars. Crusher's got the edge. Carolina Crusher and Gary Porter are going to take home the silver flag. He takes it away from the Gravedigger, head-to-head in the championship matchup.
And if I'm holding up real well, we're probably going to do it all with one truck. But if I can't hold up it to do all the driving, then we're probably going to bring another truck out, another driver.
Bigfoot with the option again of getting more trucks in if he needs it. And Andy Brass is off the mark and rolling, putting on a good, strong qualifying run.
Boy, Scott, you're right. He really laid down a shot. This is a good, long, straight track. He goes at 8:19 with a big smile on his face. The Bigfoot crew's going to have to be tickled with that. His dad was involved in drag racing. Now, son's up into the monster truck racing, and Dad's sitting in the grandstands watching him. They call it the Buffalo Trimmer.
John Kwasniewski's hitting it and going in front of the hometown fans in Lancaster Speedway in Buffalo. A good run for the Buffalo Trimmer. Boy, look at him bounce at the end of that one.
Yeah, this kid would love to do some good here. I believe that 10:09 is going to get quicker as the night goes on.
Now we're going to see him in action, side-by-side competition with Mike Wine and the Jersey Outlaw Ford.
Now, Mike Wine runs 460 cubic inch supercharged Ford engine in the Ford. John Bream runs a 500 cubic inch carbureted Chevrolet engine, and the supercharger came back at the end of the track, but the Chevrolet really gave that Ford a good run.
So there you see it side-by-side they go, and the Jersey Outlaw comes away with the victory, getting ready to hook up with the Buffalo Trimmer, the hometown favorite, if you will, and John Kwasniewski out of Lackawanna, New York, which basically is Buffalo.
Well, this kid out of New York picked on a bad hombre to go against in front of his hometown folks as Andy Brass takes Bob Chandler, also original monster truck Ford, to the winner's circle.
Good run for Buffalo Trimmer. He gave it a strong pull, but your winner is Bigfoot and Andy Brass. Wow, he's really trying to do something, and he may get it the way he's going before the night's out.
Yeah, he said he's trying to clear the last set of cars. There are 12 cars in that set, Scott.
Carolina Crusher and a fast loser from the opening round, Buffalo Trimmer. But unfortunately for the hometown guy, it looks like he's going to go down 0 for 2 as Crusher is able to put the Trimmer away. And Wild Hair. There you get a good look at Bob Breen getting all the harnesses, goggles, helmets, and gear in place and ready to go in his matchup with Steve Kane, an Awesome Kong out of Killeen, Texas. And the Wild Hair is stalled to life. Awesome Kong takes off, and there's nothing for Bob Breen to do.
Steve Kane's going to advance into this round. Now, I was anxious to see what was going to happen here because both of those trucks were on the rear engine setup. Bob Breen, we understand, lost the torque converter in the transmission. That's why he couldn't move.
Hey, it's been a rough time for Bob Breen and Wild Hair. You may remember last week's show as the Wild Hair took a wild ride.
He's going to defend the national championship. The Carolina Crusher has got to do everything he can do to hold on to the flag. He won last week. Would like to make it 2 in a row. Let's see what's going to happen. They lead side by side, but what a run by USA 1, Scott. Look how smooth. Whoa, he's in trouble. That's spooky. Now, they're really the end of the track, and these guys are coming past us at about 60 miles an hour. Texas going against Missouri. Oh, Texas backs off a little bit. He's going to let that Ford sit on the starting line, get a little bit warm, I believe. Now, Steve, he's trying to psych the driver of the Ford up, and I tell you, I don't believe you're going to out-psych the Bigfoot driver. Andy Brass is a cool customer.
All right, the psych is over. It's time to put it down and put your cards on the table. It's Andy Brass and Bigfoot. Awesome Kong and Steve Case. Here they come, Army.
They left together. They're over the first jump together. Brass stays, Boone Kong comes back. I cannot tell who won.
Wow, how can you call it? By inches at the finish line, Bigfoot and Kong, and it appears Kong will come away the winner by a matter of inches. And Bigfoot running on the circus, but obviously still got a lot of work to do to get back into winning monster truck competition. Let's go over to Army with Andy Brass.
Andy, an awfully good runner, an awfully tough competitor. This kid, Steve Kane, has been in the backdrop, so to speak, of the Dane brothers for a long time, and he's really making a name for himself. He's turned out to be a good driver, isn't he?
Yeah, Steve's doing a real well job driving, you know, and plus the truck he's got, Austin Kong's been doing real well this year. You know, he's got runs big motor, you know, alcohol injection motor, and it's real helping out on these kind of tracks that we're running out here.
Have you learned anything tonight since you're just now coming back to running against these guys? Have you learned anything? You and George are going to get back and we can see some changes in the near future with the Bigfoot truck?
Yeah, we might try a little gearing change tomorrow, maybe try to get out of the hole a little better. It seems like that's what's counting here, getting out of the hole, because kind of from the beginning, it kind of looked like Steve had me from the hole on out.
We're proud to have you back. Thanks a lot for coming.
Thank you, Arm.
Both of them Chevrolets, one of them a front motor, one of them a rear motor, both going after the first win of 89. They lead the starting line side by side. First jumps are clean. Second jump, now who is it?
It's USA 1 by about a half a wheel length. Rod Litzow is back. USA 1 takes the victory, and a big one it is here in Buffalo. Let's go over to Army with your winner, Rod Litzow.
Rod Litzow with USA 1. I'm going to present you the flag. The first time you've ever had an opportunity to carry the flag, and believe me, you earned it.
Thank you. This is for True Value and Chevrolet and everyone behind us. We're going all the way from here.
You and your crew chief, Steve Wilkie, seem to have a handle on this thing from the word go tonight.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. If you got good teamwork out here and you feel good, comfortable together, everything starts running smooth, and all we have to do is concentrate on winning. That's what we're here doing.
It was 1 year ago tonight that you started your move that netted you the national championship, the first national championship ever in the monster truck races. You've had your share of problems this year. You and Everett, Steve, and a crew back in Minnesota have been working awfully hard. Is the same thing going to happen? Is this the turnaround point for USA 1? Are you going back for that national championship?
Well, I want to say yeah, because we finally figured out we got everything set. We're running strong. The truck just checked out perfect on this. We made another test run here. It ran all night. Not a problem. So I feel we're going to go all the way out right now. It's going to be tough to beat us.
Hey, you've always carried a Chevrolet flag. You've always carried a True Value hardware flag. Congratulations, you get the winner's flag tonight.
Thank you. It feels great.
He said he was going to make some changes. He and George Smith went back to the pit area, and believe me, they made some changes. Look at this qualifying run. They put a quicker gear on it, and they started to fly in New York. A 7:46, Scott, gave him quick qualifying time.
It was a superb time, as you mentioned. Let's watch the foot coming right in your living room. Look at him here. He doesn't get too much air on that first set. Comes, hits that second ramp again, a very steep ramp. Comes up, doesn't get too high, you know. You really lose some time if you get too high in the air, and he didn't. Hey, Bob's had some rough times the last couple of weeks. Let's see how his qualifying run goes today.
Well, now Breen runs a supercharged. Oh, he's really got a problem. The engine's not coming up at all. He's going to hurt something real bad. He's going to have to hurry up, get over the finish line, and shut it off. Breen, I don't know what the problem is. I've never heard this before in my life. The engine just was not getting any kind of air or anything in it.
As you mentioned, it sounds terrible, and I don't think we're going to see any more Bob Breen and the wild hair on this run today.
That's about a $20,000 pop if he lost the engine. Speaking of pops, look who's coming out now.
It's Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger as those red lights cut through in Buffalo, New York. Dennis has been still hanging in the top 3 in the national points. We asked him how it's been going lately.
Well, I'm doing pretty good with the truck right now. You know, we've made a change since we've come outdoors, and we've got a new motor in the truck right now. We were upping the power just a little bit because I can control the truck outside. And, you know, things have been going real great for us, you know. Every once in a while we have a downfall, but we come back stronger than ever when we come back.
Here's the qualifying run of Gravedigger as he hits the second ramp. Look at that leap.
Scott Douglas, I have never, in all the years I've been involved in motorsports, seen anything that violent. We're going to try to get a replay of it and talk to it, but Dennis Anderson stunned everybody. The first jump looked good. Now, when he lands, the front tires hit at the bottom of the ramp. Look what happens. Look at all the air. Bam, he nails it again. The whole suspension under the bottom, you notice pieces starting to fall out. He completely tore all the drivetrain out of that truck. I have never seen a truck go that high and land that hard in my life, and it even stunned Anderson.
I don't know if anybody's ever seen a monster truck fly that high and that far.
Yeah, that was scary. The back wheels landed on the other side of the 12th car. Look at him. He is shaking up. That had to be a ride.
Rightly so. I mean, that was just an incredible and awesome ride. The fans showing their appreciation as Digger is going to be done for this day. And Dennis is going to say, wow, I know we can make some horsepower. And you know, Army, this guy really wants to let it all hang out right here.
Yeah, I tell you, he's a class individual. He was talking about lightening the chassis. They put an all-aluminum frame on a 6061 T6 aluminum, bouncing. I think some of his problem is in the air pressure he's running in the tires. He gets a real weird bounce. He still goes to 756. I believe he'll go quicker before the night's over.
Not much problem with that time, though. 756, third best. So the Buffalo Tremor puts his name up there, says, hey, I know you're talking about Bigfoot. I know you're talking about USA 1. Watch out, the Tremor wants to put on a show at home. If you want to move up, here's a way to do it. Beat USA 1. It's Clydesdale and USA 1 ready to go side by side.
You got to remember, Bennett Clark, if you got a man who used to ride Brahma Bulls, he said monster trucks are just as thrilling. And look at them. Bennett Clark had the best seat in the house for that run.
Wow, USA 1 does it again. Rod Litzow is looking so tough in Buffalo, New York.
Watch him. He's going to come back and try to nail that skinny Chevrolet flat to the wall on this run.
Bigfoot, farthest away from you. Awesome Kong, right close to home, and they're off, Army.
Bigfoot's looking good. He's standing strong on the other side. Finish line goes to Bigfoot. Another close one. I tell you what, that Steve Kane kid, he won't roll over a bit. Bigfoot had to work for it, but I believe he is going to come back the winner.
Boy, and it may be the difference in gear. He got out of the hole better than he did against Awesome Kong last week.
Yeah, he said he would have to make a gear change to make it a little bit quicker, and that's what it was. All he needed to be was about 4 to 6 inches quicker, and I believe it worked out for him. Tell you what, Scott, the mind game has already started. Litzow had lane choice, and he comes over and goes to the left lane, knowing if he's going to go against Bigfoot, he's going to have to run out of that lane in the final. So the mind game's going.
Also knowing Carolina Crusher runs strong out of the left, he's forcing Porter to the right.
Everybody's in new territory. Who's going to take the win? It's going to be a Bigfoot USA finalist. Oh, Litzow puts it around on the other end.
Where's the umpire's call? He's safe. He slid in, but Rod Litzow in USA 1 is putting on a show, and he's into the championship matchup. He'll be going up against Bigfoot. And what a sight there. He put Carolina Crusher in the right-hand lane after letting Crusher run the left all night. Litzow is not afraid of either lane.
No, he's not afraid of either lane, and I tell you what, I don't think I have run so hard in my entire adult life as when he started coming down in through here like that. We're looking right down the tube at him. That kid had his hands full. The grass is getting a little bit wet out there, a little bit of moisture. That could have caused that. Ford versus Chevrolet. This one's worth the price of admission itself, Scott.
USA 1, Rod Litzow. Bigfoot and Andy Brass. They're coming at you, Army.
Litzow pulls the trigger. He's in trouble. Litzow's going over again.
Rod Litzow has flipped it again. USA 1 is on its roof again after a win over Bigfoot. Here he comes out of the truck. The Army's over there to help him out. Some of the other crew guys are there. Litzow, it looks like Rod's okay. He is taking it on his roof. Here it is again. Now watch as Litzow has to give it everything he's got. He'll beat Bigfoot by a matter of inches. But to do it, he's got to flat put it, hammer down. And when he does, and then hits the brake, he comes right over on his top. Watch the wheels lock. Over he goes. Oh, what a horrendous crash, and putting it on its roof. USA 1, the defending national champ, makes it 2 in a row in Buffalo, but how much damage did he do to the truck when he went over on his roof? Army's going to go over right now and talk to Andy Brass.
Andy, come on over. Congratulations. A great job, as always. Anytime Bigfoot lines up with USA 1, your folks are going to see a war. What was going through your mind when that happened? Were you aware that he was in trouble?
Yeah, I was. I was kind of watching there to see the mirror when I was coming off the line trying to see who was winning, and I seen him start to slide, you know, and I knew he was going over.
coming off the starting line, that's what seemed to get it for you tonight. You said last week you're going to make a gear change. You made that gear change. It made all the difference in the world, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It did for this track here, you know, but what works good here might not work good someplace else.
Well, congratulations to you and Bob Chandler, the rest of the Bigfoot crew, on a job well done. It's good to have you back on this tour with us.
Well, thank you, Army. It's good to be here.
Andy Brass, the runner-up tonight in Bigfoot. As you see him on his top, the winner. He doesn't look like the winner right there, but he was, friends. USA won, and Rod Litzow and Steve Kane out of Killeen, Texas.
Now, Scott, something kind of interesting here. Steve Kane took over the driving chores of this truck from Steve Dane. Okay, the names are familiar. Keep it in mind. Steve Dane drove it last year. He's kind of physically a shorter driver. He had a piece of metal on the throttle linkage that they were not aware of. What I'm telling you is all year long they've been running this truck at a quarter throttle. They found the piece of metal under the throttle linkage. They took it out. They're looking for a whole new truck. Steve Kane said if this truck's going to fly, it's going to fly in Weedsport, New York, and it's going to fly during the qualifying section. Let's see what's going to happen.
Kane comes off the starting blocks in good shape. Hits the first set of cars beautifully. Up over the second. Outstanding run.
Good run.
6.92. That's going to be a heck of a time to try and beat.
I don't think anybody's going to beat that. That truck did exactly what they said it was going to do. It literally flew in New York during his rookie year. So will experience count? We're going to find out right now. Both of them equally matched. The kid out of New Jersey nails the starting line, Scott. It's side by side at our point.
Coming across the finish line, though, it is John Moore, and no problem getting the victory by about the length of a wheel, if you will, as he holds off the charge from Mike Wine and the Jersey Outlaw Ford.
A very competitive truck. We're glad to have him with us, but who does he draw? One of the bad boys in the sport. Bob Chandler, Bigfoot, driven by Andy Brass, and Brass makes short work of the Chevrolet. Look at the Ford. Andy Brass almost goes over but pulls it back in.
Oh, he did a great job of pulling that truck back in because he was way over. Looked like Bigfoot was headed over to his side, but he pulls it in and gets the win. Give the victory to Bigfoot and Andy Brass. Well, this is the one they paid their money to see here at Weedsport. It's Carolina Crusher in the far lane. Closest to us, Rod Litzow, USA 1. The current point leader against the defending national champion.
This race could affect the national championship. Litzow comes back in the left lane and takes the win. However, the Carolina Crusher, he was pushing him out the back door. He may get to come back through that fast loser. I really like that setup, Scott, because it makes you race all the way through the end.
John Breen's Mad Dog is facing him here.
A couple of fellas from the Show Me State square off head-to-head. Chevrolet versus Ford. The Ford gets the lead on the starting line. Andy Brass looking strong. Breen giving him a good run, but Brass just powering his way to the win in that lane. So that'll advance him up. Who will he have to go against, Scott, in the next pairings, do you know?
He'll be meeting Awesome Kong. You know, that'll be a great matchup. Bigfoot advances against Awesome Kong. Now, our next matchup will send this truck, Jersey Outlaw, out against Nightlife, but Army, it'll have a different driver. There's Mike Wine with broken fingers.
Yeah, in the first round of elimination, when Mike Wine landed on the second set of cars, the steering wheel spun so violently that it caught two of his fingers and bent them completely back. He broke them. He's going to stay at the track. He has been taken care of by the EMT. Bennett Clark's going to drive the truck. As soon as this race is over, he's going to be going to the hospital, have those fingers set.
Now, unlike some motorsports where points always go to the driver, Clark is driving, but the national championship points will go to Jersey Outlaw, right?
That's exactly the case. And you know, these guys, they go head-to-head. They beat each other half to death as they go around the country. But we got a guy that's hurt. We got another guy that came and said, hey, I'll give you a hand. So let's see what's going to happen. The first time in the truck, he normally drives a longer truck. Let's see how he can drive this. And this will be a whole new experience. We've been talking about the Jersey Outlaw, but sitting across from the Nightlife Chevrolet, this could be a toss-up.
Dave Wojtorek out of Grand Island, Nebraska. Again, he's kind of a guy you don't see that often until he's right up top. He's running in the top 5, and he's going to win this one.
Yeah, Wojtorek advances. The Outlaw picks up the points that he wanted just for being in the next round. Got to keep an eye on that Nightlife truck for this championship points. Before the year's over, he will be a big player. This race is so important to the national championship. The leader on the left side of the screen, the man trying to close the door on him on the right side. Who's going to take a win? We're going to find out right now. They both lead side by side. First jump look at the USA 1. Both of them kiting real hard to the right, but the USA 1 puts him down for the second time tonight.
You have got to be so impressed with the way Rod Litzow and the entire USA 1 team, you have barely been able to separate in the last 2 weeks. I see no reason to expect anything different right now.
Like I say, they've only run 200ths of a second each way away from each other. What I'm worried about is the second ramp. Keep an eye on them because they're really taking some weird bounces off that second ramp. They leave the starting line. It's a classic Bigfoot Awesome Kong battle. I don't know who won it. I cannot tell.
They've done it again. Big Bigfoot and Awesome Kong cross the finish line together for the third straight week here on Tough Tracks. Unbelievable. And that means we've got to go up to the scoring tower to figure out who won this thing.
Now, Scott, the way that works is sitting directly across the finish line is a video camera. The camera crew will go back and they will jog the film frame by frame by frame to give us a winner. Right now, the TNT crew are waiting to find out who that winner is going to be. I believe we have a replay coming up from our camera angle, which is down at the end of the track. And let's see if that camera angle gives us any indication as to what happened.
Now you can see on the replay, Bigfoot getting real sideways, but Andy Brass pulls her right down, and this finish line is right at the end of those cars, and it looks like Bigfoot cleared it first. And indeed, there's the official word from the scoring tower that Andy Brass and Bigfoot edged out Steve Kane and Awesome Kong.
The truck seems still not to be landing on all fours. You're having to do a whole lot of driving up there to keep this thing going, aren't you?
Yeah, we are tonight. I was talking with a few of the other drivers tonight, and they said the right lane was throwing them, but Awesome, he had lane choice over me, and he picked the left lane thinking that maybe me going in the right lane would mess me up, but it kind of helped me out.
The flag is something new. Will you have an opportunity now to put that flag on this truck for the first time, indicating a first win for the points championship?
We're going to try to put it on there tonight.
Other action on the TNT Monster Truck Challenge at Watertown, New York. Look at this wild ride for Gravedigger. Oh, my. Dennis Anderson barely kept her from going over, but he was beaten by Steve Kane and Awesome Kong. That set up a championship matchup between Awesome Kong and Equalizer, and give the win in Watertown, New York to Awesome Kong and Steve Kane, another guy trying to work up higher on the TNT Monster Truck Challenge point standings.
Litzau trying to come back to prove he can do it. Nobody has done what he's attempting to do now. That's to win 3 events in a row in 1989, and he's doing it the hard way.
Rod Litzau is on the left-hand side of your screen. There you look in the cockpit. Andy Brass ready to go in Bigfoot. This is what it's all about. This is for all the marbles, and it could be a big win for USA 1 on the national points chase, or a big one for Pride if Bigfoot can knock him off right here running the New York Tour with the TNT Monster Truck Challenge. They're looking at that green starting light. They're at the start line and they're off, Army.
Both drivers lead side by side. Who gets the best bounce? USA 1, the best bounce. He's going to take the win.
3 in a row as the crowd roars in Weedsport, New York. He's done it again, the Chevrolet. Rod Litzau and USA 1 from Spring Lake Park, Minnesota. There's his thrilled crew chief, Steve Wilkie. He has worked so hard on this truck since the flip last week, and boy, you can see how excited he is as Rod Litzau, the USA 1 team, gets the win here in Weedsport, and Army's with a happy winner.
Rod Litzau, when you came into Weedsport, New York, you were coming here just for the points. You had flipped the truck upside down. You and your crew chief, Steve, says, we got to go just for the points, but we're standing in the winner's circle, and right now, you're going to get to keep the flag for the 3rd week in a row. You're the first driver to ever do that.
It feels excellent, man. You know, we did come here. We were just coming here just to hold the point, but everything went together. Everything was feeling great, and, you know, as I said, I'm going to run the truck to what it will do. The truck was running excellent, so I put it together.
You're running 680s all night long, consistent. You're just driving as smooth as if the truck was perfect.
The truck had excellent mid-range in it this time. It just hooked up so nice on this track. You know, different tracks have, you know, how they're designing that. And we hit the right gears. Everything just worked out perfect here.
The unknown are those awesome red lights of the Gravedigger. We have no idea what that truck's going to do, and worse than us not knowing, the driver himself doesn't know. The truck has been so erratic on this tour. Look at that. Whoa, just like a hunter, he pulled the trigger. He got the win, but it may have cost him a lot of smoke coming out of the back, Scott.
But he did get the win indeed. Dennis Anderson gets the victory over Andy Brass and Bigfoot. Of course, the fast losers may come back. We'll see in a little bit. Army's going to talk to both drivers.
Well, when it comes to monster truck racing, fellas, it doesn't get any better than this. You took the win, Dennis Anderson, but it cost you a whole lot.
Yeah, it did. We still got a rear drive shaft problem. That's what I done. I just threw the back drive shaft out of it.
Can you get back? Do you have another drive shaft in the pit area that you can get back in this competition?
Yeah, I have a spare drive shaft, but I busted the yoke on the pinion shaft, so we can't fix it in time to come back.
Okay, so that's going to bring you back into this thing, Andy, and you were right there with him. I believe you'd be coming back anyway because they're bringing back 2 quick losers. An awfully good race. They just keep getting closer, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Like you say, you don't get much better than this. Dennis, one of the better running trucks out here on the circuit.
All right, so there you hear it. Problems again for Gravedigger. Let's continue with the first round as Carolina Crusher and Gary Porter, the national point leader, will get the challenge from the Buffalo Tremor. This is John Kwasniewski out of Lackawanna, New York, just outside of Buffalo.
The Buffalo Tremor runs an engine that, for all you drag racing fans, it's the same engine you're going to see in a Double B funny car. However, this young man's got a stack real tall in a monster truck. He's in front of local folks to see what he can do. The Carolina Crusher trying to pull his skid back. Crusher a little bit smoother, and that paid off, Scott. Whoa, it's getting real spooky on the last set of cars on the top end of the track right now in New York.
Let's watch the replay. The difference comes after the first jump. You see Tremor's having all kinds of problems getting straightened out, and Crusher was still nice and smooth. So he actually came second off the first set, but hit that last set of cars much quicker than Buffalo Tremor.
John Moore runs a supercharged engine at Ford Bronco. He'll be in the lane to our right from this camera view. However, he goes against a naturally aspirated or carbureted version of the Chevrolet engine. A little bit of bad bounce is going to cost the Mad Dogs. We could have seen a major upset right there. Not to be the case. The Ford's going to come back in a win column.
The Ford Bronco of John Moore out of Lafayette, Tennessee, gets himself a big, big victory. Has been USA 1 against Bigfoot Army. They're about to renew it here in Weedsport.
Yeah, there's no doubt about the rivalry. We told you the story. This rivalry goes back to the originators of the sport. Jasper came into USA 1. Bob Chandler with the Bigfoot. But right now, the second generation win goes to the Chevrolet USA 1 with Litzow doing the driving.
How hot can he get? Rod Litzow is on fire, and USA 1 is dominating. He is just rolled and thundered, pounded his way into the championship matchup, and he's going to be hard to hold when he comes back in the finals in a few moments. Army's going to get over with Litzow right now, and he is red hot.
Can you make it 4 in a row? Simple as that.
Yeah, I think I can. All I got to do is make sure you keep those batteries holding. And I hit that first rebound there, and it throws my batteries out. Because we're just trying to rig it up just to make it through here. And, I coasted through that one. I was lucky to get that one.
Should he meet him in the final, even come in second, it's not going to help USA 1 that much in the point spread, but that's the negative side of it. The positive side is Carolina Crusher wants to win. Well, a little bit of bad bounce off the Tom Costney. Porter going to the final. It'll be all Chevrolets in the final. Who's going to win it, the Crusher or USA 1? We don't know.
It was decided when he came off that first set. Something went wrong with Awesome Kong while Carolina Crusher was having an outstanding run. The championship side-by-side elimination between the defending national champion, USA 1 and Rod Litzow out of Spring Lake Park, Minnesota, and the current national point leader, Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher from Wadesboro, North Carolina.
Well, all the Chevrolet people, they've got to be tickled to death right now. We're going to have an all-Chevrolet final. Carolina going against Minnesota. Both of them run basically the same kind of trucks. The engine's located in basically the same position. The big difference right now, one of them's your national points leader, and the other one's trying to catch him. Let's see what's going to... It's going to be a war. USA 1 goes to the right lane. Carolina Crusher's working the left side. They set pace down the line. They're all shot.
Let's see if Carolina Crusher can pull the momentum. Litzow got the early shot. He's done it again. Making 4 in a row for Rod Litzow and USA 1.
Scott, that's the first time ever anybody has ever won 4 events in a row. Tremendous accomplishment, not just for the wins, but for the way they had to do it.
Yeah, the reason we're showing this qualifying round here, USA 1 has some problems with his vehicle, and he's not going to be able to run in the whole show tonight. As you can see right there to the first set of cars, and no problem comes up against that rail a little bit, but he's going to take the win because USA 1 has broke, I believe, the transmission or his drive shafts on the truck.
Well, let's go down to Mike Goss. I believe he's got Rod Litzow standing by so we can find out what indeed was the problem that caused him to stop right there after the first jump.
Okay, your defending champion's defense of his national title is halted once again. Rod, what happened in qualifying?
Well, when I took off in that qualifying run, when I hit second gear, it just tore the tranny out of it. And we don't have enough time. It's a 3-hour job to put it in. I won't be able to come back. It's a bad thing to happen.
He's going up against Gravedigger, and this is going to be a tough race right
Dennis
here.
Anderson has got those red lights on.
He's one of the crowd favorites, and watch him. Keep your eyes close on him because he runs fast. He'll get away from you. He's got an excellent run standing. Oh, just a clear in the last set of cars. Oh, a tremendous run.
Well, Dennis Anderson had problems just trying to straighten up after he won that one.
Yeah, you get that horsepower going, and you get going that fast, 50 miles an hour at the finish line, it can be a little tough to keep it straight.
Good win for him. Let's go down to Mike.
Dennis, you cleared all these cars here at the end, but it looks like you hurt your truck. What happened?
Yeah, I rung a front yoke off the drive shaft, off the transfer case, and come down pretty hard. I really sailed the truck. Smacked my head pretty good, too. It jarred me around a little bit there, but it was a rough run.
Of course, Bennett Clark's got a new truck this year. He's been running real good with his truck. It's light, all fiberglass, and going up against green. He's just got a big block with a single carburetor. So this is just going to be a simple run for Clydesdale. Oh, he gets a little bit bouncy there. Now listen to him. He keeps throttling on. Now let's see if we can watch Clydesdale and see exactly how that happened. Now, he had it nice and easy going across that second set, but look, right there when his back tires hit that, he bounced up and he had the power out of it.
This will be a good run to watch.
Now, I'll tell you what, John Moore, he's not intimidated by Equalizer with all that horsepower in that fancy truck. He's going to do what it takes to come and try to beat this guy. Now, look at this, no problem, just stayed right up with him.
John did a great job, but I'll tell you, Dave Morris has got that truck going.
Oh, he does. Look at how much air he's getting right here. Now I'll tell you what, Awesome Kong has pretty much control over his truck. Let's see if Buffalo Tremor can do the same thing.
It's close.
It's real close, Stan. Buffalo Tremor, all that horsepower, but a little bit behind Awesome Kong.
Boy.
Awesome Kong takes the win.
Talk about close. Just by a nose.
Let's take a look at the replay here. Awesome Kong just a little bit ahead, but not a whole lot. Buffalo Tremor hangs on, but he's a little bit short. Coming off that starting line, if you don't have four-wheel drive, it's going to hurt you right off the bat.
And there's the green.
Of course, Equalizer gets a little bit of jump on Anderson since he didn't have four-wheel drive, and he's just going to blow him away here because Anderson, he's not even going to be able to finish the run.
Unbelievable win for Equalizer, flying all the way over those cars.
And he didn't have to run it very hard, but this guy likes to run it hard, and he wants to know that track because he's going to come up and try to get in the finals. Of course, Mad Dog's, his shop is only a couple hours away from the Bigfoot shop, so he wants to beat Bigfoot bad, and he'll do anything it takes to take the win. Now let's see what's going to happen here. Andy's got his work cut out for him. They both got a great hole shot. Mad Dog's just inching up on him a little bit there. It's close.
Whoa.
They both hit the cars about the same time. It looks like Mad Dog wins.
Unbelievable.
And it was a great run. Let's see what happened to Andy. It looked like he started bouncing a little bit after that first set of cars. And he just might be just a little bit under horsepowered right there, and Mad Dog just nosed him out. Now here's a good ground shot at the finish line, and you'll see the air that these guys get where Mad Dog just barely beats him.
Well, let's find out what happened to Andy Brands.
Andy, when you're Bigfoot, everybody's after you.
That's right. You know, trying to be the name, trying to uphold the name, you know, it's getting to be a lot harder now. A lot of the guys getting a little faster, a little bit better trucks, you know, and it's really getting to be rough now.
Of course, some kill switchers are very important, especially when you get down to the semifinals and the finals, because these guys are going to be flying.
And they're waiting for the green.
Okay, this is going to be a good race. It's going to be fast. Awesome Kong and Equalizer. Equalizer's got a little bit of lead on him. He gets a bounce there. That's not like him. Oh, it's close, Stan, but I believe Equalizer wins it.
Unbelievable. He had problems after that first jump.
Yeah, but he corrected him real quick. That's where his suspension is really working. Now, right there, he's bounced more than he has all night. Got a little bit sideways, but as soon as he got straight, he nailed it, flew across that last set, and beat him by about a half a truck length. Hey, this could be a fast run here. Carolina Crusher's been doing great all night long. Mad Dog's just come out of the blue and started running real fast. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be close. They're both side by side off the first set. Mad Dog gets a little bit crooked. He's got to let off the gas, and Porter just flies past him.
Well,
great run.
Good run. Carolina Crusher, and it all had to do with that second jump.
Yeah, Mad Dog got a little crooked after the first set, but Carolina Crusher kept it nice and straight.
Gary, when Mad Dog beat Bigfoot, you knew you were going to have a battle.
I knew I was going to have to push it to the limit. John's been in it a long time, and I knew I had my work cut out for it. But I just held it to the floor and get everything I had to take the win.
Equalizer in the finals. He said he can get you.
Well, he has beaten me before, and I have beaten him before. It will be a very good race in the finals. I think I'm going to have lane choice, and I'm going to try to put him in the bad lane, and I think I can run a good straight race and take the win.
And they're doing a great job. Now, one thing about this race, now lane choice means a lot, but I tell you what, after that second set of cars, and to get lined up for that second set of cars, there's where the race could be won or lost.
Well, let's find out.
Of course, Equalizer and Carolina Crusher side by side. Oh, Equalizer a little bit crooked after that first set. It looks like Porter's going to beat him.
Absolutely. You were right about that first set of cars. Carolina Crusher got that win.
Let's take a look here. As you can see, Carolina Crusher's lined up. He's on the ground. He has no problem hitting that second set. Now, Equalizer got a little bit crooked. Let's get real close here at the finish line. You can see how close it really is.
Very close. Good win for Gary Porter.
Well, motorsports fans, this is the new blood we discussed earlier in monster truck racing, and the win goes to Gary Porter with Carolina Crusher. But first, David, you really got out of shape after that first set of cars.
Yeah, that's the worst run I've made all night long. I come over second set. I took a bad hop in there somewhere and got crossways of the track, and that cost me a race.
They still got back in it, made it very close at the end. Gary, you've lengthened your points lead a little bit at this point. What's it going to take to hang on and win this thing?
Well, I'm going to have to keep on running like I have tonight. The points are real close between me and Equalizer at the time, and I'm just going to have to keep on pushing my truck to the limit and taking the wins like I've done tonight.
And the official at the end of the track has control over that vehicle in case it gets out of control.
So Rod Litzow taking on John Kwasniewski.
And Litzow gets a great start there, but seems Buffalo Tremor's having problems at the very starting line. Now Litzow's just taking it real easy here. He knows he's got to win, gets a little bit of a wheelie there for a nice finish.
Well, he took the easy win, and Buffalo Tremor never got off the start line.
He never hit the first set of cars. I'm not sure exactly what happened. His engine died. It might have been trouble with that kill switch, but we'll have to wait and see.
So now it's going to be the former rodeo champion, Bennett Clark and Clydesdale taking on Marvin Smith and Stomper 2.
This ought to be a good one. Now, Clydesdale's a pretty new truck here. It's not the same truck he ran last year. He had a little problem. He come up against that guardrail. Oh, that's going to hurt him bad, Stan. Stomper's going to take it. He gets a little out of shape there at the end there.
Well, Stomper nonetheless takes that win.
Okay, let's look right here, Stan, is what we talked about earlier. This lane, it's real narrow, and them guardrails are real close to them cars. And you can see Bennett Clark got a little bit crooked off them cars, and his rear tire hit the guardrail there, causing them sparks to fly up from his wheel.
Up against Steve Kane out of Killeen, Texas in that 44-inch wide Awesome Kong.
It's going to be a good race now. Mad Dog's got a lot of experience, a little bit more than Kane does, but Kane's got all kinds of horsepower in that Awesome Kong. As you can see right there, as soon as he hits the ground, he just takes off like...
Whoa!
Oh, look at that. Backing up a little... What happened there, Stan, is his back tires barely caught that last car, and that's what flipped him up.
So Steve Kane taking the win in Awesome Kong as he takes that nosedive, and he's got a good win. Gary Porter in the Carolina Crusher.
This will be a good race here, Stan. Now, these guys are both very competitive runners. Now, No Problem's got a new truck this year along with Porter. And look at this. No Problem is staying right up with Gary. Oh, he got a little close to that guardrail, and that's going to hurt him right there.
It sure is. Just like Bennett Clark and Clydesdale, John Moore had problems, but he managed to keep going. But Carolina Crusher got the win.
Okay, as you can see right there, he got real close to the guardrail. Let's go down to Mike Goss.
Gary, if Bigfoot wins this next race, that puts you up against him. But I tell you what, things have really evened up. It's not necessarily true that he's king of the monster trucks anymore.
No, it doesn't. I think he would definitely have lane choice if he does win this round. And I'm going to have to give it all I have to take the win, which I think I can.
Now taking on that Ford Bigfoot.
Of course, Andy Brass driving Bigfoot this year, and he's doing a good job doing it. Now, let's see what happens. He gets a little bit of a hole shot on Thunder Chicken. Looks like Andy's having big problems with Bigfoot.
He sure is.
He's pretty much stopped right there. I'm not sure what happened so far, Stan, but Thunder Chicken's going to take this win.
He's got a good win. I wonder what indeed did happen to Bigfoot.
Well, he hit over the first set of cars, and he didn't clear, but he's had problems right there from the very beginning. He might have broke a transmission, a drive shaft. It's hard to say. There's no engine problems. It don't look like it. There's no smoke coming out or anything.
Well, up until now, we've not had any wins out of that near side lane, and this has been the first one.
Mike Goss is going to talk with the winner.
Kid, that's the first race anybody's won out of this near lane. What's this lane like?
This lane's real bad. There's a hole right out there, and I have my automatic rear steering on that I just put in it. And figuring on when I hit that hole, the rear steering will correct it, and it did a little bit, but I was waiting for Bigfoot to come on and go past me, and I figured something was wrong.
Okay, Stan, this is going to be a race that a lot of people have been waiting to see. Here's two guys with a lot of horsepower and a lot of guts, and that's what it takes to run in this track. And I tell you what, here, Gravedigger's had a little bit of smoke coming out the back. It gets a little crooked after that first set of cars, and Litzow's going to win this one.
Well, so far, it has been that far side lane, Rich.
It sure hurt Anderson right here. They're both pretty close right here after the first set of cars. But watch what happens to Anderson. As soon as he bounces off there, his rear end swings around to the left-hand side a little bit, causing him to let off the gas.
Well, good win for Rod Litzow.
Rod, you're showing me you really want to defend this title.
Yeah, I like this track, and I'm hooking up. I got the lane I want. I think everything's going to go good the rest of the night. You know, Gravedigger's a hard runner, and I just, that made me run hard early in the race here to see what the truck was going to react. Now I know where I can run, and it's going to help me all night.
Dave Morris, he's got a good run. So far, he's been doing great. and Litzau is going to have to do everything he can to take this win.
Certainly is. So we're set, ready to go, waiting for the green light.
There it is. And I'll tell you what here, it looks like Litzau got a little bit of a hole shot on Equalizer, but Litzau got a little bit crooked after that first set of cars.
Look at
Equalizer
that.
just clears the whole last set. He blows Litzau away.
Unbelievable. As a matter of fact, Rich, that was a fast run for Equalizer at 8.36.
And of course, and look at the lane it was in, the lane that nobody has won in tonight except for Thunder Chicken because Bigfoot broke. And Mike Goss is with Dave Morris with Equalizer.
David, the word in the pits before the semifinals was a lot of people close to racing said you could not win out of that lane, but you proved them wrong.
Yeah, I watched a few of the trucks in the first heat races there, and if you hang over toward the left side of that track, it's just the cars are getting mashed off to that side, and that way it throws you right into the guardrails. So what I tried to do that time was just run right on the roofs and let my tire hang off the edge of the hood of them, so it worked fine.
Well, a good win there for the rookie, but let's find out what happened to Rod Litzau. Mike?
Rod, everybody said that lane was the best lane. What happened out there?
Well, I think looking at the cars and that, they're getting some dew on them. And when I powered out, she just got squirrely on top of the hoods and threw me off. And it's either that or I got to go back to the pit if I broke a locker, which kicked me that far off. You know, usually it wouldn't kick off that far, but I think I'm spinning so, using that much horsepower on top of those cars, I just start spinning, and she just will kick. If one catches, that's what will happen.
Just a one-tire spinning is going to throw him off sideways.
So there you see the kill switch going into the Carolina Crusher. He's going to take on Awesome Kong in that far lane and the green.
And he says he can beat him in this narrow lane. It looks like he's doing a tremendous job so far. Awesome Kong's got a little bit of a lead right there, but just Carolina Crusher just flies by him at the finish line.
Boy, he certainly crushed him. Unbelievable, and out of that near side lane.
And look, they both hit that first set of cars just at the identical same time. Awesome Kong on the ground first, but here's where Carolina Crusher just uses his horsepower. Not quite as much air as Awesome Kong, and there's where he just flies by him at the finish line.
Equalizer, David Morris, he's going to stay in that near side lane. He's done real well. And Gary Porter in the far side lane, putting the kill switch in the Carolina Crusher.
And of course, what Morris talked about in that far lane, it might be a little bit wider, but the ramps are a little bit steeper, and they're getting more air, so they're losing time. And here, Equalizer's got a little bit of a jump on Porter. He's real close at the finish. It looks like Equalizer wins it.
Another close win, but we have Equalizer, the champ of this one.
Boy, he's got that inside lane figured out. Just watch his truck run. It's pretty much state-of-the-art right now in monster truck racing. This guy gets on the ground. His tires must be made of Velcro because it doesn't bounce at all, and he's got enough horsepower to just clear that last set of cars and take a nice win.
All right, well, let's go down trackside and talk with the winner.
Well, the Equalizer knocks off Carolina Crusher here at Lebanon Valley Speedway. Now, Gary, tell us about the run.
Well, it wasn't the way I wanted it to go. He beat me. You know, I thought I had a good run in the right lane to come off the first set of cars real good, and I don't know if he just had me outmotored or what, but I got to go home and do some more homework so I can come back and take a win some other day.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
David Morris is your winner. Now, David, heard a little sputtering maybe on the starting line. Gary definitely got a hole shot on you.
Yes, he did. I was awful late coming off that second set of cars. When I landed, I was in the gas hard. I've been having trouble with it all night. It wants to splutter out. I don't know if it's fuel too rich, flooding or what, but I thought there for a minute I wasn't going to be able to catch him.
You guys have developed quite a rivalry, haven't you?
Oh, yes.
TNT! This weekend, the action is at Nashville Motor Raceway. First, it's Gravedigger, Equalizer, and all your favorite monsters butting heads as Chevrolet presents Renegades TNT Monster Truck Challenge. Then the power explodes. Death-defying super stunts. The Allison Bly, the Dynamite Lady, blow herself to bits. And Cherry Allen goes above and beyond with a triple steel wall of death. See at 8 p.m. this Friday and Saturday at Nashville Motor Raceway. It's pure TNT!
He's been battling for the national points all season. Now he's on his home turf at Nashville.
Well, a little bit later in the show, I believe we're going to tell you some interesting facts about this young man and this event. Right now, his all is thinking about a good qualifying job. Not a good track for this truck. You notice how it moves around and everything. Normally, when he can get going quick and fast, the truck will run good. But the problem here, the joker in this car deck, is that center set of cars. If you don't get off the center set in good shape, you're in trouble. See, a 1306 Last year, he was going 10-0s on this track, a 13.06 on that run. The truck is just not going to handle, and the drivers will have to go back and make a whole lot of chassis changes.
You could really see that David Morrison equalizer was unable to build up very much speed. This is not a middle-of-the-pack truck. Red hot, Rod Litzow, USA 1 with 4 consecutive tough track wins. Here's his qualifying run. Hey, he got out of the gate good.
Yeah, he got out good. Look at his second jump. Now watch it. Litzow starts to roll on. What a run. A little bit of lift to the left. He's going to be strong. Wow, you talk about covering the field. He's almost 2 seconds quicker with an 8:46.
USA 1 Rod Litzow with 4 in a row. One of the great hot streaks in the history of this sport.
Yeah, but that's not going to bother the guy sitting on his left hip being a mad dog. You're not going to intimidate John Breen. He's going to push that USA 1 truck to the maximum. He's not going to roll over and die for him. John Breen's a player. He'll run hard. He'll run you hard. Let's see what's going to happen. The 3 jumps could be a problem. And USA 1 a little bit of trouble. Oh, God, we may have a problem here.
It did not look like USA 1 got both wheels on that first jump. Explain that rule for us, Army.
The rule is, Scott, both front tires must hit the obstacle you're going over, and you must keep at least 2 tires on that obstacle. So let's see if the front tire, we're going to watch the right front tire closer to the camera. Does it hit the car he's going over? Doesn't look to me like he does. Now, the left side tires, front and rear, they actually seem to come off, and he's trying to claw back on top of the cars to go across the finish line. Scott, he's going to be disqualified.
So the 4-race winning streak will come to an end on a disqualification in Nashville for Rod Litzow and USA 1. He's got to be disappointed. Army Armstrong is standing by right now with the defending national champion.
Rod Litzow, you said you're going to try to go back, disqualified first round. What's going through your mind?
Mad, really mad right now. You know, that's what these tracks, you know, we try to hook up on these tracks, but they're designing tracks that make the trucks, these fast trucks, get out of hand. And this is what we got to go through. There's been a lot of DQs. There's going to be a lot of DQs tonight. And I don't like it. A lot of drivers don't like it.
USA 1, trying to repeat, second time national champion. This is going to make it a whole lot tougher. Can you do it? We've been asking you that week in, week out. You keep saying yeah, but right now I'm talking to a different Rod Litzow. Can you still regroup and come back?
Oh, yeah. I still have it in me, you know. What it is on these tracks is you got to hook up, get a good shot, and, you know, pull it off. And it swung me sideways right in there, and that's what happened.
Rod thought the track was designed against him, but you can see John Breen had a problem there. He's picking up his steering belt. Army, let's watch it one more time because it's very controversial how Rod came off that second set and headed for the third set of cars.
Okay, the question is going to be, watch the tire closer to the camera. Does it touch the car he's going over? It doesn't look like he does to me. He tried to crawl his way back on. 3 jumps cars. These guys just don't like that setup, Scott.
Rod Litzow will not make it 5 in a row, and I'll tell you, the whole USA 1 team is very unhappy, and it appears that Everett Jasmer is trying to claim that they did touch both wheels on. So he's going to continue to state his case. John Moore here in his home state. Moore is from Lafayette, Tennessee.
Believe me, he's running in front of a crowd that wants to see an upset right here. And John Moore, earlier in the year during an interview, said, if I don't do anything else, I'm going to beat the Gravedigger in 1989. Let's see if he can do it. Moore starts to make his move on the far side. Gravedigger trying to hold him off. The final jump. Look at this. Look at this, Scott.
He's done it. In front of the home state fans, John Moore has upset the awesome Gravedigger. What a big moment in his racing career this is for John Moore, and no problem, fair and square. Both trucks at 100%, and Moore beat him.
What happened? He just stayed smooth and level out of that left lane. Gravedigger's beating and banging, and Moore just comes back, makes a good straight run at the last jump, airs it out, and goes over the finish line first.
The bounces cost Gravedigger. The consistency of John Moore on that run gives him the victory. As you can see right now, our TNT officials all looking around the tape right now, and Rod Litzow's there. And what they're looking at is the timing tape from that last run of Litzow where he was DQ'd.
Well, a decision was made by a track official that affected USA 1. The owner of that truck, Everett Jasper, standing with me right now. Everett, your feelings on the call?
I'm so angry I'm shaking right now. I've never seen a run like this. It's the 3rd time in a month we've had bad calls made on us. We went over here a little while ago and reviewed the videotape. We proved on tape, on more than one tape, that we were right, and the line judge refused to change his call. So once again, we are made an example of, and I'm getting really tired of it, damn tired of it, and I want to go racing. I'm tired of this foolishness with these calls by people that can't see what they're calling. And I'm going to make sure that these rules get changed.
Okay, now, I can tell you're upset, this should make you that much more determined to prove your point to come back and to win this championship. Now, Rod seems to be driving his heart out in the truck. The truck's making the horsepower. It's a little cause that are catching is what you're saying.
I've got a real major problem. I've got a driver, I've got crew members who are being affected by these cheating calls, and I'm not going to put up with it. I'm going to make sure the rules are changed so that we have some judgment on these calls so that we can call the judge and make a decision on it watching the video. The rules are going to be changed fairly, and we're going to come back and we're going to win this thing. No matter how many times we get cheated, we're going to come back and win this thing.
Everett, thanks for coming down and being with me and telling us your side of the story. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the rule that he's talking about, in monster truck racing, the rule says specifically, both front tires must hit the obstacle you're jumping. That's where the question lies.
Controversy in Nashville, a very, very unhappy Everett Jasmer, but nonetheless, the decision stands. USA 1 is out for the night. They'll continue discussing it, but when we return, it's back to action. We'll see more first-round competition on the TNT Monster Truck Challenge in Nashville. Army, let's see how he does here in his first matchup as he takes on Yosemite Sam.
Well, remember in qualifying, he had some problems. He qualified way down in the field. Normally qualifies the top 2 or 3, qualified 10th. He's not on a track that he likes. Look at Yosemite Sam. He's giving him a good race. Morris is going to come back at the end, and he does. He just barely pulled that out.
Boy, luckily for Equalizer, David Morris had the necessary power to literally fly over that last set of cars, and he comes away with the victory. So we'll be seeing a lot more of the Equalizer tonight as David Morris trying to put on a good show in front of his wife and all of his fans here at the Nashville Motor Raceway. Digger comes back as the fast loser.
You got to remember one thing. 1 year ago tonight, David Morris had never driven a monster truck. He was sitting in a grandstand at this event. Now he's a national point leader. And another thing, you are not going to see a straight run here. Both these guys are going to have their hands full, and all they're trying to do is get lined up for the final jump. The Grave Digger went over first, but I believe we might have grounds for disqualification. I don't know if he hit the car square or not, Scott.
Army's going to get over there and talk to Dennis Anderson right now. You can see the tire cut down on the Grave Digger. Let's take a look at the run. Here comes Digger to the second set of cars, and look right there. He does not get both wheels up. He is not going to make it. It's a disqualification on the Grave Digger. Let's go over to Army and Dennis right now.
Well, Dennis Anderson rolls to the starting line with the awesome red light. That makes the competitors watch out. There's only one thing that'll hammer you in this sport. That's what I'm holding in my hand right now. It's a drive shaft loop. Indication you lost the front drive shaft, plus the rear tire blew out on the run, Dennis. Can you make it back?
Yeah, we can make it back, but I think I lost that round anyway because I didn't hit that hit the middle pile of cars true, and I guess I was out. Still trying to be easy coming off the line. It just didn't work for me.
You heard it from Dennis Anderson. He tried to be easy, but it wasn't good enough. So Everett Jasmer, as we talked about earlier, the owner of USA 1, he's still unhappy about the ruling we had earlier. Absolutely. All right, our next matchup here in the quarterfinal round will send Tough Enough up against Barely Tame. Pablo Cruz out of Arizona and Tough Enough. Randy Spanier, Barely Tame out of Albany, Minnesota. Tough Enough is closest to us as they get ready to go side by side.
Horsepower closer to the camera. Let's see what's going to work. Barely Tame's is trying to motor on through. This Arizona truck's impressed me, but I don't know. They were coming back on the far lane, Scott.
It is Tough Enough holding on for the victory, Army, and it's a big win for Tough Enough. He'll go to the semifinals.
Well, I'll tell you what, these rounds of competition are really taking their toll on the high-performance engine. Heat is playing a major factor. It's the month of August down south. He's going to be back, but I tell you, they got a lot of work to get that big Ford engine cooled down to go to the next round, Scott.
Phoenix, Arizona's Pablo Cruz is Tough Enough against David Morris and the Equalizer from Springfield, Tennessee.
Well, Morris is established. He's got his truck working good for him. The engine combination, everything's fine. Pablo Cruz, the other hand, a new truck combination, they may cost him as Morris is going to rely. Oh, look at Cruz trying to work the outside. Morris is coming back on him, Scott. I can't tell.
Wow, what a race between David Morris and Equalizer, Pablo Cruz and Tough Enough, and by a fraction, the win's going to go to David Morris and the Equalizer. Barely nosing them out, but one of the Tennessee guys is in the finals, and it'll be David Morris.
You're going to hear an interesting story right now. 1 year ago tonight, this man had never seen a monster truck race. He and his fiance bought a ticket and were sitting in that grandstand out there. He said, someday I'm going to own a monster truck. Well, he doesn't own one, but he drives one. He's currently number 2 in the national points chase. If there was ever a Cinderella story in this sport, son, it's got to be you. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, really, what's going through my mind right now is getting my tire aired back up. I knocked the air out of my rear tire when I landed on the pavement, so I got to get the tire patched up, and hopefully I can come back in the finals and do good.
The finale, King Crunch, Scott Stevens. Scott all the way up into competition out of Texas, Woodlands, Texas, and he's going up against the hometown favorite, David Morrison, the equalizer from Springfield, Tennessee.
Well, there's no question who these 14,000-plus fans are going to be pulling for. They're going to be pulling for Morris, but believe me, Scott Stevens and King Crunch is going after this win. Like I say, he didn't come all the way from Texas just to finish second. A two-team final, Texas versus Tennessee. They're both Chevrolets in the Texas Chevrolet. Look at Stevens. He just keeps getting quicker and quicker and quicker. That's his first win of the year, Scott.
Last week, Army told us that he thought if there was a guy going to shake these points up, it could be King Crunch. Last week's disqualification cost him a chance to win 5 in a row. Here he goes on his qualification run, Army.
We're keeping an eye on him to see how smooth the truck is. Again, he drifts off the side of the cars. Now this week he's lifting to the left. Last week he was going to the right. At 8:79, that's a quick time, but like Scott Stevens said earlier, you got to be around at the final in order to win this thing.
Definitely looks like he's ready to roll, though, coming over. And you've got to realize he was DQ'd last week. Another truck hasn't beat him really in 5 weeks here on Tough Tracks. He looks good again tonight.
Yeah,
excellent run.
I'm watching a replay. That truck is handling strange. The first win of the year last week here in Nashville. Stevens rolls up. He relies on a computer. He took a sabbatical for about a year to get his truck dialed in. He came back. He was late chasing these points, but believe me, he can really be the spoiler for some of these guys.
Litzau's time was 8.79. Let's see what King Crunch does holding that silver flag in qualifying. Outstanding run.
8:79 so far. Stevens goes
8:56. The fast qualifier is Scott Stevens and King Crunch and Yosemite Sam. This will be Chuck 4 from Newland, North Carolina.
I want to tell you something about this Chuck 4 kid. He doesn't run the circuit that much with us, but he's put some big names away. Last year, he nailed Bigfoot down in Tennessee. He's a sleeper. If there's ever a sleeper in this sport, it's going to be this truck. On the other side, the Chevrolet of Weissort runs strong, runs hard. He's a fella everybody likes because he drives with that head out the window. Ford closest to the camera. Chevrolet on the far side. Who's it going to be? Yosemite Sam comes out. We might be seeing one of those patent upsets. Look at here, Scott Douglas.
I think he's going to do it, Army. He has pulled it off. Yosemite Sam, by 1 length, pulls the upset over Dave Weissort in Nightlife.
Husband doing the driving on the far side. You know the story. This time last year, they were sitting in the grandstands on their first date. Now, she's married to the gentleman that's sitting in the red truck on the far side. He goes up against one of the baddest of the band, the Grave Digger. And the Grave Digger leaves. Equalizer, some kind of problem, Scott.
Equalizer has not left the starting line. Dennis Anderson's Grave Digger is going to get an easy win here. Dennis will cross the finish line. He did touch all the cars properly, and the victory goes to Dennis Anderson. As you get a look at an anguished Nancy Morris, David now, he's rolling backwards. He still has not tried to run the course.
I don't know. Now, it's going to be to his advantage to go ahead and to make a run. The reason being, they can bring a loser back in the next round. If there's any way possible, if he just has to drive over, he's going to do it.
Equalizer will go ahead and make a run, Army, just in case, as you explained a moment ago, that there would be a series of maybe breaks or DQs that would allow him to come back. It's obviously a remote chance, but he's making the run nonetheless. And word is that the engine just died. That, of course, being Doug Spanier. We saw Randy Spanier a moment ago. This is Doug in the Master of Disaster.
Scott, we got a unique situation here. The Barbarian, his throttle is not backing off. When he leaves the start line, it just goes full boogaloo. He can't back. Look at this run. Oh, he's done some damage. Look, oh, he's getting it crossed up.
You can see the fire out there.
It's hanging up. We had to give him a kill-off sign down here on the end of the track. The throttle, once he leaves the starting line, wide open. He doesn't back out at all.
A cloud of smoke left behind by the victorious Barbarian.
Real quick, gentlemen, I know you're busy. You were awfully busy up in that truck. What was going on that run?
Well, what happened, I just put it to the floor and let my 1,000 horsepower engine go, and I cut loose my front drive shaft, but I got another, and I'll be back in competition.
What about the engine? The engine did not want to shut down. When you were on the end of the track, you had to actually kill it.
Well, that motor's running so much horsepower that it just almost won't shut down. It's like a big funny car engine, and it's just a lot of power.
In a Chevrolet on the far side. Now, the Chevrolet feels like he's got something to prove. Not only the driver, but the owner himself. They feel like they were robbed of a win last week. They're out to prove that they belong in the winner's circle. but they got to get past John Moore, and I don't think that's going to be an easy task tonight.
No one's gotten by him easily in Nashville these 2 weeks here on Tough Track. And right off the bat, Moore's hanging tough with USA 1. Rod starts to pull him a bit, though. Give the win to Rod Litzow in USA 1.
I'll tell you what, Litzow with that USA 1 True Value hardware truck was making a tremendous amount of horsepower on the last half of the course.
All right, our next quarterfinal matchup will send the Grave Digger and Dennis Anderson up against Yosemite Sam and Chuck Ford.
Dennis Anderson told us earlier, when you see me come to the line with both headlights on, that means I've got it on full tilt. Both lights are on, but the upset truck of the night looks like he might be doing another one, but no, Anderson comes back. What a finale. The Grave Digger takes a win, but he did it in about the last 100 feet, Scott. He came from behind.
He found a little something extra, really got a boost. Here's the replay. They're coming at you, and clearly Yosemite Sam has the advantage until they head for that last set of cars, and then it looks like, I don't know, nitrous something. He had a boost, and boom, Grave Digger pulled it out right at the end.
With both red lights glaring.
Tough Enough out of Phoenix, Arizona, and Pablo Cruz.
He also relies on the Ford for the horsepower. Let's see what's going to happen. A new truck close to the camera in red out of Phoenix, Arizona, going against a tried and true truck close to the spectators. What's going to Pablo Cruz comes out like a rocket, but Moore's trying to come back on it. Look at John Moore in front of his own hometown crowd, takes the win.
He has had a couple of great weeks here at Nashville. Last week he knocked off Grave Digger, moved to the semifinals, and this week he'll be in the semifinals again as John Moore dispatches a very tough Pablo Cruz and Tough Enough. You see Moore climbing out. He's got himself a hometown victory.
Hang upside down.
We might be looking at somebody that's on a roll here. Last week you put the Grave Digger away. Right now nobody wants to go up next to you. You're driving completely different. You are aggressive out there tonight. Why?
We came here to win.
Hometown have anything to do with it?
I'm sure it does. I want to do good being home. This is Nashville, and this is where we want to do good.
Everything looking okay? Ready for that next round?
I got to go put my coil back where it belongs, but it seemed to run better upside down, so I just might leave it there.
Good luck. We'll see you in that next round, John.
You got a shot of the Barbarian. He's going up against that man, Rod Litzow in USA 1. USA 1 and the Barbarian. This ought to be a dandy matchup. Jim Miller is the driver of the Barbarian, Army.
It's going to be a dandy. Remember, Miller pulls the trigger and just rides it out. Look at here. He's way out in front of USA 1. Miller, the Barbarian. What a run. That's got to be the biggest win of his career.
And the surprise of the night, no doubt about it, Jim Miller's Barbarian shocks Rod Litzow in USA 1. And, boy, they've got to be feeling really bad right now. They had talked about how they got robbed a week ago. This time, no robbery to it. It was the Barbarian and Jim Miller flat beating USA 1. And it looked like he missed a set of cars anyway there.
Yeah, well, that doesn't make any difference at this time. The bottom line is the Barbarian going to the next round and USA 1 is not. Scott, I think this is going to be one of the quickest races of the night. The question is, who can stay on the track? Both trucks make a lot of horsepower. They're both rear engines. As a matter of fact, Scott Stevens told me one of the reasons he built his truck the way he did was because of the Grave Digger, but he thinks his will handle a little bit better. Let's see what's going to happen. Stevens is out. Grave Digger's coming on him. Oh, what a run down the left side.
Digger crossed the finish line first. However, again, it did not look like he got the cars, did not get the wheels up on the cars, and is going to be disqualified. Let's watch the replay again, Army, and there you see it.
Yeah, Scott, the word comes to us. We do have a disqualification out of that right lane. The Grave Digger will not be back. Stevens will go into the final.
Grave Digger, there you see it. Digger did beat him across the finish line. That's the timing tape, but that's not the question. Grave Digger is disqualified because both of his wheels did not hit the front part of the obstacle on that set of jumps. So, unfortunately, Dennis Anderson and Grave Digger DQ.
Oh, we got down to the final four in Nashville as a Grave Digger working the left side. A bonsai run, but that last set of cars, it looked like you weren't set up for it.
No, I wasn't, but, you know, I knew that I was going to get put out this round, so I had to go for broke. I busted a back drive shaft in that round, but we'll get it patched back up, and we'll be back. We'll be after King Crunch.
How are the T-shirt sales going tonight after a super show like this?
I hope they're doing good. I need it.
All right, thank you very much. Scott, come here a minute. Second week in a row, you're going to the final. You keep getting quicker and quicker. Real quick, what lane are you going to be coming out of in that final? Like I don't know the answer already.
I'm going to stay in my lane. You know, that white truck just can't stay on the track. You know, last week he said that he was the toughest. Hey, we were going to the final round again. I don't see that white truck again.
in. And, I want the white truck, and he's a national champion. And, in the next round, we're going to be against a tough truck. And, they put USA 1 out. And, that's who we really wanted to race, but we will race anybody we can get. We're just glad to be here tonight.
So Scott Stevens maybe throwing down a gauntlet that'll be picked up in future weeks here on Tough Tracks. Next time you get a chance to see King Crunch and USA 1 face off, keep your eye on it. But right now, one of these trucks wants to meet King Crunch. No problem. And the Barbarian. Here go the Fords.
Watch the Barbarian. We told you the story. Pulls the trigger on it. He's like a rocket right. Oh, he's got a fire, Scott. The throttle wide open. He can just hang on for the ride.
Looking through the smoke and the haze, Barbarian won it with an explosion of fire and a cloud of smoke. Jim Miller's Barbarian did get the victory. But has he got anything left?
Right now, you're going to have to keep an eye on the left side of the screen as Moore definitely missed his jump. The Barbarian comes out and explodes, just like riding a Brahma bull. When you come out of that chute, you just hold on for the ride, Scott.
So, problems with the Barbarian, no problem is disqualified, and that could leave who's going to run in the final up in the air for a few moments.
Jim, do you have any idea what caused the explosion on that run?
Well, what happened, just too much RPM, and the front drive shaft flew off and just disintegrated my whole transmission pan.
Okay, what, the drive shaft slung up into the pan and let all the fluid come out? That's what gave us a flash fire?
That's right. About 4 gallons come out just instantly.
But you finally got the truck running where you want it to run. That's got to be some consolation for you.
That's right. I respect this motor, and it's running good for me, but the transmissions ain't holding up.
2 in a row, it's going to be hard to do. This kid out of Phoenix, Arizona is dialing in. Every time he makes a run, he gets a little bit quicker. He backed into it, literally. He was put out earlier, like Scott said, but believe me, when that light goes green, it's all even. Who's it going to be, the Ford or the Chevy, Scott?
We're going to find out here as Scott Stevens gets a good hold shot. He is building up the lead. King Crunch with a lot of bounce, and he's going to hold on. He holds off the charge of Tough Enough. Make it 2 in a row for King Crunch and Scott Stevens from Woodlands, Texas.
Boy, the people down here, they're used to seeing good racing. This is no exception.
Here's the replay, Army.
Yeah, Stevens gets out on it. But what amazes me is the Tough Enough truck. He didn't quit. Stevens comes over the jump first, settles down. Now Tough Enough comes over. But watch the finish line. It looked to me like the Tough Enough was charging harder at the end than Stevens was. However, the finish line goes to Stevens for his 2nd week. Congratulations to him.
Scott Stevens holds on to that silver flag, and he certainly is making his presence known in Nashville, Tennessee.
For the 2nd week in a row, the Monster Mash final goes back to the Lone Star State of Texas in the form of Scott Stevens with King Crunch. Scott, everybody's been talking. They've been jumping on you. A lot of mouthing off going out there, but you're just putting them away one by one.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, everybody just didn't think a whole lot about the truck. We just, we broke 11 transmissions, never got it down the track, and hey, we never gave up. And now, we're putting everybody on the trailer. That white truck's going again. Hey, he can't get down the track. He said, he was quicker. Well, we'd have been 2 seconds quicker tonight, maybe. If he would have been here, we'd have had to run a little harder. But he isn't here. Just Goodyear's tires on the truck, the Trailmaster suspension, the competition cams. Hey, the wax shop. Everybody is the truck's working great, and we're just ready to go now. Another weekend, we didn't hurt nothing last weekend. And the weekend before, we didn't hurt nothing. Qualified quick 3 weeks in a row now. We're just ready to go. The truck's, like I said, we hadn't hurt nothing.
This is the way they line up in the TNT Monster Truck Challenge points now.
Gary Wiggins going to be lining up. He'll be carrying the colors for the Dodge fans with a brand new Mopar Magic. He goes up against one of the strong veterans of the Chevrolet camp, John Moore, the Mad Dog Chevrolet, and Scott Douglas, the Mad Dog Chevrolet, puts the Dodge away in this round of elimination.
Just the beginning. There's lots more to come. Still hanging on in the top 10, and Bennett Clark trying to crack that top 10. You're looking at David Morris, the driver of the Equalizer. Big matchup for Clydesdale if he could upset the Equalizer here, Army.
Well, Morris is playing a role, the rookie sensation this year, currently number 2 on the national point case, driving a Chevrolet. Got to put a win under his belt to try to pull in the Carolina Crusher, and it looks like the win's going to come at the expense of the Clydesdale.
Give it to Equalizer and David Morris. He's standing by now with our Army Armstrong.
There's a real strong possibility you're going to draw last week's winner out of Woodland, Texas, the King Crunch truck. It's going to, this next round looks like it can be awfully tough for you.
Yeah, Scott, he's about to get his truck. It's a new truck. He's about to get it all together, so it's going to be a tough race.
And he now will go up against the Wild Hair in opening round competition. That is Scott Stevens, and Army, he's in a state-of-the-art truck.
Oh, definitely a state-of-the-art truck. Onboard computers, rear-mounted engine, supercharged, a strong runner. Look at the ground speed, but the chassis still have a little bit of problem with chassis bounce. That will not affect him this time. We're going to see him in that next round, and the truck is looking awfully strong.
King Crunch defeats Wild Hair. The win to Scott Stevens. Gary Porter coming over to try and help out. Let's see if we can hear the track announcer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, no problem with that line ready to race. We have just been informed that the grade digger, they got the dry shaft fixed, but perhaps there's a little slippage there. They now have 5 minutes to get the grade digger fixed or they'll be disqualified.
Again, just 5 minutes for the Gravedigger to get it ready or he'll be disqualified. And John Moore in the No Problem Ford Bronco will be able to move into the next round. Short, to the point, that's the way he feels about it, and he is going to make it. There you see him, Dennis Anderson, the pilot of the Gravedigger, hopping out of the back of the truck. It's ready to go. He will beat the 5-minute deadline as the crowd in Kalamazoo cheers him on. Gravedigger now will try to exact a measure of revenge from one John Moore and the No Problem Ford Bronco.
Like you say, there's no love lost between these drivers. The Ford will line up closest to the crowd. Gravedigger lines up with the awesome horsepower closest to the camera. Who's going to be on the other end first? That's what it's going to be all about. There's a fire on the mountain, Scott. Who's going to put it out?
The red lights flaring from the front of the Gravedigger. When he's got him turned on, he's telling everybody who's watching him that the Gravedigger's 100% and ready to go hunt. Here he goes.
What a shot. Gravedigger leads perfectly off the right side. Moore keeps the pressure on. Gravedigger's going to the round, but believe me, he had his hands full all the way through that one.
Dennis Anderson from Chesapeake, Virginia, and Gravedigger the winner.
Well, Dennis, last week this guy literally embarrassed you, but you come back and nail him tonight.
Yeah, that's what I've been waiting for. I wanted to nail John Moore. I told him I would never give him another break again. Although I had a little bit of slow time there at the line, we got a line fixed. I said I was going to put it on him this pass, and I did it.
He got the win. Let's look at it again. John Moore never really getting out of the chute. He had to sit on that starting line for quite a while. That may have cost him.
Last week in Nashville, Tennessee, you literally embarrassed the Gravedigger, and you ran him an awfully good race here tonight, but not to be.
No, it wasn't to be. I thought I was going to get him here tonight, till I got him off the line, and his power just took it out the hole. That's all. It took it out the back door.
What goes through your mind when you're sitting up there for 5 long minutes waiting for him to get fixed to go against you?
Oh, it's frustrating. It's just frustrating. I've been ready to go 5 minutes ago, and 10 seconds ago, we just lost the race.
He can put you away in a heartbeat. Let's see what he's going to do with the Crusher. Both of them powered by Chevrolet. The crowd's on their feet. This run could actually determine a change in the National Points Championship case. They're off and running. What does it look like from your view?
The Nightlife truck out of Grand Island, Nebraska, trying to hang with the Carolina Cruncher. I think he got him with that last burst.
God, he did. It was an upset in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
A major upset as your national point leader, Gary Porter, is beaten.
Gary, you're on top. Everybody's coming after you. You know they're going to throw everything they have at you when you go to that line.
They are. When I come off the first set of cars that time, I don't know, my truck cut off for some reason. It just died. I don't know if it was fuel, electrical, or what it was, and it cost me the race.
Well, Dave, I saw he just walked up in the interview area laughing. What are you laughing about here? A lot of people are just kind of quiet. They saw an upset.
A lot of guys are having a hard time beating Gary. He's been taking all the points, and I finally got my chance of beating him, and I'm glad I beat him.
It does feel good?
It does.
See you in that next round.
All right.
The first of those matchups is at the starting line. Mad Dog and USA 1.
Hold up by the Mad Dog. USA 1 trying to stay cool. Come back on in the final jump. Going to tell the story. He takes it.
Mad Dog pushed him, but you've got to be impressed with the all-out attack on this track of Rod Litzow and USA 1.
Rod Litzow, what a difference a week makes. Last time we saw you in Nashville, Tennessee, it was almost an embarrassing situation for you. It looks like you're working back in the right direction.
Yeah, we went back, made a few changes in there, and I'm here. I'm coming back strong. I'm going to take it all tonight.
You guys are dedicated to winning this thing for the second year in a row, but luck seems to be on the other side of the fence from you. How are you going to overcome that?
Well, we ain't going to play with luck anymore. We played with that, long enough. Now I'm just playing with my old game like I did last year. I'm coming out here strong, and I'm out here to win.
The high-tech King Crunch out of Woodland, Texas.
And King Crunch is the hot hand coming off back-to-back victories in Nashville. He carries the silver flag, significant of last week's winner. An excellent race here side-by-side, Army.
What a run. Crunch taking some real weird bounces. Oh, we've got some problems on the end of it. They're really having trouble shutting these trucks down.
Very tight race. Equalizer and King Crunch side-by-side will now go to our videotape. It's actually a timing tape that'll break it down frame by frame to show us who actually came in first. You can see how close it is. Let's take a listen, see if we can pick up the times.
Equalizer ran 7.82.
So Equalizer gets the victory by 0.03 of a second. Let's see how Scott Stevens feels.
Well, Scott, the word is the Equalizer did get you by 0.03 of a second.
Yeah, you know, that's not bad. You know, this is only the 7th time the truck's been down the track. You know, every week it's getting faster. You know, a couple of weeks we were winning. Tonight we were off just a little bit. You know, maybe I should have been driving a little bit harder. You know, there's tomorrow night. We got a lot more races to go, and I still think we're going to be maybe a truck that's going to mess up a lot of guys in the final round before it's over with.
King Crunch got a late start. He's not battling for the National Points Championship, but as he said, he can really play a spoiler and almost spoil Equalizer right there. But he pulls it out. The win to David Morris, the youngster from Springfield, Tennessee.
He's the quiet giant in this sport. Who is going to take the win, I don't know, but this kid out of New York is really flexing his muscle now. Why is Thorne coming back, though? Whoa!
The difference was the way he came off the first set of cars. It's Gravedigger, Dennis Anderson, Chesapeake, Virginia, against the defending Nashville champion, the Chevrolet USA 1 and Rod Litzow from Spring Lake Park, Minnesota.
Litzow come down that right lane, but both red lights are on the Gravedigger. You know what that means? It's going to be a Donnybrook. They come out side by side, half bracket close. God, I don't know. Oh, what a finish! Whoa, what? Oh, we still got problems down here trying to get the truck shut down.
USA 1 finally does get her slowed. Army, I thought Gravedigger was going over.
What? He came across the finish line. We're looking at the top of his truck. An awesome ride by that youngster out of Virginia.
Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger, Rod Litzow in USA 1, too close to call. And so I guess that means we're going to be going back to the videotape timing system right now, and they'll break it down frame by frame.
Look at the angle of the truck, Scott.
Incredible. Let's see if we can hear the times and see who won this race.
All right, here it is, the official result. The USA 1 ran 7.16 seconds. The Gravedigger ran 7.13 seconds.
Dennis Anderson, when this thing started tonight, you told us you were going after USA 1. You lined up next to him, and you got him. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, I was glad I could pull it off. I pulled to the line. I didn't have second gear, so I had to bump it from low to third and just stay after it, you know, and I was going to nail him to the wall, and that's what I did. Done a little bit of damage to the truck, but who cares? I beat him. This blood and guts out here, you know, we're for real. You know, we're here to win the points champion. We got big purse to win, and we got reputations to live up to, and we're going to live up to them.
Anderson gets the win over USA 1's Rod Litzow.
Rod Litzow, 7/100ths of a second. So little, but yet so far.
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't way I planned it out here. I was pushing it to the limit there. I don't know. I thought it was a lot closer than that. I don't know. Maybe I have to review the tape again. I don't think he got me because I was looking out the side of I was looking out the side. I could see him behind me, so I don't know if he got me there.
So you got some doubt as to whether or not he did beat you?
Yeah, I'd like to see the tape on it.
Let's you and I take a look at it, Army, and here it is, the videotape of that finish. Gravedigger on the far side, USA 1 closest. Now look at the wheel, that white pole right in front. That's the finish line.
Yeah, Gravedigger was there. You got to remember, every time you see the video jerk, it's 0.03 of a second. However, we noticed at the end of the track that Gravedigger's on the hook. He did a lot of front-end damage on that run to put USA 1 away.
Gravedigger now will have to see if he can come back to the final. If he can, he'll go for the win here in Kalamazoo. If not, USA 1 might be back. Man, what a race, and we're not done. They're off, side by side. This is the finale, the Monster Smash. USA 1 and Equalizer, Army.
Litzow comes down, he's in trouble on the end of the track. Litzow goes around one more time on his top. Oh, no!
He wins, but he wins on his roof. USA 1 and Rod Litzow wins it in Kalamazoo, but he wins it upside down. Oh, my, what an incredible finish. David Morris also got a little sideways at the end. He kept his truck on all four wheels, however. Rod Litzow is upside down. An unbelievable race for the championship. Championship, the Monster Smash Final. All the drivers come flying down to the end of the track to get a look at Rod Litzau's USA 1 and to get him out of that truck.
Well, it gets scarier and scarier as we go along, and it gets so much quicker. These guys are flying down here.
Wow, what a final. There is Rod Litzau. He's out of the truck, safely out of the truck as he's flipped her again, but I'm going to tell you, he's going to flip it with a smile on his face because Litzau came here for one reason, no matter what it took to get a victory, and USA 1 has done just that. As you can see him kind of looking over his handiwork. What an incredible finish. And there's Steve Wilkie, his crew chief, coming over saying, "You all right, Rod?" Litzau says, "Yep," and we won her. Look at it coming right into your living room. USA 1 on its route, but a winner. We'll see it again and talk to both drivers at Kalamazoo, Michigan. It doesn't look like it, but there's your winner, Army.
You know, it's amazing. We just talked to the crew chief, Steve Wilkie. He told us the damage is all superficial. There's some sheet metal damage on the truck, and the air cleaners in the carburetor, that's the only thing that was damaged. They can go racing again.
USA 1 got the win. The runner-up was David Morris, and Army got a chance to talk with the equalizer driver.
Dave, just a minute ago, you guys were battling head-to-head. He goes upside down. The last times you all ran each other, you went on your head. You're kind of even, but you're going to meet before the year's over.
Yeah, I thought it was just vice versa. We was in reverse lanes the last time I rolled on that side. This time he rolled on that side, so it was a wild race.
What goes through your mind? When did you know he was in trouble, and what goes through your mind when you see a competitor in trouble like that? I know you guys aren't friends, but you got to have some kind of gut feeling.
Well, at the time, I didn't know he was in trouble. I hate that Rod rolled, but I wish I could have beat him while he was rolling.
You see it again. USA 1 gets the win, but it's at the end. It's the landing. He gets on the side and goes over the top.
God, he completely cleared all the cars in the final jump before the flip.
And there he is, resting on his roof, but a winner nonetheless. Armies with Rod.
Defending national champion USA 1 has been very vocal about not being happy the way things have been going in 1989. He says the brakes have not been going my way. Well, tonight you took a win, but oh, what a cost to take this win.
Yeah, it was. You know, it's something that you don't want to happen in that, but we're playing with different tracks. The tracks are slippery. We're going a lot faster. But, you know, I told you earlier, I said I'm coming here to win. That's what I did. I may have taken a roller, but I'm coming back right away.
Almost unbelievably, as Army pointed out, the damage is basically superficial. The air cleaners and a little body damage, and like Litzau said, he'll be back, and we know he's going to be back next week here on Tough Tracks. But look what happens this week to Gravedigger in qualifying at Kalamazoo, Michigan. Army Armstrong, he lines up, the red lights are on, but they won't stay on long.
What happened was the engine fuel fouled on him, and he just had all kinds of problems. A tough break. Because, Scott, I would say this has to be probably the most popular monster truck in America right now. And you could feel the crowd. They were actually let down when Anderson couldn't make one of those awesome sky runs that he so normally makes. Keep an eye on Scott Stevens. He'll be working the left lane. He's been around a long time. He's an attack driver. He drives with the Texas philosophy. Don't mess with Texas. Meanwhile, a kid out of New York comes out real good on the side, closer to the camera. He's in trouble. Stevens goes like a rocket. Whoa, we've got a problem now.
Look at that! Complete 360 pirouetted and landed back on his wheel. Unbelievable. Scott Stevens is King Crunch. We said it's state of the art, but I'm not sure that's part of the state of the art, being able to flip and land back right side up. But who knows what the damage to that truck is.
I'll tell you, Scott, when you see a TNT event, this is what you're going to see. It's no grins and giggles. It's full, all-out racing.
Wow. Scott Stevens annihilates King Crunch. There's sheet metal everywhere. The entire front end sheet metal is gone from the truck. You can see the back, the bed of the truck is now laying at a 45-degree angle to the ground. Lots of safety crew personnel in there to make sure Scott's okay. And that obviously is the first concern, but they're talking to Scott, and it looks like he's all right. So now, for the crew, they've got to see what kind of shape this truck's in.
I'll tell you, Scott, the truck looks a whole lot worse for wear. I'm kind of worried about Scott. Oh, good. He's coming out of the truck. He's coming out awfully slow. I tell you, he took a real wild ride there. Nosed in, flipped over. He's been around this game for a long time. He knows that's part of it. We're glad to see him moving around, but he really looks awfully rough to me right now. Here's a replay coming up on the screen. You notice nothing happened to him until the last run. The back wheels caught the last car and
up and over. Boy, you get it. I mean, once they did that, it was like a springboard, and he goes into a pirouette. If this was diving or gymnastics, it would have been a perfect 10. But this is Monster Truck Racing. When we return, we'll talk to Scott Stevens. We talked with Scott Stevens after his flip in Kalamazoo.
Scott Stevens, that had to be one of the most violent. You're hurting right now, and we're going to just talk to you for a second. That had to be a violent ride for you. Do you have any idea what caused it?
I don't know. I think maybe I just missed the down ramp. I don't know. I thought I could pull it out right at the last. I gave it one last gap, and I just didn't want the motor to run when it was upside down.
What about you physically? Are you all right? You look like you're hurting.
No, when I knew it was gone, I just let go of the steering wheel in case something spun back real quick. I didn't want my hands to get hurt. And, it hurt a little more than last year, but I'm all right. I bounced around a little more.
Thanks for coming over and see us. We'll let you and Crash get back here. Thank you.
Scott Stevens and King Crunch. There's part of King Crunch. Several parts of it being taken back to his pit area right now. Man, oh man, did he destroy that truck. I think we're going to get a look at, boy, we're going to put this one right in your lap. Watch Scott Stevens on your right in King Crunch.
Watch what happens to the back end. Boing, see, it springs over. It noses him into the ground. Once he's over center, he's in trouble. He's just there for the ride. Now, the full roll cage stays intact. All the damage to the truck seems to be in the front end and the bed and a little bit of rear suspension problem.
Wow, what a spectacular moment in Kalamazoo. King Crunch gets the win, but is virtually annihilated in doing it.
When you go up against Breen, you better be ready to go. Speaking of ready to go, it's like a Tennessee State coming out right now.
The Tennessee State represented in both lanes. The Chevrolet of the national point leader equalizer against the no-problem Ford Bronco. Out of the chute equalizer with the edge. David Morris hits the second set. He's going to beat John Moore and no problem.
Stop that left lane, give him a lot of problem. We're bouncing, they can't stop either.
Equalizer wins it. Army's going to catch up with David Morris.
Just a minute ago, we interviewed the man you're going to be going against, the driver of the Wild Hare. We asked him if he had a preference as to who he wanted to run. He wants you. He wants to knock you out of this national points chase in this next round, and he's got you. What are you going to do with him?
I'm going to beat him. I don't think he'll ever beat me. I'm a little bit leery running on this other side of the track now. There's something in the last set of cars that's kicking everybody's back end, trying to make it past the front end, so I'm going to run hard, though.
Well, you really see it on that replay from the end of the track, the bounce at the end of the run for David Morris, but he goes on to the next round. What is this? Is King Crunch going to try and come back after that terrible flip earlier? Let's get Army Armstrong to catch up with crew chief Kevin Crash Ford and find out what they're doing with King Crunch.
Kevin Ford, the crew chief on the King Crunch truck. Man, you got the right nickname, Crash. What happened out there? Do you have any idea?
Well, he told me just before he ran that there was a problem with the front steering. The batteries were going weak. So I don't know if it's when he came off the ramps, he just didn't have enough to turn it, or what he did. I told him to cut the fan off before he left to give him that little bit of juice, but I don't guess it helped.
What lies in store for you now? We're moving on to Milwaukee. What lies in store for you as a crew chief on this truck?
Well, I think we can get it back together tonight. We got a tie rod, and just front damage is no problem. I mean, we can leave it the way it is, and we just got a busted hydraulic line. So I think we can get back.
Okay, good luck. We'll let you get going. Thanks for coming over and talking to us.
All right, thank you.
In the round of 8, the quarterfinals, and there he is, Rod Litzow, the cocky, confident one, the defending national champ against the consistent Dave White Short at Nightlife. USA 1 Army and gets the early edge.
Wow, Litzow pulls a whole shot. Look at this, attacking the right side. Looking super strong. I cannot believe how quick that 15,000-pound monster truck can move, Scott.
The opposition will be tough. It's the Ford Bronco. No problem in John Moore.
Porter's coming off what looks like to be developing as the good lane. John Moore runs him a good race in the Ford on the other side. Porter goes to the next round with a Carolina Crusher. Whoa, and they almost get together down here.
He gets their stop, though. Your winner, Gary Porter of Carolina Crusher.
He told us earlier, he said, this is what this Ford's coming to. Just like sprint car racing. You roll one, you throw the old body away, you put the new body on, you go back in the lanes, and that's exactly where King Crunch is right now. Who's he going to be going up against?
He's going to take on Clydesdale. Bennett Clark out of Powder Springs, Georgia. Army, is this dangerous? He's got no front end weight now.
No, the front end of the truck was a fiberglass piece, so the weight, he's only about 15 or 20 pounds difference is all. What I'm worried about is the handling characteristics. Scott Stevens, he's ready to ride him. Cowboy out of Texas and see what he's going to do. Look at this, a beautiful run for the Texans.
He's going to win the race. Unbelievable. Scott Stevens has come back from the flip as they go bananas in Kalamazoo. He did it. He beats Clydesdale. King Crunch wins with what's left of the truck. On going to tell you, we have seen comebacks, we have seen awesome stories in monster truck racing, but you're going to be hard-pressed to beat this one. He flips the truck and comes right back the same night to win his next race. Army Armstrong's working his way over to talk to one tough Texan, Scott Stevens of King Crunch.
Tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, this is one interview I didn't think we'd be making tonight in the very next round. How in the world did you get that truck back together?
Really, the truck wasn't hurt that bad, Army. Broke a tie rod on the back. Really wasn't no problem to fix that. Hydraulic line at the front had a little kink in it. This truck's made for racing, you know, and you got to kind of be like the World of Outlaws sprint cars, you know. Long nights, you got to be ready to put your truck back together. There's a lot of races, and, you know, the future's going to be trucks like this that you can roll over and throw the body away and come back for the next round.
What about the driver? We talked about the truck, but I can tell I've known you a long time, and you're hurting right now.
Well, when I flipped, it broke the seat. So the bar that usually is spreading all the weight over my whole back's poking in just like a knife right now. But, you know, that's all right. I'm not worried. As long as the truck's not hurting, you know, we're still feeling good. And, you know, the fans didn't come on, so it got a little hot then, but the truck didn't get hurt a bit.
One thing that I'm watching, Scott, is the crowd. They're kind of split. USA 1 definitely a favorite, but everybody's kind of pulling for this King Crunch truck because of what he's been through tonight. You know, can it be a Cinderella story for King Crunch? USA 1's got anything to do with it? Nah, his story stops now. They both leave side by side. King Crunch came out a little bit. USA 1 a little bit smoother. It's going to advance. Lips out. Flexing this muscle on that Chevrolet.
All out all the time and no mercy. Rod Litzow takes the victory over a very gallant, a very valiant Scott Stevens and King Crunch. But once again, in the Monster Smash Final, it'll be Rod Litzow and the USA 1 Chevrolet. Simply put, by the soft-spoken fella from Tennessee, he likes to let his stuff on the track do his talking.
Scott, I'm looking for a war right here. Number 1 and number 2 international points chase. It's going to be a Donnybrook. Here it goes. The light turns green. They're all side by side. Moore noses out in that right lane. Can the Cruncher come back? No way. Boy, this kid out of Tennessee is flying.
And he flat beat him bad. No question about it. Equalizer dominated Crusher on that run. Let's look at it again, Army, coming right at you.
They left side by side, but it seemed like the Equalizer just dominant truck in this round.
Once again, great ground speed, stayed very straight, low to the cars, and David Morris out of Springfield, Tennessee. This is it, Army, side by side. USA 1 got a big shot.
No race at all. The Equalizer came to the line just for the point. Gary Cook told us a moment ago they had hurt the engine. Tough break for the Equalizer, but he will get points for making that round.
USA 1 does it again, make it 2 for 2 in Kalamazoo. Rod Litzow, USA 1, getting the victory in Kalamazoo, Michigan, as he continues to try and come from behind and pull off a second straight national championship on the TNT Monster Truck Challenge. But David Moore's an equalizer by making the run to pick up some valuable points and no doubt stay in front in the national point chase. It's been a great, great tough track edition in Kalamazoo. Your winner, Rod Litzow. Let's go to Army with tonight's champion.
Well, I believe Rod Litzow and the USA 1 crew showed the rookie a thing or two tonight.
Well, you know, I didn't think how far we were going to go, but that's, you know, we're thinking positive. We're going, taking every race one at a time. We're out here to win, and we pulled it off. You know, I surprised pulling it off. We only ran with 3 wheels all night. But, you know, that's what we are. We're number 1, and we're going to stay number 1.
You guys have one word that is not in your vocabulary. That's the word quit.
Yeah, you're right. We don't ever want to quit. We always come out, we play our hardest, we charge it all the time. That's our main goal.
Rod Litzow owns Kalamazoo here on Tough Tracks, make it 2 for 2 in action at Kalamazoo, Michigan at the county fairgrounds. Let's look at tonight's Monster Smash one more time. It's Litzow getting the great jump, knowing that Equalizer's broken. He's able to slow it down for the second set. But what if Equalizer would have been full throttle? You saw that little bobble on USA 1, the True Value sponsored Chevrolet. We're going to see why Gary Porter ended up 14th on the qualifying list.
Well, normally Porter qualifies real good. He's normally up in the top 3 or 4 trucks. On this run, the asphalt actually gave him some problems. Now, during the opening, we talked about the Milwaukee Mile and how fast it is. Well, it is a fast track if you can keep all 4 wheels on the ground. Porter went over the first set of jumps, looked good. Second set of jumps, he really got it out of shape, and right there is what cost him. He had to backpedal, actually back the truck up to hit the final set of cars. Now, remember, while he's backing up, the timing clock is still going forward.
Certainly something that could have a very big impact as Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher trying to win the World Championship of Monster Truck Racing, and he has been up in the points all year. That's the kind of thing that can hurt bad.
It'll hurt him because it'll mess him up when the pairings come around. But a run that the people had an opportunity to just gasp when it was over was Rod Litzow when he went to the line in the awesome crowd favorite USA 1 True Value Hardware Chevrolet.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats. You won't see many qualifying runs like this one. All out attack by Rod Litzow and USA 1. Army, it's that last set. Look at him coming to it.
The first set of cars, he actually rolled over. Second set a little bit more, but on the third set, look at that. Completely clear 12 cars by about 20 feet.
Adam standing in the aisle. Then Milwaukee at the Milwaukee Mile. Rod Litzow clears them all, and he is going to be a load. USA 1 and Rod Litzow out of Spring Lake Park, Minnesota. After his qualifying run, Army Armstrong, Mr. Litzow has left no doubt he is not backing off one iota today.
This is the kind of track Litzow thrives on. Long, straight, and fast, Scott.
Bennett Clark in Clydesdale has been having some excellent runs out there because of that long wheelbase, but here I think he's probably overmanned.
Well, the second set of car was a payoff for USA 1. The third set of car, he's going to nail the coffin close.
Great run for USA 1. The crowd responds as Rod Litzow has cleared them all once again. Army's going to talk to Rod Litzow right now.
I'll tell you what, you took my breath away. I was not looking for that run at all. It looked like in qualifying you were having all kind of problems. You came back, but that run was just awesome. That's all I can say.
Yeah, well, on this kind of track, I know when I run on asphalt, all I have to do is if I keep the hammer down, she'll straighten itself out. It may look a little squirrely out there, but it feels good. If the truck is running good, it'll hook up real nice. I may come off a little sideways, but with this car, I can get myself grooved right back in real fast. And I don't worry. I can just, if I just hit the first cars, I'm not worried about where I'm landing. I'm going high enough speed, the truck will pull itself out.
You've won 2 in a row. Can you make it 3 in a row tonight?
Oh, yeah, this is my track.
The opponent is Tough Enough. Pablo Cruz. Pablo up from Phoenix, Arizona. Now, Tough Enough had a pretty wild qualifying run.
Well, it's a brand new truck. Pablo's doing a great job of driving the truck. The driver sits in the middle, the engine to the rear. It's a whole new concept, and he's still learning. But this truck is going to be a player in the future. Believe me, Scotty, he's going the right way. He just got to get the bugs ironed out. But right now, research and development over. Sitting on his left, the Chevrolet, the Auto Value Chevrolet of Berge is going to try to nail him to the wall. What's going to happen? Arizona gets Michigan, Arizona out first.
R&D for later. You got to back it up with a win here. Tough Enough got the early lead. Berge coming back side-by-side race. Almost a little contact as they headed together. But at the end, it'll be Pablo Cruz and Tough Enough out of Phoenix, Arizona, pulling out an exciting victory over Playing for Keeps and Jesse Berge. 2 trucks running 5th and 6th in the National Points Championship. Nightlife just ahead of Mad Dog. This is a very important matchup on the National Points.
Well, so many times we give a lot of knowledge to the first and second place points battle, but believe me, these guys have got a street fight going on for this 5 and 6 position, and they've got another fight side by side as they go over the finish line. Nightlife picks up the points in Milwaukee, Scott.
Sensational race. They love it at the Milwaukee Mile. Let's go over to Army with the winner, Dave Whitethorn.
What about the track out here, the walls on each side of the track? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm very aware of that. That's what makes it kind of scary when you come off. You got to stay into the throttle to keep your truck straight so you don't go into the walls.
However, quick may not be the answer today. John Moore believes that he can put the USA 1 truck away. He's not going to roll over by any means. I look for the old classic Ford Chevrolet battle, and it's underway. Side by side, they come out. The Ford kind of surprises everybody now. Litzow goes to work. Oh, he's got his hands full. Back pedals back on the throttle. And back in the next round is the USA 1 truck.
Superb driving by both drivers, able to keep those trucks straight despite getting knocked around in between the jumps. King Crunch getting ready to go to work right now. What's left of King Crunch, but he continued to win last week and tonight despite the damage done in last week's flip. The consistent Carolina Crusher, an unusual bad qualifying run, we've documented that. Gary Porter, I think, knows how to keep her straight now. This ought to be an outstanding matchup.
One of the big differences in this race is the location of the engine. As both drivers very cautiously come over, I think they watched Litzow and realized he's got to be straight over the first jump in order to hit the second. It's paying dividends for the Crusher. He'll go to the next round. Scott Stevens having his hands full. Boy, if you don't go straight, you're not going to land flat. That's the name of the game in this sport.
So buckle up in the semifinals. It'll be Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher against Rod Litzow and USA 1.
Gary, to be real honest about it, this is a must-win situation for you. And Rod Litzow, so there's no way you can touch him on this track.
It is. I have to win. This is his type of track, and I'm going to have to push my truck to the limit. I'm sure he'll be pushing his to the limit.
All right, Carolina Crusher and King's Punch one more time. Gary Porter really took advantage on that first set of cars, came off well, and won the race here.
Well, Porter's chassis is actually working, even though the truck is yawing to the left in the air. Scott Stevens was just bouncing all over. Porter definitely knows what he has to do if he's going to win a championship. It may come down to the next round. However, who's coming to the starting line now, Scott?
Mad Dog is coming back as a fast loser to take on Pablo Cruz's Toughen Up. There you see Pablo. He's in the orange truck. It'll be closest to you and on the left-hand side of the screen from our end zone shot. And the right-hand side, obviously, is Mad Dog John Breen. They pull up to the starting line, ready to go, side by side.
You talked about it earlier in the show. Ford and Chevrolet. John Breen been around the game a long time. Cruz, he can get on the block. Breen teaching the kid a lesson right now, but the kid's not giving up. He's coming back on him. Now Breen close to the wall. I can't tell. Both drivers in mid-range were in trouble. I cannot tell who won that race.
Too close to call, and you talk about using up the entire racetrack. Those guys were all over each side of the track. Army, let's look at him again. It looks like Mad Dog is headed for the wall.
I'm trying to figure out what caused it. They both came over in a good attitude, and then one went left, one went right. Then they came together after the second jump. And I'm still in the dark as who won the race. We'll have to go to the replay on that. From my viewpoint, it was a toss-up.
Mad Dog, by just inches, gets the victory over Pablo Cruz's Toughen Up. What a race.
John Bream, you just put the Phoenix Ford away by 300ths of a second, but we noticed you got banged around real bad up in that truck.
Yeah, I did. I started out, I went over the first hump a little hard, then I shot over the second one, then I got really crooked. I thought I was going to hit the wall, and I seen that he was having a little trouble, so I just laid right into it, you know, and when it come down, he hit sideways and hit my head on the roll cage like to knock me out. It's a pretty rough run. It's a long course, it's fast, and there's no margin for error whatsoever.
And then he may face equalizer were he to get by Crusher here. He could beat both of the two in front of him head-to-head if he's on his game today.
Throughout the rest of the year, every run is an important run because of the point structure, as you were saying. And Litzow, with that sponsorship, he's got to make a good show for the True Value Hardware people to win the fans over to his side, and he's doing a good job of it. He won't quit. It's the side. Look at this. It's going to be good. Who's got the most horsepower in the right gear? USA, just like a big 747 when he set that rascal down.
You're right. He looked like an airplane, and he flat put Carolina Crusher away. Rod Litzow, confident, cocky, and backing it up in USA 1. Here he is with Army.
Boy, each round gets wilder now. Porter knew that this was your kind of track, but the deck was stacked against him. He came after you anyway on your own turf.
Yeah, I don't know how much, that truck does run pretty good, but see, my gearing, the way it's geared up, I have a real high top end, I can hit close to 80 miles an hour with this truck, and he's probably running a lot slower, so what he's probably hoping on is if I make one bad move down the track, but that time there, everything hooked up so nice, maybe I got my 10-second in that one.
Could be. We're going to see in the final. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you of something, a little trivia here. The Guinness Book of World Record for car jumps is 9 cars. This guy just cleared 12.
I'm feeling kind of tired right now. I'm kind of glad that the season's coming to an end. I really need a break. It's been tough, because we thrash on the truck every show we get to, and a lot of times we have to pack up from one show and travel 1,000 miles. And it's rough. I mean, it's not Disneyland out here. You can believe that.
Well, the problems are a result of the gearing. You've got to remember, Morris in that left lane can only run the truck at a certain RPM. He goes out and it reaches a plateau. He has to stay there. He can't overwind the engine. He did it last week. It cost him about a $25,000 engine. He's going to the final just by doing some good heads-up driving. The other side of the coin is Litzow, believe me, is going to drive it out the back door with that 80-mile-an-hour gear.
They are off. USA 1 on the left side of your screen. The equalizer got the early lead, but he's not going to be able to hold it.
Equalizer did exactly what he had to do, but USA 1 loudly bangs it out the back door on the Milwaukee Mile for the big win.
Make it 3 in a row on tough tracks. in the TNT Monster Truck Challenge for the defending world champion of monster truck racing. That young man from Spring Lake Park, Minnesota, Rod Litzow. And USA won back in the winner's circle once again. He's going to take it right to the wall as Litzow lets the fans get a good look at the guy who says he's the best there is right now. And he backs it up with a third straight win. Litzow unstrapped and comes out victorious and thrust that finger skyward saying, hey, I'm number one, friends. He believes it tonight. He backed it up with a big win. Litzow gets the victory over Equalizer and David Morris. Army's going to work his way over and talk to David about that loss, one that actually didn't hurt him in the points.
David Morris told us his strategy before the final run. The strategy was drill him on the starting line, and that's exactly what you did, David.
Yeah, I knew our truck could get him off the line. Motor's running real good, but problem is, over the first set of cars, we've got such a long track here. I can't run with him on the other end because of a gear ratio problem. I'm turning the motor way past what it should be turning. I can't pop another engine.
But really, you lost this race, but you haven't lost the war yet. You're still in the national point lead, and he pulled in, but you were right there behind him, so he didn't pull a whole lot of points on you. Who was really hurt tonight was Gary Porter, wasn't he?
Yeah, the Carolina Crusher being beat tonight, that put him further back, which it helped me out because he was trailing right along behind me close.
One of the most feared monster trucks in America is sitting behind pit wall.
Well, he came out, Richard. He made one run, and you can see the wall. This is what happened. When he made the run, he came over the final jump. The replay comes up on the screen. Everybody's on their feet. They've heard about the Gravedigger. Now they're getting a chance to see him. First jump was smooth. Second jump. Now watch what happens at the end. Bam! Puts it out of the ballpark. Takes a weird bounce as he's driving, trying to bring it around. The truck slides into the wall.
And once again, it's one-run Anderson.
You have any idea what caused the accident?
Not really. I know when I got right down here by the wall, I was on the brakes, and it didn't seem like the brakes was locking up, so I crammed on them real hard, and I got in a real dusty spot, and the truck spun around, and I ended up hitting the wall and hitting the pole and messing the front of the truck up.
All the damage was done to the front suspension?
Yeah, it broke a tie rod in and a steering cylinder and mashed the sheet metal up on the front of it.
So Gravedigger is out of it, but so is Rowdy Rod Litzow and USA 1.
Litzow came out knowing he only had one run in the engine. He puts it on kill. Look at that. Clears them all, Richard.
But on that qualifying effort, Rod broke down.
Well, from the way we're flying so high in that, what happened is I snapped the bell housing. It cracked in half from the pressure of the bounce. Made it split right on the top, so it spun the tranny, so I can't bring it back in here today. It's too long a job to get back in the pit and put it together.
And then there were three behind pit wall, as Bobby Breen and Wildhair, during his qualifying effort, he also bit the bullet.
Well, Breen had been having engine problems all year long, trying to get the handle on the truck. It wasn't to be the case. Right before the final jump, kicked a rod out the side of the block. A tough break.
So USA 1 out of it. Wildhair out of it. Gravedigger out of it. That is John Breen, the driver of Mad Dog, the Chevrolet out of Barnett, Missouri, 7 years behind the wheel of a monster, taking on from Lackawanna, New York. That will be Johnny K. John Kwasniewski, Buffalo Trimmer. This is a truck that has really been coming on strong of late.
Kwasniewski leaves that starting line right on the money. John Breen, I don't know. He was kind of worried about it. Breen's trying to hold off Kwasniewski. They're coming to the final jump. Richard, horsepower's going to win. It'll go to New York.
It's Buffalo Trimmer. We're not going to call that an upset, as Johnny K has been coming on strong of late. He gets the win. He advances to the quarterfinals. We're in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, an already controversy in the race you just saw between the Mad Dog and Buffalo Trimmer. John Breen is livid at track officials. He thinks Buffalo Trimmer should have been disqualified.
What it is, we're going to keep an eye on the rerun. Comes up, you watch the flagman, he reaches forward. Now his hand will move, the Trimmer will move, and Breen sits still. I don't know when the light turns.
Well, you are down trackside with the driver of the Mad Dog, John Breen. Let's find out what John thinks about the situation with these track officials.
John, let's be blunt. You're upset over that starting line in the first round. What happened up there?
Well, the other guy jumped the light. They said his truck didn't move off line, but if your truck moves at all and that you got a red light, the man's out. You know, I protested. Nobody come and told me. They looked at the video or nothing. You know, it's a bunch of as far as I'm concerned.
and this ought to be a pretty even race.
It definitely should be a good race, and both of these fellas are really trying to put that first one under their belt on the national circuit. Both trucks look to be awfully even. 440 cubic inch Dodge going against the Chevrolet. Dodge is out just a little bit. Whoa, Bergey's coming after us. Into the wall. The Dodge will go on. Jesse Bergey doing some heads-up driving, Richard.
Takes a licking, but keeps on ticking, but he's got to get beat in this race as Gary Wiggins and Mopar Magic gets the win in the Dodge.
Richard, it's kind of amazing how the sport comes down to a bounce. I want you to watch Bergey. He's a player right now, but a bad bounce bangs him over to the left, comes right into our camera angle, picking the wheels up. Grateful that the wall was there. That'll put him out of the race. The Dodge will move on.
But good driving by Jesse Bergey to stave off a possible tragedy. Let's go trackside with the winner, Wiggins.
John Moore brought to the fact about the holes out there, the fact that the holes are developing in the track, and it looked like you guys had your handful as a result of those holes.
Yeah, we did, and I'm having a lot of problems with the steering on account of it, too, because it's throwing you all around the track.
What about the fire that came from underneath the vehicle on the final jump? What was that a result of? You got a little flash fire?
Basically because I shifted it too late, really. I kind of was having my mind on the steering more than I did the tack, really.
Or the guy already on the starting line, Bennett Clark, Clydesdale, Powder Springs, Georgia. Bennett is the athlete that's pretty well done it all. He's involved in hunting, he's basketball, track, junior Olympics, rodeo, bull riding, monster. There's not much he hasn't done.
And on his spare time, he drives monster trucks.
Yeah.
What you can look over here, Richard, is watch Equan. He'll go out. He will not really wing the engine. He goes out. He'll back on the throttle, on the throttle again, off, on, off. He just got an area that truck's working, and it's good enough to win. Meanwhile, the Clydesdale was coming after him, but the Equalizer moved to that next round.
They're both the same age. They've both been in monster trucks about the same amount of time.
Yeah, but there's one big difference, Richard.
What?
One's a Ford, the other one's a Chevrolet. Who's going to go to the next round? We're going to find out. They leave side by side. Looks good. Looks clean. Second jump. Still a good race now. Who's going to make the most horsepower? Gary Porter bangs it at the end of Milwaukee.
He only won it, though, because the Heartbreaker, the Jersey Outlaw, got a little bit out of shape midway down the track. That is what prevented him from getting a win, but congratulations to Gary Porter, Carolina Crusher. He now goes to the semifinal. This is King Crunch. It's Scott Stevens. I kid him. I call him Pretty Boy out on the track because all the girls seem to like him. He's taking on Johnny K, the driver of the Buffalo Trimmer. John is from New York. It ought to be a pretty good race here.
Both big block Chevrolets running alcohol for fuel. Two of the most powerful trucks on the circuit. They're going to square off against each other. It will be a driver's race. Look at Stevens. Come on to mid-range. They almost got together. The Texan's going to go into the next round. But he had to backpedal over the final jump to go into that next round, Richard.
They not only almost got together, I'm not sure. I think they might have gotten together. The win to Scott Stevens and King Crunch, but a hell of a race from Johnny K.
Scott, it looks like you fellas actually got together coming off that second jump, or first jump.
I felt just a little bump, but the track's so rough I couldn't really tell if it was him or me just hitting bad. We're just doing what we got to do. We're still not running that hard, and I know next round we're really going to have to gear up and get down the track a little faster.
And look who is at the starting line, the driver that was livid with track officials, and he had every reason to be earlier as he really got roasted out of a call. John Breen, and the Mad Dog gets to come back as a fast loser, and he is taking on the no problem of John Moore. I'll tell you, I've got to be rooting for John Breen after that, what happened to him early.
Yeah, he said if he can get past the first 36 inches of this track, he's got an even chance. Let's see what's going to happen. Look at this, Chevrolet. He's out. Now, Moore starts to come back for the Ford Camp. Richard. Whoa, almost on his head. The Ford goes to the round, and they're having trouble shutting these rascals down this afternoon.
You notice we had the same reaction as John Moore nearly went on his side. He is getting a resounding win this time. Look at him. He is pumped up. And remember, the winner goes to the championship. This has got to be more of an important race to Gary Porter than it has to be for Scott Stevens.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's the reason Porter leads real quick with him. Porter's trying to hang on to this point battle. He's out. Now there's right side by side. What's going to happen? They get ready. Look at the back of Stevens' truck. He's in trouble. Stevens has the suspension part. Now we got another one into the wall.
Gee.
Whoa, you talk about a race. One truck completely out of shape, into the wall. But look on the right. You notice hanging down from King Crunch. He's already in trouble.
And Gary Porter, a magnificent job of driving. He almost flipped it on the driver's side.
Both drivers, Richard. Both drivers doing some heads-up driving.
Let's get the word on the win from Gary Porter.
What happened? happened out there? That looked like a war.
It did. I sort of took a weird bounce over to the right and slammed into the wall. I knew I was going to have to push my truck to the limit to beat King Crunch, and I just had to do what I had to do.
That's exactly what you're doing. Now, can you do what you got to do to get to this next round?
I think I can. I think all the damage I have is a little bent rim and a flat tire, and I think I can get it back up.
Look at the national points. The cream always comes to the top. That's where we are right now. Carolina Crusher going against the equalizer, Richard.
David Morris, currently number 1 in the point standings. Gary Porter, currently number 2. They're both Chevrolets, and the crowd is ready for this. You can't get any better than having number 1 against number 2.
But neither truck is operating at 100%. We told you the story about the equalizer. He goes out, hangs it there. Crusher trying to come back on him. Porter's out of shape, has to backpedal. The equalizer, and he's having problems too, Richard. Oh, man, the wall is not safe at all this afternoon. Equalizer almost got into the wall at the end.
Now you see why we call him Dangerous David Morris. And in a replay of that championship race, very close until midway down the track, then the equalizer shows his power, but right there at the end, he gets out of shape and goes into the wall. But David Morris gets the championship win.
An awfully wild ride. We noticed right at the end, you didn't have any steering on that truck, is what it looked like to us.
I had no steering at all. I went from the first set of cars all the way to the second set and down here with no steering, and I was having to fight hard.
So a couple important things happened this afternoon in Milwaukee. First of all, David Morris in the equalizer gets a badly needed win to maintain a slim points lead over Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher. And that's our second story. Crusher gets a little breathing space between himself and USA 1. However, any of these monster trucks could still capture that national championship.
Well, Rod had a problem when he was home. He injured himself. His right hand sustained some damage and had some surgery on it, and he'll be back.
Steve, pressure's nothing new to you. Being on this USA 1 team, you've been under a lot of pressure as a mechanic, but there's a new type of pressure, that being the pressure of driving this truck and stepping into the shoes of Litzow.
Well, Army, there is. I got some pretty big shoes to fill. Rod's the best in the country at what he does. I don't know, this week now I've left the mechanic chores up to Mark Gerard here, and I'm trying to concentrate on driving the truck and keeping it straight.
Lots of big stories here in Fishersville. And here's another one. This is the home state of Gravedigger and Dennis Anderson, the world's most popular monster truck team. Dennis told us earlier he does not intend to let his home state fans down.
Nobody can beat the Gravedigger in Virginia.
Thanks, Chris. It's showtime, the debut of Steve Wilkie driving USA 1.
Wilkie driving probably one of the most powerful trucks on the circuit. We're keeping an eye on him. He looks to be having a little bit of problem on the slick track. God, I believe we got a disqualification. I don't believe both front tires hit the ramp.
You're right, Army, your winner, John Kwasniewski and Buffalo Tremor.
Johnny, you just did something a lot of people have been trying to do, and that's put that USA 1 on a trailer in the first round. You, on that run, affected the national point outcome, it looks like.
That's what I've been trying to do for a long time myself. I finally beat him.
What did it feel like to you, and how did you drive this track tonight?
Feels real good. We're taking it a little bit easier off the line because it's really slippery tonight, and trying to pedal it in the middle a little bit and then just going all out at the end.
John Kwasniewski wins in the Buffalo Tremor. Let's watch the DQ, Army, on Steve Wilkie.
Well, what I was interested in was the starting line. Wilkie came out, ramped the throttle, immediately spun the tires. I think that put him a little bit out of shape. Definitely one of the most consistent. But Anderson's in front of his own home state people. I look for a kamikaze shot out of the left lane. Gravedigger rolls on the throttle. Weissort playing him tough. It looks dead even. Weissort may be out. Anderson's got to come back. No! An upset. What an upset, Scott.
And it did not sound good. Something sounded funny with the Gravedigger. Just the curse continuing for Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger.
Dennis Anderson, do you have any idea what happened on that run?
Yeah, I think I dropped a valve in the motor. During qualifying, I hit the shifter with my elbow, knocked it into neutral. The motor buzzed up super high, and I think we sucked a valve through it when I just ran then.
5 weeks to go. This has got to hurt. This is not the time to break anything, is it?
No, it's not. I've had some tough weeks here lately anyway, but we're going to tear it down tonight and thrash on it all night. Maybe we'll be back tomorrow.
Maybe the hardest working man in the sport. Let's listen to the run and listen for the engine problem.
Scott, if it's a drop valve, you should get a pop out of the engine.
Boy, there you hear it right there, and that'll stick a fork in Gravedigger. He's done for the night.
Who does he go up against? A long, tall Texan. They call him King Crunch. The King Crunch truck runs a computer. We asked him earlier what the computer was saying. He said, back all the horsepower away from it. The mud's going to hurt you tonight. So Stevens rolls in. The blue truck, Chevrolet, going against Ford. Computer said, easy on the horsepower. Let's see if it works.
coming to the second set of cars side by side as they hit that finish line. Too close to call. Wow, what a race between the Jersey Outlaw Ford and King Crunch with Scott Stevens. Here we are again. You look at the timing camera. Scott Stevens and King Crunch pulling it out, but just barely. What a race, and it was that close when they hit the finish line. Scott Stevens, King Crunch, your winner. Army Armstrong's going to go over and talk to him about a dandy race and a win over the Jersey Outlaw.
Scott, everybody said there's going to be a driver's track. That's exactly what it is. You've got to think on this track, don't you?
Yeah, we've turned our motor way down. We fattened everything up, trying to kill horsepower. And we just have too much to come off the line, so you just got to drive off the line. And, you know, because in qualifying, we had too much power, and I like to spun around. You know, just got to take it easy on the track because there's no traction.
Some of the big guns are going out early. That looks good for you.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely a weekend where I wish we didn't have a lot of horsepower. You know, Carolina's doing real good with his big motor, but, you know, no problem with a small motor. Is really doing good. And it's going to be a weekend where the driver's going to win this weekend.
Breen Boys Racing Toys, the name of their company. They travel the national circuit with us, but believe me, there's no love lost here. Nothing else. They're going for bragging rights. Both of them believe in the Chevrolet for horsepower. Who's going to take the win?
Wild Hair and Bob Breen puts away his brother, who's having some problems with John Breen barely getting across the cars in Mad Dog. Your winner in the Battle of the Breen Boys Racing Toys is Bob Breen and Wild Hair.
Bob, what's it going to take to win on this track tonight? This is spooky out there.
Yeah, it is. It's a real slick track, and I think tonight, I don't think the big motors, I don't think that's what's going to take, because I got one of the smallest motors here, and I'm coming out of the hole. I'm not spinning my tires very much, and I don't have enough horsepower to really make it spin sideways. I got a real good chance, I think, to really kick down tonight.
You know, Army, one of the things I think people really enjoy about following the TNT Monster Truck Challenge is that each week it's a new course, there are new circumstances, and hasn't Fishersville, Virginia really dealt us a brand new set?
Well, because of the moisture in the track, it definitely has, and that's what's so interesting about the competitors we have. Anybody can win. There's nobody dominating this sport. Anybody can be a player. For an example, John Moore, who historically has not run that good on some tracks, look at him here. Whoa, he's attacking the Fishersville plate. Oh, he's into the wall down here.
Wow, John Moore, no problem, into the guardrail, and you can see that left front tire is cut down. Army, I think we're going to get a chance to look at it again on replay and see just exactly what happened to John Moore. He gets the win over Gary Wiggins and Mopar Magic, but boy, what a tough day at the office.
Yeah, tough day at the office. Right now, he's trying to get back to the pit area and get the tire blown up. Watch the left front tire on impact when he comes off the second jump. I believe he rolled it on the side. Yeah, the tire blew first, and that's what pulled him into the wall, not the slippery track.
Well put, Army, and you can see he's got work to be done, but John Moore will be back. Let's find out from John Moore exactly what happened.
I don't know. I guess I got over here in some slick stuff, and I've been trying to get over this way a little bit because first round put me way up on my side, and I don't know what's... I don't know, the track's a little slick out here in the end. I'm going to see if we can get her fixed and get back in it.
I can't really get used to it, you know, controlling the injection on it.
We're about to find out if he can control it now. Carolina Crusher against Buffalo Tremor.
Both trucks making buku horsepower. It's going to be a driver track. Let's see what's going to happen. Half track, it's an even race. Crusher, he figured that throttle out.
Boy, he barely pulled it off. John Kwasniewski is coming, friends. Make no mistake about it. But you can give the victory to Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher. Army, here it comes right at you.
Well, he drove a good, smooth race. Trying to figure it out.
He really got quite a run from the Jersey Outlaw. Put him away. Now he goes up against Nightlife. Dave Wysorek out of Grand Island, Nebraska.
Wysorek, the strong privateer. We told you about it. He's put some of the big guns away over the year. He's looking good against King Crunch. Stevens trying to come back on the other end. I don't believe he's going to do it. No. Wysorek, the independent, goes into that next round. Look at all the problems they're having shutting these trucks down, Scott.
Big win for Dave Wysorek as Nightlife gains points on Gravedigger and USA 1 today. All right, this is going to be an interesting matchup. Now, Mad Dog is out there. Remember, he lost to Wild Hair, his brother Bob, but that truck broke. Mad Dog gets to come back. The points go to Mad Dog, but it's a new driver. Bob Breen's going to drive it, and John Moore and the other drivers don't like it, Army, even though it's above board.
Well, the driver switch is completely legal. Like you say, the other drivers, they do not like it at all because it's the only rule that only affects the Breen boys. Now, Bob Breen, the problem is he's more of an aggressive driver. That's why the other drivers don't like it. John Breen's a finesse driver. Bob Breen's an attack driver. Look at this. He's definitely attacking that Ford to go into the next round. Chevrolet. Mad Dog puts a Ford on a trailer.
Boy, that was a great example of an attack as he attacks John Moore, and Bob Breen gets the win.
This is kind of a unique situation down here. The reason being, part of the Breen Boys racing team, Bob Breen, won in the first round, but his truck was not able to come back. However, he comes back in his brother's truck, Mad Dog. What's going on up there?
Well, my brother knows that his truck's got a lot more horsepower than mine. I threw all the belts off of mine and broke one of them so I couldn't come back, and my truck got hot. And he knows I ain't afraid to drive it if it's got a motor in it, so he stuck me in there to see what I can do with it.
How'd it feel to you?
I like the power.
Can you use that kind of power on this track tonight? You're going into the next round. You've waited this far.
You got to feather it out of the hole, but once you get on the cars, that's the time to hammer it. And then after that, once you get your momentum up, then they'll usually stick. You can do pretty good.
We'll see you in that next round. You're looking good.
Thank you.
The winner here really is going to pick up a big advantage. He's not only going to get this victory, then he'll have a chance to go on and try and win the Monster Smash final in just a few moments. Now, it's obvious as we come in that Carolina Crusher doesn't look real good. He's kind of puffing.
A little blue smoke coming out of the engine. That could just be from the jetting. Heat coming out of the back of the truck indicates he had a heating problem on the vehicle. Equalize. He goes through, but something fell off the bottom of that truck. He's trying to shut it down on the big end. Whoa, all safe in Fishersville for now.
That was just wild. There's blue smoke coming from Crusher. Then, as you mentioned, Army, something fell off the equalizer, and now he's smoking. Couldn't stop. Carolina Crusher's got it in reverse, backing to get to the pit area.
That's an indication he's got some kind of drivetrain problem. He's not able to go forward. He's got to back out. Well, that's a tough break for that kid, but it's a good break for that kid right there.
But he's calling for a hook, too. Equalizer, obviously, with a problem, as he will need some help to get off the track. Let's find out from David Morris just what the problem is.
7.79 seconds.
Well, David Morris, realistically, that run right there could have won you the national championship.
Yeah, I needed that win bad, and I was ready to do anything to get it. Got a little squirrely down here. Had to get a whole lot of RPM on the engine that time, and I slung another power steering belt also.
Is that where the smoke's coming from?
No, I set the line so long that my motor got hot on me, so I'm going to let it cool down and everything be ready to go.
Right now, he's trying to work his way back into the winning mode in Fishersville.
Dave Weissort got that win over John Breen and Mad Dog. Let's see how he does with Bob Breen
Look
and
at
Mad
this.
Dog.
That kid is so smooth, you can never count him out. He's going to the final.
Dave Weissort and Nightlife will meet Equalizer in the championship. That brings up the question, how bad does Dave Weissort want Equalizer in the Monster Smash?
Real bad. I'd like to beat him. He's a tough truck to beat, and it's #1. I'd like to beat the #1 truck.
At Fishersville, the clock is still ticking. Can Equalizer make it to the finals? Yes, indeed. The engine is fired, and Equalizer will make it to race against Nightlife. It is the Monster Smash, the Equalizer, the Nightlife. The finals coming up from Fishersville, Virginia, here on Tough Tracks. Equalizer and Nightlife pulled to the starting line for the Monster Smash final. It's showtime!
Two young guns going head-to-head. They go over the first jump side by side. Equalizer starts to pull out a little bit. I believe the Equalizer, Scott.
Very close, though, Army. Equalizer gets the win, and it looks like less than a wheel's length. We're going to go to the timing tape and see if we can see just how close in a still frame that race really was. At the finish line, David Morris and the Equalizer. Boy, that's a great seat for it. You can see by just the length of a wheel, David Morris and the Equalizer may very well have locked up the World Championship. Army Armstrong's with your winner, David Morris, the Equalizer.
Well, David Morris with the Equalizer. You're stretching that national point lead out. An 8-second run in the final. Looked awfully good.
Well, it didn't feel as good as some of the earlier runs. I had trouble getting to the line at the time. I had a cylinder that was foul, the plug was foul, and I got a little squirrely, got a little slide in the middle of the cars, but I just did get back on it hard enough to pull a win out.
How about this kid with the nightlife truck? You can't roll over on him. He's going to come after you every time, isn't he?
That's right. He'll be there.
What about the points chase? You know, we've been talking about it. You've been chasing all year long. It's been up and down. We're down to the final events of the year. This is it. Your rookie year, you are the national points leader. What's going through your mind right now? Can you bump these big guys off, these veterans?
Yeah, I can. It's going to be all on whether I can keep the truck going. We can keep it all together working fine, and I can keep doing a good job of driving. If I can do that and the truck runs great, we'll take it.
One of the crowd favorites all over the country. It looks like the Gravedigger's going to the line. Who's he going to be going against, Butch?
He's up against John Moore out of Lafayette, Tennessee, and the No Problem Bronco as he rolls to the starting line. So it's Anderson up against Moore in the first round of competition here this afternoon.
Dennis Anderson awfully close to home, wants to lay down a good run. Now, last week he had some problems with the engine. No, 2 weeks in a row, do you believe it? Disqualified. The Gravedigger, No Problem will advance.
Army, you know Dennis Anderson has just got to be so upset in front of his hometown fans. The truck goes away again.
I got a bad bounce coming off the cars, missed the cars, so I had to give it up, back up, and straighten my run out. But
why did you do that? A lot of people are going to ask us why. You were beat. You knew you were beat, but why did you go back and finish that run?
I do it for the crowd. They're here to see me launch that truck, drive it hard. And I knew I was going to be out and have to park it, so I'm going to give them something for the show.
Defending national champion will be driven by the man who normally is the mechanic on it. He steps up to be the driver. He goes against Dave White-Sorry, out of Nebraska. A couple of bad boy Chevrolets going head-to-head in Fishersville, Butch.
Look at the intent look on Wilkie's face as he leaves the starting line. Here we go. USA 1. Nightlife. White-Sorry with an edge. Now here comes Wilkie on the right side. It's going to be USA #1 in the next round.
Big top-end charge by the USA 1. Red, white, and blue True Value Hardware Chevrolet. Wilkie goes to the next round.
A big win for the substitute driver, Steve Wilkie. Now let's go down to Army with Steve Wilkie.
Steve, that has to be an awfully big relief to you to get that win under your belt.
The first one's always the toughest, Army. I'll tell you what, I got a little tire spin off the starting line, and I hooked good in second gear. I come off the first stack fairly straight this time. I was able to pedal it in high gear, and we took a win.
It looks like every time you sit in the seat of that truck, you're getting a little bit more control over it. That was a good straight run from this angle.
Well, the left lane that I ran in qualifying, it's got some pretty bad holes in that first stack, and it causes you to come off crooked, and you got to pedal it in the mid-range. That's why I moved over into the right lane for the first round.
You're still in this thing. We'll see you in that next round.
Yeah, we're going to do it again, Army. Thanks.
Kwasniewski out of the northern country has really started to make a name for himself, and what he's doing as he comes to the line against one of the strongest southern trucks on the tour, he's starting to rob horsepower from the engine. They came out, they thought this sport took buku horsepower. Not the way to go. It cost him a lot of races. They decided to dial the horsepower away. Since they've been doing that, they've really got a handle on it, Bush. So Clydesdale's going to have his hands full now that he's going into the lane against this New York Chevrolet.
Out of the gate they go, and they're on their way. Listen to those Chevrolets roar as they head toward the top end of the track.
Johnny K looking super strong. This kid's on the way. Keep your eye on the Buffalo Trimmer. That truck is going to make a name for itself, Butch.
And let's go down with Johnny K and Army Armstrong.
John picked up word. You and USA 1 in the next round.
I beat USA 1 last week. I'm not really worried about it. I think I can get him again today.
You guys are driving the same way. Both of you are not really attacking the first set of cars. When you come over that first set, you get no man's land between the cars. You're literally pulling the triggers on these big motors, aren't you?
Well, with clay track, I think we're getting too much traction off the line and worried about breaking the transmission, so we're going to take a little bit easy off the line and just go all out at the end.
Over from Missouri, one of the Breen boys.
Bobby Breen and the wild-haired Chevrolet. Whoa, Mopar Magic out of the gate a little bit early, Army.
What a hole shot. That may cost him. I don't know. We may have ground for this qualification. We're going to have to wait and see, but Wiggins comes loaded for bear to Fishersville.
I believe he left the starting line just too early. He took a chance. You know, that truck runs really strong on the top end. And yes, sirree, he is disqualified. I know it's got to be disappointing for Gary Wiggins out of North Carolina. Let's go to Army.
Gary Wiggins, you've been chasing these guys all year long. It looked like you turned your luck around. You're making a horsepower good run. The word we get, though, disqualified. You left the start too quick.
Yeah, I reckon so. I've been sleeping on the line a little bit lately, and I reckon I got too anxious then.
How about these guys? You've been chasing them all year long. You haven't put a win under your belt yet, but you've been there. You're going to be able to turn that around.
I hope so. Maybe next year. That's what we're hoping on.
Typical Ford Chevrolet showdown coming to the line right now. Chevrolet on the right side, the Ford on the left side. Let's see what happens now as we wait for the green light action here on the starting line. They're out of the gate. They're underway.
Side by side, they both leave the starting line. Good clean start, half track. It's an even race.
And Kid Raring takes the win here this afternoon in Thunder Chicken as he puts the Ford of Mike White and the Jersey Outlaw on the trailer.
Porter, currently number 2 international points chase. A lot of pressure on him. The reason the pressure's there, look, right, the camera's telling you no front drive shaft on the Carolina Crusher. Gonna rob him of half the horsepower. This could be critical in the national point chase if Breen puts him away. Breen in the Mad Dog. Look at this. Boy, he's jumping all over him right now. Johnny Breen is taking no prisoners, and Gary Porter is not giving up one iota. He gave it his best shot, but Breen goes to that next round, Butch.
Porter tried awfully hard top end of the race course to get the win with a real high jump. Now we go down to Army Armstrong with Gary Porter and Carolina Crusher.
Well, Gary Porter, we may have to change your nickname over to Showboat. That was something that put on a heck of a show, but it's an awfully dangerous situation out there. Can you explain exactly what happened?
It was when qualifying, I broke my front drive shaft and I had everything to fix it, but the 2 U-bolts that hold the universal joint in, so I had to run with just 2-wheel drive.
National point chase. It's looking tough right now.
It is. The new motor, I was expecting, some breakage to find the weak points in it, and I hope I found them now, and I'll be out strong next time.
Well, Butch, the old classic Ford Chevrolet battle goes to the line. John Moore's already put one of the big Chevrolets away. He's the guy that put the Gravedigger on the trailer. Look at this. He's giving Equalizer a good run. Moore's has to really lean on that Chevrolet to take the win.
So it's a big win here for the Equalizer of David Morse, and he will advance to the next round here at Fishersville, Virginia. Back on the line, here we go now with the Buffalo Trimmer in lane number 1, USA number 1 and lane number 2. Out of the gate they go, Army.
Buffalo Trimmer's on a roll. Keep an eye on that white Chevrolet. That is a close. Look at super close. Butch, I can't call it from my angle. What did it look like to you?
I don't know. I thought it was Trimmer there at first, but you can't count the USA number 1 out. The timers show it is Buffalo Trimmer who takes the win here this afternoon over USA number 1. Here's Army.
Well, Johnny K., you've done something a lot of guys want to do. You have bumped 2 of the top trucks in the country out of here today, the Crusher and now USA 1.
Well, that's what we've been trying to work the bugs out of the truck for the last couple of weeks, and I think we finally did it.
What was a major change when you came over to hump? Because the truck looks great, you're driving it great.
Oh, we did a little bit of suspension work in it. We changed some of the shocks on it, and we did a little bit of tuning to the motor, and I think we got the right combination right now.
Talk about 2 interesting fellas. Bennett Clark, before he was a monster truck driver, rode Brahma Bull. Bobby Breen, before he was a monster truck driver, rode Harley Davidson motorcycles. This is about as American as you're going to get right here, bud.
Out of the gate we go. The pair of Chevrolets on the way, and Clydesdale's got the edge, Army.
Boy, Bennett Clark looking super strong. Look at this. That long wheelbase seems to really be working for him here in Fishersville.
So Bennett Clark and his newly built Chevrolet machine will continue on in competition here this afternoon at Fishersville, Virginia.
Kid Raring, Chevrolet. They call him the Thunder Chicken. He's going up against Missouri's own Mad Dog, John Breen. It's a toss-up, Butch.
Out of the gate, we're on our way. Mad Dog with a little edge. Here's Thunder Chicken trying top in. I don't know, Army.
Mad Dog takes the win, Butch, in a super close race.
Mad Dog, the winner. But he goes back to the pits real fast, Army. Wonder if he has a problem. Maybe he won't be able to come back. We'll try to find out. Well, let's go down to Army with Kid Raring right now.
Well, Kid, we've got kind of a unique situation here. You ran a good race. He did get the win on you, but the word we get, he lost oil pressure in that round. It looks like you might be coming back. Will you make any adjustments if you do come back?
Yeah, that happens. I'm going to refuel a little bit here, check all my belts, check all the nuts and bolts, and once in a while that'll happen where the loser will come back, and sometimes you can work your way right to the top.
Well, Butch, if you like motorsports, you got a right to be excited. Keep an eye on this kid out of New York. They call him the Buffalo Trimmer. Today, he is on a roll. Who does he have in this round? Your defending national points leader, Equalizer, trying to hold a kid from New York off. Tennessee and New York, let's watch it. He's get him on the end? He doesn't budge. Do you believe it? He leaped past him in the air at the finish line. Buffalo Trimmer going to the first final in his career.
It's an upset here this afternoon for Johnny K, and the timing camera shows it right there as Kwasniewski and the Buffalo Trimmer advance to the next round. And Army's now with both drivers.
David Morris, we've been talking all year long. All these old veterans are after you. They say this rookie, this rookie, that. There's only one other rookie on the circuit, and he just put you on the trailer.
Yeah, he did. I had to back out of the truck there between the cars. I really wasn't good and straight like I wanted to be, and I guess I just backed out of the motor too much, and then I couldn't come back on him.
John Kwasniewski, a super day for you here in Fishersville. You're putting all the big guns away, and you're going to the final.
So far, it's been an excellent day. I can't complain. We've been working on this truck so hard for the last couple of months, and finally it's come true.
Have you won before on the tour this year?
No, I haven't.
This could be your first win.
I hope so.
You have any preferences to who you're going to go against in the final?
Well, it doesn't matter to me now. I put down the big trucks. I have no problems with whoever I race now.
And looking here on the starting line, the next two coming up, we see Bennett Clark sitting in Clydesdale. And look, Army Armstrong, it's Kid Raring and Thunder Chicken. Mad Dog could not make it back, so here's Kid Raring.
Raring comes back in with the Thunder Chicken. They're using the brake rule to get him this far. Can he make it to the final? If he wins it, he goes to the final. If not, he goes on the trailer.
What a story it would be. Looky here, he's going ahead now. Oh, Bennett Clark, and yes, sirree!
Thunder Chicken from out of nowhere. Two new drivers going to the final. We're going to have a first winner of the year. It'll be the next race we see, the final in the afternoon. One of them will win for the first time in 1989. Will it be the Thunder Chicken or the Buffalo Trimmer? Chevrolet side by side. Kid Raring against Johnny K. New York going against Pennsylvania. It's all narrowed down to this. This is what it's all about.
They're out of there and on their way. It's Kwasniewski with the lead. Here comes Raring on the top end, but no, it's Buffalo Trimmer taking the win right there here this afternoon at Fishersville, Virginia. His first win on the Renegades TNT Monster Truck Challenge.
And there's Gary Porter, the Carolina Crusher, but strong all year.
Well, there's going to be a big difference here. We're going to talk it up right now to let you see what this sport's all about. The Auto Value truck of Berge is naturally aspirated, runs a carbureted engine, okay? You notice how he leaves quick. On the other side, the Carolina Crusher, supercharged engine, and that big supercharger plays an important role at the end of the track, and Berge's having some trouble getting shut down.
The blown alcohol engine with the victory over the naturally aspirated engine of Jesse Berge. Let's hear from Jesse right now.
Well, Jesse, nothing to be ashamed of. 200ths of a second, yet the Auto Value Chevy doing everything it could.
I don't feel bad for naturally aspirated motor against a blown alcohol motor.
Now, when we get ready to go indoor, he's got to come and play by your games. That's got to tickle you to death.
Yeah, that's what we've been working with all summer. Auto Value's been helping me. They're going to continue to help me. We've been gearing this thing up, like I told you earlier, to run indoors. I think we're ready for them.
Army, once again, as you talked about, it was the Auto Value plan for Keith off to a good start, but at the finish line, certainly Carolina Crusher had it.
Well, the supercharged engine is going to generate about 500 more horsepower. Now, that 500 horsepower translated into 200ths of a second on that run.
Let's talk to Gary Porter right now.
Boy, they keep getting better and better in Flint, Michigan. 200ths of a second, but you take them any way you can get them.
I do. I just about messed up on that run. I was coming out of the hole real slow, trying to save my equipment a little bit, and it just about cost me the race.
This guy was playing hardball. It's his home state, man. He wants to put a win under his belt.
He was. I just about underestimated him.
You know, it's very interesting to me. There is no love lost between these two young men. I don't know, but there's really some bad blood brewing. Texas, King Crunch, he believes he ought to be able to hammer this kid everywhere he goes. Meanwhile, the kid from New York said, no way. And look at this. At the finish line, it's New York.
Buffalo Trimmer.
Another. This top end is really getting spooky down here, Scott. They're bouncing really weird.
King Crunch is knocked off impressively by Buffalo Trimmer. You're looking at the timing video screen, and there's really no doubt about it. A full half length on this course. The victory to the Buffalo Trimmer.
Oh, no, not satisfied with it. You know, we did have some bad luck. You know, that's where I do like to run. I like running outside, but, you know, we brought last year's truck into this season, and everybody else brought their new ones in. You know, we didn't have our new one ready. Now it's going to be ready for 89, and then there'll be a whole new game out there. But, you know, we did bring last year's truck out, and we played with it, and we had some bad luck playing with it. But, you know, I don't like running indoor. The trucks are getting fast, but we'll do what we can do out here. We do our best.
But as Rod knows, one of the neat things in this sport is you run indoor, you run outdoor, and Rod has looked awfully good outdoors. Here he is again. Blitzau wins it. Look out, he's gone over again.
Rod Litzow has flipped it several times, and now Army is taking off down there, and several other track officials are headed down to USA 1. A terrible flip as Rod spun and hit the asphalt several times. Several people getting him out. Litzow looks a little bit shaky right now as Army has him and a couple of other drivers. There's Mike Wine, Marvin Smith, there's Everett Jasmer, the team owner, and as you can see, a great deal of concern here in Flint, Michigan. The damage telling the story on Rod Litzow's USA 1 as he took a tremendous ride. Litzow has flipped this thing on several occasions, but I don't know if he's ever flipped it any more violently than that. Well, right now, I think people are just trying to talk to Rod and make sure he's all right. And there's Alan Goss, who heads the competition end for TNT. And I think he's calling for, he's either calling for an ambulance or some other help. Yeah, I believe they're calling for an ambulance, and now the loader will pull USA 1 back up and over.
Yeah, Scott, what's happening down here? The EMTs have just been asked to come over. That was a very violent flip. It was a sprint car type flip. It was a snap roll, and he's in the hurt right now. Believe me, he's having a whole lot of trouble standing up. The drivers are down here. We'll get back to you.
Army, everybody's got him under control there. Now they're going to take Rod and put him in the ambulance, and I guess the question is, as we watch the flip again, what was Rod saying? What was it like when you got to it?
Well, when I went over to him, he had already unbuckled. He was trying to stand up. The truck was laying on its side. But I believe he was into shock because his knees, you could see his knees starting to go away from him. I just reached in and said, grab a hold of my neck. I'll pull you out of here. That's exactly what he did. When we did get him on his feet, he was real heavy. He was really spooky. This kid is lucky after that one.
What a violent flip. And the USA 1 truck had to sustain some damage. Army's now working his way over to get with Everett Jasmer, the truck's owner.
Everett Jasmer, first things first. Is the driver okay?
Rod's okay. He's just shook up. No physical damage.
What about the truck? It looks like 89 just went down the tubes for you.
Looks like we're making a real hard charge for the end of the season here, and it really looks bad right now. I mean, that's not to say we won't be back next week, but it doesn't look real good.
What goes through your mind as an owner, Everett? I know you put your heart and soul in this. You've worked so hard to get to be that #1 truck, and then it's almost like you had a monkey on your back all year long.
We've had a real bad one on our back. It's been a number of things. I've got a lot of complaints about the season, but all in all, we've just had a real tough season. We've got new trucks already near completion. I plan on coming back and taking the championship again next year. Looks like we probably won't make it this year.
You hear the fans roaring as they've been told that Rod's okay and is just going to be checked over in the ambulance. And the USA 1 truck obviously eliminated for the night. Army's back with us. Army, what a run.
Yeah, he nose over. You watch on the replay, it just came over. He throttles up on it, trying to pull it out. Not going to work. It ducked to the left. Now watch the flipping action here. The driver really gets snapped around inside the truck. Comes over, lands on his top. Now, I've got to say one thing about the TNT Rules Committee. They designed the roll cages in these trucks. That's a 12,000-pound truck, and the roll cage worked. That's what saved Rod Litzow. The roll cage, the seat, and all the driver protection. We're just tickled to death. He's okay, but that's what the sport is coming to. Each week, quicker, faster, as we see Rod now sitting in the ambulance getting a little bit of oxygen.
Let me say something else about that, too. No one is going to outbuild a roll cage or build a cage better than Everett Jasmer because he believes in the safety of these vehicles and to take care of his driver to make the fastest and safest truck possible. And that's why people like Everett are so critical to the success and the future of the sport.
Oh, definitely. And he learns. It's been a very expensive year for that young man. This truck's been upside down like 6 times, but that shows you're pushing it to the outer edge of the envelope. When you start flipping them like that, that's what it's going to take to win. Speaking of taking the win, Scott, look who's going now.
Here's a guy, as Army would say, taking the win like a duck takes the water. David Morrison, the equalizer, getting the victory and moving into the semifinal round. Gary Porter and the Carolina Crusher and Army, as we get ready for the race, Crusher feels a lot of pressure. With Equalizer already winning, Gary's got to win here, too.
Yeah, each round the Equalizer wins. In order just to stay even, the pressure goes on the Carolina Crusher, and Porter, he's got his hands full right now. Okay, he holds on. The pressure keeps coming after him. That pressure is going to get him before the year's over. There's a breaking point somewhere out there. I don't know where it's going to be, but every run, he's got to go harder and harder to stay after the Equalizer.
Good run for the Mopar Magic. He looks strong, but Gary Porter and the Carolina Crusher has been one of the true superstars in this sport.
Now I'm just, I'm trying to make the truck survive, and I've got the attitude now that I really these last few races, I really hadn't been trying to win when I get racing. I just want to make the truck, you know, make a few passes. I'm tired of working on it. I want to ride a while.
He's been riding well tonight, and I don't think he's really let off that much. Here he goes, Army.
Oh, they're going after each other like a street fight. They're going for the throw. Porter's in trouble. Anderson may be in trouble, too. Scott, this is kind of a unique situation. Porter, I know he's out of here. Disqualified, did not hit the second set of cars. The Gravedigger, the word we get, they're looking at replay. He may not be able to come back because one side of the truck or the other was not on the vehicles is the word we're getting. Let's check the replay. You call it.
All right, now the ruling is Porter's out. Forget the Carolina Crusher. He missed everything. Anderson must keep at least 2 wheels on those cars. The front 2 have to go up and start on it, and then he's got to keep 2 on. Carolina Crusher definitely out. You can see fluid leaking off. Gary Porter obviously just turned off and got away.
Thumbs up. We get the word. He will be back.
Gravedigger has won it. He did indeed make a legal pass. And Dennis Anderson, for the first time in a long time, is going to the championship round, and they love it here in Flint, Michigan. Army's going to go talk to both Dennis Anderson and Gary Porter after a crazy run.
Okay, we just received word. Dennis, come here. You are going to be the winner of that round. We understand he didn't hit the second set of cars, but you got a lot of death smoke coming out of the right side of your engine.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's in the fire or, you know, I've lost something in the fuel system. We got to go back and check it out. I might not be able to come back and run.
Well, we'll let you get back to the pit area. Thanks for coming down.
All right, thanks.
Gary, every time you guys go up against each other, it's just like an old-time street fight, isn't it?
It is. I knew I would have to push my truck to the limit. I started off in second gear, and I got a good hole shot on him, and I come off that first set of cars, which is the bad lane, and my truck took a real bad bounce, and I missed the second set completely.
Well, one bounce in this ball game can cost thousands of dollars, can it?
It does, and it did that time.
It's showtime.
Side by side, Flint, Michigan, the final. Gravedigger against Equalizer.
Gravedigger in the second set. Equalizer pulls him. It looked like he got him in the air. They hit the second set together, but Gravedigger couldn't stay with him, and David Morris wins it in the Equalizer. Morris on top again.
Well, a lot of people thought he's going to roll over and play dead, and I did too. I'll be real honest with you, but you still went after that thing. Why?
Well, I'm trying to catch back up in the points for one thing, but, you know, I'm out here to turn the crowd on, and we've had a lot of problems with the truck. We started out tonight, it was running fine. We don't know, we just picked up a problem during the night. I don't know if it's fire, fuel. We're going to work on it tonight and get it ready. So, you know, I lost all my power right there at the end of the track for the last 3 runs, and it almost cost me a race. The last one it did, so we're going to go back and get everything together. Maybe we can come back out and thump these guys.
I tell you what, Army, as I look at this once again, it's a good thing really that Equalizer beat him, because I think the fans in Flint would have gone crazy if this would have happened if Digger had crossed first, but he'd have been disqualified. Clearly, Gravedigger came off the cars completely, all 4 wheels off, and that's a disqualification. But again, that's really a moot point because Equalizer beat him straight up on the track, fair and square. David Morris wins again.
We thought Dennis was going to roll over and play dead. We knew he had engine problems. It kind of surprised us on this end that he came out so hard.
It didn't surprise me because he was running too good back in the pits, sound like to me, so I knew he was going to be running hard.
Not hard enough, though, as David Morris and the Equalizer. Army's back with us one more time for the replay. And here you see Dennis come completely off the cars, a clear disqualification, but the Equalizer won it. Again, fair, square, no question about it.
Yeah, but the big story here is Gravedigger did make the finals, but he hand grenaded an engine to get in that final.
Rod, I don't know about you, but I don't think I could get back in that truck and try it again tonight after what happened last week.
Well, they say after you take a bad crash like that, you got to get right back in so that you're not scared of it. And I'm not scared to get back in the truck, and, Everett did a good job, got it back ready, and I'm ready to roll tonight.
Why are you going to do it?
Well, right now it's real important, the points. We're coming up on points, and we have to hold where we are. We have to stay right in the point system and keep the truck and, show everybody that we are capable of coming out here and doing this.
Is it safe?
Oh, yeah, the truck is safe. I'm standing right here.
But a little smoke at the back end there. Gravedigger obviously having some problems running on 7 cylinders. Still past qualifier. Here's Carolina Crusher in the Clydesdale. And Crusher, Gary Porter, solid as always, fast as always, and looking good.
Well, the truck's unique, and the suspension on the truck is different from everybody else's. The engine location is different. Remember, this engine is beneath the driver. Behind him, the engine's actually in the middle of everything you're looking at there. Plus, this youngster out of Tennessee He just has a natural knack for driving a truck. He can actually feel it. He becomes one with the truck. And you notice his qualifying run, he really goes after it. Whoa, speaking of going after it, he's got a lot of problems now, Scott.
You can see it. It just collapsed on him, and over goes the points leader, David Morris, and the equalizer. Look, it's a perfect example of the way it just kind of crumbled under him, Army.
Well, you notice the first thing that happened was the emergency crew on the scene. They pull the kill switch, and he's out. He's upset. The left front spindle seems to be the Achilles tendon of that truck. All year long, the problems have come from the left front of the truck.
Isn't that the same thing that happened in Richmond, Virginia?
Exactly, exactly.
The steering knuckle apparently was the problem there. It just broke, collapsed on him, and indeed he went over on his side, and it appears to have happened again to David Morris. One more time, we'll get a look at it, Army.
Now, you've got to remember, this is a qualifying run by the national points leader. This could be devastating for the national championship because he will get no points, no money, no nothing, just a whole lot of heartache and worry after this run.
We're going to talk to David Morris a little bit later, but first, Army, what a qualifying round. All four of our points leaders are really hurting.
You talk about an interesting story for the national championship. Listen to what I'm going to tell you here. Equalizer, national points leader, just flipped in the last qualifying session of the last outdoor event of the year. Nobody's rolling over. They're going hard. He proved it. We just received word from the owner, Gary Cook. They can't find a piece to replace it. They've been looking for one similar since the Richmond flip. They actually think they may be out for the year. That's your leader. Number 2 in the national points chase, Gary Porter, after every run, has to go back to the pit area. He's blown a head gasket on every run. Water gets into the oil. He has to go back with his crew, drain the oil, put new oil in, come back in and get ready for his run. Number 3, USA won last week, flipped end over end. He's just here for points tonight. However, every point is going to be very, very important to him if the equalizer can't come back. Number 4, the grave digger, Dennis Anderson. He's hurt this weekend. He's running on 7 cylinders. So the top 4 is still just like a big juggling competition. Stay tuned. We'll keep you informed on what's going to happen.
Army Armstrongs with David Morris.
Well, there may be a lot of skeptics out there that think that monster truck racing is kind of like a circus. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not. These guys are serious about their race, and this is proof right here. Your national points leader flipping and qualifying, David. You know, we keep telling everybody how serious and how tough this sport is. I think you just proved it.
Yeah, it's real tough. That hurt. That's going to hurt me bad right there in the points. Not being able to race at all tonight. So I hope I can get the truck back together and everything will work out on into the rest of these other races.
Carolina Crusher, he's going to be coming after you with everything he has. This was the break he was looking for.
Yeah, this will help him a lot. I don't wish any bad luck on him, but maybe something will break on his truck.
We'll let you get back with the crew. Thanks for coming down.
Yeah, thanks.
Gary Porter is the guy in Carolina Crusher who's going to try and pick up a big chunk of points on David Morris.
One of the strongest monster truck drivers in the country, the truck they call Nightlife.
Dave Wysoric in Nightlife, and what's interesting is you're looking at Nightlife 5th in the season point. Mad Dog is 6th, and despite the fact John Breen's not driving, the points go to the truck in TNT Monster Truck Racing. So this is a critical battle in terms of points, and Mad Dog with Fisher's out of the chute.
Boy, Fisher comes out like a rocket, but look at the Nebraska Chevrolet. One of the patented, there's 2 things you can always bet on the Nightlife. The driver's going to drive with his head out the window, and it's going to pull hard on the other end of the track.
Dave Wysoric in Nightlife with the victory. Here it is again, coming right at you. You can see Fisher got a great shot out of the hole.
Yeah, the whole shot goes to Fisher, but the top-end charge goes to Nightlife with Wysoric doing the driving.
Dave Wysoric, the victory, will see him in the quarterfinals against the grave digger. Now, with all the damage and all the problems, he's just running for points, not really going to put it all on the line, and we're about to find out if he's bluffing.
Well, I don't think he's bluffing, but I tell you, this proves how important these points are. These guys have been chasing the points all year long, and Clydesdale is not cutting him any slack whatsoever.
Yeah, now Bennett sees though that look how he's going.
Now he'll backpedal on it a little bit, but points are where the national championships come from, and he has more points right now than he did 30 seconds ago.
Whatever the reasons, the win to Bennett Clark and Clydesdale. A lot of Hardy Ford fans cheering for John Moore, no problem, but look who he's got to go up against. The guy trying to make a big move tonight in the points, Gary Porter in the Carolina Crusher.
The guy that has to make a big move in the points is the Carolina Crusher. He's doing exactly what he had to do, but John Moore, with that no-problem Ford, pushes him to the limit.
The Show Me State Showdown.
Show Me State Showdown. Who's it going to be? Supercharged Chevrolet, the Stomper, or the naturally aspirated Chevrolet, the Wild Hair? Supercharged Stomper moves on in the competition. competition.
Give the victory to Marvin Smith as he puts away John Breen and Wild Hair. And look at that. On a very cold night in Flint, Michigan, it's a very hot Stomper. Overheating problem for Marvin Smith and the Stomper Chevrolet. And we'll have to see where that leaves him in terms of the rest of the competition tonight. Army's going to talk to Marvin right now.
Marvin, you and the Stomper take a win, but a whole lot of smoke coming out of the truck. What is that?
The last in the qualifying round, I put a little pinhole in my radiator. And she's not really hot. She's just blowing a little steam off.
Well, if you're going to have a hole in your radiator, this is a good night to have it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about zero, ain't it?
See you in that next round.
Thank you.
It was basically the drivetrain. You know, we had our suspension travel. We started getting a lot of travel out of it. I've got real long pumpkins in the hog's head, and the drive shaft angle wasn't quite right, so we straightened it out. That cured one problem, but the rear ends, you know, with that long pumpkin on it, it'll knock a U-joint out of it, and when it knocks a U-joint out and you're whirling on that motor, it'll tear a transfer case up, swinging the shaft off. So we're going to go back and change something in the drive line of it.
Yeah, I would have guessed it was a definite pumpkin in a hog's head situation myself, too.
What is a pumpkin in a hog's head?
Okay, it's a third member in an axle housing. That's what he was trying to tell us.
Boy, he does have a way with words, doesn't he?
Well, that's the way these guys talk to drive monster trucks. Speaking of driving monster trucks, looky here. The Gravedigger running a whole lot stronger than anybody expected him to.
But Dave Weissdorf comes back in the second set. They cross almost together, but give the victory by the slimmest of margins to Dave Weissdorf and the Nightlight. Let's look at the videotape.
Well, the finish line camera shows you just how close it was. What? 6 inches?
That's all. The victory to Dave Weissdorf and Nightlife. I'll bet he's surprised at how well Gravedigger ran on just 7 cylinders. But Nightlife won it anyway.
Yeah, he did. I really surprised me. I didn't think he was going to come on that hard, and he came on pretty hard.
All the top 4 trucks in front of you in the National Point Chase are having all kind of problems tonight. They're basically out of this thing. You can really help yourself tonight and move up into this top 5. When you're in the top 5, you can move into that top 4 tonight.
Yes, I can. With Gravedigger out now, I stand a pretty good chance of getting into the finals, and I'm going to work on it real hard.
Is a guy who's been in the top 10 all year, but now he's meeting a guy who really has more on the line maybe than he does.
Well, he definitely, the pressure's on the yellow truck. The pressure to win. But now he has to immediately go right back to the pit area. He's having a lot of liquid problems with the truck. The crusher, as soon as he finishes a run, has to go back and drain all the liquids out of the engine. He'll be back, but believe me, he's having to work real hard between every round just to keep coming back.
I'm sorry, I want to see this again. Your eyes are a lot better than mine. Let's wait and see this thing. Well, you were right on it, though. He did come across, and you can see that at the end, Crusher had all the momentum. But it does not get any closer than that race was between the Crusher and the Clydesdale. He hopes it'll stay alive now because he gets to go up against another Ford. Ford versus Ford. Jersey Outlaw, no problem.
Mike Wine with the Jersey Outlaws. Super start on the starting line. Pulled out about a truck lead. Moore had to come back. Whoa, Moore's got his hands full in the left lane. Wine, Jersey Outlaw goes into that next round of elimination, Scott.
Boy, John really did get sideways. Mike Wine and Jersey Outlaw looking really good tonight in Flint, Michigan. Here it is again. Jersey Outlaw closest to you. Watch John Moore, right-hand side of your screen, get sideways on that last jump.
Well, what he does, he lands sideways. Notice this. The truck actually pitches to the left. It's going straight, but it actually veered over to the left, kind of like flying an airplane.
He was able to get those wings back down and straight.
But the Crusher, what I can't stress enough is he's having problems himself. As soon as he finishes every run, he has to go back to the pit. Weissdorf is really holding his feet to the fire. Now, the Crusher wins. Look at this. Bam! Straight back in the pit area. Weissdorf, again, ran him out that back door. Everybody is making him really lean on that equipment.
And he'll have to go back and change the oil again before he can come back out. But Crusher is in the final and gaining ground on the equalizer. Gary Porter with a big victory, knocking off Dave Weissdorf. In Flint, Michigan, thumbs up from the Jersey Outlaw Ford. It's showtime.
Chevrolet going against Ford. Who's going into the winner's circle? Mike Wine trying to pull off his first win. Not to be the case. Gary Porter with the Carolina Crusher takes the big win in Michigan.
You can hear the roar of the crowd in Flint. The Chevy fans get the win with Carolina Crusher. Army, one more time.
What a finish. Gary Porter had to come from behind. And like you say, these people in Flint, Michigan, they were warmed up tonight when the Chevrolet and the Ford went to the line for the final time.
Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher came out tonight, despite the fact that he had to change the oil after every single run because of water mixing in. He wins the Monster Smash final and gains a bunch of points on David Morris's equalizer. A great night for Gary Porter.
TNT! Now, for the first time ever, the Monsters will rock and roll in the Omni as Hardy Chevrolet presents the Renegades TNT Monster Truck Challenge. 3 rounds, Saturday and Sunday, September 30th and October 1st. See Gravedigger, USA 1, and all your favorite monsters in the world's only monster truck racing series. Plus, it's the original Batmobile, straight from the Batcave to Atlanta. Tickets now at all seats outlets, including Turtles. It's pure TNT.
There's a qualifying round. Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger, side by side with Wild Hair. This is the qualification run with Dennis Anderson setting the fast time as Gravedigger, as always, Army letting it all hang out.
Well, that fast time in qualifying pays dividends. It gives him lane choice for the rest of the competition, Scott.
Gravedigger obviously really taking a lot of bounce at the end. Here he is again. Dennis Anderson always going all out. Boy, you can really see the rock'em sock'em back and forth. His time was 4.79 seconds. So does Gary Wiggins, a North Carolina driver in Mopar Magic, the Dodge. They're side by side and ready to go. In our first elimination matchup, Mopar Magic out of there, and it looks like only two-wheel drive for the Digger.
Definitely a problem and definitely a major upset. Dennis Anderson, the Gravedigger, two-wheel drive only. Mopar Magic pulls a major upset.
Obviously, the Digger did get damaged with all that bouncing back and forth in the qualification run and give the victory to Gary Wiggins. The Gravedigger's out of it. Army's caught up with Dennis Anderson.
Dennis Anderson, it looked like front-wheel drive only to me.
Yeah, it was. We busted a axle shaft in qualifying, and I didn't know it until we come back in to line up. And, you know, and it just doesn't do much in front-wheel drive, especially starting out on a dirt hill.
When you came in a building, you were starting, stopping. Did that give you some indication you were having problems?
Yeah, well, that's what I was doing. I was watching the front wheels and touched the throttle a little bit, and the front wheels would spin, and the rear wheels didn't spin, so I knew I had a problem right then.
John Morris pulled some upsets this summer. Let's see if he can do it indoors. He would love nothing better than to put the Ford in front of the Chevrolet. No problem in front of USA 1. We're going to find out right now if he can do it as Moore lines up opposite that awesome national champion.
Ford versus Chevrolet, the classic motorsports matchup. Here they hit the cars. USA 1, clearly the winner over John Moore's no problem. Let's send Army over to catch up with the driver, Rod Litzow.
Rod Litzow, any discomfort in driving a truck?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm getting sore. It's hard on my wrist. The balancing now when I try to shift, and it's getting a little hard on my wrist, but I'm going to play it through. I'll be able to go through tonight.
What do you say? Can you win this thing in Atlanta? You know, you just kind of came in here feeling your way out, but you're looking good now.
Well, I always want to say I'm going to win, but, you know, I can't tell out here. This track is... You just got to play the track right.
Scott Stevens, when he's been good, he's been very, very good.
Yeah, he's been real tough. Matter of fact, Stevens has to always come back on the end, and he does it again. He leaves late, but he gets there quick. I can't figure it out.
Boy, Wysorek had the early edge, as you said, but in the end, it was Scott Stevens and King Crunch getting the victory.
We're standing with a guy that's got to be happy there's a second half to a race course.
Oh, yeah. You know, I didn't want to come out of the hole very hard. We've been breaking so many transmissions, and we changed. That's why we were a little late right now. We changed the gears a minute ago, because for qualifying, we were geared way low, turned the motor too hard. We put a little faster gear in it, and I wanted to ease it off the line, because I know our truck's quick enough, even though we've only got 40 feet, that it can accelerate real quick.
What's this wall look like on this end?
It's really not no problem, and you know, it's a lot different than outdoors, but you know, we got to adapt real quick because you know, a lot of races this year, and the walls, they're not going to be that much of a problem.
Crusher won here on Tough Tracks a week ago.
You know, Gary Porter knows he cannot roll over on his Clydesdale truck. He knows Bennett Clark wants to win. Home state, look at this. Bennett Clark moves first. Carolina Crusher has to come from behind to do it, Scott. But Bennett Clark definitely going to play some hardball this weekend.
Not much room for error, but Gary Porter comes from behind to win it.
Last week's winner, Gary Porter, doing exactly what you have to do to stay in contention for the national points chase. Give me a summation of this track here.
It's pretty rough. We having to come off that hill of dirt, and if we come off of it too fast, it's going to cause the trucks, the rear end, to bounce up on us. So we're having to sort of ease over the hill and then just mash it to the floor to hit the set of cars.
The hill is not round. There's a flat spot on the top.
Right. Normally we run a hill and it's round, and this one is flat on the top, and it's causing us, we don't exactly know how to drive it.
His opponent, the Thunder Chicken. Tom Bites driving Thunder Chicken out of Tallahassee, Pennsylvania.
In 1989, the Jersey Outlaw Ford had become a very, very popular truck because of a young man named Mike White. A lot of Ford people around the country are really proud of this kid.
That time, however, very close, but the Ford not able to get the job done as Thunder Chicken, you see it right there, wins by a feather. The win to Tom Bites. David Morris in his rookie season trying to wrap up the World Championship of Monster Truck Racing in the Equalizer. His opponent, Bob Breen in the Wild Hare. We're going to find out what Equalizer's got coming back from last week's split. Let's see what he has right here. Gets it done in the Equalizer, so Army, it looks like he's back full tilt.
Yeah, he hadn't lost a thing. He's right on course.
David Morris in the Equalizer putting away Bob Breen in the Wild Hare. Let's get him coming right at us this time and get a look at Gary Cook's Equalizer driven by David Morris and how strong it looks there. He locks him up, gets on the binders, and stops it down easily in the Omni. Army, we could be seeing it come down to that race right there. But before we get to that point, we've got a dandy here with the King Crunch GMC, the Dodge of Gary Wiggins and Mopar Magic.
Crunch is going to have to be a favorite here because of the finish line into the track. Right there, you see what happens? He'll give you the first half of the race course, but the computer tells him exactly when to dial the horsepower in on a GMC. He does it, it works, he's going to the next round. He's got to step and fetch it over USA 1 and Rod Litzow.
Interesting matchup. Everett Jasper really puts a lot in state-of-the-art truck, although it's beaten and banged up. He puts all kinds of knowledge into it. Buffalo Tremor's working hard, but he's got that big, big motor. Rod Litzow gets him, though, in USA 1.
Yeah, Litzow showing nothing's going to rattle him.
Rod Litzow back in USA 1, and he has moved into the Final Four once again. Army's going to run over and catch up with Rod Litzow and talk to him about that run.
There's a real strong chance that a rivalry could be settled here in a few minutes. You and King Crunch, he's been wanting you all year long.
Yeah, but he's going to have to prove it out here.
Can you handle him?
I don't know. The track's feeling pretty good right now. I'm a little sore, but, I think the name of the game on this track is you got to play it calm and cool, and if you do that, if you get anxious, you're going to override this track. And I'm just playing it calm and cool.
We'll see in that next round. It's kind of interesting, ladies and gentlemen. He just told me the hardest thing about driving a truck today, getting in and getting out of it.
That's for sure.
Well, no, and like we tried to point out in a rerun of the flip, they're flipping like sprint cars now. They're snap rolling and flipping, and a lot of velocity and a lot of impact these drivers are having to take. Speaking of drivers, here goes two of the best. One for Chevrolet, one for Ford.
Outlaw back is a fast loser to take on Carolina Crusher. Jersey Outlaw had the early edge, but Gary Porter got him right before the finish line. Carolina Crusher gets the victory and will move into the semifinals, possibly to meet Equalizer. And wanting to beat Rod Litzow.
Yeah, for bragging rights, if nothing else, and he believes he can. Whoever wins this one is going to have a moral victory under their belt. They can carry into 1990. Is it going to be GMC or Chevrolet? What's it look like, Scott?
Side by side, King Crunch has done it. Scott Stevens and King Crunch getting the victory over USA 1 and Rod Litzow. And you talk about a guy who's got to have a smile from ear to ear. It's Scott Stevens. He gets the win. Rod Litzow gave it a heck of a run, but came up short.
Rod Litzow, he said he was going to get you, and he's been gunning for you all year long.
Yeah, that one there, all I did is I was looking at the ceiling and I had to back off it. And sometimes you get a bad bounce and come off that hill a little too strong. I got a bad bounce. She stood up. He did a good race.
Good job. We'll see you next week.
All right, thank you.
Rod didn't give him a thing, though, did he?
He can talk about the ceiling all he wants, but he was going after that Texas.
Scott Stevens on the replay, clearly getting the victory, and he's a happy man. Army's going to go catch up with him.
I think you just proved your point.
Yeah, Army, we've been working at it all year, and we really found a combination now. We changed the gears a few times tonight, but I think we're heading in the right direction on this little indoor track.
How's it feel to beat USA 1?
That felt good. We ran really competitive with him all year. We just had a lot of trouble, and, Rod's had trouble, too. Everybody's had trouble to keep their trucks going, but we knew if we could keep it together, we could run with everybody, and that's what we're hoping for tonight here in Atlanta.
Let's talk about quality. Here you have it. The World Championship points leader, the Equalizer, the man who's trying to catch him, Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher, a critical race in the battle for the world title.
Side by side they lead. Look at this. A storybook ending. Carolina Crusher does exactly what he has to do, Scott. He puts away the equalizer.
Gary Porter gets the job done, and Carolina Crusher has put away the equalizer. Porter goes into the final.
Well, it's final time again. I think the old song goes, and you got a chance to keep the flag.
Thank you, Army. Equalizer, he gave me a run for my money that time. I give it everything I had, and I'm going for the points win.
You and Stevens in the final. Texas against North Carolina. GMC against Chevrolet. Can you handle him?
I think so. From my past outdoor races, I think I can. Indoors, I don't really know how to estimate them, but I think I can take the win.
At the starting line, there's the green light. King Crunch, Carolina Crusher. It's showtime.
Texas, North Carolina. Texas takes the win in under 5 seconds. Scott Stevens puts GMC in a winner's circle.
A great run for Scott Stevens. And man, he almost dug that nose right down into that last car. There he comes out, the winner, Scott Stevens and King Crunch. We're going to get another look at an outstanding side-by-side matchup. And boy, you know how great he feels up from Texas. Not only did he get the win in the Omni, he beat all the bad dogs to do it. He knocked Rod Litzow out, and then he put Gary Porter away. There's Scott with his son as he gets the victory. Army's going to go over and talk to your winner, Scott Stevens and King Crunch, who takes it all in Atlanta's Omni.
Scott Stevens takes the big win in Atlanta. Looks like your #1 fan was the first one down to congratulate you.
Yeah, he was out in the pits trying to help us a minute ago.
What was the problem back in the pit area?
We've got a bad pinion yoke. We broke the pinion last week, and the one we put in last week isn't right. And it's going to work, but it's just killing the U-joints.
Well, you get the silver flag. We'll be watching next week. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Army.
Getting a little help adjusting the helmet. Maybe he wants to grab the microphone. Well, Gary Porter doesn't like giving the silver flag up. He's going to have to do it, however. Finishing second, though, is still a pretty good accomplishment for him this week. Look at the air. King Crunch got the nosedive, and he straightens her right back up. But King Crunch gets the win. Gary Porter picks up valuable points. Crunch the big winner, but it was not a total loss for Gary Porter. Army's worked his way over now to talk with the driver of Carolina Crusher, Gary Porter, on tonight's run.
Well, Gary Porter, everybody's playing hardball against you out there. Nothing to be ashamed of, though, really.
It's not, I would like to have won, but I didn't. King Crunch had a real good run, but I did what I wanted to do mainly, and that was to put the equalizer out before the finals.
Qualifying gets to be awfully important because even though you put him out, he still picked up some points on you through that qualifying session. You're closer, but not as close as you want to be.
Yeah, he picked up, I think it was 3 more points than me in qualifying, and I gained probably 3 or 4 points than him, during the race today.
Thanks, Army. Carolina Crusher gained a precious 4 points on the equalizer today, but Gary Porter has just 4 races remaining to catch David Morris.
He's a great help. Just negotiating the dirt mound is the main thing, and simply driving the truck. Shift points, how much throttle to use on the dirt mound, different things like that.
Steve Wilkie ready to go at it. His opponent will be Nightlife, Dave Wysorek out of Grand Island, Nebraska.
Boy, Wilkie's got some big shoes to fill here, Scott, but he believes he can do it. And also, Rod Litzow believes he is definitely capable of driving a truck just as good as Litzow is. Litzow stepping down this week, trying to recoup a little bit from some injuries. And look at this, USA won. All right, Wilkie takes his first win, Scott.
Steve looks very good. Excellent run for Steve Wilkie in USA 1. And thumbs up from Rod Litzow, the former driver of the truck. So Wilkie puts Nightlife away and will go into the second round.
One of the big names in the Ford camp is going out in this round. Who's it going to be? Better yet, who's going to stay alive to come back and battle these Chevrolets in the second round?
Wow. Close, but Jersey Outlaw by about a half of a wheel well comes away and then touches the hay at the end of the course here in the Omni. Against Missouri's Mad Dog from Jefferson City, Missouri, John Breen.
Rookie, far side, one of the veterans on the near side of the camera, Mad Dog, 14-year monster truck driver. The Buffalo Trimmer, first year out in the big leagues. What's going to happen?
Buffalo Trimmer, Jefferson City, Missouri, the home of the Breens, the home of one of the greatest high school football programs in the country. But today, Buffalo Trimmer gets the upper hand, the win to Johnny Cage. And one of the powerhouses is going to go out right now as Scott Stevens and King Crunch, last week's winner, holding that silver flag. Fast qualifier takes on the Carolina Crusher, Gary Porter.
Texas puts a Tar Heel on a trailer. Look at that. Scott Stevens for the second week puts #2 points man out of the game.
Boy, Atlanta so far has been King Crunch's kind of town. Scott Stevens with the win.
You really could have messed up his year with that run. He was trying to pull back on the points. You took him out of this thing. The equalizer still in the elimination.
Right, it's going to help, more out with the equalizer a lot. And plus, it's helping us a lot, going home for a few weeks, getting ready for 1990 for the series. Hey, if we go home with a few wins behind us, we'll be really hard to beat next year.
There's no doubt he's got a few wins. You can see that silver flag on the back of the truck. All right, let's see how bumpy it's going to be for Clydesdale. Here's your Chevrolet Ford matchup. Clydesdale against Jersey Outlaw.
Hometown boy going against the Yankee. New Jersey and the Ford on the far side. Georgia Chevrolet. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's a close one. Look at this guy.
I don't know, Army. Side by side, I do not have any idea.
Both drivers had problems shutting the trucks down at the end of the track. It was close.
Too close to call. We're just going to have to wait until they look at it on the video timer. Again, each race goes frame by frame. Obviously, Mike Wine wanting to know who won. Let's watch it here, Army.
God, you got to keep in mind, the finish line is the middle right there of the last car. The middle of the last car is the finish line.
Wow, and you can see how close it is. Our camera is at a little bit of a different angle from the video timer, but it looks like Mike Wine wins it in the Jersey Outlaw Ford.
Let's go up to the starting line.
You couldn't get any closer than it was. Let's see how close this one plays out. It's Stomper on the right of the screen. Buffalo Trimmer closest to you.
Whoa, a lot of air for the kid out of New York. Look at that.
That's what cost him, too. Too much air for Buffalo Tremor, a smooth run for Stomper, and Marvin Smith makes it into the semifinals where he'll meet the Jersey Outlaw Ford.
Marvin, whatever you're doing, keep doing it, son. It's working.
Well, it's a rainy night in Georgia, isn't it? We're running here. Well, I'm more than staying on it and pouring coals to it and let her fly.
The transmission change you made seems to really work for you.
Yeah, it does. I've got it set for about 5,600, and it seems to be cracking pretty good, but she died right there when I hit the cars. I think it's got a lot to do with the weather outside, and everything's just wet.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what he's talking about in reference to the weather outside, yes, we are indoors, it's dry here, but it's a torrential rainstorm going on outside. The air density out there has got everybody messed up. Right now, he's got the hot hand. Let's see if he can hold on and stay alive in Atlanta. Last week's winner on the far side going against your current national points champion. Scott, what does it look like from your angle?
Tennessee's equalizer, David Morris, against the Texas King Crunch. Oh, my.
Another close one, Scott. Boy, under 6-second runs this evening.
Too close to call as they cross together at that finish line. Again, the finish line is midway through that final car. And right now, we're waiting on the video timer. And there you see it, by about a half a wheel, Equalizer gets the victory. David Morris puts away last week's winner, Scott Stevens and King Crunch. Put Equalizer into the Monster Smash Final.
All right, the word we get is that, David, you took the win on that round. It took them a long time to decide it. They had to rerun it. You got the win.
I didn't know. I was worried about stopping for this wall and keeping my truck out of Scott's truck, keeping everything under control and stopping.
We'll let you go and get back to the pit area. You're going to the final. Scott Stevens, nothing to be ashamed of this week.
Yeah, it's the quickest pass we ran of the weekend. It just wasn't meant to be. We're getting there. We were real happy with the weekend, though.
Who's it going to be? Ford, Chevrolet, Missouri, New Jersey. Scott, you take it from your angle.
They're off. Oh, something went wrong with Stomper. Something went wrong with Marvin Smith. What a bad break for a guy who's had a tough year. Stomper was having his best run in months, and he broke right on the cars. The win to Jersey Outlaw. It's showtime.
Chevrolet going against Ford. Chevrolet, look at the kid out of Tennessee, another win.
David Morris and the equalizer takes the victory over Mike Wine and the Jersey Outlaw. So the Chevrolet beats the Ford, but more importantly for David Morris, he wouldn't have cared what make you put out beside him. This is another key victory on what he hopes is a march to the World Championship of Monster Truck Racing. Army is caught up with your winner.
Dave, is this one as sweet as the first one?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I needed that win bad because I need to stay way out as far as I can away from that Carolina Crusher. He's hot on my heels, but I'm going to do my best to put him away this year.
How about Mike Wine? You can't say enough about this kid. He gave you everything you wanted out here tonight.
Mike Wine, you never underestimate the Jersey Outlaw.
You're up there. Can you stay there?
I think I can. If we can keep the truck together and running good, I believe we can make it.
Marvin Smith out of Arnold, Missouri had that stomper all over the place, but you can see just how strong Equalizer was. Equalizer seemed to get better and better every week. There he is, red lights blazing. The awesome Gravedigger. Gravedigger putting on a show throughout the year in 1989 on the TNT Monster Truck Challenge against King Crunch in a qualifying run. A lot of bounce all over the track, but Gravedigger able to outduel King Crunch in that qualifying run.
How about Wilkie? He ran you an awfully strong race in the USA 1 truck. It was awfully close out there.
Yeah, he did. I think I just took the right bounce when I come off the end of the cars there, and I think I got him.
You mentioned something right there. It's kind of interesting. All the guys have been hoping for that good bounce. It's that important, isn't it?
That's what it is, because when you're coming off that hill and you're hitting the first set, it's just that one. All you got is that one bounce to come off the end of the cars, and that's what's going to win the race.
Now Army Armstrong's making his way over to Steve Wilkie, the driver of USA 1, who is frankly struggling after replacing the '88 world champion Rod Litzow.
Steve, tight run. It was, you know, we had to go back to the camera to find out who won that thing.
Yeah, Army, every time I run John, it's a close race. He's running really hard. He's come up, picked it up a lot. He detuned his motor, and he's not so hesitant with the motor anymore. And I had to run pretty hard. I thought I had him.
Remember, Crusher needed a win in this race to keep pace with the Equalizer battling for the World Championship. Equalizer had the edge. Crusher had to find a way to make up some points late in the season. But watch what happened early on against the Clydesdale. In front of a lot of fans from his home state of Georgia, Bennett Clark and Clydesdale upset Gary Porter's Carolina Crusher early on the TNT Monster Truck Challenge. But that race, that win by Clydesdale, really helped David Morris pad the advantage in Atlanta's Omni. Now, when Morris came out, already seeing Crusher defeated, he went up against Mopar Magic. Won it easily. David Morris, the Equalizer, puts Mopar away, smiling already because Carolina Crusher was beaten, but he later revealed to us that the Equalizer almost was unable to race Mopar Magic. There were problems, and they almost didn't have the truck ready for this round of racing, but Gary Cook and crew got it ready for David Morris, and he got the win.
Well, David, Porter's out of this thing. You can really help your cause as far as points go this afternoon in Atlanta.
Yeah, Carolina Crusher being out is going to help me a lot. The Equalizer was almost out. On our qualifying run, we busted a brake line. We managed to get to a local car store in between rounds, believe it or not, put another brake line on.
We'll see you in that next round.
Thanks, Army.
In 1989, Equalizer against the Jersey Outlaw. A lot of Chevy fans in the Omni, and they loved it as the Equalizer put the Jersey Outlaw Ford on the trailer. Equalizer getting the victory. And again, remember, in points, Carolina Crusher already out of competition. Each win padded the advantage further and further for David Morris and the Equalizer. And there you see a convincing win over the Jersey Outlaw in Atlanta's Omni. He would go up against Dave Wysork and the Nightlight. Wysork knows how to run indoors. He won at the Astrodome earlier in the year. This time, as you can see, although they almost came together at the end of the track, Rod Litzow says, good job, buddy, as Steve Wilkie wins it for USA 1. And boy, watch the end. My goodness. Clydesdale, closest to you, against King Crunch and Scott Stevens out of Woodland, Texas. Starting late in the year, Stevens was not a player for the World Championship, but you can see by the end of the year, he was as good as anybody. Watch him here as the computerized state-of-the-art King Crunch wins by a full length on a short course over the Clydesdale. And Dennis Anderson's brother puts a little Gravedigger hex, putting some dirt on, planning on burying Buffalo Trimmer. Did he do it? Watch right here. Gravedigger lays down a shot and gets it done in the Omni. So the Equalizer was next.
I'm going to dig him a grave. I'm going to put him away this round.
Hey, here's a couple of popular trucks. The Monster Smash Final in the Omni. Equalizer and King Crunch.
Incredible shot by Scott Stevens in King Crunch, considering he had only rear-wheel drive. He stayed with the equalizer, and as they crossed that finish line, nobody in the Omni knew for sure who was the winner.
Well, Scott, we're waiting to find out the win. Come on over here, Crash. You guys did something a lot of people didn't expect. You were hurt, rear-wheel drive only, but you ran a super race out there.
Yeah, actually, four-wheel drive makes you bounce a little in here, because when you come down off that hill, you're planting your suspension real hard. And we talked it over, and we knew that we could run a hard pass. This was the worst lane all night if you had four-wheel drive, but in two-wheel drive, if we moved over to the far left on the start, there wasn't no bumps there, and we knew we could drive out of it. And I seen Dave didn't get off the line real good, so we tried. I don't know if we equalizer won.
Okay, well, let's receive word. He did well. Congratulations to you. Crash, you did a fine job. There had to be a lot of thought go into that decision. A lot of people would not have run a truck hard at all.
Yeah, we thought about it when we were out there trying to fix it. I had another shaft, but I didn't have a U-joint. I could have put the shaft in with a bad U-joint, but I was scared it was going to come out like that one did and try to flip him over. So we just said, take it out, go out there, just try to go over the hill easy and then mash the gas and try to keep the truck level.
It worked. You guys work real good together.
All right, thank you.
Let's take a look at the replay to see just how close the final was. Now, the Equalizer Chevrolet, the King Crunch GMC, side by side in the Monster Smash final, and you'll see here on the videotape as they come across that finish line, a wheels all the difference there was between Equalizer and King Crunch. That earned David Morris and the Equalizer the winner's silver flag, but he thinks the flag is bad luck.
Well, David Morris's championship getting closer and closer. Are you sure you don't want this flag?
I don't want it, Army. That flag is a jinx to me.
Folks, he won't touch the flag. Okay, we'll hand it back to our producer there. Congratulations on a great run. But we got to give this guy credit, too. A lot of people counted him out. He ran you hard.
Yeah, I knew he was going to be running hard. He was only running with a rear drive shaft, but I knew he was still going to come down hard on me. We got problems with our motor. I think we busted a head on the motor.
That could be key heading into the final races of the season in Louisville. But as you can see, Carolina Crusher has a lot of ground to make up. Equalizer almost has to not show up going into the final races of the season for Carolina Crusher to catch him.
Thanks, Scott. At this time, we normally present the flag to last week's winner. That was the Equalizer truck. And David Morris, here's your flag.
I don't think I want it, Army. I say the flag's a jinx. Every time we get the flag, nothing can go right the next race.
But you are the current national points leader. You've got a real good opportunity to be the national champion. How can you say nothing can go right? This has almost been a Cinderella year for you.
Yeah, start out the year, I knew we could be real competitive. I knew Gary could build a real competitive truck. I really had no idea that we'd be sitting in the spot we are right now.
That being almost a national champion. Just 2 more races till they crown that national champion. Will it be you?
It's going to be us.
Let's bounce over here and talk to the gentleman that kind of brought it all together. This time last year, it was a dream. Now it's a reality. 2 races to go, a good lead in the national points chase, and this kid is doing you a dynamite job, isn't he?
He sure is. He's done a wonderful job. We started out with no experience to amount to anything, and it's really come together. We've got, I think, a super team.
Here's the track they'll run on at Freedom Hall in Louisville, Kentucky. You can see the dirt hill they'll go over. Then a little bit of a running start up the ramp, over the cars. It's a good indoor course, a fairly long indoor course, and it'll be an outstanding test for the superstars of monster truck racing. Equalizer trying to win the world championship. You can see a 66-point difference. Carolina Crusher barely hanging on by a thread. Qualifying runs side by side with the Mad Dog. You've seen this story before, folks. It is a different city, a new event, but you're going to see Gravedigger break in qualifying.
John Green pairs up with the Gravedigger. Green's doing a whole lot of horsepower, but Gravedigger breaking on impact. God, it's amazing. I would imagine that truck has broken at least 80% of the events we've had this year, and it's still, in my opinion, the #1 fan appeal monster truck in the sport.
It'll be a broken drive line on that wild run that knocks Gravedigger out of the competition this week on Tough Track. The fans are still there. They love him, but I'll tell you, the challenge for Dennis Anderson in 1990 is to find a way to keep his truck together, because when he does keep it together, he's been as good as anybody. He stayed in the top 5 in points despite the problems. If he can keep the truck together in 1990, he'll play for the national championship. He'll go up against Marvin Smith and a guy who'll give you nothing in Stomper.
It doesn't seem to be a must-win. He has to win. Oh, Marvin Smith leads
get him on the cars. Give the win to Gary Porter and the Carolina Crusher. Army's going to talk to him right now.
Gary, the starting line looks like it's the trick tonight. Real spooky late lead for you.
It is. I'm sort of coming over the hill a little easy, and then after I get my front wheels over the hill, I'm shifting the second gear and just put it to the floor.
So, what's the track like? Good, bad?
The track is a little bit rough in them cars. A little bit, the left lane is a little worse than the right lane, and we're getting a pretty good bit of air tonight.
Well, Equalizer, though, is the draw for playing for keeps right here. So while he may be ready for the future, he has got a tough assignment right now.
Get out of the volunteer state. Look at this, playing hardball in Freedom Hall.
The victory to David Morris, the Equalizer, continuing to march toward what he hopes is a world championship with a little bit of new scenery back there. Got a yellow fin on the tailgate. Army's going to talk to him right now.
Mr. Morris, you're doing exactly what you had to do, but ladies and gentlemen, all year long he's been awfully quiet and shy. But on the back of the truck, I see a big yellow fin. What's that all about?
Well, they started a new rule. A lot of guys been joking me about it, being on the truck. They started a new rule. The truck's got to weigh 9,000 pounds. I told them I was ahead and wait.
Is it functional at all, or is it just there to kind of knock around with the guys?
Well, actually, a place called G-Force Aerodynamics out of Portland, Oregon, they furnished the airfoil for us.
I can't believe that's Mike Wine that says he's going to get wilder, freer, more relaxed. He's about the wildest, the freest, and the most relaxed on the tour.
Scott Stevens will try and put him away now. King Crunch and the Outlaw, and Stevens has got him.
The high-tech Texan, boy, looking awfully good in Louisville, isn't he, Scott? All the cards go on the table right now for the Carolina Crusher. He has to beat the Mad Dog.
Lane choice obviously going to the Mad Dog. Let's see if Crusher can come back out of the outside lane. They're off and rolling. Let's watch it. Wow, close, but Crusher got him. Big win. Gary had to have it, and just barely, by about a wheel length, he pulls it off. Gary Porter, Carolina Crusher wins it, and he will now move into the semifinals.
You know, Jersey Outlaw, anytime, I'm going to beat it anytime I can.
I guess that means Bennett Clark and his fiancée Jennifer Green aren't exactly planning on having Mike Wine over for Sunday dinner.
You know, don't let him fool you. There's definitely bad blood right there. Speaking of bad blood, look who he draws for this round. USA 1. Steve Wilkie puts the Clydesdale right back in the chute.
Wilkie keeps getting better every week, and you know, with Rod Litzow hurt, Steve has come on and become quite an outstanding driver himself. Army's going to go over and talk to Wilkie right now.
To say Steve Wilkie is an intense driver might be an understatement. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Ernie. It feels good. Thank you, Chevrolet, True Value, Everett, Greg Knudsen, and most of all, Rod Litzow for all the coaching he's done.
Is Rod doing okay? We understand he's kind of taking the lead. You're doing a fine job, but a lot of people want to know about him.
Well, Rod's the best in the country. He's doing all right at the Derby and stuff, and he'll be back. You bet.
He may be the best in the country, but you're the guy taking this truck to the next round. Good luck to you.
I'm coming after him.
They put the thing back together and keep coming back for more.
Yeah, you throw the old body away and go racing in the next round. It's next round. Who's going to be there? We're going to find out right now in Freedom Hall.
King Crunch, far from you, closest to you, Dave Wysorek and Nightlight. It's Crunch, and oh boy, Wysorek got sideways, almost went over, then almost hit Crunch. But Dave keeps her straight, and Scott Stevens gets the win in King Crunch. He may not fear him, but there's got to be a great deal of respect for the guy he's looking at right now. David Morris and the Equalizer.
Boy, Morris comes out of that left lane like a rocket. Scott, look at this. Equalizer is making it look easy. Johnny K learned something on that run, Scott Douglas.
Equalizer, David Morris gets the win over the Buffalo Tremor and John Kwasniewski in front of an outstanding crowd of people at Freedom Hall in Louisville. Now, the Equalizer knows that every win draws him that much closer to this World Championship, and he left nothing at the starting gate. Got a lot of air and comes down strong.
You know, the truck happens to handle so well for this young man, and this is the only truck he's ever driven. So as far as he's concerned, this is what it's all about. It's a marriage that just has worked all year long, Scott.
They're side by side, ready to go, tightening it up. Steve Raby asks if both drivers are ready. Here we go. Let's watch them in this critical semifinal run. And they're off. It's Carolina Crusher.
Boy, Gary Porter, awfully smooth, or can be coming over that first ramp. The first ramp is going to make or break you in Freedom Hall this weekend.
And he can smell that world championship if he can just keep running strong this week and next week here on Tough Tracks. He wants to beat Crunch badly and go out in style. They're off.
Trying to make a Cinderella season. Look at this. Both drivers getting a whole lot of air.
You know, Equalizer got the win, I think, because Crunch got launched a little bit too high.
The bad bounce caught the Texas truck.
Equalizer, David Morris getting the victory as they love the Equalizer in Louisville. He has really become a truck growing in popularity. You know, they say winners become popular, and that's what's going on. Look at the smoke out of King Crunch.
Yeah, look, but the bounce is what's so important. King Crunch came out really out of shape. Morris stayed cool, got the good bounce, and he's going to the final.
Army and David are really getting to be chatting buddies. They talk a lot, and they're about to converse again here on Tough Tracks. Army, go get it.
David, you've been here before. It's final time, but the same old problem pops up. The steering goes away on a truck.
I don't know if it just where it landed so hard and jerked the tires around. Belt's still on, no hoses are broke, so I'm going to start it back up and check the fluid.
You and a Carolina Crusher in Louisville. Who's it going to be?
Hopefully the Equalizer over the Carolina Crusher.
We'll see you in that final. Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Time for the Monster Smash Final. Equalizer getting ready to pull to the line. Carolina Crusher tightens up. This is it. Gary Porter desperately needs to win. And it's showtime.
Porter leads good. Can he pull back on the Equalizer? No.
David Morris has put himself on the verge of the World Championship with a victory over the Carolina Crusher. The win to David Morris. He'd have to fall flat on his face next week to lose it.
Could be a beautiful ending to a beautiful year here, but even though you're a rookie, you seem to be taking all this in great stride.
Yeah, Gary Cook, the owner of Monster Truck, we come in this last point race here, and he said to go for it, so that's what I'm doing.
We've been talking about Gary all year long. I know he's done a heck of a job, but there's another guy involved in this organization named Ray Thomas. He really helped a lot, doesn't he?
Ray Thomas, he's a super nice guy. He's helped us on a lot of steel fabrication in this truck, a lot.
Congratulations, you're looking awfully good.
Thanks, Army.
Well, Army, can't you get him to take that silver Tough Tracks flag again? That's the question. Here are the points, and you can see he's really opened it up. 68 points over Carolina Crusher. Equalizer really would have to fall and just have a disastrous week next week here on Tough Tracks.
Nobody can beat the Gravedigger in Freedom Hall.
Bob Hook Chevrolet presents the Renegades TNT Monster Truck Challenge. Mad Bad Racing Indoors in Louisville for the World Championship. Friday and Saturday, October 20th and 21st at Freedom Hall. See Gravedigger slugging it out with America's top monsters as they mangle and maul in Freedom Hall. Plus the world's first monster truck leap of death. Will Gravedigger bury his competition?
You know, I noticed this afternoon that exact what you're talking about. He was just a little bit nervous. We teased him about it. He said, oh, no, but believe me, this kid, like we say, the All-American story is about to happen. Look at this. David Morris, your 1989 national champion, world champion, Scott. He won it.
He put it all on the line right there and left no doubt in anybody's mind that in 1989, he's the best. David Morris.
Well, David Morris, you're inching ever so close to being that national champion. What's going through your mind right now?
Beating every one of these guys here tonight. I'm going to try to take this weekend with a win.
Going to go out of here to blaze the glory and be a national champion, huh?
That's what I plan on, Army.
Good luck. We'll be watching you.
Thanks.
That's it, very simply put, but it's right to the point. And Marvin would love to close 1989 with a bang out. And I'll tell you, he's got one of the top up-and-comers beside him in the Jersey Outlaw, and Mike Wine.
Mike Wine's trying to go out on a winning note. The rookie driver out of New Jersey does exactly what he's been bragging about all year long. Puts the Ford in front of the Chevrolet at the finish line. Marvin Smith is through for 1989, Scott.
Looks like coolant leaking everywhere.
He's had some wins this year, but he's had some problems. He told us earlier, he said, if you see both red lights come on, everything is 100%. I'm going for the win at Louisville, Kentucky. Now, who does he pull up next to? Jesse Berge in the Auto Value Auto Parts Chevrolet. Berge also wants to take a win, so this is going to be a toss-up.
Here they come. Gravedigger on the left of your screen.
Red lights are on.
And it's all Dennis Anderson, the away. And you know they love Dennison the Gravedigger in Louisville, Kentucky. Let's watch it again. Here he comes on the isolated camera.
Scott, you know, you talk about the people in Louisville loving this gentleman. Louisville is a unique community because they get to see the monster trucks run indoors and outdoors at the beautiful Louisville Motor Speedway.
Army, here comes Dennis over to you now.
Dennis, you may have saved the best for last. Last race of the year, the truck's looking awfully good for you.
Yeah, I hope it does. We've done a lot of work on it last night. I hope we can win. I just got to come over that dirt hill easy and nail it.
Everybody wants to win the last one of the year. Can you do it?
I think so.
No. Yes or no?
Yes, I can.
There's Steve Wilkie now in USA 1. His opponent will be Bob Breen in the Wild Hare.
You know, Everett just brought out something that one of the reasons they are a successful team. Wilkie, Litzow, everybody works together. Now, Wilkie comes up to be a driver. Oh, no! Scott, you're not going to believe it, but I believe we got a disqualification. USA 1. True Value Chevrolet, I believe, went over the center line.
Boy, he almost took Bob Breen out with him. Let's watch it again. And here on the replay, look at Steve Wilkie completely off the cars. And you can see he did make contact with Bob Breen and the Wild Hare. So as you pointed out, it will be a disqualification against Steve Wilkie and USA 1. Your winner is Bob Breen and the Wild Hare. And he loves it. Army's going to talk to both of them.
Second fast qualifier. Looks like this might be your night.
I can't believe it. I got the smallest motor here. I got my winter motor in there, and it's surprised me during qualifying. But I come here to take names, and I'm going to do it tonight.
Steve, real quick, an awfully good run. Looked like the truck bounced real violent to the right on you, and it didn't look like there's any way to control that.
Well, Bob's tough. I know you have to come out and bonsai it tonight because we're all running tough tonight. And congratulations, Bob. You had a good race.
Looking forward to 1990.
That's definitely. Bring a new truck out.
Out of Texas.
His opponent is the Dodge, Gary Wiggins from Williamston, North Carolina, and Mopar Magic. What about Mopar for 1990?
The only Chrysler that's running on the national tour with us. We'd love to have more. There's just not that many of them out here, and believe me, they've really got their hands full. Gary thinks he can gear up and get competitive with the Chevrolets, but not going to be able to do it tonight. King Crunch from Texas goes to the next round.
I'll tell you, though, you have to tip your hat to Mopar. Wiggins really hung with him. Still the victory to Scott Stevens and King Crunch.
Monster truck racing in the future, it looks like it's going to be the motorsport in America.
Yeah, you know, it's something that you can do year-round. Outdoors we're going, 70 miles an hour, and yet still entertaining the crowd indoors.
Loving every minute of it?
We like it, and the crowd loves it, and as long as the crowd likes it, the sport's going to be around.
I'm disappointed. I was hoping for the National Points Championship this year. I didn't get it. Last year I finished 4th place. This year I finished 2nd. So I feel like I did make an improvement, but it's not as big as improvement as I wanted.
Well, we also asked Gary Porter about the man who beat him for the World Championship of Monster Truck Racing, David Morris, and the Equalizer.
Well, really, there's nothing worse I wanted to do than beat him this year. Last year, a rookie come out and kicked everybody's butt. This year, another rookie has done it, and that's what really ticks me off about it.
Gary Porter in the Carolina Crusher, and now he goes up against that rookie, David Morris, in the Equalizer.
Since we've been doing these things with the Carolina Crusher driver, both of these guys have been playing mind games with each other. Neither one wants to go to the starting line first. Now the Renegade official brings them forward, but both drivers are still playing mind games. One of them's going out for the rest of the year. Who's it going to be? Neither one's going to give in to the other one. It's a good, old-fashioned street fight. Carolina Crusher going against the Equalizer.
Porter wants him, but Morris has been the better truck for the last month of the season. They're at the starting line and about to go in the quarterfinals.
Both of them lead side by side, but look at Morris. Comes over the jump.
Does he look strong tonight or what?
He looks so strong and he's so smooth, Scott.
Adding insult to injury, David Morris on the Equalizer after wrapping up the World Championship now puts Gary Porter on the trailer for the year.
Gary, a super job all year long. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Thank you, Army. I was wanting to win the points real bad. Equalizer come in and took it away from me. I'm not giving up. I'll be back next year with a new, stronger truck and faster.
One more time, the final run of 1989 for Gary Porter in the Carolina Crusher was the enough as David Morris wins it. He's with Army.
Yeah, well, I'm going to come. There's one truck left that I need to put out tonight, and that's supposed to be the most feared monster truck, but the only fear you have is fear itself, and that's the Dennis Anderson's Gravedigger, but I'm going to put him out here tonight.
How about this kid with the Carolina Crusher? He gave you all you wanted all year long. Can't take anything away from him.
He has been nipping at my heels all year long.
He's going on a trailer, and you're going into the next round. Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Dennis Anderson's wildly popular Gravedigger against the fast-rushing Jersey Outlaw Ford, the Nick Roscione machine with Mike Wine behind the wheel.
Both drivers pull their gloves off and go after each other. No love lost. Wine, he says Ford's the best truck in America. The Gravedigger says not buying it. It's going to be Chevrolet all the way. Awesome red lights on the Gravedigger say he's 100%. Mike Wine sets in the Ford. Motor goes up on the RPM. Who's going to win it? Everybody's on their feet in Freedom Hall. The final run for one of them. Who's going on the trailer?
Here they go. Gravedigger coming right close to look out, Dennis almost went over. Mike Wine got the win in the Gravedigger. I don't know how he didn't go over on his roof, Army.
Boy, you talk. On the replay, the top of the truck actually touches the cars. Now watch this. That's what kicks him back over. Throttle, full throttle right now. Look at the wheel spin. Bang!
That's 90 degrees. That's straight up and down. Oh, my.
That's what you see when you go to a TNT Monster Truck race right there.
You want to talk about a run that has left people speechless. I mean, they roared, but they're gasping at the same time. An incredible run for Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger. I'll tell you, we have seen wild action all year long. There's Dennis out of the truck. He's going to go over now to talk with Army about one of the craziest and wildest rides of 1989 for Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger. Wow.
Well, Dennis, you're notorious for the wild rides. The last ride at 89. What can you say?
I know it. Hey, I tell you what, I stood her up pretty good there. I knew that I was going to get a lot of air. I already said this lane over here was a home wrecker, and it stood me up pretty good. So I knew I was going to get a lot of hang time, but I wasn't worried about hang time then. I was worried about getting the wheels back on the ground.
That's what actually turns you on. That's what really pumps you, isn't it? When you take the wilder the ride, the better you like it.
Yeah, that's right. You know, I love to show off in front of the crowd. That's what the crowd wants, blood and guts. That's what they're going to get.
Mike Wine, though, in the Jersey Outlaw was going for the win, and he got it.
So Mike Wine and the Jersey Outlaw knock off the Gravedigger in a wild quarterfinal race. When we come back, more quarterfinal action with Buffalo Trimmer trying to tame the wild hair and King Crunch plucking the feathers from the Thunder Chicken. Stay with us.
Well, I think everybody's pulled their hearts back out of their throats after that run by the Gravedigger. More quarterfinal action. It's Bob Breen's wild hair against the Buffalo Trimmer, and another victory for John Kwasniewski and the Buffalo Trimmer getting the win over Bob Breen and the wild hair.
That they're so tough, and believe me, in 1990, they're going to be a player.
The opponent, Thunder Chicken and Kid Rarick, even when they hit the cars, but it's all King Crunch at the finish line.
See, he rolled over the first obstacle, nailed the throttle, bam, going to the next round. Now we're getting down to only 4 trucks, Scott. New York's own Johnny K. Who's going to go against the Tennessee Chevy? We're going to find out in just a minute. All the cards go on a table right now in Freedom Hall.
The folks packed out in Freedom Hall looking on as they hit that green light. It's Jersey Outlaw, but no, Buffalo Trimmer's going to get the win. John Kwasniewski and Buffalo, he's shedding. Army, I mean, there's stuff flying out from under that truck.
We have got a major, this could be dramatic. What's happened? The Chevrolet won, but the transfer case, everything came out from underneath the truck. No drive shafts are remaining. Look at that. Crew members picking up the safety straps. I have never seen a truck shell that much equipment at one time. The problem now, look at the the transfer case. What are we going to do? The Ford stays alive. The Ford will be in the final, Scott.
Yeah, Jersey Outlaw's going to be coming back as Johnny Kwasniewski made it with only half a truck. Army's going to talk. You see, Army's got him right now.
Well, Johnny K, they keep talking about putting them on kill. That's living proof. That's exactly the way you guys run on the ragged edge.
That's it. I wanted to win this bad, and we just let it all hang out. And that's what happened.
Well, congratulations on a great year. Hey, nothing to be ashamed of. We're awfully proud of you. We're looking forward to running with you in 1990.
The truck's running real good, and we'll be back in 1990 running strong.
They got the points for the win, but we'll get no more.
more. Mike Wine is the guy who's going to get a chance to come back and gain a few more points here as we wrap up the World Championship chase. There's the owner of the Jersey Outlaw, Nick Rossi. He's running back in the building. He's got one more race to go because the Outlaw is still alive since Buffalo Tremor has mechanical problems in Louisville. And I'll tell you, Army, he left nothing inside that truck except maybe the engine.
No, it was a beautiful run. Everything is coming down to the way it should end. A perfect ending to a perfect year. Who's it going to be? Ford or Chevrolet? Both of them are rookies, but only one of them can win in Louisville, and that run's coming up next.
The crunch of the week this time is our look last week. This was a week ago when Sky Jordan tried to jump over Mad Dog in Freedom Hall. You talk about crunch of the week, Army. This won't get it done.
You know, I don't know who had the most to fear, the driver of the monster truck or Sky Jordan. He jumped, bounces, whoa!
No, sir, he didn't make it.
Timing is everything. It was not there last week. However, after thinking about it for a week, he turned it around.
He said, wait a minute, I can do this. He tries it again. And now, the crunch of the week, Sky Jordan, one more time, trying to jump over the top of John Green's Mad Dog, and here he goes.
Look how quick the monster truck's going. Look at this. All right.
And this time he gets it done. Sky Jordan, the crunch of the week, going over the top of Mad Dog. Brought to you by Micro Machines, those great collectible toys from Galoo.
Well, Scott, as the replay comes up to show you some of the action you see at a TNT Motorsports event, monster trucks are cooling down for the final, but the fans are seeing some red-hot action. What a way to make a living.
Long way up. Boy, he came down hard, but Sky Jordan, he'd much rather come down that way than come down in the middle of John Breen's engine. I'll tell you that for a fact.
Boy.
But takes it going out on top, Army. He has been dominant the last part of the season, and he closed it with a flourish, and what a crowd favorite he's become.
But everybody knows what kid. Congratulations.
You know, hey, there's his wife, Nancy. The newlyweds are really celebrating the honeymoon in monster truck racing, and there you see the battle scars of what's been a tough night.
Hey, he's taking a flag, Scott, for the first time in a long time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, kind of a unique situation here. We've been teasing him all year long. He's superstitious, would not carry the flag, but you get to keep it the longest of anybody. You get to keep it till next year.
That's a great feeling. I'm glad to have his flag now. I didn't want it at first, but I've got it now, and I hope we can keep it.
This has kind of been, it hadn't kind of been, it's really been a Cinderella story. We told the people about this time last year, you'd never driven a truck, you've gotten married, you're starting a family, you're a national champion, teamed up with Gary Cook. It's almost like, can you do anything wrong? It seems to have been a beautiful year for you.
Yeah, it has. We've had a few ups and downs, but as far as everything working pretty good, Gary, he's kept a truck in great working condition, and I've been trying to drive it the best I can, and we did it.
Well, 1989 was your year. Congratulations, you've done a fine job.
Thank you.
Here's the way the final point standings came out in 1989 for the World Championship of the TNT Monster Truck Challenge. Equalizer wins it by almost 100 points over Carolina Crusher. USA won a solid third. Dennis Anderson in the Gravedigger finishes in the fourth spot. Dave Wysork in Nightlife fifth. Mad Dog sixth. But there it is. King Crunch on this final event of the season overtakes No Problem Crunch and Scott Stevens in the seventh. Then No Problem, Clydesdale, Wild Hare rounding out the top 10. This week's Crunch of the Week, Gary Wiggins, Mopar Magic at Foxborough, Massachusetts in Sullivan Stadium where the Patriots play football. Mopar against Gravedigger, up, and over. Mopar Magic over on his side. Wow. Gary Wiggins from Williamson, North Carolina, one more time on the Crunch of the Week. Brought to you by Micro Machines from Galoo. We'll be right back. That
that wraps up our review of 1989's point race for the World Championship on the TNT Monster Truck Challenge. It's been a heck of a year. And as we look ahead to 1990, more trucks like the world champion, David Morris's Equalizer, will be in vogue. We're talking about trucks that are stronger, yet lighter. And Chris, that's going to make for faster and more competitive racing.
It certainly will, Scott.
Well, 1989's all on tape. Maybe we'll get it out and look at it again someday. Like I said earlier, it never gets old.